Chapter 1. Same old song and dance. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother, be he ne'er so vile. This day shall gentle his condition, and gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhood's cheap whiles any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day. Henry V, Act 4, Scene 3. Incoming. The squad dove for cover as a flight of warheads impacted, detonating in a rippling explosion that shattered nearby structures and reduced several to rubble. The Zanij loyalists under Nizam Mwiti were putting up stiff resistance, while the Valkyries and their allies, the so-called Zanij government in exile led by Vezirgret, had encircled the capital and now were tightening the noose. "Bravo team, left flank," Sergeant Kai shouted, while he and the rest of Alpha team lay down a base of fire against the defensive perimeter the Loyalists had thrown up against them. "Move!" Corporal Oakes screamed over the din of battle as she and the others bounded ahead, diving behind cover as an angry red energy beam swept their position, incinerating a rebel attached to her team. Its high-pitched wail was cut short as it collapsed into a pile of charred meat, while Runa and her team returned fire. Their efforts had little effect against the energy weapon itself, but they had bought enough time to bring up heavy weapons of their own. Tawfik locked the legs of the machine gun in place and returned fire, sending deadly accurate bursts that chewed through the ruined wall they were using to ward off enemy fire. The ceramicrete pulverized under the hammering blows, blasting apart their position even as the defenders scrambled to fall back. "The cowards flee!" Sersan Yept howled in triumph, as he and the other Zanij insurgents raced forward, eager to deal the killing blow and claim the glory of the kill. They moved with surprising speed and a fluid grace that was almost eerie, like giant spiders on their 6 limbs as they scuttled ahead. "Stop!" Runa shrieked, but it was already too late. The other enemy positions opened up, cutting the Zanij down in a wicked crossfire that only a handful survived. Now cut off and pinned down at the edge of the thoroughfare the Loyalists had made their killing ground. PFC Yendrik just shook his head. "Idiots," he muttered, while he took carefully aimed shots at the defenders. "Cherries," Oakes agreed, slapping in another magazine and keeping the pressure up on the defensive wall. Vezirgret's rebels had more enthusiasm than experience, but they'd needed the bodies for this final objective, and while it had taken a certain amount of arm twisting to get him to commit, the Valkyries of the two halves were all on board. Every bullet or energy beam one of the Zanij rebels soaked up was one less they had to worry about. It was cold-blooded, but the Terran mercenaries had long since made their peace with that brutal logic. It was the reason they'd survived for as long as they had, but that still left them with the problem of their allies cut off and alone on the far side of no man's land. It tempted Runa to leave them to their fate, but she had a sneaking suspicion she already knew what orders they would soon pass down, and given that the Valkyries were officially deferring to Vezirgret's decisions in this last assault. "Dagger 1-1 Alpha, this is Dagger 6. The captain's voice crackled in her earpiece. "Hold your position. We're bringing up the Centurions for support. Once they're in position, you are to assault the perimeter wall and breach the enemy's defenses. Do you copy? Over?" Runa winced as Kai acknowledged the order. "Lord, I hate being right," she sighed in resignation. At least they'd have the APCs and their guns backing them up, but no one in their right mind looked forward to a frontal assault. It was a great way to wind up dead, which was definitely not the career goal of a mercenary. Ajilmer clicked over to the informal squad frequency. "You copy that?" he asked her. "Yeah, I copy," she grumbled. "Don't suppose we could just flatten it from orbit?" "KWs are expensive," he reminded her. "Besides, Vezirgret wants to set up shop in Nizam Mwiti's HQ when it's all over." "Optimistic of him," she snorted, as she heard turbofans thrumming the air, skimming across the rooftops. "Here we go," she told Yendrik, as the Centurions overflew their position and opened up with their missile batteries and energy weapons, hammering the enemy positions. "Go, go, go," Kai shouted over the radio, as the entire squad bolted out of their positions and raced forward, firing on the move as the APCs kept up the pressure. The initial strike had caught the Loyalists by surprise, forcing them back, but they recovered quickly and returned fire, knocking one of the Centurions out of the sky. It came down hard, pinwheeling into a cluster of abandoned warehouses and showering them with shrapnel and debris as they continued their charge. "Fuck, I'm hit," LCPL Sultan howled over the squad frequency as Runa and Yindrik changed direction, heading for her location. There was no time to assess her injuries. Instead, they each grabbed an arm and dragged her across the thoroughfare, throwing themselves into the dirt on the far side as the corporal dug out her medkit. "Where?" Runa asked her, while Yindrik covered them both. "My leg," she scowled, clutching her thigh. "Think it's broke." A brief glance confirmed her suspicion. It looked like a thick splinter from the Centurion was the culprit, and it was dug in deep. "I don't dare pull it out," she told the lance corporal. "It'll have to wait for the field station." "You gonna be okay?" she asked her, as she pressed a quickset bandage against her thigh to handle the blood loss. "I'll live," Becca replied through gritted teeth, as Runa took out a hypospray and dosed her with a powerful analgesic. "That should hold you till we can call for a dust-off," she explained. "You've got good cover here. Stay put till we can get you out." "I ain't going nowhere," she cheerfully agreed, taking up her weapon and covering her sector. "Go. I got this." Runa nodded, giving her shoulder a quick squeeze before she and Yindrik were up and moving, racing for the wall while the rest of the company kept the pressure on. Landing at the wall, they checked the Zanij rebels that had bolted prematurely. Both were dead. Once confirmed, the pair crouched beneath the heavy stone barrier as she shouted, "Grenade," yanking a frag free from her harness and arming it before tossing it over the side. They hit the ground and covered their heads as they exploded, pelting them both with dirt and gravel. Dagger 1-1 Beta. "What's your status, over?" Kai asked her over the radio. "Becca's hit, but she's stable," she answered, "and the Zanij are Kia." "What's your situation, over?" "We're good," he confirmed. "We got new orders. Enemy perimeter is collapsing, so they want us to hold fast, over." She grinned despite herself. "Standing by," she confirmed. Any plan involving her doing nothing got her vote. A flight of Havoc strike craft screamed overhead. They only had a few left that were still operational, risking them only when the anti-air had been suppressed. They fired a brace of missiles and peeled off, racing away from the battlefield, while the rockets themselves zeroed in on the dug-in loyalist positions nearest the HQ. Massive geysers of dirt and stonework erupted into the air, the heavy kawap of their detonations slamming into them a second later, blasting out the remaining windows and scattering debris in every direction. She and Yindrik shared a look. "Good plan," he commented, as they waited for the enemy's next move. They didn't have to wait long. "All Dagger units, this is Dagger 6, Captain Inaba informed the company. "We just got word from Nizam MYT's people in the HQ. They're standing down." "Thank God," Runa sighed in relief. Last thing in the world she wanted to do was go in and dig them out. That kind of house-to-house fighting got expensive in a hurry. "You are to maintain your defensive posture," she continued, "while the Zanij forces under Vezergret conduct a passage of lines through your positions. They will then accept the Loyalists' official surrender." There was a pause for a moment before she said in a more informal-sounding voice, "Apparently it's a cultural thing." "Fine by me," Yindrik snorted. The spit and polish that was the bedrock of most militaries made little sense for a mercenary unit, and while taking prisoners was part of their regular duties, the ritualized parade ground variety it sounded like the Zanij were planning wasn't their style. "We will fall in behind our allies to provide rear and perimeter security," she explained. "Under no circumstances are you to interfere with the surrender proceedings themselves. It's their show. Let them handle it. Do you copy? Over?" One by one, the platoon and squad leaders acknowledged the receipt of her orders, even as she spotted the first of the Zanij vehicles moving forward, flying their green victory flags. Some elite unit, she thought in disgust as they passed by, since they didn't seem to have a speck of dirt on them. "And just where were you when we were fighting for our lives?" she thought bitterly, though she clamped down on the sentiment as quickly as it appeared. That sort of thing wasn't healthy, and considering just how often it happened, she shouldn't have expected any different. If they'd been any good at fighting themselves, they wouldn't have called for the Valkyries to do the dirty work for them. Besides, it was the transports coming in behind them that had her full attention. The medevac wagons coming forward to pick up the wounded. She rapped Yindrik on the helmet and thumbed back at Becca, as the two of them stood up and jogged back to their wounded teammate. Thought maybe you'd forgotten about me, she grumbled as the PFC flagged down an ambulance. Well, what do you expect, malingering when there's work to be done? She joked. Her quip earned her a brief chuckle from the wounded lance corporal, which is what she'd been shooting for. Anything to take her mind off it, though it didn't last long. They'd both danced this dance too many times before. I hear they scrounged up some knights to handle triage, Becca said after a moment, as Yendrik led a pair of medics with a stretcher over to their position. Heard that too, Runa agreed. They're the best. They'll take good care of you. She stepped aside as the medics quickly checked her wounds and vitals before loading her onto the stretcher. I expect to see you back in the squad in a couple days, she told her, grasping her hand and giving it a quick squeeze. Becca smiled briefly, lingering over the shared moment, before the medics took her away and carried her back to the meat wagon. She sighed as the ambulance took off before scanning the perimeter, spotting Sergeant Kai waving them both over to join him. The pair took off at a jog, arriving at his location less than a minute later. Satrep? He asked her. Becca will be just fine, Runa explained. Shrapnel and a broken femur, but the artery wasn't nicked. We'll get her back soonest. Good, he nodded. The squad was family, and losing someone was something no one wanted to face. Today, they'd been spared that. Tomorrow? Who could say? By this time, Tofik and Rivka had secured the machine gun and joined them, the big guy slinging the weapon over his shoulder while his more diminutive assistant was draped with a couple belts of ammo. Perfect timing, he told them. We've got to catch up and pull rear security. Hey, Sarge, where's our transport? Rivka demanded. Kai gave her a pitying look. Seriously? You should know better. The entire squad groaned at the news, even though all had expected it. The Valkyries didn't waste transportation on the likes of them. Double time, boys and girls, he ordered, as he started jogging for the HQ, with the others falling in behind him. He kept an even pace, not wanting to tire them out any more than necessary. Combat was the most exhausting physical exertion known to man, leaving one utterly drained in a matter of minutes. Besides, they were in no real rush, as other squads would come in from further out. As long as they weren't last, that was good enough for him. Drawing nearer, they could see other units, though a handful of vehicles had been diverted to haul the brass. The Loyalists and the rebels were forming up in opposing squares while the humans fanned out around them, giving them a wide berth as they covered the flanks. The Zanij focused on dressing their ranks, making sure their lines were straight, while the mercenaries had a somewhat more relaxed posture. They were keeping an eye out, all right, but with no active threats in sight, they mostly looked bored. They'd also arranged for bleachers off to one side, where they'd parked the highest-ranking members of the victorious forces and a handful of human officers. It was when she spotted the contingent of Chell representatives that Runa felt her blood boil. Although they were allied with the government in exile, they weren't the ones paying the bills. No surprise, given that they were broke. However, the Chell had graciously stepped in, representing the benevolent two of his Achae Empire, sarcasm mode most definitely on, offering to foot the bill. No one believed for a second they were doing this out of the kindest of their hearts. They'd install Vezir Gret as their puppet leader and rule the planet through him. Until he became an inconvenience, of course. Unlike most of her fellow Valkyries, she knew the Empire's true nature. She discovered it the hard way during her mission to Earth, when she'd been forced to draw down on a friend of hers who'd been turned into a sleeper agent by their mind games. They'd cured her, but the entire experience left a sour taste in her mouth. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she could see Kai tensing up as he stared in their direction. They'd both known they were getting paid with the Empire's coin, of course, but being reminded of it did little for their peace of mind. Looks like they're about ready to start, Tofik commented, as they watched a single representative from each side step forward. They were too far away to hear what was being said, but they could fill in the blanks for themselves. There was some back and forth for a few minutes, and then both delegates made an about-face and returned to their respective formations. Guess they're winding it up, Kai pointed out. That was fast, Runa said in surprise, as the rebels unlimbered their weapons and opened fire. Holy fuck, Rivka said in shock. The disarmed Loyalists, falling like cordwood, cut down in a hail of gunfire. Those bastards, Yendrik snarled as Runa's own weapon came up to her shoulder, her body tensing as she drew a bead on the rebels slaughtering their prisoners, only to have Sergeant Kai grab her by the arm, pulling her from the target. She looked up at him in dismay, but his grim visage said everything. "It's not our show," he reminded her. His tone as final as the grave. She wanted to plead with him, to beg him to let her do something, anything. But she realized there was nothing she could do to stop the carnage. Her fellow Valkyries on the perimeter were reacting with the same anger and disgust as she was. And with a howl of fury, she tore off her helmet and threw it to the ground, before stomping away. Behind her, the killing went on and on and on. Chapter 2. Questions asked and answered. With the surrender of Nizam Myt and his remaining troops, immediately prior to their summary execution by Vezirgret's forces, the Valkyries' contract had been successfully discharged. The Zanij were eager to see them go so they could begin cleaning house, though no more so than the mercenaries themselves. The massacre had left an unpleasant taste in everyone's mouth, but ending an operation isn't something that happens overnight. Evacuating personnel and equipment from the surface took time, but within the space of a week, they were safely embarked on their transport vessel, the VCS Fiddler's Green. Once they'd finished loading the old girl, and more importantly, gotten paid, Fiddler's Green broke orbit, looking to put as much distance as possible between them and their previous employers. The brass, familiar with the atmosphere a contract gone sideways could generate, sent a message down the chain of command, ordering company meetings for all officers and NCOs on the following day. It had taken longer than expected to get Lance Corporal Becca Sultan back from the Knights. Between higher-than-expected casualties and shortage of medical staff, she'd been triaged and forced to wait for treatment. It had put the squad in an especially foul mood, champing at the bit to have her return to them. They'd released her from the infirmity just prior to the meeting, leaving Sergeant Kai and Runa among the last to arrive. Captain Inaba noted their appearance, but said nothing as they found seats. "All right, settle down," she ordered. As the murmured conversations came to a halt, First Sergeant Berger hovered nearby, wearing a poker face. "I want to keep this as informal as possible, so sing out if there's something you want to say." "So, let's get down to it," she sighed, leaning against the desk behind her. "I know what happened put everyone on edge. I get that. I don't like it any more than you do, but it was out of our hands. We fulfilled our contract, and that's that. What the locals do afterwards is their business, not ours." One of the NCOs from 3rd Platoon raised their hand. "What I don't understand is why they just didn't wait," he said bitterly. "They could have marched them off to prison somewhere and then wasted them, without making us watch." He shook his head. "I won't lie, ma'am. It's got my troops in a bad headspace, which is why we're having this meeting," she nodded. "Believe me, we're all feeling it. Remind them we had absolutely nothing to do with it. There's no reason they should feel guilty." Another hand went up. "That's not the problem, Captain," another sergeant said. "I don't think anyone feels guilty over it. Like you said, our hands are clean. What I'm hearing, and I don't want to name names, is folks looking for a little payback." He grimaced at the admission, obviously uncomfortable. It was likely that had come straight from one of his own people. Top Berger stepped forward. "You need to lock that shit down now," she snapped. "If the brass hears about grunts looking to even the score, we'll have ourselves a real shit show on our hands. They'll tear through this command like a goddamn buzz saw, looking to root out sedition in the ranks." Her eyes narrowed. "That can not happen." The sergeant swallowed, bracing. "Aura, Top," he barked out before sitting back down. "The first sergeant is absolutely correct," Inaba agreed. "That kind of talk can destroy a command, and I won't have it in mine. You get me?" "We get you, ma'am," they shouted back. She stared at each of them, her countenance as fierce as any they'd seen on her, before relenting. "The question of revenge is moot," she continued. "We've already broken orbit, and the odds of us ever coming anywhere near Zan again are pretty damn remote, which is both a blessing and a curse. I may not have to worry too much about some random Zanij getting its head blown off by one of ours, but by the same token, if we don't do something about that attitude, all that negative energy will end up going somewhere. If the troops need to bounce each other off the bulkheads to blow off a little steam, I'm willing to turn a blind eye, but that's as far as I'll go. So, let me make this perfectly clear." The glare was suddenly back with a vengeance as she drew herself up to her full height. "Don't let it land on my desk," she warned them. "If I'm forced to take official notice, then my hands are tied. And I'm telling you, any incidents will have higher looking to make an example out of somebody. You don't want that individual to be one of yours. You really, really don't. The silence that followed that pronouncement was deafening. She let it drag out for almost a full minute before turning to her second. First Sergeant, they're all yours. Company, Tin Hut, she bellowed. With everyone jumping to attention as the captain exited the compartment, she waited until the hatch slid shut before relaxing her stance. All right, at ease, she said with a wave, taking Inaba's place. She shrugged, managing a weary smile as she looked them over. This was a bad one. We get that. I don't need to tell you a bunch of psychobabble or hold your fucking hand. What Gret and his people did was fucked up. 10 ways from Sunday. And being Valkyries, we all want to even the score. She sighed, shaking her head. But we can't. That's not how the game is played. Not for us. Someone from 2nd Platoon raised their hand. So what, we just eat it? She asked. Yeah, we eat it, she confirmed. You hate that. I get it. And you know something? I hate it too. But here's the thing. The men and women in this room are golf companies' leaders, and I'm here to tell you the hardest damn part of leadership. It's telling your people to do something that you know is messed up because it's necessary. Because if you don't, they'll be the one paying the price. None of you want to see one of your own burned on this, so don't let it happen. Aura, First Sergeant, they shouted. Good. Keep me in the loop. It's my job to look out for you, but I can't do that if I'm being kept in the dark. I need to be out in front of anything that happens here, so make damn sure I am. Questions? She looked out over the crowd, but no hands were raised. The memorial for those we lost is the day after tomorrow. If the troops do something stupid, it'll be after the ceremony. Keep your eyes peeled. There were nods all around. All right then. My door is open. Blah blah blah. Dismissed. The company rose to its feet and shuffled out as Kai and Runa made their way back to their billet. Credit for your thoughts, the sergeant finally said as they entered their compartment. You haven't said a word since the meeting. Neither have you, she pointed out. Kai just shrugged. The captain and Top said it better than I ever could. Can't think of anything to add. Runa sighed, sitting down on her bunk and leaning back against the bulkhead. I dunno. I guess it's all just getting to me. It's all so goddamn pointless, you know? The sergeant sat down across from her. Not sure I follow. I'm not sure I do either, she said wryly. It's just, everything made sense, once. This is the way the universe is, so just accept it. I was fine with that. Well, maybe not fine, exactly, but I understood there was stuff you couldn't do anything about. Things you just had to suck up, like that shit down on Zan. She pulled her feet up, hugging her knees. But now, something's changed. I look at that fucking bloodbath and think to myself, man, we could have stopped it. We should have. She shrugged helplessly. And I don't know what to do with that. He grimaced in understanding. You realize what's different, don't you? She nodded, closing her eyes. Earth, she whispered. Yeah, Earth. They sat there for a moment, staring at one another, before he bent down and started pulling off his boots. That mission, it transformed us. Altered us in ways we're still figuring out. Yeah, it did. She thought for a moment. The Terran Marines would have never stood for it, she said pointedly. The Terran Marines had Terra, he reminded her. We don't. She raised an eyebrow. Meaning? Meaning, they never had to scrape by the way we do, he explained. They ran short of something, they just whistle it up from Earth. No problem. They didn't need to hustle for work. They had a mission and an entire planet to keep them bankrolled. Unfortunately, we can't afford to turn away jobs, no matter how much they stink. He shrugged helplessly. We're not them, Runa. We haven't been for an awfully long time. She frowned at that. So much for Semper Fidelis. We try, he told her. We do the best we can with what we've got. Sometimes it's not enough. She nodded, as the fight seemed to drain right out of her. When a stray thought seemed to spark something more upbeat within her. What? He asked. Runa smiled wistfully. I was just wondering how Maggie and Diggs are doing, she told him. I'm sure they're fine, he smiled in return, before breaking out into a grin. That kid had one hell of a crush on you. Just shows he has good taste, she chuckled. Hated your guts, though. They both shared a laugh for a moment before the mood shifted once more. I think about that mission a lot, she continued, and I think about rendezvous. Runa cocked her head, regarding him. Do you? Kai froze and then bowed his head. Runa, we've talked about this. No, I've talked about it, she countered. I still don't know what's going on inside your head. He sighed. You know the rule. No relationships within the squad. That hasn't changed. Fine. She rose to her feet, coming to attention. Sergeant Kai, I hereby request a transfer to another squad. He groaned, pinching his nose. Runa, for God's sake, will you please sit down? Are you denying my request? She said tersely. Because technically, I don't need your approval. I can take this to Gunny Satu and get her to sign off on it. Okay. Technically, that's true, he agreed. But you know the first thing she'll do is haul my butt in and ask why you want to transfer. If I tell her the truth, maybe she signs off, maybe she doesn't. I don't know, he shrugged. But let's be honest with each other for a moment. Neither of us wants to go that route. Maybe I do, she snapped. Lord knows I've tried everything else to get your attention. Kai took a deep breath before rising to his feet. He reached out to take her hands in his, but she resisted, pulling them away. Patiently, he tried again until they were clasped between them, as he stared deeply into her eyes. It was never about attention, he whispered. You had that from day one. Then why? She pled with him. I don't understand. I care about you, and I know you care about me. So what the hell is stopping you? His head dropped. It took him a long time to respond. Because there isn't another person in this clan I trust more than you, he said at last. Wait, you don't want to be with me because you trust me? That doesn't make any damn sense. She threw up her hands in exasperation, pulling them from his grasp. No, it makes perfect sense, he countered. Look, can we sit down, please? I feel like I'm back at boot. She turned away for a moment, before grudgingly doing as he'd asked. Well, start talking. He grimaced. I'm not good with talking about the emotional stuff, he said, stumbling his way through it. But we've got a dangerous job. Every time we go out there, maybe we don't come back. So why wait then? She demanded. You're not wrong, but to me that says putting things off till tomorrow when there might not be a tomorrow is just plain stupid. Kai just shook his head. You're not getting it. I don't want to die. You think I do? She countered. No, of course not. Shit, I'm making a mess of this, he grumbled, before shaking his head and trying again. I had to choose, he said finally, and going out there knowing you've got my back. Runa, it's the only way I can go out there. Now he was the one pleading. The only reason I'm any good at what I do is because of you. I mean, I can find anybody to sleep with. Don't push your luck, she growled. Shit, he cursed again, before sighing in defeat. What I'm saying is, yes, I think about us. A lot. I think maybe we could be great together. He blushed as she lit up with an enormous smile. But when I weigh it against you watching my six when we're out on a mission, I'm not willing to give that up. At least not yet. Not yet, she said in surprise. Hey, I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid, he said with a rueful smile. But I need to prove myself, Runa. She stared at him for a moment, and then went to his side, placing a hand on his shoulder. You don't need to prove yourself to anyone, she said fiercely. Yeah, I do. He gave her a crooked smile and tapped his chest. To me. Men and their egos, she sighed, shaking her head. You're an idiot, you know that? Maybe, okay. Probably, he agreed, before taking her hand once more. You've always been there when I needed you, he said quietly, so I'm asking again. Will you stand by me and save my ass when it needs saving? The question was a serious one, but the twinkle in his eye at the end had her stifling a laugh. Well, we can't let that get shot off, she chuckled. Fine. I'll stay on as your team leader. Thank you, he said sincerely. But, she told him, pointing a finger in his face, we will have this conversation again at some point. I sure hope so, he grinned. Chapter 3. The Good Shepherd. The next morning started early, as the sound of the intercom's buzz awakened the pair. The sergeant groaned, reaching over and hitting the accept button. This is Kai, he grumbled. Morning sunshine, the first sergeant said on the other end. We had a shuttle dock overnight, loaded with supplies and a fresh batch of newbies straight out of boot. I'm slotting one of them over to you. Copy that, top, he said. Sitting up, I'll send someone right up. You do that. She agreed. Burger out. With that, the receiver went dead. Runa rubbed her face and sat up as well. Your team's short-handed, he informed her, so I'm giving him to you. Throw on some clothes and grab him. A fucking cherry. Yay, she sighed, pulling on a pair of pants. And after I retrieve our lost puppy, what then? I thought about that for a moment. Becca will be recuperating for a while yet, and after that goat screw on Zan, I don't want to push them. Introduce him to the squad and put them all on weapons maintenance. You can get a feel for him and see how he'll fit in. And we still need to have that chat with them about Zan. Now seems like a good time. Roger that, she agreed. You gonna be around? I've got a stack of paperwork the gunny wants me to catch up on, he said unhappily, so don't expect to see me till after chow. Lucky you, she chuckled, pulling on her boots and then slipping on a shirt. She paused for a moment before starting, look about yesterday. He held up his hand. Forget about it, he shrugged. You just said what needed to be said. We're good. She gnawed on her lip for a moment and then nodded. Glad to hear it. I'll go grab our newbie then. She ran her fingers through the strip of red hair running down her scalp, fluffing out her mohawk, as Kai spoke up. If you don't see me before, grab me at chow. I'll want your impressions on the new guy. You got it, she smiled, exiting the compartment and making her way through the corridors and passageways of the old transport. Fiddler's Green belonged to the two halves, the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Regiment of the Valkyries, home to over 800 men and women. It was cramped quarters even at the best of times, as much of the space was given over to storage bays for the Havocs, Centurions, plus all the other equipment and weapons they needed to fight with. Most of the companies were just turning out, the rotation for the docking bay just starting for daily PT. It was the only space big enough for calisthenics. Life aboard ship made it all too easy to grow sedentary, a dangerous habit to fall into when your life was on the line. Making way for one of Fox's platoons to jog by, she finally arrived at the HQ section, pausing just long enough to check her look before rapping lightly on the first sergeant's hatch. Enter, she heard from inside. Pressing the button, she stepped inside as it slid open. Berger looked up at her from over a stack of reports. Oaks, she grunted. Here for your newbie, I take it? Roger that, top, she confirmed. The first sergeant wasn't much for chit-chat before breakfast, right? She nodded, digging through the stack of folders on her desk until she found what she was looking for. Here we go, she said, pulling it from the pile and giving it a quick scan, before leaning over in her chair and bellowing out the open hatch. Arthur, front and center. The sound of pounding feet had Runa covering her mouth to hide her grin, as a skinny kid came skidding to a halt in front of the hatch before snapping to attention. Private Arthur reporting as ordered. First Sergeant, he screamed at them. Oy vey, she muttered, rolling her eyes, as Berger shot her a look. At ease, Private, she continued, as the newbie adopted a slightly more relaxed posture. This here is Corporal Oaks, she told him, handing over his file to Runa. You belong to her now. She'll get you squared away, so do what she says. You got that, Private? Yes, First Sergeant, he screamed again. Right, get out of my sight, she told them, dismissing the pair. Copy that, top, Runa replied, before locking eyes with the newbie. Grab your gear and follow me, she ordered, as he hurried to comply while she began retracing her steps. What do they call you? She asked him. The kid blinked. Corporal, he asked nervously. She shook her head. I'm pretty sure they don't call you Corporal, she sighed. I mean, what's your name, kid? Oh, Cipriano, Corporal. He blushed furiously. Sci-fi for short. CIP, she repeated before shrugging. You might keep that, unless you get tagged with something else, she answered. Let's get the basics out of the way. We're first squad, first platoon, golf company, she informed him, in case Top forgot to mention it. Our squad leader is Sergeant Kai, who you'll meet later. I'm the Bravo team leader, and they've assigned you to me. We've been short for a while. Arthur looked like he wanted to say something, but kept his mouth shut. She came to a halt and faced him. Kid, you're not in boot anymore, she informed him, and you don't need to ask permission when you want to take a dump. You got questions? Ask them. You won't learn otherwise. He bobbed his head. Yes, Corporal. My apologies, Corporal. He struggled to get out. I was just going to ask if it's okay. Just spit it out, she sighed. Oh, right. Sorry, Corporal. I was just curious. Why are you short-handed? He finally got out. She winced and pinched her nose. Why do you think genius? She grumbled. I know I just told you to ask questions, but a little common sense goes a long way. But if you want the complete answer, we're a combat unit, Arthur. We took casualties. That's why we're short people. She reached out and jabbed her finger into his chest. And unless you want to be one yourself, you'll pay attention to what we're telling you. You get me? Yes, Corporal, he shouted again. Snapping back to attention. Will you knock that off already? She groaned. Jesus, that's annoying. She shook her head again. Try it again, at normal volume. His eyes went wide as he awaited an official reprimand. When he realized none was forthcoming, he swallowed and tried again. Yes, Corporal, he said in more conversational tones. Are you asking me or telling me? She snapped before waving him off. Never mind. We'll work on it. They took a right and then a left before coming to a halt in front of a hatch, painted with a mural of the Grim Reaper, carrying a rifle and wearing the Valkyrie patch. And we're here, she informed him, thumbing it open and shouting, rise and shine. Shitbirds. You got company. God damn it. I was just getting comfortable, Becca complained. Her leg jutting out at an odd angle, still wrapped in its cast. Can the chatter? She told them. You got yourselves a new bunkie. This here's Arthur, and he's slotted for Bravo team. I want you all to show him the ropes. Groans all around greeted the announcement, and a thrown pillow tumbled past them and out of sight while she blithely ignored the culprit as they started crawling out of their racks. Right then, introductions. Starting with Alpha Team, that there is Doc Svoboda, she told him, pointing out a lanky male with straw blonde hair who had padded over to examine Becca's cast. He's our squad medic, so be nice to him. The medic gave a diffident wave, ignoring them. Next we've got Tawfik Bosch, our heavy weapons specialist, she continued, nodding at a massive, dark-skinned man, his upper body and face covered in burn scars, leaving him deeply disfigured. He nodded in acknowledgement, though he kept his face turned away. Arthur looked like he was about to say something, but a quick headshake from Runa shut him down. Rivka Zupin, there, is Tawfik's assistant gunner, she explained, indicating an attractive woman with dark flashing eyes. They come as a set, she grinned. Hey, not true, Rivka protested, holding out her fist to Tawfik, who promptly bumped knuckles with her. Don't listen to her, she continued, giving Arthur an aside. Now, if you want the real lowdown. Another thrown pillow slammed into her face, interrupting her. As I was saying, Runa continued, moving on to Bravo team. We've got Becca Sultan there in the cast. She took some shrapnel on our last mission, so she's on the injured reserve list for now. I think it was part of the turbofan, she said curiously, holding up a piece of twisted metal. Think I'll turn it into jewelry or something. And finally, last but not least, we have Dave Yendrick, she informed him, nodding at a pale-skinned man with a shaved head. He's our scrounger, so if you need something from outside official channels, he's the one to talk to. But I better not hear about anyone looking for contraband. You read me? She demanded, glaring around the room. Yes, Corporal, he responded, somewhat quieter this time, though his response still earned him a round of laughter from the others. Runa's scowl didn't waver. I asked you shitbirds a question, she snarled. Yes, Corporal, they said more or less in unison, though it sounded like a sigh, and she spotted more than a couple of eye rolls. Outstanding. She pulled out a chair and plopped down on it, using its back as an armrest. Yendrick, show him his bunk and where he can stow his gear. The man groaned but stood up. Over here, he told him, waving him forward. Meanwhile, in deference to Becca, Sarge has decided on a light day for us, she informed them as they cheered his decision. So we'll draw weapons and focus on getting those cleaned up. Now, let's see, she murmured, opening up the file she'd been carrying and perusing its contents. What weapon should we assign you? Runa flipped to the qualifications section, scrolling the lines of data with her finger, when a few moments later her head snapped up in surprise. It says here you set the camp record on the grenade launcher, she said suspiciously, as the others suddenly looked at him much more closely. Yes, Corporal, he mumbled, blushing once again. Uh-huh. You mind telling me how? He shrugged helplessly. I don't know, Corporal. I just know where to aim. He grimaced at the way he was stammering. I couldn't explain it to my DI either. I see, she mused. Tawfik? When you draw weapons today, make sure he gets an M404. If the armorer gives you any crap, buzz me. Yes, Corporal, he nodded. First opportunity we get on the range. I'm putting you through your paces with the launcher, she told him. But until then, I'm willing to take a chance. Thank you, Corporal, he said shyly. Don't thank me yet, newbie, she warned. Standing up, you've still got a long way to go. She closed his file and set it aside, before leaning up against the bulkhead. So, you may have noticed all of us NCOs and officers disappearing for a bit yesterday, she began. I know you're probably curious about that. The brass is worried we'll flip out over what happened at Zan. Doc Svoboda spoke up, before glancing around at the sudden stares. What? Of course they are, he said in his defense. He's right, Runa confirmed. They are worried. Arthur looked around in confusion. What's Zan? Our last mission, where Becca got wounded, she quickly explained, before the others could step in. Things took a turn at the end. It was obvious it still confused him. Thankfully, Rivka leaned in to clear things up. The faction we were supporting gunned down the other side. After they'd surrendered, he blanched at her explanation. You're kidding, he said in dismay. Believe me, we all wish she was, Yendrik told him, her words bitter on the tongue. And to make it even worse, they didn't warn us. Yeah, this is exactly the thing they're worried about, Runa interjected. What happened was fucked up. I think we're all agreed about that, but we've got to put it behind us. The odds of us ever going back are slim. We left orbit 2 days ago. And maybe most important, what happened wasn't our fault. She looked around the compartment, gauging their reaction. They were listening for the moment, but that could change in a heartbeat. They want us to forget about it, Rivka said sourly. Easier said than done. I know, she said gently, and if you need to talk about it, I'm here, day or night. If you need to sweat it out down in the loading dock, just let me know and I'll get you the time. But please, whatever you do, don't let this become a thing. We're few enough as it is. Mumbled assents of yeah, sure, and did little to persuade her. Finally, Becca spoke up once more. We're lucky they didn't turn those guns on us as well, I guess, she said at last. Could have been a lot worse. It could have been, Runa agreed. Try to focus on that. Oh, and make sure you're wearing something clean for the memorial service tomorrow. Don't embarrass us. Sometimes, I really wish they'd named the ship something else, Tawfik said quietly. Fiddler's Green? Arthur asked. What does that even mean? Everyone looked away as he said that, suddenly having a hard time meeting anyone's gaze. Runa instead pointed at some writing on the wall, done in beautiful calligraphy. Still confused, he stepped forward, peering at the words. Halfway down the trail to hell, in a shady meadow green, are the souls of all dead warriors camped near a good old-time canteen, and this eternal resting place is known as Fiddler's Green. Marching past, straight through to hell, the infantry are seen, accompanied by the engineers, artillery and marines, for none but the shades of Lou Mercenaire take rest at Fiddler's Green. So when a soldier of fortune falls beneath a saber keen, or in a roaring charge of fierce melee, you stop a bullet clean. So when the monsters come to claim your soul, just empty your canteen and put your pistol to your head and go to Fiddler's Green. The newbie slowly turned back around, his face as white as a sheet. Now you get it, Runa told him. Chapter 4. May you live in interesting times. The loading dock was standing room only for the memorial service. Officially, attendance was voluntary. Unofficially, anyone failing to appear had better have a damn good excuse, like being the guest of honor. In truth, extraordinarily little arm twisting was required, as Valkyries took care of their own. They were family, sharing bonds that only those who have been to hell and back again could ever know. As first squad shuffled into the mournful cry of Adagio for strings, each spared a glance at the tableau on the raised dais before them. 6 reversed weapons, barrel down, each with a pair of boots at the base and topped with a helmet. The battlefield cross had been ancient even before man took to the stars. Now, it served as yet another reminder of what they had lost. Runa and Kai eyeballed their teams from time to time, making sure they weren't about to do something stupid, though neither expected trouble. They were a good team, solid and dependable, but perhaps most important of all, each of them knew it could have just as easily been them. As the music ended, a small cadre of officers took the stage, led by the old man himself, Battalion Commander Colonel Holm. His back was ramrod straight as always, his salt and pepper hair just a touch grayer as he took his place behind the podium, center stage, while the others stood off to one side. He gazed out over the crowd, taking it all in, before bowing his head and saying, "Let us pray." There was a moment of silence as the crowd did likewise as he spoke. "The Lord is my shepherd," he intoned, "I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me."
Amen.
"Amen," the congregation responded. His craggy features seemed especially weathered as he turned to face the row of makeshift crosses, letting their mute testimony speak for themselves. The silence seemed to drag on forever, until finally he relented, sparing them further trauma. "We come here today to commemorate the lives of our brave fallen," he told them, "and pay homage to the sacrifice they have made. Each of us has lost something this day, as we mourn these men and women, and though time may eventually ease our sorrow, we will carry a piece of it with us forever." The colonel stepped out from behind the podium and barked, "Battalion!"
Attention.
700 pairs of boots slammed together in unison as he'd commanded. "Present arms." Their hands came up in salute, snapping into place as he addressed the congregation. "Be it known that on this day, we shall enter the following into the rolls of our honored dead. May their names never be forgotten." One officer sharing the stage held up a brass bell and metal striker, waiting. "1 LT Michi Babatunde." Ding. "SSG Muhammad Garcia." Ding. "LCPL Karabo Nizola." Ding. "PFC Jocelyn Albering." Ding. "PVT Tanji Pandev." Ding. "PVT Eric Yukimura." Ding. The colonel recited each name by memory, his voice strong and true. "Order arms." Their hands came back down, slamming against their thighs. As the sound faded, his voice softened, sharing with them one last sentiment. "They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them." "Amen," they said once more. Once again, the moment seemed to hang between them before the colonel addressed the group one last time. "We conclude this service. Take charge of your units," he ordered, as the sound of Amazing Grace, played hauntingly on bagpipes, echoed across the bay while they filed back out the way they'd come. There was little conversation on their way back to the squad bay. Arthur seemed ready to explode until finally he could no longer contain himself. "Are they all like that?" he blurted out. "Memorials?" Runa asked. "Yes, Corporal," he nodded, while the other just shrugged and found places to sit. "It just seemed so short," Rivka suggested. He shook his head. "No, that's not what I mean. It just felt like it was rehearsed." Everyone froze. Kai raised an eyebrow as Runa stared the newbie down. "This is a combat unit, Arthur. You understand that, right? You didn't get lost on the way to boot camp or something?" she inquired. The private flushed. "Yes, Corporal. No, Corporal. He looked up at her helplessly, at a loss for words, as Runa tried to remember what she'd been like as a newbie. It seemed like a lifetime ago. "Arthur," she said evenly, "when we go into combat, people die. It's a fact of life. We're a combat unit, which means we go into combat a lot. So if it felt rehearsed to you, that's because the colonel gets plenty of practice." She shook her head in disbelief. "How can you grow up among the clan and not get this?" The newbie suddenly looked even more uncomfortable, if such a thing was possible, as her radar started screaming at her. "Shit, you're an expat," Runa challenged him. "Aren't you?" "God damn it," Yendrik swore, before kicking the bed frame with his boot. A fucking wannabe. You at ease that shit right the hell now, the sergeant barked. They go through boot camp, they're Valkyries. End of discussion. The squad looked as if they were on the edge of mutiny. While transfers, expats, from other clans weren't unheard of, they were uncommon, and some felt that growing up minus the environment the Valkyrie clan provided made for a less capable and less committed warrior. It was a stigma rarely discussed openly, but all too present. Arthur looked like he wanted the deck to swallow him whole. She sighed and eased off a bit. "What clan are you from?" she asked him. "My family are Dermis," he mumbled. "They try to talk me out of this. I'll bet," Runa snorted. She folded her arms across her chest, leaning against the bulkhead. "Well, don't leave us hanging. Why the hell would you leave the sweet life to join the crotch?" The kid's demeanor changed instantly. "The sweet life?" Arthur growled dangerously. "It's obvious you know nothing about the Cheetam." "Cheetam?" Tawfik said in confusion. "You know, the Greys," Doc Svoboda reminded him. "Little hairless bipeds, big black eyes. Folks thought they'd been visiting Earth before the Oivu, 'cause of how they looked. That's them," the newbie confirmed. "We tower over them, and they find it intimidating. So much so they found ways to cut us down to their size." "Like?" Becca asked, suddenly curious. He looked physically ill. "They have this holiday every year during the solstice, and their year is short, so it comes back around fast. They exchange meals, clean out their homes with a special mop, carry around lanterns, all good harmless fun." His face darkened as his fists clenched. "But they also have a legend of this enormous monster that appears, and they hurl garbage and manure at them to drive them away." He scowled. "Guess who they have to play the monster?" "You could refuse," Sergeant Kai pointed out. "It's a symbol of high status to have a Terran play the monster," he told them. "So much so they'll actually get into bidding wars with each other. A human can make more in one night than they do the rest of the year if they're lucky." He glared defiantly at them. "Credits and jobs are tight. What would you do?" The squad started squirming in their seats, suddenly uncomfortable with this revelation, but the newbie wasn't finished just yet. "So, every year, my parents and my younger sisters and I would go out and play the dancing monkey, and come back home reeking of alien shit." He closed his eyes. "My sisters used to beg not to go when it came around. It took days to get the smell out. But we needed the credits." "Damn," Rivka said softly. Arthur worked his jaw, still angry. "So yeah, first chance I got, I left. Told my family I wouldn't let those gray bastards throw their crap at me ever again. I hopped a Corsair transport and worked my passage to the nearest recruiting center and joined up." His nostrils flared as he stared at them. "And I'm never going back." No one knew what to say after that. Finally, Yendrik dug into his pack and pulled out a bottle, tossing it to Arthur, who caught it clumsily. "Here, figure you can use it." "Thanks," he said in surprise, when a loud buzz interrupted them. Kai checked the communicator strapped to his wrist and made a face. "We got a briefing," he sighed. Standing up, "There wasn't anything scheduled today," Runa pointed out. "There is now," he shrugged. "All NCOs and officers. This one's virtual, though, so we can take it in our quarters." "Roger that," she agreed, pausing briefly to look back at the squad. "Doc, give them a wound care refresher class. Arthur needs the training anyway. That should keep you guys busy while we're in the meeting." "I'm on it," Svoboda answered, reaching for his med kit, as she and Kai exited the compartment. Once they were back in their own space, they logged onto the battalion virtual net. It took a few minutes for everyone to get the word and check in, but soon the screensaver disappeared, to be replaced by the image of Colonel Holm himself. He had changed uniforms since the memorial, opting instead for something more casual. His expression, however, was grave. "I've just received word from Commandant Zakia," he informed them, coming straight to the point. "I realize that after a mission like Zan we would normally be scheduled for some much-needed downtime, but I'm afraid that something has come up." "God damn it," Runa muttered, after ensuring she'd muted the mic. "An extremely lucrative contract opportunity has just opened up, and we're the closest available ship. Currently, this is a negotiation only. It's possible that we might not come to terms. If so, you'll get that downtime, I promise." He paused, weighing his options before continuing. That being said, my gut tells me we'll get the contract. If we do, we need to hit the ground running. This is a new client for us, so they get 5-star treatment every step of the way. And speaking of the client, he managed a twisted smile, though it didn't last. The contracting party is the Sonoishii. Kai and Runa stared at each other. The Sonoishii were extremely distrustful of those they hadn't worked with before, bordering on the xenophobic, but they also held title to massive riches. Most were still locked up on their homeworld surface, but coming to them like this, even with restrictions, lucrative, didn't even begin to describe the possibilities. I realize we don't know at this point what we'd be contracted for, but I want us prepared. I want HSC, Easy, Fox, Golf, and weapons companies working on scenarios first thing in the AM. Everything is on the table. I want us to be ready, people, no matter what they throw at us. Make it happen. Something caught his attention off-screen, giving it a nod, before he turned back to the camera. Take the rest of the day off. Stand your people down. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can offer. Tomorrow, we roll up our sleeves and get to work. We should arrive at their homeworld within a week. He gave the camera a curt nod. Home out, he said, as the screen went blank. Kai slumped back in his seat. The squad won't like this, he said unhappily. After that mess ons and we need some downtime. Looks like it'll have to wait, Runa told him. I don't see the colonel backing off on this, do you? No, I don't. He thought hard for a moment, considering what they knew. All right, first thing is we tell the squad they've got the rest of the day off. That should help soften the blow. In theory, she answered, not entirely convinced. And tomorrow? How do we plan for a mission we know absolutely nothing about? The only thing I can come up with is a shotgun approach, Kai said after a minute. Divert what resources we have into coming up with options for every imaginable scenario. Even if it's just a couple lines jotted down on a dinner napkin, at least it's something. You realize there's a good chance none of our guesses will even come close to what they're looking for, she reminded him. I know, he sighed. It's just all I can think of. Chapter 5. Running on Empty. So, what do we know about them? Captain Inaba looked around the room at the officers and enlisted gathered there. After a moment's hesitation, Lieutenant Danilov of 1st Platoon rose to his feet. Very little, ma'am, he shrugged. We know the Sonoishii are an aquatic species and that they shun other races. Their homeworld is supposed to be rich in natural resources, though supposedly little of it has been exploited to its potential. And we know they've contracted with other mercenary outfits in the past. The captain raised an eyebrow. Other units? As in multiple? Yes, ma'am. The lieutenant nodded. Unfortunately, we don't know why they were contracted, as it seems to be standard procedure for their contracts to include non-disclosure agreements, apparently with some fairly severe penalties attached. Curiouser and curiouser. Inaba mused. Have they been out conquering their neighbors? Not from what I hear, Gunnery Sergeant Satu, 1st Platoon Chief NCO, chimed in. Like the lieutenant said, they avoid contact with pretty much everyone. If that's the case, and they're not using mercenaries offensively, then it stands to reason they're being used defensively. But why? And why do they keep jumping from one contractor to another? Runa's eyes widened as she had a sudden burst of inspiration, before leaning over and whispering in Kai's ear. That earned her a double take from her squad leader, who after a moment nudged her with his elbow, directing her to the brass. An exchange that did not go unnoticed. You have something you want to share, Corporal? First Sergeant Berger asked, eyeballing her. She looked around the compartment, swallowing nervously before standing up. It just seems to me they're hiding something, that they have a secret they're trying to protect. And it must be a valuable one. If they can't trust the outfits they're hiring enough to rehire them. Interesting point, the captain said after a moment, as she sat down, before looking back at Danilov. Do we know who they've hired in the past? Some, he admitted. And there are few surprises there. They're all top players in the game. The Legion Elimination Associates, the IXI Brigade. From what I understand, they've even employed the Zaitai at some point. And yet none of them have maintained a working relationship with the Sonoishii, Inaba said pointedly. Why? A client like that, you do everything you can to keep them coming back. All those outfits come with baggage, Gunny Sada grunted. The Legion's expensive as hell, and the IXI are kind of picky about the jobs they take. The Zaitai are straight-up criminals and borderline terrorists, and as for EA, well, they'll play both ends against the middle in a heartbeat if the numbers are right. If they've been burned in the past by their contractors, why are they only coming to us now? She wondered aloud. We Valkyries have a solid reputation and a track record to be proud of. 'Cause we're Terrans, Runa spat out. What other reason do they need? Then we'll work to overcome their mistrust, Inaba replied evenly. In the meantime, the Colonel wants us planning. So given what we know, why do you think the Sonoishii have hired us on? What's their goal? Seeing how they're aquatic, and if the contract is defensive, like we figure, then they must be protecting something, the lieutenant said thoughtfully. Mining claims, or maybe their industry. Perhaps they have something a competitor wants. Wouldn't be the first time, she agreed. All right then, I think we have the beginnings of an operations plan here. I don't suppose we have any imagery of the planet itself? I'll dig into the database and see what I can find, the first sergeant vowed. Thank you, Top, she nodded. Start thinking about defensive strategies, everyone. I honestly don't expect much, given how little we have to work with, but I want to hear your ideas. We'll break for now and reconvene tomorrow morning. Dismissed. They started getting up, only to have the captain announce, Sergeant Kai, Corporal Oakes, hang back for a minute. That earned them looks from the others, especially from their platoon leaders. But they stood by as requested until the others had filed out of the compartment. Playing it safe, the pair stood at parade rest as they waited for their CO to speak up. At ease, you two, the captain said affably. You're probably wondering why I asked you to stay. Yes, ma'am, Kai agreed, while Runa nodded. Well, I'm not sure I can give you an answer, she admitted. So let's just call it a hunch. A hunch, ma'am? Kai asked curiously. About what? This contract, she said with a grimace. Something about it stinks. The pair shared a look. I'm not sure what you mean, ma'am, Runa replied. And what does it have to do with us? Answering the second part first, it's because you've already proven yourselves to be able observers, able to adapt to unexpected circumstances, and steady in the clutch. She leaned forward, eyeing them both. I'm counting on the two of you to be my eyes and ears in the company. If something's coming for us, I want to be ready when it hits. Kai looked confused. Ma'am, your mission to Earth, she said pointedly, holding up her hand. Don't worry, we've kept a lid on your involvement. Other than myself and the first sergeant here, only the colonel knows the full story. Except for the commandant, of course. Everyone else has been told your cover story, that your temporary reassignment was a special close protection mission. We haven't said any more than that, but we've dropped a few hints that might make the curious think you were guarding a special envoy on a classified mission for the clan. So far, it seems to be holding. That's fairly accurate, Kai said after a moment. The best cover stories contain a kernel of truth, the captain agreed. Regardless, your experiences on that mission have proven you both to be more than capable, especially if things fall apart on this contract. The captain and I are both too visible, the first sergeant continued, picking up the thread. If anything happens, it's likely to be out of our earshot. Are you ordering us to spy on our own people? Runa blurted out, incredulous. No one's asking you to spy on anyone, the first sergeant said in a rush. Just to keep your eyes and ears open and report anything you learn directly to one of us. I still don't understand what you're looking for, Kai told them. In a nutshell? Third-party involvement, Captain Inaba explained. If this contract is as lucrative as we hope, then taking the job is a smart move, but it could also be a trap. One of the other mercenary outfits could sabotage our efforts in order to win it back for themselves, for example. And then there's the Troika. A sudden chill seemed to fill the compartment at the mention of the three most powerful alien races. There's something going on with them, and you saw for yourselves on Zan just how quickly the Chell stepped in to bankroll our mission, and how easily they turned a blind eye to Vezer Gret slaughtering the prisoners. And there's more. The captain turned to the first sergeant. There's something going on with the Troika, Berger stated. Something that's put them on edge all across the Perseus arm. We don't know the details, but it seems to involve the Proteans. Princeps Jabril has gone missing, with no explanation, and security's been heightened throughout the sector. Samara, Runa whispered, before snapping her jaw shut. She suddenly had Inaba's full attention. "Do you know something, Corporal?" the captain demanded. "No, ma'am," she said hurriedly, shooting a look to Kai for support, who could only shrug helplessly in return. "I mean, nothing for certain. But you suspect something, don't you?" Berger probed. Runa nodded in defeat. "Yes, Top," she mumbled. "Then now is not the time to keep it to yourself," she said sharply. "Spill." Kai stepped forward. "There was a Protean on that mission to Earth. Samara," he explained, sparing Runa from having to fill them in herself. "It turned out she'd been working for the Troika against her will. The Eliaks, specifically. They'd implanted a kill switch in her brain to make her do their bidding. The knights we had on board were able to remove it, though there were some lingering side effects, last we saw her." "And you believe this, Samara, is responsible for the increased activity we're seeing among the Troika?" the captain asked. She shook her head. "Like I said, ma'am, I don't know anything for certain." But Samara made it clear that since she was now free of their influence, she had plans to settle some old scores. The captain raised an eyebrow. "That's interesting," she said carefully, "but you're talking about a single person. The possibility that one individual could have such a broad impact." "Ma'am, I went up against her once," Runa interrupted. "I had her dead to rights, and she still got the drop on me. Don't underestimate her. I'm fairly sure anyone who did has come to regret it. She's wicked smart, resourceful, utterly ruthless, has an entire bag of alien tricks surgically implanted, and believes that she has absolutely nothing to lose. She sounds formidable," Berger mused. "She is," Kai confirmed. "I wouldn't want to square off against her. Not without tactical support." Inaba and the first sergeant shared a look. "I'm reminded of an ancient Earth proverb. When elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers," the captain intoned. "If she's out there stirring up trouble, it might explain why the Troika is so agitated and so ready to lash out." She shrugged, putting that aside for the moment. "But that brings me back to my original reason for speaking to you too. As you've just shown, you have a keen eye, and something tells me we'll need that if this contract comes through. If you see anything, and I mean anything, that gives you an unsettling feeling, I want to know about it immediately." "Understood?" "Yes, ma'am," they said in unison. "Very good," she said in approval. "Keep me posted." Dismissed. They exited the compartment, each struggling to understand the conversation that had just taken place. By the time they arrived at their own quarters, the tension between them filled the air. "I'm sorry," Runa apologized. "It just slipped out." "It's all right," he answered. "There's nothing we told them they couldn't eventually piece together for themselves. And we don't know anything, not for certain." She nodded, taking that in. "Do you think she's really causing this?" "I have no idea, but if anyone could pull it off, it'd be her," Kai speculated. "What about you?" Runa considered that for a moment. "I don't know, but I hope she finds what she's looking for," she said at last. "Yeah, well, looks like we've got something else to worry about," he sighed. "As if we didn't have enough on our plate." "Shit comes in piles," she agreed. "So, find out if we got the contract, come up with a battle plan, get prepped for combat, all while keeping an eye out for the Troika trying to stick a shiv in our back. That sounds about right to you?" "More or less," he nodded. "Any thoughts we can pass on to the captain regarding defensive operations?" "My mind's a blank," she sighed, shaking her head. "You?" "I've got nothing," he said unhappily. He froze for a moment, then checked his chronometer. "Grab your PT gear. Maybe if we run the squad around the docking bay a few times, something'll come to us." "Not the worst idea I've heard," she agreed, shucking her trousers and slipping on her running shorts before heading next door to get the squad ready. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he, Kai sang as they jogged around the track. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he, the squad shouted in return, falling into the familiar cadence's rhythm. He called for his pipe, called for his bowl, and called for his privates 3, he belted out, while Runa ran beside him, glancing back at the others to ensure they were still all together. He called for his pipe, called for his bowl, and called for his privates 3, they screamed in return. "Beer, beer, beer," said the privates, he chanted. nodding in approval as they kept pace with him and stayed in step. "Beer, beer, beer," said the privates. They howled with delight. It was an old favorite, its origins lost in the mists of time. "What merry men are we!" Ironic, since half of the group was female. "What merry men are we!" they roared, trying to drown out the other squads they shared the track with. "There's nothing so fair that can compare with the mighty Valkyries," Kai sounded off at the top of his lungs. "There's nothing so fair that can compare with the mighty Valkyries," they bellowed back with pride. Looking back, Runa spotted Arthur, the newbie, starting to falter. She'd wondered about that, and now she knew. Well, it wasn't anything a little concerted effort couldn't fix. Dropping back, she maneuvered herself alongside him. "You keep pace with me," she told him, maintaining the tempo. He bobbed his head in gratitude, his breathing growing labored as they made another loop around the track and started the second verse. She could tell he was just mouthing the cadence, wanting to save his oxygen for the run itself, but that was a mistake. Singing improved lung capacity, and it looked like he was going to need it. "Keep singing," she shouted, though she directed it at the squad instead of him in particular. No need to single him out for ridicule, not for this. She watched with pride as he dug down, finding reserves he didn't realize he had as he got his second wind, even flashing her a grateful smile as they continued to run. "He's a decent kid," she thought to herself. "A little work, and he'd fit right in." Finishing the run a short time later, Kai kept them moving at a walking pace for a couple more laps to cool down and avoid cramping. Sidling over to Runa, he asked, "So, anything?" As a matter of fact, she nodded. "Something did occur to me out on the track." "Hit me." She managed a wide grin. "I was thinking about the way the Americans ambushed the British at Cowpens." Chapter 6. Guilty Until Proven Innocent. The Sonoitiai homeworld orbited AF7 star, larger and hotter than old Earth Sol. Its vast oceans gave the planet a deep blue-green hue, along with hints of magenta that suggested just how alien it truly was. A single large continent dominated the seascape, while a handful of smaller masses and volcanic archipelagos rounded out the surface. Storms raged in the southern hemisphere as the shuttle detached from Fiddler's Green, entering the atmosphere and following the flight path given to them by the Sonoitiai themselves, under the watchful eyes of its oversized twin moons. The shuttle set down on a wide sandy beach above the high tide mark as the security detail got to work, uncrating the rigid inflatable boats they'd carried with them from the ship itself. The coordinates for the meeting were several kilometers offshore of the largest landmass, in deep water, and since floating the shuttle itself was not an option, they required alternative methods. Thankfully, transporting the boats to the water and assembling them in situ was a straightforward task, one they trained for, and after launching them in the gentle surf, they were motoring out to the rendezvous. "You doing okay there, Arthur?" Doc Svoboda asked their newest squad member, who managed a thumbs up despite his greenish pallor. Waterborne ops were a rarity for the Valkyries, and not everyone had their sea legs, forcing their medic to break out a hypospray. So far, he was keeping his lunch down, but the battle was far from over. Kai and his team scanned the horizon for threats, while Runa and her people searched closer in. Somehow, she suspected Captain Inaba had pulled a few strings. They had assigned First Squad as Colonel Holmes' protective detail for the interview. It was an honor to be sure, a symbol of trust, but the inherent dangers of a first meeting between mercenary and client were impossible to ignore. She held her weapon at low port, one leg wrapped around a handy stanchion for support as she kept watch. Eventually, the ship's handler throttled back, double-checking their position before killing the engine completely. The tiny craft bobbed on the ocean's swells as the colonel and his staff waited for their hosts to arrive. "Anything?" Kai said in her ear, transmitted from his location on the other boat. "Not yet," she answered. They juggled their respective teams, swapping out bodies for the introduction, and she could tell it had them both off balance. The colonel sent the signal, but it could be a while before. The rest of the sentence died in her throat as the water surrounding them began to churn. Roiling bubbles rose from the depths and burst, filling their nostrils with a thick alien scent as she reached out to steady Arthur as he stared wide-eyed at the scene. The boiling grew more energetic as the cerulean water frothed, as three massive heads rose from the surface, gazing down at them. Runa's jaw dropped as she stared at them in wonder. The Sonoishii were water dragons. Their heads were enormous, easily large enough to swallow a human whole, pointed and streamlined for speed. Long purple tendrils trailed behind their skulls, each one barbed as they writhed and pulsed. Their serpentine bodies coiled and twisted as they rested on the surface, as their reptilian eyes took in the human arrivals. "I am Bidra's Nasa, overseer of the time," the center dragon intoned, the words emanating from a brass-colored torque clasped around its throat. "Who among you leads?" The battalion commander stepped forward. "I do, honored host," he said with a bow. "My name is Colonel Elias Holm, senior authority of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Regiment of the Valkyries. We are grateful for this chance to speak." The three serpents turned to one another, obviously communicating somehow, exchanging some vital piece of information before returning their attention to the humans. "Know this, Colonel Elias Holm, that you were not our first choice for this mission. Nor were you the second. You were merely available." Not exactly a ringing endorsement, Runa thought to herself, as she noticed Yendrik gripping his rifle hard enough to whiten his knuckles. A nudge of her elbow and a pointed look forced him to relax, as she turned her attention back to the scene playing out before them. "However we came to be considered, we are grateful for this opportunity," he said easily, sidestepping the insult. "How may the Valkyries assist the Sonoishii?" Another brief sidebar, as the trio conferred. Whatever their concerns regarding humanity were, Bidra's NASA soon overruled them. "You have inspected the documents we transmitted?" it asked. "We have," the colonel responded, "and we agree to your terms. All discussions are to be kept strictly confidential, even if no contract for employment is signed. All information we gather here, even imagery of the planet itself, is to be considered proprietary and protected under interstellar law." The Sonoishii seemed to confer for a moment, perhaps even examining the documents themselves somehow, before they finally relented and broke apart once more. "The time rapidly approaches, and we must look to our future," the dragon vocalized. "We have used others such as yourselves in the past, sellswords and freelances, and we have found all to be wanting. We imagine you will be no different." "With all due respect, honored Bidra's NASA," the colonel spoke up, "I would ask you not to judge us based solely on the actions of others in our profession. The Valkyries will give you their best effort, should you decide to engage us." "We shall see," the dragon said dubiously. "May I inquire as to the nature of the contract?" he continued, as Runa contemplated just how smooth a sales agent he was. Her interactions with the colonel were few, and she'd never seen this side of him before, though given their business she understood why he'd honed those skills. "The time approaches," it repeated, "getting down to business. Soon we will be drawn to the shallows, to begin the life cycle anew. Once that occurs, our spawn will be vulnerable, until they hatch and venture toward deeper waters. It has been thus since the beginning." Those within earshot looked at one another in surprise. "You want us to protect your children?" the colonel said carefully, only barely concealing his astonishment. "Yes," the Sonoishii representative agreed, though even she could sense his reluctance. "In ancient times, the elders of our race would guard access to the shallows, defending our young from seaborne predators. We continue to do so even now." Bidra's NASA drew itself up to its full height, towering over the boats. "But we cannot shield them from those that approach by land." "No, of course they can't," Runa realized, "not built like that." She imagined even getting to the shallows to mate took careful timing and preparation. "Are there terrestrial creatures native to your world that prey upon your young?" the colonel asked. Bidra's NASA sunk back into the water, drawing close to the boat carrying Colonel Holm, close enough that he could have reached out and touched the serpent, had he wished to, or close enough for the Sonoishii elder to avail himself of an impromptu snack. She had to give the old man credit. He didn't flinch. "No." The massive creature rumbled. "Not native. Then I don't understand," he told the creature, after taking a moment to consider its response. "Who would harm your young?" Suddenly, all three Sonoishii grew agitated, those barbed tendrils flailing about in what had to be a threat display. It was effective as hell, and she saw more than one of the group take a step back. "Beings like you," it snarled, "land creatures. We have dealt with your kind for centuries, and we have learned we can trust none of you." Holmes started to speak, but the alien would have none of it. When others first appeared in our skies, they bargained with us to harvest the riches of this world, ores and minerals we could not access. In return, they would act as our agents, helping us to secure goods and supplies that were needed. It seemed to be a fair arrangement for both parties. Barbarians' head loomed close once more. Can you guess what happened next? I would assume they did not honor the agreement, the colonel said evenly. You assume correctly, land creature. It scowled. Not only were we cheated of that which we were due, in their haste to enrich themselves they poisoned our world, leaving vast ranges of our oceans lifeless and barren. It regarded the colonel for a moment, and then slowly backed off. To his credit, he didn't breathe a sigh of relief. But it was those who came after that showed us just how monstrous your kind could be, it continued, when they harvested our eggs for their research. Despite speaking through a voter, Runa could feel the anger in Barbarians' voice. Not that she blamed it. It would seem that our eggs have within them an enzyme, one with unique properties. It allows organs from incompatible races to merge, to function as one. With it, one could remove your beating heart, implant in my chest, and have it continue to function. In an instant the colossal head returned, mere centimeters away. Can you imagine the value of that? To those like you? It hissed dangerously. And once again, Colonel Holmes stood his ground. Yes, I can, he answered. All too well, I regret to say. Jesus! The Proteans, her mind whispered. Had they been stealing Sonoishii eggs all this time, to create agents like Samara? No wonder they hate us. The two watched one another, Sonoishii and human, each waiting to see the other's reaction. Finally, their host relented slightly. Since that day, the time has become a season of danger, of sorrow, of tears. Again and again we have struggled to drive them off, to little avail. Year after year we have hired those like you, only to watch them succumb to greed, stealing for themselves what they swore to defend. Yet we have no choice if we are to survive. Its eyes narrowed as it gazed at the colonel. And so here we are again. With you? Runa had to hand it to the old dragon. Its tirade had left the colonel at a loss for words. But the man was nothing if not a survivor, and he bounced back quickly. There is no doubt you have ample cause to distrust us, he said at last, and I won't pretend there aren't Terrans guilty of these crimes. The Sonoishii cocked its head, waiting. But by the same token, I know you have not contracted with the Valkyries before. Our own records show that. We're not perfect, Lord knows, and we have our flaws. But I promise you this, honored Barbarians, that we will protect your offspring as if they were our very own. Glancing over at the other boat, Runa found Kai staring back at her, just as shocked as she was. The colonel was making one hell of a promise, with no guarantee he could deliver. Protecting them like they were human children? There wasn't a Valkyrie born that wouldn't fight to the death to protect a child, because that was buried deep within their DNA. They'd stack their own bodies up like cordwood if that's what it took. But for an alien, that was asking a lot. Maybe too much. Mercenary outfits survived by knowing when to run and cut one's losses, living to fight another day. They weren't heroes, and they weren't saviors. They fought for pay and killed who they were told. That's all. People depended on them to find contracts and fulfill them. Those too young, too old, too infirm to fight themselves. Only now it looked like Colonel Holm had decided to make his stand here, on this alien world, fighting for a cause not his own. What the hell was he thinking? Maybe he's thinking like you were after Zan, Runa realized. Maybe he's tired of always being the thug, too. It wasn't good guys that hired mercenaries. Either they saw no need, or they couldn't afford them. Their job was cracking skulls and filling coffins, and they were good at it. After all, they'd had plenty of practice. They put down honest rebellions against corrupt regimes, helped greedy consortiums suppress the weak to steal all they owned, and enabled little tin gods to conquer their neighbors. And she was sick of it. Maybe the colonel was, too. Maybe once, just once, he'd like to fight on the side of the angels. Words are easy, human, Barbarians said dismissively, interrupting her thoughts, for it is actions that speak true. We shall see. The Sonoishii glanced at his partners, perhaps looking for dissent, but seemed to find none. We will transmit to you the locations of the shallows, it continued, and all that we have learned from our previous engagements. When both moons are full, high in the sky, that will be the sign. From that moment, our eggs will require 60 days to hatch, though it may be slightly sooner or later, depending on various conditions. Those that would steal our young will wait until the egg cases begin to ripen, filling with the enzyme they so greatly desire. It fixed the kernel in its gaze. You will have 30 days to prepare. After that, you must protect them for 30 more, and those that will come will be relentless. Do you understand? Yes, we understand, Colonel Holmes said quietly. The Sonoishii seemed to wait for something, or maybe that was just her imagination. Then, with a flick of their massive tails, they slipped beneath the waves, disappearing without a trace. Everyone turned to the colonel. He stared off in the distance, lost for a moment in his reveries, and then turned to face the others. "Take us back to shore," he ordered, "and then set up base camp. We've got a lot of planning to do." The engines roared to life as they turned the boats around, while Runa tried to make sense of what had just happened. Were they crazy? Maybe we are, she mused. Maybe we need to be. But it was still just flat out insane that they were risking everything for a race they just met. Or maybe it wasn't, she realized with a start. After all, didn't their ancestors believe dragons were ancient creatures that taught man wisdom? Chapter 7. Boots on the ground. Well, this is going to be a challenge. Captain Inaba scanned the bay from her vantage point high atop the nearby bluff as another shuttle landed and began disgorging additional soldiers and supplies. And you can forget about digging in on the beach. Even if we placed fighting positions above the high tide mark, we'd still have the water table to contend with. Might as well give the troops bars of soap and a rubber ducky while we're at it. Gunny Satu grunted in agreement. "Pillboxes on the ridgeline then, Captain," she suggested. "Best we can do," she agreed. "Have the pioneers begin surveying immediately. Sooner we can secure this beachhead, the better." "Ma'am," the first sergeant nodded, making a note. "Also, we've gotten word from Fiddler." Inaba cocked her head. "Let's hear it." "They've finished their preliminary analysis of the system and filled in a few gaps," Berger explained. "Seems we're about 3 days from the equinox, which coincides with those full moons Bidra's NASA was talking about. It's setting them up for one hell of a king tide, and when you couple that with the unique geography of this bay, we could be looking at a swell of 30 meters or more." The captain gave out a low whistle. "Make sure that gets disseminated. And it explains how it became their spawning grounds." "Yes, ma'am, it surely does," the first sergeant nodded as they gazed out over the water. Runa scrambled over a nearby rock pile as they secured the perimeter. It was only temporary. Something more permanent would have to wait until the brass came up with a plan. A stiff breeze came in off the bay, cooling them down and saturating everything with fine silica grit. She glanced over to where the captain was issuing orders as she wrestled with something that had been gnawing at her since their meeting with the Sonoishii the day before. Something she hadn't been able to pin down. "All right, that's far enough," she ordered, as the team came to a halt. "Dig in here. Nothing fancy, just enough to get your belly in. I doubt we'll be here long. No sense scraping out full positions they'd have to abandon in a couple hours." "Hey, check it out," Kai exclaimed as he ambled over to join her. In his hand, he held out a battered power pack, probably from an energy weapon. Runa picked it up and examined it, brushing away the dirt to look for markings. "Can't tell who made it," she said after a moment. "Must have come from one of the previous outfits." "Most likely," he agreed. "We'll probably find all sorts of trash out here that got left behind." Her head snapped up like a radar going active. "Shit," she cursed. "That's it." "That's what?" Kai said in confusion. "I gotta talk to the captain," she shouted, turning and jogging for the cluster of officers and senior enlisted, leaving her bewildered squad leader in her wake. She arrived at their location less than a minute later. "Captain Inaba, we gotta run a sweep," Runa blurted out as she came skidding to a halt. The older woman raised an eyebrow. "Care to elaborate, Corporal?" Wordlessly, she handed over the power pack. "Sergeant Kai found this while we were setting up the perimeter. It's from one of the other merc outfits." Inaba gave it a quick once-over before passing it to the first sergeant. "I suspect you're right," she agreed. "But what was that about a sweep? We'll be sending out patrols once we're situated." "If I'm right, that won't be enough," she cautioned them. "It was something Bidra's NASA mentioned that stuck in my head, But it wasn't until I saw that pack that it came to me. It said that they've been hiring mercenaries for years, and they kept getting betrayed. Something about that bugged me, but I couldn't figure it out, not until just now. And, the captain prompted. Ma'am, think about it, she urged. If you knew how valuable those eggs were, and you figured you wouldn't be coming back, wouldn't you leave something behind? Something that might help you sneak back in, or booby trap whoever took over. Captain Inaba winced before pinching her nose. God damn it all to hell, she snapped. We should have thought of that. Her head snapped over to the first sergeant. Get the colonel on the horn, she ordered. He'll need to hear about this immediately. I suspect we'll be seeing a rash of instructions coming down from higher about this, but there's no reason we can't get a little proactive. I want full EM band sweeps started immediately, and we'll need to get Fiddler and the shuttle started on overhead recon flights. I want ground-penetrating radar, motion detectors, the works. Aye aye, ma'am. I'll start making calls. She shook her head. Gonna be tough, not knowing what to look for, or if there's even anything at all to find. If something got left behind, and I think we have to assume that something did, until and unless we're proven wrong, then you're right, it could be anything. Landing beacons, jammers, weapons caches, minefields, hidden bunkers. As of now, it's all on the table. She paused for a moment, reaching out and gripping Runa's shoulder. Damn fine work, Corporal, she nodded. You may have just saved us from getting bitten in the ass. Thank you, ma'am, she blushed. Inaba smiled and then jerked her head. All right, we're on top of it. You have my word.
Back to it then, Corporal.
Aye aye, ma'am, Runa acknowledged, recognizing she'd been dismissed, heading back to the line where First Squad was still digging in. You mind telling me what that was all about? Kai demanded upon her return. She quickly filled him in, bringing him up to speed. I apologize for running off like that. I knew I had to warn the captainess. No, you did the right thing, he said finally, though next time I'd appreciate a heads up, he shrugged, shaking it off. Moving on. Walk the perimeter with me. He headed for Alpha's first position on the far right, where they were tied in with 2nd Platoon, as Runa tagged along beside him. Doc Svoboda was there, digging out a rock. You gonna help me with this? He asked. Not just yet, Kai replied. Gotta check on a few things first. See, this is why I hate sharing a fighting position with the squad leader, the medic groused. I get stuck doing all the work. Hey, you want to swap positions with Tawfik? Just say the word, the sergeant offered. I'm sure he'd love to hand off the machine gun. Svoboda just shook his head. Pass. You're not sticking me with that damn anchor. That's what I thought. He chuckled as the pair moved on. What if he'd taken you up on the offer? She asked him. Kai shook his head. Never happen. He enjoys being the medic too much. Unfortunately, I think he likes to bitch even more. Troops gotta blow off steam, she pointed out. Yeah, he grumbled as they arrived at the gun position. Tawfik was muscling the weapon into position, while Rivka sketched out a range card, marking key points in the landscape where an enemy might gather or take cover. Talk to me, he told them. Had a hell of a time getting the gun leveled, Tawfik explained. It just flat out refused to cooperate. But I think we're good now. He patted the side of the weapon for emphasis. Glad to hear it, Kai nodded. Rivka, what are we seeing? Got some dead spaces, she explained, pointing them out on the map she'd drawn, including a small ravine. Solid cover if someone were to get in there. Runa peered at the drawing, committing it to memory. I'll have the new kid coordinate with you, she told them. Time to find out if he's as good as they say on that grenade launcher. As deadly as they were on the battlefield, a machine gun could only hit what it could see. It couldn't fire around corners or on the other side of a hill. For that you needed an indirect fire weapon like a grenade launcher, something to lob rounds over obstacles or into craters, though aiming a weapon of that type was a great deal trickier. Let's hope so, Rivka drawled, 'cause otherwise we'd have to go out there and dig him out. Can't say I'm a fan of that. Me either, Kai agreed. One way or another, we'll back you up. With that they moved over to Bravo's sector, starting with the position Runa shared with Private Arthur. With the help of medical nanites, Becca had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she still wasn't 100%. She'd put her to work supervising the newbie as he dug out their position. How's it going? She asked her. Becca shrugged. wavering her hand in the ancient come see I come gesture. Fair to Midland, I guess. It's coming along. Practiced, I swept over the position as Arthur stood up and wiped his brow. You have any questions about digging in? She asked him. No, Corporal, he answered. The Lance Corporal has been showing me what I need to do. Glad to hear it, she nodded. When you're finished here, I need you to check in with the gun position. They've got some spots they'll need you to cover. She towed the grenade launcher, leaning up against a rock with her boot. You feeling confident with this? She asked. Yes, Corporal, he nodded. Well, now that we're dirt side, I'll see that you get some range time. I still want to verify for myself. Becca, keep him at it. You got it, the Lance Corporal replied, giving her the thumbs up as they moved on to the last position. Yendrick looked up from his entrenching tool. Am I getting Becca back soon? He complained. You think it would help? She snorted as Kai chuckled along with her. No, he grimaced, but I can hope. I get she's still recovering, but you know she's milking it, boss. Tell you what, I'll have Doc give her a look, she told him. What he says goes either way. Fair enough, he agreed. So, since we're focusing on defensive ops, you know what that means, she prompted. A wry look came across his face. A few midnight requisitions, he grinned. She held up her hands. I don't want to know, but if, say, some off-the-books materials just happened to fall into our lap, I wouldn't be displeased, she said casually. Kai was pointedly looking elsewhere, something that did not go unnoticed. Say no more, he said with a wink. Think you could suggest a few things? A little bird tells me you might get a shopping list soon, Runa mentioned offhand. I'd keep an eye out. You got it, he said happily. There was a reason he was their chief scrounger. He looked back down at the hole he was digging and said thoughtfully, maybe some explosives? Hold off on that, she cautioned him. But if things play out the way I think they could, you just might get your wish. It was late in the evening, local time, when the officers and NCOs gathered once more in the battalion command post, a prefab structure now filled to capacity as Colonel Holm took up a pointer and tapped the map. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get one thing perfectly clear. We will not win this fight by conventional means. They were too well trained to spontaneously erupt into a babble, but there were reactions aplenty. They cast furtive glances about the space as they checked in with the others to catch their reaction. The colonel remained unperturbed. Come on, I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. We're anchored in place by the mission parameters, he said, tapping the spawning site on the map, and given that almost every other mercenary outfit in the business has been here at some point, that means they'll know exactly where we are. More concerned glances appeared as he pressed on. And to make things worse, if they come here in an even modicum show of force, it will force Fiddler to withdraw. Which means we lose the high ground. They can sit in orbit forever and rain down fire on us, and there'll be damn all we can do about it. That's reality. That's our situation. It doesn't matter how deep we're dug in, how well we train, how committed we are to the fight. If they decide to simply overwhelm us from orbit, they will. The silence that followed was deafening. Finally, after waiting for someone else to step up, Captain Inaba rose to her feet. Sir, are you suggesting our position is hopeless? She said carefully. A nervous titter rippled through the audience as they collectively held their breath. The colonel smiled. Quite the contrary. I believe the odds are with us. The captain wasn't quite able to keep the dubious expression from her face. Then I am certain I speak for everyone here in saying, we would love to hear your reasoning, sir. Despite their reactions, he was unflappable as ever. I said we couldn't win by conventional means, and I meant it. Which is why we need to explore unconventional tactics. We're playing for time. People, never forget that. Every hour we can beg, borrow, or steal puts us that much closer to when the eggs hatch, and our contract is complete. All we have to do is stall. A fierce grin appeared on his face. If we can do that long enough, we win. The CO from Fox Company rose to his feet. Sir, even so, we're looking at some pretty long odds here. Can I safely assume we have a withdrawal plan in the works? The Terran Marines they were descended from might have willingly fought to the death, say, in defense of Earth, but the Valkyries were mercenaries, not patriots. Survival trumped everything else, and if the situation grew too fierce, it was understood by all that retiring from the field was the only sane course of action. Colonel Holm paused for a moment, picking his spot. I have been in contact with Commandant Zakia and spoken with her at length regarding our situation, and she has been fully briefed about our contract with the Sonoishii. After careful consideration, she transmitted her orders. I have them here. He removed a folded sheet from his tunic and unfolded it, glancing at the words briefly before he gazed about the room. Our orders are to hold. Chapter 8. For what was lost, now is found. The silence following his pronouncement was deafening. It was also short-lived. Fox's company commander wore an expression that could best be described as incredulous. We're to hold, he sputtered, staggered by the commandant's orders. For how long? He swept his hand across the chamber, recognizing all those present. Am I to tell my people we forbid them to retreat, even against overwhelming odds? And if they break, what then? Are we to have them shot? He stood his ground, unwilling to yield the floor. All eyes turned to the colonel. Considering the vehemence of the captain's words, his response was surprisingly mild. Of course not, Captain, he said easily. These are my people as well, and I have no intention of squandering their lives for a lost cause. He clasped his hands behind his back, as if he were lecturing a class of students. But the commandant's orders are quite clear. What she is suggesting may be anathema to a mercenary band, but there is far more at stake here than this one contract. The battle we are facing is not merely one for credits, but for our very existence. Captain Inaba rose to her feet and placed a hand on her counterpart's shoulder. A look passed between them, and after a moment he reluctantly sat back down, though his face was a study of warring emotions. She turned to the colonel. Sir, if you could expand on that last statement, perhaps it may clear up some of our confusion, she suggested, before resuming her own seat. Runa and Kai stood near the back, sharing a look of their own. Something was going on here, and it was obvious Inaba was working off the same script as the colonel, feeding him lines, but as for the rest, ordering them to hold their ground no matter what was a bombshell. Thank you, Captain, he acknowledged, inclining his head. And before anyone entertains words like insurrection and mutiny, understand that no matter how mad these orders appear at first glance, there's a reason behind them. Simply put, humanity, what's left of us, stands at a crossroads. Unless something changes drastically in the next half-century, unless we can somehow alter the equation we have clung to since the diaspora, our race faces complete and utter extinction. The room erupted as everyone spoke out at once, each one demanding the colonel explain himself. He waited for the worst of it to transpire before raising his hand, demanding silence. It was a battle not easily conquered, but eventually curiosity won out. The grudging silence that followed had a raw, hungry feel to it, like a wolf pack eyeing its prey, but if the colonel felt even a trace of fear, none of it showed. For 200 years we have struggled to survive, forced to make one compromise after another, he informed them, as if it were a fact they were not already intimately familiar with. The engineers evolved into the Tinkers, the Terran Navy became the Corsairs, and the Terran Marines furled their banners and transformed into the Valkyries. It was necessary, even as we embraced the once unthinkable, so we might persevere. He paused, gazing across his audience, meeting the scrutiny of every man and woman in attendance, as his expression became grim. For a time, it worked. Not perfectly, and we still suffered incredible loss, much of which we inflicted upon ourselves during the bloody clan wars. But even then, those in positions of authority realized a simple truth that we have long tried to ignore, that this way of life is not sustainable. That we have lasted as long as we have is nothing short of miraculous, but I am afraid that the bill has finally come due. Runa looked on curiously as their own platoon leader, Lieutenant Danilov, stood up. Sir, if that's true, then why are we just hearing about this now? Colonel Holm shook his head. That's not entirely true, Lieutenant, though perhaps there has been a dearth of information from official sources, and for that, those of us in command must plead guilty. His shoulders hunched in a brief shrug. We had no solution, so we tried to bury the problem. But you can't claim you've had no inkling that our situation is slowly growing worse. We've all seen ships and equipment cannibalized for spare parts, because we could no longer repair them. While we gained a brief stockpile, we also weren't christening new vessels to offset the loss. Suddenly he seemed years older, seeming to sag. In the end, entropy always wins. The Foxio was back on his feet. Are you suggesting that we embrace nihilism, sir? He demanded. Just throw up our hands in defeat? The colonel's eyes narrowed as focused on the captain like a gun sight. I suggest nothing of the sort, Captain. His voice suddenly dark and dangerous. That we can no longer continue as we have is indisputable, but at no point did I advocate surrender. Then I'm afraid I'm at a loss here, sir, he shot back, because those are the only two options that I see. The universe is not black and white, no matter how much we may wish it is, the colonel riposted. We of all people should recognize that, for the life of a mercenary is nothing but shades of gray. A languid smile crossed his lips. I said the equation we have modeled our society on is no longer sustainable. Therefore, we must change the equation. Change the equation? How? He insisted. Pointing at his chest, he asked, why have we struggled to survive ever since the diaspora? He asked the captain. What is the single key element that has kept us down? Because we're the galaxy's red-headed stepchild, he snorted. No one wants anything to do with us, and there's never any room at the inn. Colonel Holmes smiled, as if a star pupil had answered a tough question correctly. Indeed, without allies or a world to call our own, it has forced us to drift between the stars. We need both if we are going to survive, and this planet is where we start. So we what? Take out the Sonoitiae and conquer the planet for ourselves? I don't think the odds are in our favor. They're not, the colonel agreed. So it's fortunate that wasn't what I was suggesting either. Once again, he looked around the space. What I am about to tell you is not common knowledge. In fact, the Troika has been doing everything possible to suppress it. Luckily, we have independent sources to draw from. Runa couldn't help but notice he failed to inform them just who those independent sources were. For the last few months, someone has waged a successful guerrilla warfare campaign against the Troika, launching devastating attacks in multiple systems. One entire sector is now under quarantine. Nothing in, nothing out, so we have no information as to the cause. This offensive has also embroiled the Proteans with its tactics, and as inconceivable as all that may sound, what followed was even more astonishing. Captain Inaba had been grappling with a way to wrest control of the floor back from the Fox commander, without resorting to cutting his throat, though it was obvious it tempted her. But as Colonel Holm knocked him back on his heels, albeit temporarily, it was the opening she'd been waiting for. And what was that, sir? She asked, earning a glare from the other captain while she fought to get the situation back on track. Now his smile was positively shark-like. The most surprising thing of all, he repeated. They got away with it. Their reaction was instantaneous. Runa had never seen 100 individuals simultaneously poleaxed until now. Now that she'd stolen back control of the floor, she wasn't giving it up without a fight. Do we know who's responsible for the campaign? She asked, because I'd like to buy them a beer. Kai and Runa turned to one another, their eyes wide, each silently mouthing the name Samara. The room erupted in laughter, helping to break the tension. Colonel Holm grinned, doing all he could to encourage it, short of putting on a clown nose and hurling cream pies, letting it die out on its own. We do, but we're keeping that information confidential for now, he explained. The very last thing we want to do is burn such a valuable ally. They have humbled the mighty Troika for the first time in centuries, if not millennia, and the other races now recognize they're not the unstoppable monolith they appear to be. They realize they have chinks in their armor. Yet years of inertia prevent them from acting. Once again, his eyes swept the room, making contact with as many as possible. All they need is a catalyst. Inaba slowly nodded. And the Commandant believes that this world could be that catalyst, sir? She asked him. Perhaps a more accurate statement would be that she hopes it will, the colonel admitted. If you're looking for a guarantee, I'm afraid there is none, but I can say this. All the pieces are here. He raised his hand and began ticking them off, one by one. 1. The Proteans have been hurt by these attacks, and for those of you that heard our client Bydrosnas's statement regarding the value of their eggs, if they are going to rebuild what they have lost, then they must come here. 2. They did not create those grafts and implants on their own, and it stands to reason their alien benefactors are none other than the Troika itself. Otherwise, Why did our anonymous ally spend their energy attacking both simultaneously? 3. We have at least a month to prepare a proper welcome for our guests. He grinned, earning chuckles from the others. In a month, we can turn this world into a trap for anyone they send after us, and as we suck them into their doom, eventually they'll be forced to take a more active role if they're to get those eggs. 4. The very nature of their target is also their greatest weakness. Those eggs are fragile, and any attempt to bomb us into submission will destroy the very thing they desire most. Which means they must come down here to dig us out. With 30 days to prepare, I'll put us up against any other outfit in the galaxy if they're fighting on our turf. 5. The only species more disliked than our own are the two with his Ake, the Eliax and the Agatadub, and with good reason, he pointed out. They've run roughshod over this region of space since time immemorial, and for their troubles they've garnered almost no goodwill in return. The only thing that keeps the other races from striking back is fear, for as I've said before, they believe them to be an implacable foe. They are absolutely convinced that to go up against the Troika is to risk certain death. An almost mischievous grin appeared on his face. And we are going to prove them wrong. That all sounds good, sir, Inaba said after they'd had time to digest. But if you'll beg my pardon, it also sounds risky. Because it is, Captain, Holmes said somberly. The Valkyries are running out of time. Humanity is running out of time. At this moment, circumstances favor us better than they have in the last 2 centuries. But if we do not strike now, the next chance we have may come much too late. He shrugged once more. We're betting everything on a single throw of the dice. We gain allies, sucker the Troika in, hit them with everything we've got, and pray it's enough to build something on. And if it isn't? Fox's captain asked. What's our fallback plan? Or do we even have one? Not this time, he answered evenly. If we lose here, then that's likely the end of us. Asking mercenaries to die for a noble cause is a fool's errand, Colonel, the captain sneered. We fight for pay, period. You're right, he agreed. Asking mercenaries to do this would be the height of folly. For the reason you mentioned, he paused for a moment, letting them dangle, before dropping the other shoe. But then I wasn't planning on asking mercenaries to fight this battle, he said casually, as the battalion's sergeant major stepped forward, bearing a sheathed pole. Runa's breath froze in her chest. No, it couldn't be. Colonel Holm came to attention. Sergeant Major. Unfurl the colors. Silence filled the room as he tugged off the cloth shroud, revealing the red and gold banner within. He raised it high, for all to see, before placing it in its recessed base. Taking a single step back, he snapped up his arm in salute. The battalion could only stare in reverent awe at the flag of the Terran Marines. For 200 years, the universe forced us to forget who we are, he proclaimed to all those in attendance. Circumstance and desperation stole from us our pride and our honor. It has forced us to make one compromise after another, all in the name of survival, but I say this now. Survival without honor stains and denigrates who we are supposed to be. He shook his head, as implacable as the dawn. I say, never again. With that he did an about-face that would have impressed even the most demanding DI, snapping his arm up in salute alongside the sergeant major's. Her vision blurred as she gazed at the sight. That ancient flag was only rarely brought out on display. Special occasions like the Marine Corps birthday, a tradition they still followed. She had seen it only a handful of times, a revered relic from a time long past. To see it here, now, like this, her throat seemed to close up as emotion threatened to overwhelm her, and she was far from alone. She wasn't sure who was the first. Perhaps it had even been her herself, but she would never forget that electric moment when someone among the crowd could keep it in no longer. From the domes of Tycho City, and that was all it took. The dam burst as they all joined in, their voices joining the thunderous chorus, their own arms snapping in salute. To the sands of Olympus Mons, we fight our system's battles, in stalwart ranks of bronze, first to fight for rights and freedom, our honor upheld pristine, ever marching 'neath our banner. Of the proud Terran Marines. Chapter 9. What You Leave Behind. Wait, we're not Valkyries anymore? The squad was picking its way through a pass in the ridgeline on patrol, part of the effort to secure their perimeter. Runa's concerns had found fertile ground as the battalion went on the offensive, searching for anything that might have been deliberately left behind by one of the other mercenary groups. Shuttle overflights had been crisscrossing the skies all morning as part of the effort, but it would satisfy no one until every square meter of the ground had been thoroughly investigated. Becca, their best scout, was on point while they discussed this latest turn of events. Runa shook her head. "It's complicated, Tawfik," she sighed. "Plus, we're still trying to figure this out ourselves. The Marines played by a different set of rules than what we're used to. It's a goal, being Marines again," Kai chimed in, "and no one, not even the colonel, expects it to happen overnight." The squad members were still coming to terms with the news. They all were, in fact, though at least she and the sergeant had a head start. Even though they were out on patrol, they were still hashing out the ramifications. "If we're not mercs anymore, how do we get paid?" Rivka chimed in. "I'm sure they're looking into that," Kai answered. "Besides, I seriously doubt we'd be walking away from the business entirely, though maybe we'll be a little choosier about the jobs we take." "You mean like Zan?" Doc Svoboda said thoughtfully. "Not gonna lie, never dealing with that crap again would be okay in my book." "Min," Becca chimed in from the front, only to abruptly clench her fist and come to a halt. Kai's fist went up a split second later, the hand signal rippling down the line, waiting in place as Becca checked her instruments. "Talk to me," the sergeant ordered. "Just got a massive energy spike," she informed him. "Trying to track the source now." Arthur looked around, confused, before shifting position to take a knee. "Don't move," Runa hissed. "Stay perfectly still. For all you know, you're about to kneel on a landmine." "Freakin' newbie," Yendrik muttered. "At ease that shit," she snapped as they waited for Becca to make the call. They didn't have to wait long. "Sarge," their lead scout said at last, "I think we're in trouble." "What kind of trouble?" In an abnormally calm voice, she said, "I'm pretty sure we just activated a booby trap." "Damn it, I hate being right," Runa muttered, shaking her head. "Crap," he sighed, glancing around. "Dead center of the pass. I'm guessing they were planning on cutting off our line of advance." He considered their situation for a moment. "I take it then, that going back the way we came isn't an option?" Becca shook her head. "Pretty sure if we move, we set it off." "Can you tell what kind of trap it is?" Runa asked. "That much energy?" She thought for a moment. "Beam weapon maybe, tied into a motion sensor. We move, it fires." "All right then," he nodded carefully. "How do we disarm it?" "Gotta find it first," she told him, "and you can bet it's camouflaged. And we need to take it out quick before it triggers its defensive measures." "We could call it in," Runa suggested. "Get a shuttle to stand off with their nose cannon and blast it to pieces." "Too risky," Kai answered. "I'm willing to bet that Trigger is sensitive to electronic transmissions for just that reason." "No bet," Becca chimed in. "Okay, so we can't call for help. How do we dig ourselves out of this?" Runa asked. "Like I said, first we gotta find the weapon," Becca answered. "We do that, we have some options." "Right," Kai agreed. "So, the question is, how do we trigger the weapon without getting ourselves killed?" "Can we hurry this along?" Yendrik said through gritted teeth. "I'm getting a cramp, and I'm pretty sure newbie there is about to piss himself." "Shut up," Arthur snarled. "All of you shut up," Runa barked. "Seriously, are you trying to set it off?" That earned her a few abashed looks and a moment's respite. "Becca, how fast would its reaction time be?" she asked carefully. "Depends on the software," she told her. "Hardware is pretty standard. They'd want to make sure it wasn't triggered accidentally, but still be sensitive enough to pick off the likes of us. It'll zero in on us if we try to shift our position." "So, without knowing for certain," she began. Becca nodded. "It's a gamble no matter what we do." "I know that look," Kai told her. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking we've only got one item with us that has a prayer of triggering it, without getting all of us killed in the process," Runa summed up before glancing over at her grenadier. "Arthur." "Corporal," he said nervously, his eyes darting around in sudden panic. "I want you to slowly point your weapon in a safe direction, angled at about 45 degrees, and fire around." He stared at her as if she'd just gone mad. That weapon has a muzzle velocity of almost 200 meters per second, she explained, and at that speed, by the time the round registers on those motion sensors, it should be far away from us. And if it isn't, he squeaked. Part of her wanted to calm his fears, but this was neither the time nor place. Maybe later if they survive this. Private, fire the damn weapon. That's an order. She glanced back at Kai, who gave her a nod. Nice to know he trusted her with their lives. Plus, there was a decent chance he didn't have any better ideas at the moment. Eyes out, people, the sergeant ordered. Spot that weapon. The private swallowed, and then carefully chambered around with a hollow-sounding thunk. Moving like he was drowning in oil, he lifted the weapon to his shoulder, aiming away from the squad, before closing his eyes and squeezing the trigger. Flump. The round spit out the barrel and arced into the sky, only to be obliterated a scant 50 meters from their position by a flash of white light. Arthur worked up the courage to open his eyes a few seconds later, before breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Got it, Doc Svoboda sang out. About 200 meters that way, just under that overhang, he informed them, nodding towards the surface feature. One by one, they located the camouflage device for themselves, as all eyes went back to Becca. Okay, we found it, Kai acknowledged. Now what? The scout grimaced. You're not going to like this part. Just tell me, he groaned. Well, I'm guessing its only real weakness is it takes time to recharge. That's when it's most vulnerable, she clarified. If we had a rocket launcher, it'd be easy, but since we don't. Her eyes traveled to Tawfik and the machine gun slung around his neck. Somehow, I was afraid you were gonna tell me that, he said in resignation. He checked to see that it was fully loaded, and then braced the weapon against his hip. Just tell me when, he told them, giving his assistant Rivka a jerk of his head to get back. Wait, Runa interrupted. You can rig that for remote operation, right? I can, he admitted. But the accuracy goes way down. Can't risk it, he said with a shrug. We're not risking you, she snapped, earning a look from the sergeant. Accuracy isn't an issue with the tripod, Rivka said quietly, managing a half-turn to show them the gun mount slung on her back. It's too dangerous, Tawfik objected. There's no need to risk anyone else besides me. The massive gunner and his diminutive assistant shared a look as she stuck out her chin in defiance. I'm not letting you kill yourself. Not when there's still a chance, she vowed. Becca? How do I get to him without triggering the booby trap? The scout squinted, gauging the distance. There's about 10 meters between the two of you, she said after a moment, and he's between you and the weapon. If the motion detector is located nearby, then his bulk should help conceal your movements. The tone of her voice said pretty clearly this was all guesswork, but it was all they had. You still have to move slowly, though, like caterpillar slow. Runa and Kai glanced at one another. It was one hell of a gamble. Rivka, do you think you can do it? The sergeant asked her. I can, she nodded, swallowing her fear. I'll be careful. We'd all appreciate that, he smiled. Take your time. The assistant gunner took a deep breath and then didn't do much of anything. Even watching closely, it was hard to tell if she was moving or not. Only the tensed muscles and look of concentration on her face said otherwise. Millimeter by millimeter, she gingerly shifted her position as the squad collectively held their breath. It took her almost half an hour to move a scant 10 meters, and when she finally arrived beside him, she was panting from the effort, her clothing now heavy with sweat. Rivka turned her back to Tawfik as he gently removed the tripod from her pack, his movements economical as he pulled it free. His assistant pivoted back to face him, taking the base, holding it steady as he slowly extended the legs one at a time. Now comes the tricky part, she said in a massive understatement, before the pair pirouetted again. The big man playing blocker once more as she cautiously lowered the tripod to the ground, stepping on its corners to anchor it in place. Next came the pintle mount, which snapped on easily with a turn of the wrist, and then finally, the gun itself. Still acting as a barrier, he unslung the weapon and handed it over as Rivka lowered it into place, locking it down tight. Tawfik passed her the remote module as she attached it to the trigger, running a brief test to ensure it was functioning properly. The gun was already loaded, but she connected a second belt of ammo to the first, just to be sure. Just accomplishing that simple task had taken the pair another full hour, performing a drill they routinely accomplished in 15 seconds or less. The gunner spent several more minutes aiming the weapon, dialing in small increments to get it exactly where he wanted. With the machine gun now charged and ready, it left them with one last task. You both need to get clear, Runa told them, as far as you can manage without triggering the device, which is about another 10 meters. Becca informed them, we're already pushing our luck as it is. Back directly away from the trap, Kai advised them. Maybe it won't register as movement so easily that way. Roger that, Sarge, Tofik acknowledged, as the pair began yet another slow crawl journey, inching away from the gun. Both wanted to just get it over with, taking turns to restrain the other's impulses if they looked ready to move any faster than was safe. Finally, they were as far away from the gun position as they dared. How do you want to play this? Kai asked Runa, once everyone was in position. She thought furiously for a moment. Timing is going to have to be dead on for this, she told him. Arthur? Yes, Corporal, the new kid replied. It all starts with you, she told him. When we're ready, I want you to fire another round, exactly like you did before. Understand? Yes, Corporal, he nodded, chambering another round. Once he does that, she told the gunner, it's up to you. Not only do you have to keep firing on that position, but you have to get clear of the gun while you do it. Can you keep it locked on target in remote fire, even when you're hitting the deck? I sure can, Tofik nodded. Locked in place like it is, I just need to keep the button pressed. I'll get us clear, don't worry. He smiled down at Rivka, reassuring her. All right then, once the gun opens up, Arthur, I want you to take a knee and get out of that thing's line of sight. It should keep its focus on the weapon firing at it, and while it is, I want you to pump as many grenades into it as you can, as fast as you can. You keep shooting at it until it stops. She locked eyes with him. Can you do that? He swallowed before nodding. Yes, Corporal, he said once more. And the rest of us? Yendrik asked. What are we supposed to do? Absolutely nothing, she answered. We already have more people moving about than what's healthy, and adding any more is just too risky. So the rest of us stay where we are playing statue, and hope that between the gun and the grenades, it's enough to take it out, right? He grimaced. All right then. Are we all clear on our roles? Any last-minute questions? She looked around at the others, but each of them shook their heads. Then Arthur, Tofik, and Rivka, the three of you get ready. I'll give you a 5-second countdown before we kick it off. The trio tensed, like horses in the starting gate. She took a deep breath and said, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. There was another thwomp as Arthur fired, followed a split second later by the crackling snap of the energy beam lashing out to destroy the grenade. But even as it did so, Tofik was already moving. One hand gripped the remote tightly as the machine gun began hammering away, while with the other he scooped up his assistant, yanking her off her feet. She barely had time to yelp as he took 3 long strides, all he dared, before flinging them both into the dirt and covering her with his own body. While they were moving, Arthur had pivoted and loaded another round, firing yet again. There was a brief pause as the alien device recharged, but quicker than anyone liked it sent out another blast of energy, this time aimed at the machine gun. It hiccuped for a moment, with the entire squad fearing the worst, but by some miracle kept throwing lead at the target, though it was sounding worse for wear. Whether it would survive a second shot was something no one could answer, but it looked as if they were about to find out. Arthur's grenade detonated, precisely on target. An angry squeal of feedback howled as the gun continued to chew away at the device. But then yet another of Arthur's grenades went off in its bowels, and that was just enough to tip the scale. A massive explosion rocked the narrow pass, sending a geyser of rocks and dirt high into the air, while knocking them off their feet. Debris rained down all around them, covering them with a thick layer of grit as heavier stones impacted the ground nearby. It seemed to last for days, though in reality it couldn't have been more than a few seconds. The rumbling went on and on and on, echoing and reverberating across the ridgeline, until finally it receded. Kai coughed, the dust coating his mouth and nose, as he rose unsteadily to his feet. "Talk to me, people," he rasped, as he looked for the rest of his squad. "Get off me, you big oaf," Rivka cursed as she clambered to her feet. Tofik's head poked up a few seconds later, looking around them in surprise. Runa wheezed as she pushed a rock aside, struggling to stand as she searched for her own people as well. Becca? Arthur? Yendrik? Are any of you hit? She demanded, before sighing in relief as they appeared one by one, apparently without serious injuries. The new kid looked especially shell-shocked, something she'd have to deal with soon enough. Wait, nobody's dead? Doc Svoboda said in amazement, before going to each of them to look for injuries. Kai looked over at Runa. I'm calling it in, even though they must have heard the blast. And I'm demanding at least a 24-hour stand-down for the squad. We damn well deserve it after that. No argument here, she agreed, pressing her canteen to her lips to clear her throat, while the sound of approaching shuttles off in the distance began drawing near. Chapter 10. Endings and Beginnings. Kai was as good as his word. He'd wrangled a 24-hour stand-down as promised for the squad after their experience. Much was because of timing. A month from now, Runa doubted they'd see any downtime, other than sleep, if that. But here and now, she was going to enjoy it. She'd found a secluded spot overlooking the bay, hugging her knees as she watched the waves come crashing in. A stiff wind was blowing off the ocean, driving the waves even higher, and she'd already watched the water rise a dozen meters as the sound swelled in size. The twin Sonoishii moons hung high in the sky, bright and full, and already she'd seen dozens of rippling currents coming in from the sea, signs of the great water dragons returning to their spawning grounds to mate. She wasn't sure what had drawn her to this place. Curiosity, perhaps, and while it had a spectacular view of the ocean, a sense of wide-open space her shipborne soul craved, that wasn't what had brought her here either. Runa was still pondering that question when she heard movement in the brush coming towards her. Cradling her rifle, she flipped off the safety, only to flick it back closed and set it aside when she spotted Kai crest the hill, his own weapon slung over his shoulder. Scooting over to give him room, he sat down beside her, laying his weapon against a nearby rock, cropping as he too looked out over the water. Nice view, he said after a bit. It is, she smiled. Come to watch the dragons hump? Well, when you put it that way, he chuckled, sliding a knapsack off his shoulder and setting it in his lap, before reaching inside and pulling out a bottle. Should I ask where you got that? She grinned as he cracked the seal and took a swig, before passing it over. Lifting it to her lips, she took a long swallow, making a face as she passed it back. Ugh, paint thinner. I admit it's not the best hooch I've ever had, he shrugged apologetically. Just the best I was able to scrounge. He took another swig and then wiped his lips with his sleeve. You mean the best Yendrik was able to scrounge? She grinned, reaching for the bottle once more. A good leader knows how to outsource, he smiled, making himself comfortable against the cliff wall. Taking another drink, she swished the almost pure ethanol around in her mouth before swallowing. I think it's growing on me, she decided, that, or I've finally deadened enough taste buds. Smart money's on the second one, he agreed, taking back the bottle and capping it for the moment. Sighing, Runa turned to face him. I know you didn't come up here for the view. Out with it. Tell me how badly I screwed up yesterday. Kai shook his head. Not what I came to say. Oh, then what? She hugged her knees tighter. I damn near got us killed. But you didn't, he pointed out. In fact, we all came through without a scratch. I don't know about you, but I'd call that a win. Maybe, she allowed, but you have to admit it was dumb luck. By all rights, that damn booby trap should have wiped us all out with the first shot. He rolled his eyes. Are you relieved or disappointed we're not dead? He asked, exasperated. Look, the reason I came up here was to tell you how proud I was of you, and the way you handled yourself yesterday. You did good. But, Jesus, let it go already, he groaned, picking up the bottle and passing it back over. Did you take some risks? Yeah, you did. Could they have gone badly? Absolutely. Did you overstep your authority? Technically, yes. They shared a look. But I could have shut you down at any moment, and I didn't. You already had a plan while I was still feeling my way through the scenario. I suspect I'd have ended up with something similar, but the clock was ticking. He reached out and put his hand on top of hers. I trust you. You haven't let me down yet. Taking another drink, she shook her head. I was just reacting on instinct. That's all. Pretty good instinct, if you ask me, he chuckled. Will you knock it off? She snapped, pulling her hand away and getting to her feet. You want to know the truth? I was scared, okay? Terrified out of my fucking mind. All I could think was, I'm gonna die here, duh. She wrapped her arms around herself and shuddered. Kai gave her a long, appraising look before rising to his feet as well. Well then, that puts a different spin on things, he said evenly. You realize what this means, don't you? What? She asked in a small voice. Look, I know I can work through this, she said in a rush. I just need a little time. Please don't take the team away from me, she begged him. He raised an eyebrow at that. Well, in fact, you might lose the team, he warned her. After what happened, I had a long talk with the first sergeant. Runa winced and looked away, suddenly unable to face him. I recommended you for a promotion and a squad of your own. She froze, the words not making sense. It took her a few more seconds to process them, but they still didn't sound right. Haltingly, she turned back around. What did you just say? You heard me, he grinned. But her brain seemed to lock up, nothing working its way in or out. She felt a wave of conflicting emotions wash over her as she struggled to make sense of it all. To his credit, Kai waited for her to get a handle on what she was feeling, letting her find her own way through the jungle until a single thought suddenly emerged. I thought you needed me to watch your back, she said carefully. What changed? He breathed out a heavy sigh. I realized what a selfish asshole I was being, he told her. All me. I was scared too, Runa, but I shouldn't have let my fears hold you back, and for that I am sorry. He shrugged in apology. Yesterday, you proved to me you were ready, really ready. But ultimately, that's something you have to decide yourself. Kai leaned forward, searching her face. Are you ready? She shook her head, trying to make sense of it all. It was all coming in too fast. If you'd asked me an hour ago, I'd have said no, she admitted. I guess I was wallowing a little. It happens, he shrugged, sitting back down again and leaning back against the rocks. Easy to get lost in our line of work. Yeah, she nodded, taking a moment before sitting back down as well. Appending the bottle, she took another swig and passed it back. Top say when that might come through? You know how it is. A squad has to be available first, and I don't know if anyone's ahead of you on the list. But if things shake out the way I think they might on this mission, don't be surprised if you end up with a new rocker and a transfer before we lift. She looked back over the bay, the water showing whitecaps as the Sonoishii writhed and thrashed beneath the waves. Now and then one would breach, only to disappear a moment later beneath the water. Thank you, she whispered. You're welcome, he smiled. You've more than earned it. They were both silent for some time, each lost in their own thoughts. How did you know when you were ready? She finally asked. When were you sure? He barked out a laugh. Soon as it happens, I'll let you know, he chuckled. She turned and stared in shock. Runa, no leader worth their salt ever thinks they're truly ready for the responsibility when it falls in their lap, Kai explained. But then the universe has its own ideas about timing. Besides, there's a trick to it. What trick? She asked. Oldest one in the book, and one I'm fairly sure you already know. He grinned. Never let him see you sweat. She blinked. Seriously? That's it? Well, obviously there's other stuff involved, but that's the main one, he admitted. Take yesterday, for example. What about it? Almost against her while she was re-examining the day's events, trying to see what had happened through his eyes, through the squad's eyes. It wasn't easy, but the glimpses she was getting were enlightening. You tell me it scared you? He explained. And of course it did, because you're not a crazy person. But if I hadn't known you as well as I do, I'd have never realized it. The squad didn't. All they saw was you barking out orders, steady as a rock in the clutch. They trust you, Runa, and that's all that matters. He took back the bottle and drank. So who would you recommend taking over the team after you go? He asked her, assuming they don't just transfer someone in to take the job. Becca, she said promptly. She's been playing scout long enough. Time for her to take the next step. I agree, he nodded. The only other candidate is Doc, and I need him right where he is. Besides, he doesn't have the temperament for it. Not yet anyway. He loves what he does, she shrugged. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if someday he made the leap and transferred over to the Knights. Kai nodded in agreement as they passed the bottle back and forth, watching the Sonoishii and the water. Runa was silent for some time, wrestling with her thoughts, while the sergeant waited for her to speak. "I feel like a voyeur," she said at last, as Kai laughed out loud. "Not sure if this qualifies as erotica, but whatever works," he grinned, earning him a punch in the shoulder. The two laughed for a moment before she turned to him. "You recommending me for a squad, was that based only on my leadership qualities?" she asked dryly. He held up the bottle. "I plead the fifth." Kai smiled before taking a sip. "I'm serious, Aggie," she pressed. "I hate it when you call me that," he sulked. "It's your name," she pointed out, and right now Kai feels a little impersonal, given the topic. She looked him in the eye. Were there any ulterior motives involved? He sighed and put down the bottle. "No," he answered, shaking his head. "When I suggested your name to Top, it was for the right reasons." "My word on that." Runa searched his face for any telltale signs of deception before nodding in satisfaction. "I had to know," she said simply. "I'm feeling a little at odds with myself right this second. Not gonna lie. I'm not looking to pressure you either way," he said gently. "I knew it came with baggage, but I didn't let myself think about that when I made my recommendation." "I know," she whispered. Gazing out over the bay, she said softly, "I care about you, Kai. Maybe more than I should." "Yeah," he swallowed. "Me too. It's been hard, these last few months," she continued, unable to look at him. "Sharing quarters, seeing you there every day. So close I could just reach out and—" Runa closed her eyes. "And yet, there was that invisible wall between us. There were times," she froze, then shook her head. "Never mind. You don't have to say anything," the sergeant told her. "It's okay, really." "It's not okay," she insisted, her voice filled with passion. "Because when I let myself think about the future, all I can see is one with you in it." She opened her eyes, her jaw set hard. "So don't you dare toy with me, a Jilmer, because honestly, I don't think I could handle that." Gritting her teeth, she looked him in the eyes. "If you're not prepared to go the distance, then you should just leave." This very instant, a thought occurred to her. Leave the bottle, though. Kai puffed out his cheeks and slowly exhaled. "I never let myself think about the future," he admitted. "It's too easy to worry about the wrong things, and you know what a single misstep can cost out there," he said with a sweep of his hand. "It was always about the mission, about getting my people home safe. I sacrificed a lot for them, and I'd do it again." He reached out and took her hand. She almost pulled it away at the last second, but something made her relent, though he could feel her tremble. "But that doesn't mean I don't have regrets, Runa, because I do. Lots of them." A gentle smile slowly graced his features. "Most of which are centered on you." He gave her hand a squeeze. "But I'm not going to pressure you into anything or rush you if you're not ready. We made it this far. I figure we'll get to the rest when the time is right." Something clicked behind her eyes as she swiveled her head to gaze at him. "But do we," she asked, "have the time? I mean, our lives don't exactly come with a guarantee, you know. We could both die tomorrow. No way of knowing." "You'll make yourself crazy, thinking thoughts like that," he warned her. "One reason I never tried thinking too far ahead. As opposed to walking into a bullet, dying in the mud wondering why the hell you'd put things off till it was too late." She shook her head. "I know where I stand in that scenario." Runa pushed herself up, kneeling beside him. Kai's mouth dropped as she swung her leg over, straddling him, her eyes glittering as she stared down while a mischievous smile played on her lips. "What?" he stammered before she pressed a finger to his lips. "I'm done waiting," she growled, settling in on top of him. "I get that until the transfer we're still off limits, but tonight?" Her grin took on a distinctly predatory look. "We're both officially on stand down. I've got a skinful of bad hooch in my belly, and a planet full of dragons getting freaky to set the mood." She bent down and pressed her lips to his, kissing him deeply. Kai gasped as the kiss broke. "Fuck," he whispered. "One thing at a time," she chuckled, her laugh deep and throaty. "But I like your confidence." She wrapped one hand around the back of his neck, while with the other tugged at his tunic. A last, desperate plea escaped his lips. "Runa, are you sure?" he panted. Her hand slipped inside his shirt. "Kai, shut up." She breathed as she moved in for the kill. Shutting up, ma'am. He got out before she pushed him down. Chapter 11. A trip down the rabbit hole. Pretending nothing had changed was as difficult as she'd imagined, especially in front of the squad. They trained and fought side by side with these people for years, and they knew them both better than they knew themselves. All it would take was a single slip, and the cat would be out of the bag. Not that she was worried about any official repercussions. At worst, Top would haul them in, chew their asses for half an hour, and then tell them to keep it in their pants until after the transfer came through. No, it was the squad's reaction that she feared. The catcalls, the needling, the whispered comments. It was impossible to impose any sort of discipline when your troops are giggling themselves silly over your love life. Worse, it was fucking embarrassing. Before they'd slunk their way back to camp, they'd vowed to keep things strictly professional between them until she had a squad of her own. But despite all of that, when no one else was in sight, a smile or a shared look between them could still make her stomach do flip-flops. As it happened, there was little private time to be had. According to the Sonoishii, they had a month before they should expect to see an adversary, but the Valkyries were making no assumptions. They'd thrown themselves into preparing the defense as if they expected the enemy to land tomorrow. With every day, they didn't show up an unexpected gift. There were trenches to be dug, bunkers to be constructed, anti-air/space weapons to be positioned, minefields and sensors to be laid out, and then everything had to be camouflaged. It was backbreaking work, leaving them utterly exhausted when they collapsed into their cots at the end of the day. Any moment not taken up by construction was dedicated to training, whether on the newly constructed weapons ranges or out in the field practicing small unit tactics, drilling the troops repeatedly until they could do it in their sleep. When that wasn't on the schedule, there were still security positions to be manned day and night, performing maintenance on their weapons and equipment, a whole host of necessary tasks to be completed that no military force could survive without. Just as she'd predicted, sleep had become a precious commodity, with romance being the last thing on her mind. They had also posted the beach surrounding the bay off-limits to all Valkyries, unless on official business. It was an attempt by the brass to prove to their clients they had no designs on their spawn, that they could trust them. They assumed the Sonoishii had them under surveillance, and anything that smoothed their ruffled feathers or scales was all to the good. The squad was working alongside the rest of the platoon, extending the trench works, when Gunny Satu arrived in their midst. "Hand off those tools to second squad," she told them. "They want your people up at the CP." Kai put down his shovel. "They say why, Gunny?" "Nope, just said to get your butts up there. So get moving," she ordered. "Roger that," he nodded, before whistling for the others. "We're wanted at the CP," he told them, brushing off the worst of the dirt from his uniform. "Try to look at least a little presentable," he said, picking up his rifle. "Security gig again, you think?" Runa asked him, as the others formed up behind. "Guess we'll find out," he shrugged, working their way through the newly constructed trenches over to the battalion command post. Top Burger was waiting outside. "Just you two for the moment," she informed them, nodding at the NCOs. "The rest of the squad can wait here." Sharing a look, he glanced over to their scout. "Becca, you're in charge till we get back," he informed her, as they both stepped inside the prefab building. To neither of their surprise, they found the captain and colonel waiting for them. "Pull up a chair," Holm told them. "We've got some things we need to discuss." Runa shot a questioning glance over to Inaba, but the captain's poker face revealed nothing, putting her immediately on edge. Commanders didn't just chew the fat with their subordinates. Not like this. Not unless what they were about to say came with some fairly serious strings attached. "We just got word that a representative from Elimination Associates is in orbit and wants a parley," he explained. "I've taken him up on his request." "You want us to provide security, sir?" Kai asked. "I do, but that's not the reason I called you both in," he replied, nodding over to Captain Inaba. "The colonel thinks this is the Troika's first move," she explained, "sending in a scout to get the lay of the land. That's why he wants you both in on this." "Ma'am," Runa said in surprise. "I mean, what has that got to do with us?" "Your mission to Earth," Colonel Holmes said carefully. "You have first-hand experience with them that the rest of my people lack. If the Troika are involved here, maybe you'll spot something to sniff them out. And there's more." "More, sir?" Kai asked, reeling from his sudden revelation. They both knew the brass had read the colonel in on their mission, but this was the first time he had ever spoken to them directly about it. More, he agreed. Your mission and what it uncovered is what prompted the Commandant to take the risk she has here. If what the Oivu told you is true, if what you helped uncover regarding the existence of this mystery world is accurate, then she feels this is the time for us to make our play. New Terra is almost within our grasp. Sir, all we have is a rough idea of its location, Runa blurted out, and there are dozens of worlds in that region, maybe more. And even if we had located the precursor planet, we still don't know how that pilot got past the Guardians' defenses. And there's no guarantee we'd be able to use what they left behind for our own advantage, even if we found a way in. Begging your pardon, sir, but if the Commandant is basing everything on what we learned, that's taking one hell of a risk, sir. Kai looked worried that she'd given them offense, while the captain merely raised an eyebrow. Believe me, the Commandant is well aware of the risk she's taking, he answered. If he thought her outburst had been discourteous, he gave no sign of it. As I said before, we as a species are rapidly reaching the end of our tether. If we don't take a few risks now, we may well lose everything. Yes, sir, Kai said quietly. Sir, what do you want us to do? Runa asked. Watch. Listen. Observe everything during the meeting. And yes, your cover will be that you are a standard security detail. When it's over, tell me what you noticed and what you think. The pair blinked in surprise. I want your gut reactions. I need to know who this envoy really is and what he represents. Aye, sir, they said in unison. It goes without saying that your squad isn't cleared for this information, and Naba reminded them. They are to know nothing regarding your original mission or why you've been selected for this detail. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am. They barked out. Rejoin your squad, the colonel ordered. We'll be moving out shortly to the LZ to greet our guest, he said with a frown. I don't want him anywhere near the defenses we're throwing together in case he decides to share with the class. Likely he's already scoped it from orbit, sir. Inaba pointed out, there's nothing we can do about that, short of shooting him out of the sky, he sighed. And while tempting as that is, we're not there yet. He shook his head, as if he were actually considering it for a moment, before returning his attention to the NCOs. You have your orders. Dismissed. Aye, aye, sir, they acknowledged, rising to their feet and heading back out of the structure. Once outside, the squad descended on them. What's going on, Sarge? Doc Svoboda asked him. Another security detail, Runa piped up, like with that meeting with the Sonoishii. We'll be heading over the landing field shortly. What's at the field? Becca wondered. One of our competitors, Kai answered. Seems a rep from EA is here and wants a chat with the colonel. Those guys, Tofik sniffed. Never trusted him. Good. Don't start now, the corporal cautioned. That goes for all of you. Odds are this guy is up to something. So keep your eyes and ears open. Anything, and I mean anything seems off to you, you let us know ASAP. Understood? The squad nodded, just as the colonel and captain exited the structure. We're moving out, Sergeant, Inaba informed them, as they followed the officers to a nearby waiting Centurion, its oversized turbofans idling as they boarded and strapped in. Once they were secure, the pilot gave them a thumbs up as the engines began to whine, lifting off as they headed towards the LZ. Upon their arrival, they fanned out, setting up a cordon while they waited for the representative to arrive. They didn't have long to wait, as less than 10 minutes later a shuttle could be seen in the distance, high above the surface, growing larger as it neared their location. Its lines were distinctly alien, barely emitting a nearly silent hum as it hovered over the ground, its landing legs telescoping out as it settled on the field, before finally shutting down. Get ready, Kai ordered, the squad going to parade rest as a ramp appeared from the craft, revealing a tall, broad, green-skinned creature, its face an almost flat, featureless mask, with deep-set eyes and narrow slits for nostrils, dressed in what appeared to be formal robes. It wore an expensive-looking voder around its neck as it approached the waiting humans, and it disembarked alone, without guards or a retinue. It was a Ksat, one of the second-tier races, one that had scattered interests all across the Perseus arm. Greetings. I am Administrator Lansing Pajai, the reptilian said in perfect English, clasping its hands together in what was obviously a sign of respect. I represent the business interests for Elimination Associates in this sector. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. I am Colonel Elias Holm, and this is one of my officers, Captain Valerie Inaba, he answered, inclining his head. I'm surprised that you arrived without a detachment of your own. That would be quite disrespectful towards you, the host, Lansing responded. Surely I do not require one. Its eyes flickered briefly towards the squad, but that was all. No, of course not, the colonel agreed. You have my word that we will treat you with respect while you are here. I assume, of course, the same holds true for you? Indeed, the reptilian nodded. Always a pleasure, dealing with professionals. Likewise, Holmes said dryly, extending his hand towards a pavilion that had been erected nearby. Shall we get started? The envoy nodded once more, as Colonel Holm led them to where the meeting would take place. Kai and Runa were already redeploying, moving the squad to its new location while encircling and protecting the officers. The trio took seats, while the NCOs posted themselves front and back, within earshot. I understand this is your first contract with the Sonoishii, Lansing began, coming straight to the point. In fact, it is the first time any of your race has visited here. A statement, not a question. That's correct, he agreed. Tell me, what do you make of your clients? It inquired. They can be an inscrutable race. You've been here before, Inaba guessed. I have, it confirmed. Our corporation once held the same contract that you now do, it responded. Unfortunately, we could not come to an agreement regarding our fee when we discussed a second contract. It inclined its head once more. Always a possibility in our line of work. It is, the colonel agreed. Even to the untrained eye, it was clear both sides were playing their cards close to the vest. Why are you here, Mr. Lansing? He asked him, moving things forward. Your original message was somewhat vague. One can never tell who may be listening in, the alien said in conspiratorial tones. As for the reason for my visit, my superiors have authorized me to make you and your organization a generous offer. Really? He leaned back in his chair. And what exactly would this offer entail? It comes with a substantial remuneration package. To begin with, he explained, well in advance of what the Sonoishii are paying you. Interesting, Holm mused. And what would you seek from us in return? Nothing, Lansing said pleasantly. I mean that most literally. Were you to accept our contract, we would ask almost nothing of you. Except, of course, your silence. And here it comes, Runa thought to herself. Perhaps you could expound on that, the colonel gestured. Exactly what kind of nothing earns such a generous reward? The alien leaned in. Were you to accept our offer, all that we would ask of you is that sometime in the next 50 days you simply step aside. Allow us to gather up a sample of your client's genetic material, and we will compensate you handsomely. I see. Holmes stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is indeed an intriguing offer. Certainly one more profitable than risking the lives of those in my employ. Exactly. The Ksat leaned back, pleased with itself. As I said, dealing with fellow professionals is a welcome change. The human commander weighed the proposal carefully for the next several minutes, before finally responding. I am sorely tempted by your suggestion, Mr. Lansing, but I must consult with those I answer to. May I have some time to confer with my superiors? I believe that can be arranged, it agreed, rising to its feet. Please, contact me aboard my ship once you have heard from your directors. The moment I learn anything, the colonel nodded, as the alien clasped its hands once more before turning and retreating to its ship. Several minutes later it hummed once more, before lifting from the surface and rising high into the sky, before vanishing from sight. Shall I contact the commandant then, regarding their offer? Inaba asked wryly. I don't think that will be necessary, Holm answered. I believe I already know what her answer would be. He turned to the pair of NCOs, acknowledging them for the first time since the administrator's arrival. We're still playing for time, he reminded them. Never forget that. Yes, sir, they answered. Chapter 12. An offer one can't refuse. I give it a week, tops, before he decides we're stringing him along. Administrator Lansing Pajai's welcoming committee had returned to the CP following his departure, and once again the rest of the squad were left to cool their heels once again while they ushered Kai and Runa inside, where the colonel was deliberating over what they'd learned. I don't know, sir. We might get a few more days out of him, Captain Inaba countered. It's worth trying, at least. Oh, of course, of course, he agreed with a wave of his hand, before turning to the two junior NCOs. So, your thoughts? Is our friend fronting for the Troika? Hard to say, sir. The sergeant shrugged. He didn't really give us much. It's consistent with what we saw on the mission, Runa pointed out. Except for the attack on Freya, they seem to prefer operating in the shadows, letting others do their dirty work. Samara admitted as much after we nabbed her. The two officers shared a look. This Samara, what can you tell us about her? The colonel asked. Kai scratched his head. She's complicated, sir. Dangerous as a snake. But there at the end, I kind of felt bad for her. I got the impression they shanghaied her into what she was doing. She's the one who's been battling the Troika, isn't she? Runa ventured. We'd guessed as much when you told us about those attacks. She'd sworn to do exactly that before she left. Best you keep your speculations to yourself, and Abba cautioned. You never know who might be listening. But to answer your question, let's just say your knowledge of the Troika isn't the only reason we're keeping you two under wraps. She glanced over at Kai, who was slowly nodding in appreciation. Understood, ma'am, she agreed. As you said, he didn't give us much, the colonel agreed. At this point, it's too early to know for certain if the Troika are involved or not, but given the situation and their resources, it would be foolish to assume they're not involved. He turned to the captain. Considering how fluid our current situation is, plan on keeping their squad handy in case we need them again. I'll let Lieutenant Danilov know, she replied. We'll work out something. Excellent. In that case, I'll let the two of you get back to whatever it was you were doing before we pulled you in off the line. Dismissed. The pair rose to their feet. Aye, aye, sir. They answered before exiting the structure. Not sure I like the idea of being the colonel's personal troubleshooters, Runa grumbled, as the rest of the squad spotted them and went to rejoin the pair. Why do you guys keep getting called into the big man's office? Becca grilled them. Something we should know about? It's nothing, Kai snapped, shutting her down. Head back to the trenches, people. Hey, I was just asking, she told him, putting her hands up in a placating gesture. No need to get testy. And I'm just saying, he countered. We've got a lot of work ahead of us before company arrives, so we'd better get to it. He headed back towards the trenches with the rest of the squad in tow, now more subdued than usual because of his reaction. Becca shot her team leader a questioning look, to which Runa could only shrug. She'd need to talk to Kai later and see if she could get him to tone it down a bit before everybody started asking questions. Retrieving their tools, they got back to work, digging out the trenches and bunkers that would mean the difference between life and death when the Troika came calling. Despite the natural reluctance all enlisted personnel share for physical labor, they dug out and reinforced a good stretch of trench line when the platoon leader suddenly appeared in their midst. Kai, what's this nonsense about putting you on detached duty for the colonel? He demanded. The squad members within earshot came to a halt and looked over at him curiously, as Runa shook her head. It was looking to be one of those days. You know as much as I do, sir, Kai lied through his teeth. So they're just going to pull your squad anytime they feel like it? Do they realize what kind of hole that puts into my work schedule? He snarled, before stomping off and heading towards the CP. Runa glanced over at Gunny Satu, who had been trailing behind the lieutenant before he went off on his tirade. The older woman just shrugged. Forget about it. He's been in a mood all day. I've got no idea what set him off. We're just doing what they told us, Gunny, Kai said defensively. If he's got a problem with that, he should take it up with them. Let the brass sort it all out. My thoughts exactly, she nodded. Don't worry about it. I'll handle this, she told them, giving them a nod as she went off in search of the lieutenant. Looking around, she realized the entire squad was watching the drama, with expressions ranging from worried to stunned. We're not paying you to take in the scenery, Runa barked. Get back to work. Aye, aye, Corporal, they mumbled, picking up their tools once more and returning to their digging. She waited until they were focused on the task at hand before snagging Kai and moving him out of earshot. Can I offer a suggestion? She asked him. Since you're going to no matter what I say, I'll go with yes, he smiled. You realize that the entire squad realizes something's up now, don't you? Runa pressed him. Maybe a little more nonchalant next time? I don't really do nonchalant very well, Kai answered, but I'll take your suggestion under advisement, he said in a rush as she glared at him. I hope that's not code for blowing me off, she replied, irritated. No, it's code for I need to think about it, he explained. I'm not saying no, just that I need to work through your reasoning on my own. She deliberated on that for a moment and then nodded. Fair enough. We'd better get back then, before they sneak off and cause trouble. Runa paused for a moment as she caught him staring at her. What? Kai smiled, just thinking about a certain bluff overlooking the bay. He grinned. And this girl I know? You are not making this any easier, she sighed. Come on, back to work, and lose the shit-eating grin. The squad sees that, they'll know something's up. Aye, ma'am, he chuckled, before adopting a more serious expression. Runa just shook her head as they retraced their steps back to the others. Spending the day guarding VIPs and digging in the dirt didn't get you out of all the other duties the job required. On top of everything, standing watch for your sector was mandatory, cutting into your already short sleep time. Everyone pulled 2 hours, the shift's time frame rotating among the squad. Tonight she'd drawn the midnight to 2 slot, the worst of the bunch. It cut the night in half, leaving you a short handful of hours on either side for sleep, never enough for proper rest. That it only came around every few days was the only comfort to be found. Corporal, can I ask you a question? Arthur asked. Depends on the question, Runa chuckled, squirming in their shared foxhole as she tried to find a more comfortable position. Oh, well, I was just wondering, how did Tophet get those scars? She froze for a moment and then cocked her head. You should probably ask him that one, but I get why you haven't. It's probably for the best. She chewed that one over for a moment and then nodded. Better you ask me than say, Rivka. She's kind of defensive of the big guy. Is she? I mean, are they? His words trailed off into silence as his face reddened. Not that it's any of my business, but… No, they're not an item, Runa interrupted. She's more like a sister to him, and she's protective to a fault. Getting those scars was bad enough. But what came after? She sighed and shook her head. Tophet's a good guy. Got a good heart. We all kind of look out for him, me included. So I'll tell you. But don't you dare bring it up unless he does first. You read me? Yes, Corporal. Arthur nodded, his eyes wide. She nodded, remembering. It was a couple years back, maybe 3, and we were on this freezing hellhole of a planet. We'd just been rotated off the line for a few days of warmer quarters and hot chow when the enemy attacked. Brass had told us the area was secure, but of course they were wrong. She rolled her eyes, spitting into the dirt. There was an aid station we were evacuating, getting the wounded out, when a nearby fuel depot got hit. We got told to pull out, but there were still wounded. Tophet went in to grab one more, and… She spread her hands, pantomiming an explosion. Holy shit, he whispered. Yeah, we almost lost him. Probably would have, if one of the knights hadn't been right there, overseeing the evac. It burned him pretty bad, but they pulled him through. Wasn't easy, though. Guy went through a lot. She shook her head. Never get burned like that, kid. The rehab's a bitch. He nodded solemnly, afraid to speak and break the spell. Runa sighed. Thing is, Tophet was married. Corsair gal. Had a brand new baby girl, too. She took one look at those burns, and a dark look came across her face. I get some people can't deal with it, but she just took their kid and got herself transferred to the other side of the Perseus arm, didn't even give him a chance to say goodbye to his daughter. She gave him an awkward shrug. Part of the reason they gave you such a hard time when they learned you were born a dermist. We've been betrayed by outsiders before. Damn, he whispered. Did he go after her? Try to get his daughter back? No, he didn't, she shrugged. He didn't blame her for leaving him. Still doesn't, even now. You might have noticed how he hides his face around strangers. He did that when I arrived, he realized. Yeah, exactly like that, she agreed. He was in a dangerous place for a long time, and his wife wouldn't even tell him how his little girl was doing, at least until we had some friends lean on her a little. He blinked in shock as she chuckled. Nothing too serious, just a few words of directed encouragement. Now he gets regular updates, and even pictures. He's happy enough, I suppose. Runa sighed, shaking her head once more. Still hasn't seen her in the flesh. Says he won't, 'cause he's afraid she'll react like her mom. Arthur sat there, stunned. That's terrible, he said at last. It is, she agreed. So now you know. Like I said, don't bring it up unless he does. And even then be damned careful what you say, otherwise Rivka is likely to rip your lungs out. She leaned forward, eyeing him. Capiche? Arthur nodded earnestly. Yes, Corporal. No, Corporal. I get it, she told him, holding up her hand. You have any more questions like that, you come to me, at least until you've got a better handle on how things work around here. Otherwise, without warning, a flash lit up the night sky as a streak of light slammed into the earth. Runa and Arthur both jumped at the sudden flare and sound. The corporal forced to tackle the young private as he climbed out of their position to get a better look. Are you crazy? She hissed, pulling him back down. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Suddenly, a high-pitched warbling shriek tore through the night, making both of them clamp their hands over their ears in anguish. Those who had been sleeping staggered out into the open, the ear-shattering sound driving them from their bunkers. It spared no one, with neither earth nor stone blocking even a fraction of the strident squeal. There was no way the timing was a coincidence. The agony in her skull and guts threatened to drive her to her knees. But even as the private retched, Runa knew what had to be done. She wanted to cry. She wanted to scream. But instead she grabbed Arthur by the harness and dragged him behind her as they lurched drunkenly out into the open, struggling to track where she'd seen the streak impact the ground. The plummeting crash had set a patch of brush ablaze, and she used that to home in on her target. Something was causing that god-awful racket, and as the pair fought with every agonizing step to get closer, she spotted a metallic cylinder protruding from the dirt in the center of the bonfire. Shoot! She howled, but she couldn't tell whether her warning was getting through. Her arms shook as she struggled to lift her weapon, making it all but impossible to keep the barrel pointed at the target. Runa pulled the trigger, spraying the vicinity with slugs, with most of them going wide. A flume knocked her off her feet, throwing her to the ground, as the wailing discord finally came to a crashing halt. On her hands and knees, she struggled to breathe, her vision still swimming from the aftereffects, panting with effort as her head came up at last. Arthur clenched his grenade launcher like a baby, his eyes bulging as he vomited yet again. In the distance, she could hear other versions of that mechanical cry, while those around her grappled their way back from its effects. You did good, kid, she wheezed, as she felt her own dinner fighting to make an appearance. Hours later, they were still putting the pieces together. Colonel Holm emerged from the CP and came down to the line, insisting to see the device for himself. They'd put out the fire, and the other infernal machines had long been silenced as he squatted over the ruined junk, poking the debris with a stick. That courier boat broke orbit just before these things hit the atmosphere, Captain Inaba reported. Several landed in the water. The Sonoishii are not pleased. I'll bet, he grunted, rising to his feet. Sir? Runa blurted out. Why? Why do this? What's the point? The Troika are sending us a message, he said quietly. What message, sir? He sighed as he turned to face them. Play ball, or suffer the consequences. Chapter 13. If you run, you'll only die tired. You swore to protect our young, and already you have failed in your task. The Sonoishii overseer Bydras Nasa glared down at the group, flanked once again by its companions. The enemy noisemakers harmed many of my people, land creature. What is merely bothersome to your kind is virulent to mine. The attack came without warning, Holm explained, defending their actions, and we reacted the moment we realized the danger they represented. Runa knew the colonel was right, but she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling they could have done more. The problem was resources, as the Valkyries were not an affluent organization. No Terran clan was. Without a homeworld, their options were limited, and what equipment they could spare for operations had to be portioned out carefully, placed in the locations they could do the most good. Unfortunately, that left them vulnerable, and a clever enemy could exploit that to their own advantage, which they had. And how do you intend to remedy this deficiency? Bydras Nasa demanded. When they come to our world in strength, how do you propose to stop them? When even a scattering of mindless drones defeated your best efforts? Overseer, may I point out that we destroyed every probe on land in less than 10 minutes, he asked. The drones that landed in water were more problematic for us, granted, But your people silenced those before we even got our boats in the water. Since you informed us at our first meeting you could protect the seaward passages, we have focused all our efforts in covering the landside. We regret we could not come to your aid sooner, but you have specifically forbidden us from approaching the sea except in the direst of circumstances. Fighting back a smile, Runa waited for the Sonoitiai's reaction. Having its own restrictions thrown back in its face had to have stung a little, though as she watched the massive water dragon seem to brush off the colonel's riposte. And we will continue to forbid it, as history has taught us well regarding the trustworthiness of your kind, Bidra's NASA hissed. We will see to the safety of our oceans, as we always have. You keep your attention focused on the land. As you wish, Holm agreed. The Sonoitiai trio drew themselves up, high out of the water, gazing down at the humans in their tiny boats. We said at the beginning we had few expectations of your race. I see now it was for the best that we did not set them any higher. With one last glare, they sank back into the ocean, disappearing without a ripple. The colonel sighed. That could have gone better. I'm not sure how, sir, Inaba replied. They're pissed, understandably so. All we can really do is brace and take it, and do better the next time, he vowed, before giving the start them up gesture to the coxswains manning the controls, ordering them back to shore. If those screamers were a shot across the bow, like the colonel figures, then we have to assume whatever comes next will be the real deal, Kai said thoughtfully, leading the squad to a set of coordinates designated on his map. Unless we pack up and leave, or at least unlock the front door for them, Runa said with obvious distaste, bringing up Bravo team behind him. You heard the old man. It's pretty obvious that isn't in the cards, he replied. Even if in a sane universe, it probably should be. Excuse me, she retorted, coming to a halt, aggrieved by the very notion they might consider surrendering. I know he wants us to think more like Marines, Kai shrugged, stopping as well, but the fact is we're just not there yet. Give us another 50 years, and maybe that'll change. But until then we're still mercenaries, with the mindset to match, which means protecting what we have, even if it means walking away from a contract to do it. The rest of the squad watched the back and forth, not wanting to get in the middle of whatever was going on between them. Some things are more important than just surviving, Sarge, she sniffed. Are you telling me there's nothing you'd be willing to lay down your life for? Sure there are, he conceded, just not alien egg sacs. The colonel is asking a lot from an organization that 10 minutes ago only fought for credits. Checking his GPS, Kai took a moment to take in their surroundings, verifying they were in the proper spot. Satisfied, he tucked it back away. All right, we're here. Drop your gear and let's get to work. Sighs of relief greeting his announcement as the squad happily dumped the equipment they'd been toting since setting out from the supply depot. Hey, careful with that, goddammit, Runa barked. You always toss explosives around like that? They're not armed, Yendrik pointed out, plus you and the Sarge are the only ones carrying the detonators. And you're willing to trust your life to that? Are you absolutely positive someone didn't screw them up somewhere before we got a hold of them? Yendrik started to answer, but she waved him off. Let me rephrase. Are you willing to trust my life to that? She folded her arms, waiting for an answer, while Kai hid a small grin. No, Corporal, he mumbled. Sorry. It's no different from being handed a strange weapon, she reminded them. Until you've checked it yourself, you always assume it's loaded. Times that by 100 when you're talking about explosives. Understood? A chorus of yes, Corporal drifted back to her, as she and Kai conferred for a moment, before each taking a handful of markers and began placing them in a specific pattern, the others waiting patiently until they finished. Surveying their work, the two NCOs nodded in agreement. All right, everybody pick a lane and get to work. This minefield won't set itself up, Kai informed them. Dig out a hole next to the marker, place and level the mine. Cover it with dirt, leaving the top exposed, and then move on to the next one. When you're done, Runa and I will go back and arm them. Questions? Arthur's eyes darted back and forth, before tentatively raising his hand. You're on supply detail private, she informed him. Make sure everyone has what they need at all times. That includes canteen runs, she explained, patting the water bottle riding on her hip. His relief was unmistakable. Thank you, Corporal. He nodded gratefully. Don't thank me yet, she cautioned, because when you're not hauling gear back and forth, you'll be with me, learning how to do this for next time. Arthur looked crestfallen at the news. Only way you're gonna master it, troop, Runa stated matter-of-factly. What are you standing around for? Kai barked. Get to work. Leaving behind their rucks but keeping their weapons handy, each of them picked up an anti-personnel mine and carried it to the first marker in their lane. Lying just below the surface made digging simple, while leveling was done by eyeball alone. Camouflaging the mine was merely a case of carefully replacing the dug-out dirt until only the arming mechanism remained exposed. Despite that it was tedious work, the squad moving at a snail's pace as they double and triple checked their work as they went. Arthur scurried back and forth, resupplying mines and filling canteens, until Kai called a halt for lunch. Field rations were parceled out and consumed with the inevitable complaints and food swaps, the squad laughing and joking around with each other as they polished off their meal. Kai and Runa ate together in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, both pleased to see the teams in good spirits. Once lunch was over and the garbage store to be trucked out, they picked back up where they'd left off. Crawling around on all fours turned the task into a slow slog, but as the sun grew lower in the west, they were just wrapping things up when Becca suddenly froze in place. Runa, she said carefully, I think I've got a problem here. What sort of problem? She asked, rising to her feet. The scout swallowed. Pretty sure I'm dead. Everything came crashing to a halt. Talk to me, Becca, she ordered, making her way towards the lance corporal's position while Kai ordered the others to fall back. I didn't realize until too late there was a detonator already in the mine. She struggled to get out. I was covering it back up with dirt when I heard a click, da. Her eyes were wide, stricken with fear. It must have malfunctioned, otherwise it would have already detonated, but I've got to assume it's armed. If I ease up on the pressure, if I do anything, I'll blow myself to kingdom come. She approached her carefully, making no sudden moves. Just stay calm, Becca, she told her. We're going to get you out of this. No, you're not, she contradicted her. There's no way to keep up the pressure and still get clear, and it might just be taking its sweet time to explode all on its own. Becca took a deep breath. Get the others back. I should soak up most of the blast. The young scout was doing her best not to panic, but her nerves were frayed and jangling. It wouldn't take much to set her off. I don't want to hear that, she shot back, closing in. That's quitter talk, and I won't have it in my squad. You read me? Corporal, she whispered, staring at the landmine in her hands. Guess we should have listened to you. Arriving at her position, Runa carefully knelt down beside her. Okay, I need to get a better look at what we're dealing with, she told her. So I need you to keep pressure on the arming plate. Can you do that? The longer we wait, the more likely it blows up in our faces. I'll try, she nodded. My hands are getting stiff, though. I'll work fast, she promised, as she began carefully brushing away the dirt to get a better look. Wiping the sand and dirt off the mine, she saw Becca was correct. The arming plate was being held down by her thumbs, the detonator in position and primed. Why it hadn't exploded already was uncertain, but right now the smart move was to not jostle the device and keep the conditions exactly as they were. Anything else, and her next conversation would be with her ancestors. Runa, what do you need? Kai asked, the rest of the squad now safely out of range. She thought furiously, racking her mind for a solution, even as she watched the scout's hands tremble. She needed something to hold the pressure plate in the exact position it was in now. A rock. Maybe? She glanced about, but the dozen or so rocks she spotted nearby she quickly rejected for several reasons. Too big, too small, too irregular. None of them would fit the bill. So what did that leave? An impractical idea popped into her head, but as she turned it over in her mind, she could find no fault with it in theory. Just keep them back, she told the squad leader, as she reached down and unfastened her belt, dragging it free from her trousers. I've got a plan. Becca blanched. You're insane, she hissed. Just go. No sense both of us dying today. No one is dying today, she countered. Not on my watch. Sawing the belt back and forth, she slid it under the mine body, before yanking one of her canteens free and unscrewing the cap. It held the cap in place with a hunk of plastic, but it only took a handful of seconds to work free. Setting the canteen itself aside, She placed the cap next to the pressure plate as she met Becca's gaze. Okay, this is where it gets a little tricky, she grimaced. I need to slide the cap onto the plate while we keep the same pressure. Slow and easy now. Take your time, she said with a calmness that belied everything her central nervous system was shouting at her. Just how much time do you think we have here? Becca asked her. The rest of our lives, Runa snorted. Her face twisted in a grimace. Right, she nodded. Good to keep things in perspective. Then let's do this, Runa said hoarsely, her mouth suddenly gone bone dry. Bit by bit, she edged the cap onto the plate, while Becca slowly transferred her efforts from the plate itself to the cap resting atop it. After several tense minutes, they allowed themselves to breathe again. Okay, almost there, she promised the young scout, as she wrapped her belt over the cap and began cinching it tight. Becca bit her lip as it crushed her thumbs under the strain until the corporal gave her the nod. Just need to slide your fingers out, she told her, and we're done. And then, Becca asked her. Their eyes locked. We run like hell. Got it. She closed her eyes, murmuring a quick prayer. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. On 3, Becca eased out her thumbs while Runa tightened the belt, the prongs slipping into the next hole as the pair waited to see if it would hold. Several tense seconds later, nothing happened. Time to go, she told her, gently pulling her hands off the mine and easing her to her feet. The two women supported each other, staggering away until they broke out into a run, desperate to put as much distance between them and the landmine as they could. The blast knocked them both off their feet, throwing them to the ground. Doc Svoboda was at their side in an instant, with Kai half a heartbeat behind. Are you hit? He asked frantically, checking for wounds. But it soon became apparent that other than a handful of minor cuts, they'd survived the explosion unscathed. That was too damn close, Becca wheezed. Too exhausted to answer, Runa just closed her eyes and collapsed back onto the dirt, wondering how many more near misses she'd be able to walk away from. Chapter 14. Point of No Return. There are sounds that herald imminent danger. The snarl of a hungry predator, the cocking of a gun, the squealing of brakes, the heavy crack of something pushed past its physical limits. Warning noises that over the millennia have taught man to be on guard, to be ready for what's coming for him. Add to that list the electronic alerts signaling the colonel's imminent presence prior to addressing the battalion on the emergency channel. The special two-tone warble coming over the radios brought all conversation to a halt, as Kai and Runa gave one another a worried look. That sound could only mean one thing, and as the squad instinctively drew closer, the colonel quickly confirmed it. This is Warlord 6 to all units, Colonel Holm informed them. Long-range sensors have detected several vessels entering the system, and we have confirmed that they are not, repeat not, Valkyrie or Corsair. Damn it, Kai swore. I thought we'd have more time, while Runa shushed him. Given the tactical situation, he continued, I have ordered Fiddler Green to withdraw to a safe distance and avoid contact until further notice. As yet, the Tangos have not engaged. We do not have confirmation regarding their identities. However, we must assume the worst. Therefore, I have ordered all units to go to full alert and stand by for additional orders. There was a brief pause. We're ready for this, people, he continued. Keep your eyes and ears peeled and stay sharp. First squad checked their weapons and scanned the skies as one last message came over the channel, this one hitting each of them like a jolt of electricity. Semper Fi, Valkyries. The colonel saluted them. Do us proud. Warlord 6 out. They were already scrambling for their positions as the transmission ended, standing at the ready as the squad cranked up the magnification on their helmet displays, searching for any sign of the enemy. There, Becca shouted, pointing off in the distance. Multiple contacts, bearing 107 degrees, range 20 kilometers. One by one, they located the targets she'd spotted. A series of streaks visible high in the atmosphere, shuttles dropping out of orbit and burning hard for the surface. Confirmed, Kai said at last. Mark 107 true, 20K distant. He forwarded the information to the CP before raising an eyebrow at Runa. I would have expected them to drop right on top of us. Me too, she agreed. Unless, he prompted. Runa took a moment to gather her thoughts. Unless they're playing for time, too, she said at last. For the next 7 hours, shuttles continued to land and take off, hard at work and yet hidden from view. Updates continued to come in from the other companies, and the occasional report from Fiddler herself. At that range, there was little else they could report to command, which is why the orders to report to Lieutenant Danilov were met with a certain amount of fatalism. "I'm guessing you know why I summoned you," he asked, coming straight to the point. "You want us to learn what they're up to," Kai answered, as Gunny Sata nodded in agreement. "We don't even know who they are," she pointed out. "Are they planning an assault? Digging in? We need to gather whatever intelligence we can on them. Captain Inaba specifically requested your squad," the lieutenant informed them, as the other members stifled a few unhappy groans. "We need information, not a body count. So get in and get out without being spotted." "We'll try, sir," Runa nodded. "Do more than try," he cautioned. "We need you alive, not dead." "Aye, sir," the sergeant agreed. "Prep your squad," Gunny Satu informed them, "and move out after dark." "Questions?" "No, Gunny," Kai answered, shaking his head. Recon patrols were nothing new for them. "Then get to it," Danilov ordered, "and good luck." "Thank you, sir," Runa answered for them as they exited the bunker. "Damn it, us again?" Rivka protested. "Aren't there any other squads in this fucking company?" "The reward for work well done is more work," Doc Svoboda recited with a heavy sigh. "We need to screw up or something." "Not on my watch," Kai growled. "All right, you all know the drill. We go in light, so that means essentials only. Ammo, water, and one field ration. Doc, check their first aid kits and top off what they need. Same goes for your bag." "On it," the medic nodded. "Yendrik," he continued, turning to the scrounger, "ammo. As much as you can get. I want everyone carrying at least 2 belts for the gun. Plus, whatever other goodies you can find." "I'll do my best," he promised. "Do better," he insisted, as Arthur raised a tentative hand. "Sergeant, I thought we were supposed to avoid contact," he asked nervously. "And I hope we can," Kai agreed. "But if we get spotted, we'll need that ammo." "Aye, Sarge," he swallowed. "Runa," he said finally, turning to his team leader, "coordinate with Hire and find out what kind of fire support is available for this." "I'm not holding my breath, but I'll take what I can get." "I'll look into it," she agreed. "Doubt we'll be able to call on anything till we're within sight of friendly lines, though." "Probably," he shrugged. "But that's why they pay us the big bucks." That earned a round of chuckles since no one got rich in the Valkyries. "You have your assignments. The rest of you, start your pre-patrol checks. If it shines or rattles, tape it down, cover it up, or lose it. Any exposed skin gets covered. Becca, you're in charge of inspections." "Copy that," she shrugged. "Nautical twilight is in less than 3 hours," Kai continued, checking his chronometer. "So move like you've got a purpose." Dismissed. What followed was a flurry of activity as they prepped for the mission. Yendrik returned with enough ammunition to supply a minor war, including a wide variety of grenades for Arthur's launcher, plus plenty of the handheld versions for the others. Doc distributed bandages, 4 bags, and painkillers, warning them he wanted the drugs back when they returned. Runa reappeared, the bearer of bad news. They could only count on fire support up to 5 kilometers from the line. Any further than that, and they were on their own. The news surprised no one, but it lent a grim undertone to the preparations. At -30, Kai called for final inspection. One by one, he examined them for any defects, having each of them jump up and down as he double-checked for a rattle. They camouflaged any missed bits of flesh, tied down anything loose, readjusting their gear until it fit like a second layer of skin. They were ready. "From this point forward, we operate under full Imkin blackout," he ordered. "No communications, no anything the enemy might pick up and triangulate, except for emergencies. Hand and arm signals only." They all nodded in agreement. "Bravo, team, you're on point. Move out." Shifting her team ahead, Runa tapped Becca on the shoulder, giving her the nod. The scout slipped forward, silent as a wraith as she reconnoitered the route ahead, with the rest of the squad in tow. Passing through friendly lines without incident, they wound their way into the valley that would take them to their destination. In less than an hour, they were already deep into what they still called, for reasons long forgotten, Indian country. Only one of the waning moons was visible in the night sky as they made their way across the alien landscape. Waist-high grasses bent and swayed in the wind, dotted with shrubs and brush that were home for several animal species. The Sonoishii hadn't told them much about the surface. As water dwellers, it wasn't important to them, but they'd already discovered numerous insects, small burrowing animals and creatures that hunted in the night, their mournful cries echoing across the countryside. To the best of their knowledge, none posed a threat to humans, but they still avoided them just to be safe. The night vision enhancements built into their helmets cast an eerie shimmer as they slowly scaled the hills, snaking their way through the boulders and lichen-covered outcroppings that now dominated the scenery the higher in elevation they climbed. Several hours passed in silence as they neared their objective when Becca abruptly raised a clenched fist, the squad immediately freezing in place. Runa scanned ahead, searching for whatever had triggered the scout's sudden caution. When the sound of rocks knocked loose drew her attention to the left, ice filled her veins as she spotted movement. A handful of figures moving across the scree with weapons of their own. Enemy patrol, her mind whispered, as her thumb flicked off the rifle's safety switch. The squad watched noiselessly as the other group picked their way through the rubble, afraid to move, afraid to even breathe. The minutes ticked by as they worked their way to the ridgeline above them, slipping through a crack in the rock one by one until the last disappeared from sight. Several more minutes passed while they ensured the patrol wasn't doubling back before Kai signaled Becca, pointing off to the right, intent on giving the enemy a wide berth. Nodding in receipt of her new orders, she changed course, leading them away from the other patrol's last known location. 2 hours later, Becca, Runa, and Kai slithered on their bellies as they crested the hill's rim, gazing down at the activity far below. Cranking up the magnification in her visor, the corporal stared at the new encampment, slowly taking shape on the flat plain. Strange configuration, Kai murmured, recording the evidence. The two women nodded as the layout of the garrison was unusual, not conforming to known examples, although there were similarities to architecture she'd seen before. Something about its construction tugged at her memory, whispering to her in familiarity, until a sharp intake of breath betrayed her recognition. "What?" Kai whispered. "I know what it is," she said, her voice cracking. "Well, don't keep it to yourself," Becca hissed, her eyes never leaving the enemy. Pointing at the positions being dug, she directed their attention to the southwest section of the new base. "See those concentric rings? That's a standard IXI bivouac," she told them, before moving to the southeast. "And those rigid lines are pure Legion, unless I'm very much mistaken." "Fuck," the scout gasped. "That tangled mess to the north." She turned to them, her wide eyes glowing in the dark. "Zaitai. Has to be. God damn it all to hell," Kai swore. "They're throwing 3 full brigades at us. Since when did those outfits cooperate with one another?" Runa wondered aloud. "Since someone damn well paid them to," Becca answered, the words sour to the taste. "The Troika," Kai nodded. "If that's not proof, I don't know what is." Looking back at the scout, he cocked his head towards the activity below. "Plant a camera," he ordered. "The brass will want to monitor the situation for as long as possible." "Copy that," she nodded, digging an electronic device out of her ruck and wedging it into the rock, taking a moment to aim it at the enemy base and dial in the proper settings before camouflaging it. It would record continuously, sending burst transmissions that were difficult to triangulate. Someone would find it eventually, but until then it could provide valuable intel. "It's set," she informed him a few minutes later, as they crawled back the way they'd come and disappeared from the hilltop. With the camera now set, remaining in place was simply too risky. All 3 had documented the site with their helmet cams. For an exploratory patrol, they'd done more than enough. Follow-up excursions could expand on what they'd found here, but it was imperative to get back to base and report to higher what they'd learned. Taking the lead, Sergeant Kai led them back down the hill, heading for the coastline and safety. With the enemy now known to be patrolling the area, stealth became a higher priority than speed. Taking a more roundabout route, the sergeant swung wide of the pathway they'd taken getting here, dropping them into a narrow ravine that offered excellent cover and concealment. Hidden from view, they could pick up the pace, and as Runa double-checked their position on the display, she mentally revised their ETA. With any luck, they'd be back behind friendly lines within a couple hours. Threading their way through the many switchbacks and arroyos in the canyon was disorienting, even with the maps Fiddler had provided. Not that it mattered. As long as they stayed in the canyon itself, they couldn't get lost. Plus, it emptied into a basin only a handful of kilometers from the base. Kai varied up their route as much as he could, doing his best to keep any potential attacker off balance. It likely saved their lives. The whoosh of a rocket threatened to wake the dead, while those still alive took cover as it exploded directly in their path, showering them with rock chips. "Incoming!" Kai shouted as they dove for cover. The squad immediately returned fire, the guns hammering away as they searched for a target. The low ground that had concealed them was now a liability, pinning them in and preventing their escape. Dagger 6, this is Dagger 101. We are under heavy fire and request immediate extraction. Over, Kai shouted into the mic. There, Runa howled, pointing toward an embankment overlooking their position as she shifted her aim. 3 o'clock high, behind cover, just as a second gun opened up on them. They've got us in a crossfire, Tawfik screamed, hosing down the new position while Rivka slapped in another belt of ammunition. Dagger 101. This is Dagger 6. The radio squawked back at them. You are too far out. We cannot support you. Not until you're within range. Over. A fighting retreat? Are they kidding? Yendrik said in disbelief, even as he slapped in a new magazine and kept firing. They're damn well not kidding. Runa realized with a sinking feeling. Sarge, we've got to break contact. Explosions began dotting the hillside as Arthur found his range. Right. Bravo team fall back. Alpha team, covering fire, Kai snarled as the squad fought to escape. Chapter 15. The strongest steel is forged with the hottest fire. There was only one direction for them to escape. West, the cliff sides of the canyon blocked off retreats to the north and south, while east would only lead them deeper into enemy territory. It was west or nothing. But the enemy knew that just as they did, making it a race only one side could win. Move, move, Runa shouted to her team, dropping back while Kai and Alpha team provided covering fire. Another rocket flared to life, streaking out from the hillside and detonating against the rocks protecting Tawfik and Rivka, the blast driving them both to the ground. Miraculously, moments later they were both back in position and firing once more as Bravo team took cover. Time to return the favor. Covering fire, she screamed as they took up the slack, pinning the enemy down to allow Alpha team the chance to retreat. Sergeant Kai shouted the order to fall back the instant Bravo started firing, racing past their positions to take cover behind them, reloading as they went. The book called it bounding overwatch. It was a proven technique, honed over the centuries, but it required skilled operators and split-second coordination to make it work. One mistake and the enemy would cut the squad in half, destroying each team in turn. Covering fire, Kai shouted to Alpha, signaling Bravo to move. Another rocket streaked by as they fell back, impacting against a cliff face and showering them with debris. At least the rocky terrain offered them several positions to take cover behind, the only good news of the evening. Diving behind a broken wall of stone, it was their turn once more. Covering fire, Runa howled once again, but this time she added, Arthur, take out that rocket. There was no time to babysit here. Either he'd rise to the occasion or he'd fall. Moments later, she heard his launcher in action. Hopefully, he'd understood her order and was doing his best to obey. Again, Kai was up and moving with his team, but as they raced past, he shouted, First squad, fall back. They'd put a couple hundred more meters distance between them and the enemy, just barely enough to give them some breathing space. Enemy fire was slackening off. Either they were giving up on pursuit or were redeploying to follow. Either way, they had a narrow window of opportunity to break contact, and Kai was taking the gamble. Bounding overwatch was effective, but it was slow and used up a great deal of ammo. The idea was to get them out of harm's way. Once that was done, it was time for Phase 2. Run like the devil was chasing you. She fired another burst before grabbing Arthur by the harness. Time to go, she shouted in his ear as they stumbled back, with Becca and Yendrik right on their heels. There was no strategic formation, no orderly retreat, no tactical withdrawal. Just the desperate need to put as much distance between them and the people trying to kill them. Only the night vision built into their helmets kept them from breaking their legs as they ran pell-mell from the enemy. Weapons fire was scattered now, as they continued to put distance between them, and if their luck could hold out for just another minute. Up ahead, She watched as Rivka screamed, clutching at her ribs as she tumbled to the ground, with Tawfik at her side a heartbeat later. "Medic!" he screamed, as Doc raced to their position, while Kai ordered a hasty defensive position to cover them. Runa and her team filled in the gaps, facing out as the enemy continued throwing shots in their direction. "How bad is it, Doc?" the gunner demanded, as Kai knelt down to confer. The medic's hands were bloody as he slapped on a pressure bandage equipped with a seal. "She's lung shot," Svoboda reported, while Rivka gasped for air. "We've got to get her out of here now." "Right," the squad leader grimaced, before turning to the gunner. "Tawfik, can you?" The big man was already one step ahead of him, gently gathering her up in his arms and cradling her as if she were a small child. "I've got her," he vowed. "Yendrik, take the gun," Runa ordered, as the other man hurried to comply. They'd need that machine gun in operation if things went south again, and expecting Tawfik to set down his wounded partner and fight was asking too much. Yendrik grunted as he slung the weapon over his shoulder. Nodding once, he redistributed the weight. Once that was completed, she looked to their leader. "Orders?" she asked him. "We double-time our asses out of here and get back to base as fast as we can," Kai told them, slinging his own weapon and checking the load. "Move out," he barked, as they resumed their jog down the hill, their speed falling off as Tawfik struggled not to jostle the wounded Rivka. Doc had given her a hypo for the pain, but the strain lined her face. Eventually, the sound of weapons fire behind them disappeared, though no one was taking their respite for granted. Maybe they'd given up, satisfied with driving them off, but only a fool would make that assumption. Smarter to operate under the notion they were still hot on their trail, intent on finishing the job. The ravine was opening up as they neared friendly lines, the hillsides slacking off as they entered the coastal plain. They ran in silence, the only sounds made being their footfalls on the ground and heavy breathing. Their formation was little more than a ragged mob with only a single thought in their minds: to get back where it was safe. Just a little further, and the squad skidded to a halt as a lone IXI warrior stood before them, blocking their path. His hands were at his sides, free of weapons, though he wore a pulse rifle slung across his shoulders while a pair of swords hung low against his back. The IXI were vaguely humanoid, with blue-tinted skin, an ancient race that had embraced warfare even more earnestly than Homo sapiens itself. They treated combat as if it were a sublime form of art, a race of warriors that gravitated easily to the life of a mercenary, yet as cultured as a samurai. The swords they carried were most definitely not for show. Of the 3 mercenary brigades facing them, they were perhaps the most dangerous of the lot. That he stood before a squad of armed humans seemed not to trouble the IXI warrior in the slightest. As she glanced around to their flanks, Runa spotted movement in the rocks. "So, not alone then." "Greetings," the alien said with a curt bow. "I am Pagon Kusha saying, it is a pleasure to address true fellow warriors." Their squad leader stepped forward, motioning to the others to lower their weapons. "Sergeant Ajilmer Kai," he answered. "How did you get ahead of us?" The alien mercenary made a chortling sound. "In fact, we did not. Other units informed us you were traveling in this direction. It was a simple enough matter to intercept you." The implication of that statement didn't pass unnoticed. Stepping forward as well, Runa returned the alien's bow. "Corporal Runa Oaks," she said in introduction. "I have to wonder why you're greeting us with words instead of bullets." "There will be plenty of time for that in the days and weeks ahead," he answered with a casual wave of his hand. "To simply shoot you down on the first day of our arrival, without properly conveying honor to our most worthy adversaries? We would find such a thing distasteful." The 2 NCOs shared a look. "Your compatriots didn't seem to share that concern," Kai pointed out. The IXI sneered, spitting on the ground. "Zaitai filth," he growled, "good only for terrorizing the helpless. They have no honor. And yet you're fighting alongside them," Runa pointed out, somewhat less than diplomatically. The blue-skinned alien spread his hands. "A contract is a contract," he answered with a shrug. "Distasteful it may be, but we have taken our benefactor's coin and agreed to their terms. Such is the nature of things." Tawfik stepped forward, still carrying his wounded assistant. "Sarge, she needs a night now," he hissed, shooting daggers at the IXI. "We don't have time for this." "Ah," The pagan nodded in understanding. Time is indeed the most precious gift of all. To business, then. He smiled, bowing once more. I present to you the opportunity for your champion to face me in single combat, he explained, sliding both swords from their scabbards and jamming them point first into the earth. Should they be victorious, you and your fellow warriors may pass unmolested. And if they lose? Kai asked quietly. The IXI let out an almost human-sounding sigh. That, I am afraid, will force me to obey our client's wishes, he shrugged, as a dozen more warriors appeared from behind the rocks. Given their numbers and position, any skirmish between their two forces would likely be both one-sided and brief. The sergeant nodded his acquiescence. Very well. In that case, I'll do it, Runa blurted out, stepping between them, as Kai sputtered in shock. What the hell? He hissed, grabbing her arm. I'm the obvious choice here. Wrong, she fired back. You're the squad leader, she reminded him, and our people are counting on you to do just that. If this goes south, she said pointedly, nodding her head to the rest of the IXI, they'll need you to save their asses. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, This isn't your fight. It's mine. Pulling away from his grip, she turned to face the alien warrior. What do I have to do? The pagan had watched the byplay with interest but had said nothing. Now that they had chosen a champion, he stretched out his hand and showed the two swords. As the challenged, the first choice of weapon is yours. I will take the other. We will face one another with steel in our hands, as the ancestors have decreed. To the death? Runa surmised. That is your decision, the IXI shrugged. Other options are also viable. Other options? She asked with renewed interest. Such as? A hint of a smile appeared on his face. In cases such as these, honor is served by limiting the duel to first blood. The confusion on her face must have been clear, even to an alien. Whosoever draws first blood in the match is the victor, he explained. Does it matter how much blood? She asked warily. It does not, he chortled once more. In fact, we consider it to be the very height of skill to triumph while only shedding a single drop. I'm liking the sound of this, Kai said in relief. Yeah, well, I still have to win, she reminded him, shrugging out of her gear and setting it aside, or else we're stuck with option B. She glanced over at the other IXI warriors, their weapons still at the ready. Tawfik had laid Rivka on the ground, while Doc attended to her. He shot Runa a desperate look. She turned and went to where the two swords were jammed into the dirt, examining each in turn. The heavier of the two was a wickedly curved scimitar, thicker and more weighted towards the tip. They had designed it to be used single-handed, but it felt unwieldy in her grip. Replacing it back into the ground, she plucked out the second blade. It was thinner and straighter than the first, with a guardless hilt that could be employed with either one or both hands. It was almost elfin in appearance, but as she turned it over in her hands, she realized its delicacy was deceiving. This was the blade of a virtuoso, even if she couldn't rise to that level herself. Tell me you know how to use that, Kai urged her. Bly showed me some moves, she shrugged, taking her stance as the pagan took his. Let's just hope it was enough. Whipping the sword up to her face, she saluted the alien in the manner the knight had taught her. Pleased, the IXI saluted her in return, slapping his own blade diagonally across his chest. The pair silently gauged one another, the others watching with great intent as the IX suddenly leapt and charged her. Runa barely dodged his attack in time, her own blade coming up to meet his and deflecting it aside with a loud skittering clang. But even as their swords broke free of one another, he was already turning, whipping around for a second slash aimed at her face. Ducking under the blow, she dove for the ground, tucking and rolling to come back up at the ready. Well done! The pagan roared with approval, his broad grin positively infectious. You're not so bad yourself, she allowed, earning her another chuckle. It was almost enough to give her a boost of confidence, were it not for one inescapable truth. The IXI was toying with her. She was certain he hoped to draw out the contest between them as long as possible, thoroughly enjoying the ancient form of combat. But the simple truth was he had trained with a blade since he'd been old enough to hold one, while she barely knew one end from the other. The longer they danced around, the greater the odds she'd make some fatal mistake. She needed to play to her strengths, not his, if she were to have any chance at survival for her and her squad. But what? Her eyes widened as an idea came to her. It was risky, and she'd need to time it perfectly, but if he wasn't expecting it, then maybe, just maybe, she had a chance. She saw something flicker across his face, a recognition that she was up to something. So instead of attacking, she backpedaled, putting distance between them. The pagan paused for a moment, weighing her apparent stratagem, before choosing to close for another strike. This time he held the sword crosswise against his body, trying for a backslash, but at the last moment she saw it for what it really was. It was a feint. If she weren't quick enough, the slash would draw blood, but she'd already proven her reflexes were up to the task. No, he was counting on her to parry the blow, allowing him to complete the pivot and land the follow-up strike as he whirled like a dervish. It was a brilliant maneuver, and she knew he would execute it perfectly, drawing first blood. Time for her to make her own move. Their swords crashed once again with a mighty clatter, stinging her wrists and hands, but she forced herself to ignore the pain. As their blades broke apart, he used the momentum to continue the turn, and the instant his back was to her, she made her play, tossing the sword from her right hand to her left in a flashy hand switch that no swordsman in their right mind would ever attempt. While Runa was no swordsman, she was a fairly decent juggler. While her left hand easily snatched the sword from the air, her right plucked the knife at her waist free, flipping it blade first before hurling it in a straight-arm throw. The pagan was just completing his turn when the hand switch caught him by surprise, distracting him, his eyes naturally going to the sword, expecting an attack from her offhand, only realizing too late that wasn't her intention at all. He was badly out of position as he struggled to twist his body clear of the thrown dagger, and despite his incredible prowess was a split second too slow. The knife embedded itself in the folds of the belted sash at his waist, forcing a grunt out of him as he stared at her in amazement. Panting heavily, she kept up her guard as the IXI warrior pulled the knife from his garments, its blade now streaked with dark green blood. He regarded it for a moment before looking up at her, and then raised the blade high, showing it to his fellow warriors. "Yutsazaz!" he cried out, as Kai and the rest of the squad tensed, readying their weapons. "Yutsazaz!" the others roared, raising their own weapons up in the air, and cheered. Runa blinked. What?" she stammered. The pagan's grin was back with a vengeance. "You have bested me in honorable combat. The victory is yours," he said, bowing deeply before her. Unsure of the proper response, she mirrored his efforts, bowing as well. It seemed to be the right choice based on his reaction. "It was a good match," she said awkwardly. "It was indeed," he concurred, as he held out the dagger to her. Wiping the blade clean, she tucked it back in its sheath before presenting the sword to him. The IXI bowed once again, formally accepting the blade, but instead of returning it to its scabbard, he removed the carrier from his waist, resheathing it and holding it out to her once more. "As proof of your conquest, I present to you the blade you used to best me," he intoned, "as I received it from the one I defeated, so now it belongs to you. May it serve you well in the battle ahead." Her fingers curled around the prize as she bowed once more. "I thank you, pagan," she said haltingly, struggling to find the correct acknowledgement. Her first reaction had been to refuse the gift out of politeness, but the ritualized way he'd given it to her, the words he'd chosen, they all spoke to some ancient custom it would be unwise to contravene. "The honor of the IXI is proven yet again," she told him. Maybe it wasn't the proper thing to say, but it felt right, and as he raised his head, she could tell her words had pleased him. "As promised, you and your people may depart in peace," he informed her, sweeping his hand towards the sea. "I assure you, you will arrive at your destination unharmed." "I," Pagan Kusha saying, "swear it to be so." "Thank you," she said again, bowing once more, before grabbing her gear and throwing her harness back over her shoulders. She slung her rifle and tucked her helmet under her arm before sliding the sword in its scabbard through her belt. "It was an honor to meet you, Pagan," she said sincerely. "Likewise, Corporal." He smiled as he raised his blade in salute. "May you die well." "And you," she nodded, as Kai touched her on the shoulder. "Time to go," he told her, as he put his helmet back on. Tawfik already had Rivka in his arms, as Doc shot her a barbed look. They'd wasted enough time already. "Take care," she told the IXI, giving him a casual wave as the two groups parted ways, shaking her head in disbelief. How the hell was she going to explain this? I shall look for you in the days ahead. The pagan chuckled as they resumed their march, for I have every intention of retrieving my sword. Chapter 16. Roses and Thorns. The craftsmanship is exquisite, Colonel Holm remarked, turning over the IXI blade in his hands. I know a few collectors who would pay handsomely for it. It's not for sale, sir, Runa sniffed, taking the sword and sliding it into its scabbard. Besides, the pagan seemed certain he'd be getting it back. I'm tempted to say, over my dead body, but I'm pretty sure that was implied. It was, I'm afraid, Captain Inaba agreed, handing her and Kai each a glass before taking a seat. The IXI are some of the best warriors out there, and they don't like to lose. She took a sip from her own glass and then shrugged. It's not personal, if that's any consolation. It's not, she grimaced. Any suggestions, ma'am? If you can arrange it? Artillery strike, the captain replied. Safest option all around. I'll keep that in mind. Runa sighed as the colonel pulled up a file on his tablet. We're getting good telemetry from the camera you planted, he informed them, and what it's showing us is disconcerting. It confirms your reports that the IXI, the Legion, and the Zaitai are all part of the forces being assembled against us. They're digging in just like we've been, but they won't stay put forever. What I don't understand is why they've landed so far from us. Sergeant Kai wondered aloud. With 3 brigades at their disposal, why not just drop on top of us and finish it? For, earning him a surprised look. Don't forget our good friend the administrator from Elimination Associates. I doubt we've heard the last from them. He took a sip from his drink and then set it aside. We've puzzled over their deployment as well, but we suspect it's another part of their overall strategy. They're trying to nudge us into doing their work for them, the colonel explained. If they can get us to surrender on our own, especially before any actual battle takes place, not only does it get them what they want at rock-bottom prices, it also blackens our good name across the sector. He shook his head in disgust. Who would hire a mercenary band that runs from a fight? So we're staying then? Runa asked quietly. Even knowing what we know? We are, Corporal Inaba agreed, despite the odds against us. The 2 NCOs stared at their cups, and then concurrently took a healthy swig at the news. Yes, sir, Kai said at last. Don't write us off just yet, Sergeant, Holm chided him. We've still got a few cards in our favor. Kai managed a polite expression. As you say, Colonel, he murmured. I know when I'm being humored, the colonel sighed, before forestalling Kai's response. Don't deny it. If I were in your shoes, I'd be thinking the same thing. Setting down his glass, he leaned forward, eyeing the pair. There are things in the wind I'm not at liberty to discuss, for a variety of reasons, not the least of which being they may not play out. He bobbed his head. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Holm waved his apology aside. Forget it. You've both had a long night, and I know you're worried about your teammate. How is she doing, by the way? The Knights tell us she's responding well to treatment, Runa answered. They also said if we'd gotten her to them any later. Her voice trailed off as she stared into her glass once again. But you did get her to them in time, he reminded her. Never forget that. Don't start traveling down all those dark alleys marked. What if? There's nothing good to be found there, I can assure you, he sighed, with a sudden distant look in his eyes. Take it from one who knows. He drained the last of his glass, and then rose to his feet, the others half a heartbeat behind him. We've kept you both long enough, and I'm certain you're both dead on your feet. Go get some rest. We've got your reports, and if we have any further questions, we know where to find you. Dismissed. Aye, aye, sir, they said in unison, before turning and exiting the CP. I want to see Rivka, Runa insisted, once they were clear of the command post. Me too, Kai admitted, as they headed towards the aid station. Luckily, it wasn't far, and relatively deserted. Making their way to her bed, they found Tawfik beside her, sitting vigil and holding her hand. He looked up at them, his disfigured face a study in misery as the corporal instinctively gave him a hug. She's going to be okay, Runa promised, plopping down next to him. The Knights all say the same thing. I know, he rumbled. his eyes never leaving his teammate. It's just, I mean, look at her, he said helplessly, staring at her as she slept. She looked so fragile, so broken. He hung his head as a tear formed at the corner of his eye. Hey, Rivka's a fighter, Kai reminded him, giving the gunner some space. Besides, if she saw you blubbering over her like this, she'd kick your ass. That earned him a watery snort as Tawfik wiped at his eyes. Yeah, she would, he agreed, picturing the diminutive young woman beating on someone twice her size. The knights say she can get out of here in a couple days, he continued, but it'll be a while before she's 100%. We'll look after her, Runa vowed. You know that. We take care of our own. She gave his arm a squeeze before standing up. You need anything? Tawfik just shook his head. We'll check back in soon, she told him, I promise. The pair stood there for a moment, waiting to see his reaction. But the big man simply turned his attention back to the wounded young woman before him, his mind shutting out everything else. Kai jerked his head towards the door as they made a discreet exit. God, I hate that, she shuddered. Yeah, and it doesn't get any easier, Kai agreed. Been doing it for years, and I still don't know what to say. He came to a halt, turning to her. If you get your own squad, you'll have to deal with that too. I know, she said quietly. Doesn't mean I have to like it. There'd be something wrong with you if you did, he acknowledged, before taking a deep breath. We need to talk, Runa. About what happened. About what's been happening. I don't know what you're talking about, she told him, looking away. Yes, you do, Kai said firmly. Taking the lead when we found that booby trap. Tracking down the screamer. The minefield. And now you've taken up fencing, it seems, he said pointedly, glancing at the sword tucked in her harness. He folded his arms and leaned up against a sandbagged wall, regarding her. You keep putting yourself at risk like that, eventually you're going to face something too big for you to handle. What happens then? I seem to recall you saying how proud you were. Last time we had this conversation, she snapped, her eyes suddenly full of fire. Maybe you remember. We were sharing a bottle and watching dragon sex? Ring any bells? She glared at him defiantly. What the hell changed? You changed, Kai fired back. What are you doing? Are you trying to prove something? That you deserve that squad? Because if that's the case, this path you're on is the surest way to lose it. I did my job, Runa snarled, getting right in his face, and I'd do it again. I stand by every decision I made. And the fact we're all still alive to talk about it tells me I made the right fucking choice. The sergeant's hackles flared as she jabbed her finger into his chest. Maybe I should have just let Becca die out on that minefield? Huh? Is that what you're saying? 'Cause if that's the case, then I am sorry to disappoint you, she blustered, the sarcasm dripping from her mouth. Damn it, I care about you, he snapped, grabbing her by the arms. Do you have any idea what it does to me, watching you risk your life like this? Do you? I did what had to be done, she seethed, pulling herself from his grip. And if you don't like the way I operate, then maybe I should see about that transfer. Giving him one last scowl, she turned on her heel and stormed away. It was several hours later when Kai made his way up the hill overlooking the bay. Runa glanced over in his direction and then pointedly looked away, even as he sat down beside her. That changed when he broke out a bottle, holding it up for her inspection. If you think you're getting lucky, guess again, she growled, taking it from him and cracking the seal. Last thing on my mind, he said honestly, as Runa took a long drink. Wiping her lips, she handed it back over. I'll give you this much. It's better than the last batch, she said grudgingly. I asked Yendrik to find me the best stuff he could, he nodded, before taking a drink of his own. Told him it was important. Wonderful, she grimaced, rolling her eyes. Now they know we're up to something. Just how long did you think we could keep that a secret? Kai asked her. Runa sighed and took back the bottle. At least a little while longer. The two drank in silence, watched the waves crash on shore, before Kai finally spoke up. What exactly are we fighting about, Runa? I don't know, she shrugged. You thought I was being reckless, and I resented it. Sounds about right, he agreed, taking another swig. So, I don't know what to tell you, she answered. Every one of those examples, at that moment I was doing what I thought was right. She turned to look at him. And I'd do it again. Somehow, I had a feeling that would be your answer. They spent several more minutes contemplating the ocean, both as still as the night air. I meant what I said back there, Kai said at last. I know, Runa mumbled. So where does that leave us? I don't know, he admitted, but I know this. I don't want to lose you. Not now. Not after everything we've been through. He turned and looked her in the eye. But you don't have to act like you're some one-woman army, either. Maybe you'd consider letting the rest of us pick up some of the slack, now and then, he asked hopefully. I mean, we're a team, right? Right, she smiled. You know, it goes both ways. What does? I don't want to see anything happen to you, either, she finished. I guess that might be part of why I've been, well, she flushed. You and I need to work on our communication skills. Kai chuckled as he wrapped a protective arm around her. Runa snuggled in, enjoying the closeness, before finally checking her chronometer. We have to go back, don't we? She sighed, reaching for her weapon. The sergeant just smiled, kissing the top of her head. We've got some time yet, he told her. Sometime later, the pair made their way back to the line, only to be met by a frantic Becca. Jesus, I've been looking all over for you too, she said in a frenzy. The LT and Gunny were by earlier. Just how much trouble are we in? Kai sighed. Nah, you're good. I covered for you, she told them, but not before giving Runa a knowing wink, earning her a groan from the corporal. Besides, after the patrol, we're still technically off the clock. So what did they want? The scout made a sour look. We've got early stand-to in the morning. The brass is expecting a probe. Damn it. Kai reached up and pinched his nose. I suppose that was fairly inevitable. Where's the rest of the squad? Sleeping, most of them. Except for Tawfik and Rivka, of course. They're both still at the aid station. Right. Okay. Get him up and have them report to me on the double. Then head over to the aid station and tell Tawfik to get his ass back here. Becca gave him a wary look. He ain't gonna like hearing that, Sarge. I know, but we need him on the gun. I don't care how you do it, but get him here. Copy. I'm on it, she nodded, before heading back to the fighting positions to wake the squad. She'll make an excellent team leader, Runa smiled. Yeah, she will, Kai agreed, as he found a convenient spot to sit. Might as well get comfy, he told her. I imagine it'll be a while. It was the better part of an hour before the squad, minus the still recuperating Rivka, gathered together. Tawfik had a dark and dangerous cast to his eyes. Being torn away from his teammate's bedside had put him in a venomous mood. All right, you've all heard the news, Kai told them. We're expecting a probe in the morning, and they want us ready. So until then, we're on 50-50 security, one up and one down. Stand-to is at 0330, and I better not catch anyone making their damn breakfast. Noise and light discipline until the end of morning twilight. That means no talking, no open flames, and no falling back asleep, or it's your ass. Understood? The squad nodded and mumbled their assent. Okay then, with Rivka down, Yendrik, I need you on the gun as Tawfik's assistant. Any problems with that? No problems, Sarge. Yendrik shook his head. Tawfik started to speak, but Kai shot him a look. It's Yendrik or the new kid, he told him, for stalling any argument, and being honest, I need Arthur on the grenade launcher. So really, it's either Yendrik or Yendrik. Deal with it. The big man muttered something under his breath, but said nothing else aloud. Kai ignored it and turned to Runa. You got anything you want to add? Just one thing, she told him, as she addressed the squad. I know what you're thinking. Maybe they'll hit some other section besides ours. Maybe they won't come at all. The brass has been wrong before. She glared at each of them. Get that shit out of your head right now. Assume that they're coming here in force, and that they'll do their damnedest to punch straight through us and leave nothing but charred meat in their wake. Whatever you might think about the enemy, especially after our encounter with the IXI, just remember one thing. They will do everything they can to kill you, unless you kill them first. Never forget that. The silence that followed her warning was deafening. Kai checked his chronometer and stood up. Stand-to is in 6 hours. Get some rest, because you're sure as hell gonna need it. Chapter 17. Baptisms of Fire. The witching hour, dead of night, 0-30. Humans had endless names for it. In ancient times, they would huddle around their campfires, staring nervously into the dark while listening to the howls of the predators who called the night home. Time marched on, and while man found ways to keep the night at bay, he never forgot. Night would always be the dread unknown, the realm where nightmares came to life, making it the ideal time to attack one's enemies. Stand to was an idea born of necessity, the need to be ready in case of an enemy assault. Rubbing the sleep from their eyes, huddled into their warmest clothing, staring out into the gloom, it was a ritual that soldiers knew well. They counted the minutes as they slowly ticked by, waiting for the order to stand down. Maybe there'd be hot chow, or even the possibility of stealing a couple more hours of sleep. Anything other than the quiet existential dread of staring into the dark, searching for assassins determined to sneak up behind you and slit your throat. Cranking up her night vision as high as it would go, Runa peered out towards the distant hills, searching for any sign of movement. This was always the worst part. The waiting, no matter how terrible the enemy one faced. Apprehension conjured up demons 1,000 times worse. Sometimes imagination was a warrior's boon companion and savior, but Stantu was not one of them. When the sun finally rose over the windswept ridge, they'd shrug off their terrors, laughing and joking with one another as they greeted yet another day. It only took a single Stantu to grasp why their distant ancestors had worshipped the sun. Glancing over at Arthur, she saw the young private was struggling to stay awake. She nudged him with her elbow, his head snapping up as he startled. "Throw on some water," she suggested. "It helps." "Yes, Corporal," he flushed, embarrassed to be caught napping. His hands shook as he pulled out his canteen and splashed some water onto his face. He spent a few moments rubbing it into his skin before capping and replacing the container. "It's okay to be scared, you know," she said. "Just shows you're not a fool. The only thing that matters is how you handle it." The private froze, staring at her. "You mean you still get scared?" he said in surprise. "Every time," she admitted. "But the minefield, the fight with the IXI, you sure didn't look scared then." Runa chuckled. "I sure hope I didn't. I've got a rep to maintain." Arthur goggled, leaving her to shrug in resignation. "Look, I've been doing this a long time. I'm an NCO, a leader, and that means setting an example, being a role model. Think about it. If I'd started crying and freaking out when we got ambushed, would you have followed me anywhere?" The private thought hard. "Probably not," he confessed. "Of course not," she agreed. "You want a leader that's steady in the clutch, someone that can get you through the bad times." She managed to smile. Confidence and fear aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, there's an old adage about that. "There is?" Arthur asked, now fully alert. "Yeah, never share a foxhole with anyone braver than you are," she grinned, before slapping him on the shoulder. "Sit tight. I gotta go check on Becca." Slipping out of their shared position, she made her way through the trenches to the scouts' location. With Rivka down, that left them a man short, and instead of jamming all three of them into a single foxhole, she'd left her on her own. They needed the extra coverage, plus it was yet another test to see if she was ready to take on the team leader slot. It only took her a couple of minutes to arrive at her destination, coming to a halt as the phrase, "Who goes there?" was grunted at her. "Corporal Oakes," she answered. There was a brief pause, and then, "Mirror." "Cabbage," she answered, giving the countersign. There was an almost palpable sigh of relief. "Come on up, Runa," she told her. Moving up to join her, she plopped down into the foxhole. Becca rested her rifle against her hip, giving her a nod. "You doing okay by yourself?" she asked her. She shrugged at the question. "I'm fine, though I don't enjoy flying solo any more than anyone else. Hopefully, we'll get Rivka back soon," she told her. "Until then, I'll talk to Kai and see if we can rotate the duty." "Thanks, I appreciate it," Becca replied. "How's the kid doing?" "Nervous, but keeping it together," Runa explained. "I can't stay, though. He's too green to be left by himself for long." "Sure, I get it," she nodded once more. "If I spot anything, I'll holler on the squad frequency." "You do that," she agreed, giving her shoulder a squeeze. "Gotta go," she whispered, clambering back out the way she came, before making her way back to her own position. As she arrived, she paused, waiting for the challenge, but instead heard only silence. Scowling, she slowly crept forward, ghosting through the trench as she drew her dagger. "You're dead," Runa hissed into Arthur's ear, pressing her blade against his neck. The private squeaked, too terrified to move. "Failure to challenge. In case you're wondering," she explained, in more conversational tones, before taking the dagger away from his throat and resheathing it. "Explain yourself." "But I was watching the perimeter, Corporal," he protested, only to recognize his mistake too late. "Were you now?" she practically cooed. "And what about your rear? Or your flanks?" Bowing his head, he mumbled, "I'm sorry, Corporal. It won't happen again." "It damn well better not," she snapped, "'cause it's not just your life you're putting at risk, it's everyone's. One mistake is all it takes to wipe out the whole battalion." "Yes, Corporal," he whispered, still unable to look at her. She jabbed him in the chest with her finger. "We follow procedure for a reason, Private, and part of that is being aware of your surroundings at all times." "Understood? Understood, Corporal," he swallowed. "Good, because if we need to have this conversation again," she grumbled, as she started scanning the hillside again, "I will be very—" Runa froze and then cranked up the magnification. "Shit." She clicked onto the squad radio frequency. "Kai, this is Oaks. We've got movement." The sergeant's voice came back immediately. "Where?" "I make it right at 083 degrees, top of the ridgeline," she reported, as Arthur strained to see what she'd spotted. "Looks like they're making their way through the defile." "Oh, God," the private whispered, now spotting the same activity she had. "I'm on the horn with the CP," Kai informed her. "They want to draw them out first." The corporal winced at the news. "Copy," she said quietly. "Do we have arty support?" "Mortars, at least," he reported. "They want to keep the big guns a surprise." "Can you spot for the tubes?" "Roger that," she growled. "Just don't leave me hanging." "I won't," he promised. "We're passing the word up and down the line now. Their orders are to hold their fire until you bring the steel rain. Get him out in the open and hit him hard." "Questions?" "Don't suppose Centurions or Havoc air support are on the table?" she asked hopefully. "Sorry, same deal as the arty. They're keeping those in reserve for when our new friends get serious." "Understood," answered. She wasn't surprised, and it made good tactical sense. But when you were facing an alien horde, you wanted everything you could throw at them at your fingertips. "I'm handing you off to the gun bunnies," he informed her. There was a pause, and then, "Stay safe, Runa," he said quietly. "You too," she answered, as the sergeant signed off. Turning to Arthur, she asked, "You get the update?" "Yes, Corporal," he swallowed, his eyes still glued to the front. "Wait for the signal, then open fire." Scanning left and right, she could see additional units now filtering in through the hills, mentally upgrading the threat they were facing. Instead of a probe where you sent a platoon or even a company to look for weak spots in the enemy line, this was shaping up to be a serious reconnaissance in force. Same idea, just with a lot more fighters, enough that if you found a weak point, you could immediately exploit it, calling for reinforcements and smashing your way through. There were dozens of the enemy now coming towards them with more on the way, hundreds, at least. If she opened fire too soon, they'd simply melt back into the hills. Too late, and they'd be right on top of them. The idea was to discourage them without showing their hand, and if they could take some pieces permanently off the board, that'd be okay too. As they drew closer, she reached out to steady the young private beside her. Whoever was coming for them moved well, which eliminated the Zaitai. They were little more than rabble. Common thugs and criminals handed weapons and promised whatever booty they could loot and pillage. Against untrained opponents, they were devastating. Against an outfit like the Valkyries, they'd be dog meat. Unless someone else kicked the door open first. That left the Legion and the IXI. Judging by the silhouettes she was observing, her money was on the Legion. They recruited from worlds all across the Perseus Arm, and their training was top-notch. It was difficult to be certain at this range, but it looked like she was seeing more than one species out there. If so, that eliminated the IXI, whose levies they restricted solely to their own warrior race. Either way, what was coming was going to get ugly. "Damn it," she muttered under breath, earning her a nervous look from Arthur. She raised an eyebrow at the private, before finally asking, "You follow the Terran sect?" "No," he answered, shaking his head. "Few dermists do." Figures, she allowed. Well, if we get through this, you might want to rethink that. He gaped at her while she took a bearing, deciding the enemy had finally gotten close enough. As she called up the mortar's fire control section. Mystic 3-6, this is Dagger 1-1 Bravo. Fire mission, over. Their response came back immediately. Dagger 1-1 Bravo, you are go for fire mission, over. Roger, Mystic 3-6, I have +100 troops in the open. Grid 19er Romeo Foxtrot Juliet, coordinates 3728479 she reported, while simultaneously sending them an overlay shot from her helmet's display for confirmation. Copy, +100 troops in the open. Grid 19er Romeo Foxtrot Juliet, coordinates 3728479 they repeated. He in effect, 5 rounds out. Get ready, she murmured, as Arthur clutched his grenade launcher. Shot, over. The gun bunnies announced, informing them the first rounds were on the way. Shot, out, she acknowledged, as she waited anxiously for the dance to begin. Seconds later, a string of explosions detonated at the base of the ridge, behind the bulk of the enemy who reacted immediately, going to ground or racing forward. Fuck, she swore as she quickly gauged the distance. Mystic 3-6, drop 400, over, she informed them, sending them the correction. Indirect fire wasn't an exact science, unfortunately, and usually required someone observing the enemy to guide the rounds in. Copy, Dagger 1-1 Bravo, drop 400, they responded, adjusting their guns. Seconds later they tried again. Shot, over, they reported. Once again, she watched and waited until a second cluster of explosions dotted this landscape, and this time they were right where she wanted them. Mystic 3-6, you are on target, fire for effect. She howled as weapons fire began crackling up and down the line. But the Legionnaires knew what was coming and reacted the only way they could. They could retreat behind the hills, but then their mission would be a failure. Remaining out in the open was suicide, and since there was no time to dig in, they only had one viable option left. Charge forward and take their positions by force. The Legion returned fire, sporadically at first, but as they regrouped and concentrated their forces, they started hitting back hard. Bloody hell, she whispered, as the mortar rounds detonated all across their front. They were doing damage to the enemy, all right, but they weren't doing enough damage. The brass had wanted to catch them out in the open, only that meant letting them get closer to their positions than she would normally have liked, and it was all about to bite them in the ass. Runa knew she had to stop them before they broke through the line, which left her with a single option, the call of last resort. Mystic 3-6, this is Dagger 1-1 Bravo. She shouted into her mic. Adjust fire. Drop 600. Final protective fire. Danger close. Grabbing Arthur by the harness, she yanked him off his feet, hauling him to the bottom of their foxhole as they both hugged the dirt, while the mortar rounds started ripping their world to shreds. Final protective fire was known as the "oh, shit" option. When all your plans fell apart, when the enemy was closing in, you called for everything they could throw at your attackers and prayed with all your might not to get caught in the blast. Concussions tore the breath from their lungs as the explosions smashed at their eardrums. Dirt and gravel rained down upon them while shrapnel screamed through the air, and through the wall of noise she could hear other screams, the shrieks and cries of torment and death and terror, both human and alien alike. With one command she had unleashed hell, and demons now strode across the field to claim their due. Finally, as the sound of incoming fire slackened off, Runa risked a quick glance, poking her head above ground. The enemy was retreating, falling back and heading for the hills. They struggled to carry out their wounded and left their dead behind, and as she looked up and down the line, she could see positions where they'd gotten too close. Cracking open her canteen, she drank deep, suddenly parched as only a near brush of death could. Arthur slowly clawed his way up to a sitting position, his expression one of abject horror. "Are we dead?" he whispered, patting himself down, looking for holes. "Not today," she told him, rising to her feet and looking out over the battlefield, before sighing in relief. "Not today." Chapter 18, 2-minute warning. Battles don't end simply because the guns have fallen silent. The denouement that follows is just as important to the outcome of any armed conflict as the actual fighting itself. There are the dead and wounded to be recovered, on both sides, intelligence to be gathered, repairs to anything damaged during combat, follow-up patrols to ensure the enemy truly was gone, necessary maintenance on weapons and equipment. The list went on and on. But there was one last task that was even more important, one fraught with potential pitfalls and hazards, one that troops fought to avoid like the proverbial plague: the handling of prisoners. That's it. I've had it. Yendrik snapped. Why the hell are we getting stuck on prisoner detail? 'Cause the captain hates us, Tawfik brooded, still disconsolate at not having Rivka at his side. Captain Inaba doesn't hate us, Kai answered, rolling his eyes. On the contrary, she's impressed with our work. Then why is it every shit job that comes down the pike we get stuck with? Doc insisted. I know part of it is because we produce results, but this is ridiculous. And don't think the other squads aren't complaining about it either. I've been hearing grumbling about us being the captain's pet. The squad eyed their leaders with suspicion as Kai and Runa shared an uncomfortable look. There's something going on, isn't there? Becca wondered aloud, speaking for all of them. Something you haven't been telling us. Is that true? Arthur asked nervously. Shit, Kai muttered. It's not like they weren't going to twig to it eventually, Runa sighed. Yeah, I suppose, he agreed, though I was hoping to avoid this. What? Becca demanded. What have you been keeping from us? The others closed ranks around her, pressing in, as the two NCOs sagged in defeat. We have to tell them something, she urged. Kai glanced furtively around them. Inaba had pulled them off the line for the prisoner detail, and currently they were cooling their heels outside the battalion CP. Not here, he warned, waving them towards a more secluded area, one far from prying eyes and ears. Before we tell you, you all should know something, their squad leader warned them. Just hearing this is dangerous, the kind of danger that gets you put on lists labeled, terminate on sight. That got their attention. He nodded gravely at their reaction. There are already several bodies planted because of this, so I'm asking you now, are you sure you want to know? 'Cause if it were me, I'd be walking away from this as fast as I could. No shame if that's your choice. No one budged, as Runa chuckled bitterly at their reaction. After a lead-up like that, of course they're not leaving, she sighed, even if it is the smart choice. Enough with the foreplay, Doc growled. If our asses are on the line because of this, then we have a right to know. Stop blue-balling us. No one so much as smirked at the innuendo when the corporal touched Kai's arm. I'll do it, she said softly, as she faced the squad. Do you remember that operation back on Iabkaz, right before last rendezvous? She asked them. Yeah, sure, Yendrik nodded. What about it? Do you recall the folks we rescued right before we lifted? A tinker, a couple of knights, and a kid, she persisted. Maggie and Diggs, Becca agreed. Think the knight's name was Bly. One of them, anyway. She shrugged. What about him? Tawfik snapped his fingers. Of course, he blurted. It was right after rendezvous that you both got pulled for that secret mission. That's what this is all about. It is, she acknowledged. And what comes next you aren't authorized to tell anyone. I'm serious. We're already putting our butts on the line just telling you guys. Plus, you'd be putting their lives at risk if you do. Kai pointed out, not to mention your own. What the hell happened on that mission? Doc whispered. The pair shared another look. We went to Earth, she said at last. Earth? You mean Terra Earth? Arthur said hoarsely. Our old homeworld, Kai nodded. The entire squad just stared at them, and then suddenly Tawfik went on one knee. My lord and lady, he stammered, bowing his head, as the others looked ready to follow suit. Oh Jesus, will you get up? Kai snapped, grabbing him by the harness and yanking him back to his feet. Seriously, stop that already. I'm starting to realize what Maggie was always going on about, Runa sighed. That shit would get old real fast. But, you've been to Terra, Becca struggled to get out. No one has gone there. Not in 50 years, and those that have. No, there's a few of us, Kai interrupted. It's just that we're keeping it a secret for now. So no lord and lady crap, all right? Just treat us like you always have. It took the squad some time to process that. So why is your mission to Earth a secret? Doc asked at last. What did you find? Runa closed her eyes. This is your last chance, she said quietly. Knowing about the mission to Earth is dangerous enough, but the rest? She shook her head. opening her eyes and gazing at each of them. After this, there's no going back. Nothing will protect you if the wrong people find out, so I strongly urge each of you to walk away from this. Right now, nothing short of a contact nuke would have dislodged them as they stared breathlessly at the pair, waiting for the big reveal. We found a clue, Kai said at last. Once it was obvious no one was leaving. A clue that might just lead us to Terra Nova. Next year, on New Terra, Arthur recited from memory, the ancient vow sounding like a desperate prayer. Is it, could it really exists? We think so, Runa agreed. But there are entities out there who want it for themselves, and they will go to great lengths in order to possess it, including killing anyone who learns the truth or gets in their way. The Troika, Becca announced without emotion. A statement, not a question. Yes, the Troika, she admitted. Those are the stakes we're playing for. It's the reason they attacked Freya, and it's part of why we're here. She shook her head sadly. And now you're in the thick of it, all the way up to your necks, which the Troika will gladly cut. If you breathe a word of this to anyone, Kai warned them, that's not a bluff or an exaggeration. They've already tried to kill us at least once. Holy Mother Terra, Tophic said reverently, his eyes misty. I mean, wow. Who else knows? Doc asked them. The captain, obviously. Is she the only one? The colonel, Top Burger, Gunny Satu. That's it, Runa informed him. And now you. Plus the commandant, Kai added. Yendrik let out a low whistle. No wonder we're getting all the high-profile jobs. And this prisoner detail? Doc asked. Guess we'll find out, Runa shrugged. Just as the CP door opened, with Top Burger stepping outside and waving them over. Looks like we're on, she told them, grabbing her gear as they jogged back over to where the first sergeant was waiting. We picked up a handful of prisoners after last night's attack, she informed them, mostly wounded. There's a squad from Easy Company babysitting them at the moment, but I want you lot to take charge ASAP. Lieutenant Danilov and Gunny Satu will meet you there. We've authorized them to handle the next phase. Where are they? Kai asked. 8th Station, she informed them, having their wounds ministered to. They're getting 4-star treatment. Over our own? Becca said hotly, earning her a silent rebuke for the senior NCO. Apologies, Top, she mumbled, lowering her gaze. Before you get all pissy, you might want to consider that we're not the only ones with prisoners, she pointed out. We're trying to set up an exchange as we speak, and if we want our people back in decent shape, the smart move is to make sure that theirs are as well. She folded her arms, regarding them. Questions? No, Top, Kai answered. Then what are you still doing here? Get it done, she told them, dismissing them with a wave before heading back inside. Runa glared at the scout. Seriously? It won't happen again, she grimaced. I didn't think it through. No, you didn't, Kai agreed, as they made their way to the aid station. Don't make a habit of it. I won't, Sarge, she answered, bobbing her head. Minutes later, they arrived at the aid station, only to discover a familiar face waiting for them. Rivka, Tophic said in surprise, only to grin and spread out his arms for a giant bear hug. Don't even think about it, she warned, warding him off. I just got my ribs patched up. They're letting you out? Runa asked. Had to say, pretty please, but yeah, she nodded. I was going stir crazy in there. And you're 100%? Kai said dubiously. Close enough, she shrugged, though her movements were stiff. I'll be fine. Uh-huh, he answered, unconvinced. You know where they're keeping the prisoners? Sure, follow me, she told them, leading them inside. We've got the detail? We do now, Runa confirmed. We're taking over for a squad from Easy. Who'd we piss off? She grumbled, unaware of the knowing looks being traded behind her as they made their way past the wards, now filled with wounded. The squad came to a halt, staring at the tableau as the staff made their rounds. They looked exhausted as they worked to treat their injuries, and it was obvious even from here they were understaffed. They've been coming in all night, Rivka said quietly. I figure it's the only reason they cut me loose. They needed the space. Keep moving, Kai ordered, muscling them past the busy wards to the rear of the station, coming to a halt when they found a pair of guards watching a door. You guys are replacements? One asked. They told us you'd be coming. That's us, Runa corroborated. Are the others inside? And anxiously waiting for you, the guard affirmed as he opened up the door. Rivka, Tawfik, relieve these two, Kai ordered. The rest of you, follow me. Entering, they found a smaller version of the medical wards they just passed, with beds filled by a dozen aliens of various races. They watched with interest as the squad came to a halt beside their counterparts, interrupting a conversation between Lieutenant Danilov and the guard squad leader. There you are, Gunny Sadhu announced. I'll keep the briefing short. You all see that red line? She asked, pointing to a bright red border marked on the floor. Yes, Gunny, Kai answered, as they all nodded. That's the kill line, she told them. They don't cross it, and neither do you. You both stick to that, and you'll be golden. Let the medical staff do their thing. You just make sure they don't cause trouble or run off. Is that likely? Runa asked. No, Danilov answered, interrupting the gunnery sergeant. They know we're going to trade them back for our own, so there's no point. He glanced over at the others. Any of your people hardcore xenophobes? Any of them looking for payback? No, sir, Kai said in a rush. Good, he nodded. Last thing we need is some hothead screwing things up for everybody. We send them back safe and sound so that their people do the same with ours. Understand? Yes, sir, Runa answered for them both. Outstanding. He turned to the other sergeant. You're relieved, he informed him. Aye, aye, sir, he agreed, whistling up the rest of his squad and pointing them towards the door. They're all yours, he told Kai, as they filed out. They spent the next few minutes positioning the squad so that the prisoners were under observation at all times, briefing each one individually to ensure there was no misunderstanding. Once that was accomplished, Lieutenant Danilov approached the kill line with the gunny at his elbow, looking over the prisoners. Who's senior among you? He asked. That would be me, an insectoid answered, its clicks and buzzes translated through the voter it wore over its bandaged thorax. I am Optioquigis Tsaxox. What is it you wish of me, Terran? I am Lieutenant Isaac Danilov, he answered, and I'm here to make you an offer. An offer? What kind of offer? It asked with suspicion. My colonel has authorized me to extend to you the chance to join our ranks, with very generous, he began, only to have the rest of his sales pitch drowned out in a sudden burst of noise. It was impossible to make out which alien was making which sound. Given that they represented several races, the voters weren't making much sense either. The humans stared at the aliens in confusion until finally Runa leaned over to Gunny Satu. I think they're laughing, she told her sotto voce. The Gunny just rolled her eyes. Figures, she spat. The lieutenant fumed silently until the alien mercenaries ceased their racket. You Terrans are funny, the Optio answered, still obviously amused. I assure you, the offer is genuine, Danilov insisted. I'm certain that it is, the alien replied, but what inducement could you possibly offer enticing enough for us to switch sides? If it's a question of pay, he started again, only to have the insectoid wave one of its limbs at him. It is in part, it agreed, considering that you Terrans are one of the poorest mercenary companies in the sector. I did not join the Legion in order to lose credits. I am certain we can work something out. The lieutenant tried gamely once more. I am not. The Optio fired back. For the question of pay is only one part of the reason I refuse your offer. It is not even the largest part, in fact. Then what is? Danilov asked. The alien cocked its head, regarding him. Surely you are aware of the forces currently allied against you, it pointed out. We outnumber you by at least 5 to 1, and our technology and weapons are both more numerous and more advanced. Simply put, I have no wish to join the losing side, considering how thoroughly you are about to be crushed. We sent you running last night, Yendrik spouted off, only to earn a smack from Becca to shut him up. The insectoid gave what seemed to be a pitying look. That was merely a probe, Terran, it reminded him, designed to test your defenses and learn from them. And we did, I can assure you. It leaned back in its bed. I hope they can negotiate the exchange soon. And why is that? The lieutenant prodded him. I have no desire to still be here when our combined forces destroy you, it answered. Tell me, when will they be feeding us? It inquired, overlooking the uneasy glances being shared amongst the squad. Chapter 19. Making Deals with Devils. It took a few days to work out the details of the prisoner exchange, with the negotiations breaking down more than once over questions of ransom and parole. The Valkyries were holding more prisoners than the Legionnaires, to be expected since they were defending and not attacking. A one-for-one swap was the usual rule of thumb, but since they had captured almost twice as many enemy combatants, it was suggested they demand the Legion pay a bounty to release the rest, something they flatly refused to do. Eventually, however, cooler heads prevailed, with both sides agreeing to hand over all captured personnel and call it a wash. That still left the even stickier question of parole. It was a fact of life for mercenary companies. Any prisoner you release today you could expect to see again tomorrow, doing their level best to kill you all over again. No commander in their right mind wants to help their enemy. So why not hold on to their prisoners until after they had resolved the conflict? Except, of course, that same enemy was holding your people, and getting them back quickly and in one piece was crucial for morale. If your troops thought for a second you weren't doing everything possible to secure the return of their brothers and sisters, suddenly they weren't so inclined to fight for you. It was a necessary evil, so one simply held their nose and accepted it. But what if there was another option? What if you signed an agreement, a parole, stating any prisoners you released would not fight against you? On paper, it was brilliant. Both sides got their people back, plus you no longer had to worry about simply recycling enemy soldiers back to the front. Problem solved. Unfortunately, there were problems with that idea as well. How did you ensure the other side kept their word? What if they had nowhere to send them? How do you enforce the parole? It was a can of worms no matter which way you looked at it. So finally, both sides agreed to an equal swap and parole, both knowing full well the swap was anything but equal, and that their parole would be tossed out the airlock the moment you handed them over. Bowing to the inevitable, both sides shook hands and then studiously ignored the truth of what was really going on. Easier all around. With that settled, the actual handover was the next roadblock it forced them to address. The questions of how, when, where, and how many were bandied back and forth, the biggest issue being, no surprise, neither side trusting the other. Finally, after much deliberation, they agreed the exchange would take place midday at a set of coordinates roughly equidistant between the two camps. They agreed to forbid all weapons heavier than sidearms during the transfer, limiting the number of escorts to 10. For the Valkyries, that worked out to all of first squad, plus the lieutenant and gunny, and for once the squad wasn't bitching about being tapped for the duty. That didn't mean, however, that they were happy about it. "I can't believe it took them 4 whole days to hammer this out," Rivka muttered, gripping a side rail as they bounced around in the back of a wheeled vehicle. She glanced over at her partner, who looked especially morose. "You going to be okay?" "I feel naked," Tawfik whined, glancing at the sidearm belted at his waist as if it were a toy. "You'll get your gun back, I promise," Kai told him, shaking his head. "I swear, I worry about you sometimes." "I'd say we've got better things to worry about," Runa chimed in as she monitored the prisoners. They'd cuffed their hands for safety and briefed them about their destination, with no complaints. They wanted to get back to their side and knew the quickest and easiest way to do that was to follow the squad's instructions. The lieutenant and NCOs ensured their people didn't step out of line, and most everyone was content with the way it was playing out. "Let's make damn sure this transfer goes smooth," Gunny Sata told them. "We let him out, uncuff him, make the trade, and vamoose. In and out." She glanced back at the corporal. "None of us want this to go sideways." "Roger that," she agreed, before turning to the others. "You all heard the gunny. Nice and easy." "Works for me," Becca nodded, safeguarding Doc while he changed a dressing. Once he finished, the alien nodded his thanks, then looked back out over the landscape as they neared their destination. An alert pinged in Kai's helmet. 2 minutes out, he told the others, checking the heads-up display, before tapping the insectoid optio on its carapace. "We're almost there," he informed them. "Tell your people we'll remove the cuffs once we're out of the vehicle, and after that, we swap you for our people, and everybody leaves happy. Any questions?" "None, Sergeant," the head alien answered. "Your people have treated us well. It is appreciated. And we appreciate you not causing us any grief," Runa said politely. "There's no need for any of us to make things worse than they are." "Agreed." The optio inclined its head. "Should any of you decide your current billet no longer suits you, you would be most welcome among the Legion." It made a vague wave of its appendage. "Considering what is to come and all." "That's a tempting offer," Kai said carefully, but I think we'll pass. We Terrans are more comfortable among our own kind. You understand, he shrugged. A provincial attitude. The alien clicked. Still, should you change your mind, it began, as the vehicle slowed to a stop. We'll keep it in mind. Gunny Sata snorted, jumping down and undogging the ramp. All right, form 'em up, she called out to the others. Let's get this show on the road. Hey, here they come. Becca nudged the young private. Look sharp. An open-back transport headed towards them, though it rode silently above the ground instead of bouncing around on wheels. The lieutenant stepped out of the cab while the NCOs started shepherding the prisoners out of the vehicle, while Becca and Doc worked to remove their cuffs as Danylove stepped forward, waiting to welcome the new arrivals. Yendrik poked his head out from the driver's seat, only to be waved back by Kai. Sit tight and keep the engine running, he told him, as the alien craft came to a halt and slowly settled onto the ground. A small cluster of humans were being led out the back, mirroring their own efforts, when Kai tapped Runa on the shoulder, pointing at an alien that seemed familiar. Is that who I think that is? He murmured, nodding at the blue-skinned IXI carrying a single curved sword. It's him, she agreed. But what the hell is he doing here? She wondered aloud as he looked over in their direction, giving them a nod. Guess we're about to find out, Kai shrugged, as the aliens led their human prisoners to their position. Greetings, Danylove began. As promised, we have returned your legionnaires, only to be ignored as the IXI strode right past him. Sergeant, Corporal, it is pleasing to see you both again, the Pagon grinned, while the lieutenant spluttered behind him. Likewise, Runa nodded, though I'm a little surprised to see you here.
I thought this was between us and the Legion.
Ah, well, that is the curse of working with allies, he chortled. We spend more time watching each other than we spend watching you. He laughed at his own joke, before shrugging. I am here as an official observer for the brigade. His eyes traveled down to the scabbard at her waist. Have you blooded it yet? He asked. Not yet, she answered. I'm no expert on IXI traditions, Pagon, but I am strongly tempted to return your blade to you. The only thing stopping me is that I'd probably be violating some social taboo. You would be, he said gravely. Returning a blade won in single combat implies the individual is unworthy or unwilling to fight for its return.
It is indeed a grievous insult among my people.
I was afraid of that, she sighed, as the lieutenant interjected himself into the conversation. Corporal, please introduce me to your friend, he said stiffly. Aye, sir, she nodded. Lieutenant Danylove, this is Pagon saying. He's the one I got the sword from, she explained, patting the scabbard. An honor, Pagon, he acknowledged. And you, Lieutenant, the IXI warrior agreed, before turning his attention back to Runa. I look forward to our next encounter on the field of battle, he informed her, as I still intend to retrieve my blade. His smile was as genuine as it was ominous. I don't suppose you'd settle for another first blood contest? She asked hopefully. Ah, I am afraid not, the Pagon replied with great reluctance. For a first match between rivals it is acceptable, but a second? He shook his head. That would be seen as cowardice, I fear. Look, I really don't want to fight you again, she explained, and honestly, I don't need a sword. There's got to be some way I can give it back without one of us ending up dead. None that I can think of, Corporal, he shrugged. We are both warriors, after all.
It is.
The way of things, yes, I know, she sighed. The Pagon simply smiled. Be of good cheer, Corporal. Perhaps you will kill me, he told her, though it was clear he believed nothing of the sort. That, however, is for another time, he continued. Today, we have business to see to. Bowing to the humans, he made his withdrawal, returning to where the exchange was taking place. Gunny Satu had formed up the alien prisoners on her side, while one of the Legion officers had assembled the human POWs on theirs. Neither side budged. Both were wary to make the first move for fear of some sort of last-minute trickery. Unbelievable, Kai groaned, as they each wondered how the hell they were going to unstick this logjam when the IXI warrior intervened once more. As I am neither Legion nor Terran, perhaps I may help move this forward, he asked. You might not be part of the Legion, but you're fighting alongside them, Gunny pointed out. Some might say you're not exactly unbiased. I can assure you the Legion despises me far more than they do you, he grinned. Glancing over at the other aliens, the stares Pagon Sang was receiving from them seemed to bear that out. The gunny and lieutenant shared a brief look and then shrugged in unison. Fine with me, Danilov agreed. I find this acceptable as well, the Legion representative concurred. Excellent, he chortled, rubbing his hands together in glee. I propose the following. I will count slowly to 5. Upon reaching that number, both parties will release their prisoners, who will begin walking to the other side. Once they have been safely returned, all individuals in attendance will board their respective vehicle and depart. He turned first to the Legion and then to the humans. Does this procedure meet with your approval? Seems simple enough. Gunny nodded. Very well. The Legionnaire reluctantly agreed. Splendid. Plucking a kerchief from his sash, he held it aloft. When the cloth falls, begin your march, he told the prisoners. There were nods from both groups as he rested his other hand on the hilt of his sword. 1, he called out. There was no reaction from either camp, other than curious glances around them as they searched for some sort of 11th-hour deception. 2, another dramatic pause, as all in attendance seemed to hold their breath. 3, by now boredom was setting in, as the expected threat failed to materialize. 4, the Pagon glanced about, only to spot more than one get-on-with-it gestures. Another long pause, and then, 5, he bellowed, as the cloth fell free from his hand. Both groups of prisoners stepped forward, beginning their march across the scrub to where their counterparts waited. Roughly 20 meters separated the two groups, making for a quick journey, yet given the tension in the air as both sides dared the other to make a move, it might as well have been a million. The Pagon observed the exchange as if he were an especially tough-minded referee awaiting the outbreak of violence. As both groups huddled around their newly freed companions, bustling them aboard their transports, he bent down to retrieve his cloth, bowing to the Terrans with a wink and an elaborate flourish. Time to go, Gunny ordered, clambering back into the vehicle as Yendrik revved the engine. Doc was already examining the new arrivals as Kai and Runa both sighed in relief. Finally, something going right for once, the corporal said happily as the transport pulled out and headed back to base. The men, the sergeant agreed, before turning his attention to the medic. How are they, Doc? He asked him. Got a couple we need to monitor, but it looks like they did a decent job patching our people up, he reported. I think we're good. At least now we've got an established procedure we can use next time, Becca reminded them. That's good, right? Assuming there is a next time, Gunny said wearily, but I wouldn't count on anything just yet. Why not? Runa asked her. Sure, if the Legion grab our people again, we've got a precedent to fall back on, the older woman agreed, and considering how that Pagon was working to keep things friendly, I figure we can work something out with the IXI. But did you notice who wasn't in attendance? The Zaitai, Kai grimaced. No surprise there. They're scumbags. Scumbags that'll slit your throat as soon as look at you. Gunny agreed. You get taken by them? Make sure you save a round. Arthur looked as if he wanted to ask a question, before falling silent. Something on your mind, Private? She asked. I don't understand what you mean. Save a round? He asked in confusion. Suddenly, everyone was looking elsewhere. Save a round for yourself, the Gunny clarified. Some Zaitai get real creative with prisoners, she told him. I've heard stories how they've kept prisoners alive for weeks under torture. You don't want to go out like that, kid, she told him, shaking her head. You surely don't. A bullet's a hell of a lot cleaner. Runa winced in sympathy as the young private turned green, before vomiting over the side. Chapter 20. March towards the sound of the guns. We've run out of time. Colonel Holm gestured towards the bay, now covered with thick patches of translucent green slime. We've spent a month preparing, and now the Sonoitiae have informed us their eggs have ripened enough to be used for biotransformation. The officers and NCOs gathered on the beach, many of them seeing for the first time what it was they'd sworn to protect. The pungent goo looked and smelled like something one might scrape from their boot, yet everyone there understood its true value, both to the dragon-like natives and those willing to kill to possess it. So far we've been lucky, he continued. But now that in their minds a valuable and viable crop is waiting to be harvested, the time for restrained persuasion is over. They have to realize by now we've not budging. Not without a fight. So what happens now, sir? Captain Inaba asked. If we had the manpower, I'd be ordering an attack before the day was out. He shook his head. But of course we don't. With the numbers heavily in their favor, our best option is to let them break their teeth against our defenses. Unfortunately, the downside is that we're tied to our positions, unable to fall back in case we're overrun. Inaba looked around at the others, begging the colonel's pardon. But if we can't attack, and staying put is suicide, where does that leave us? For the first time during the briefing, the colonel smiled. We've been working on a plan for some time now, something that just might give us a chance. Despite the inherent danger, I've held off informing any of you of the plan out of security concerns. But we can't wait any longer. Moving to the tripod that stood nearby, he flipped back the cover, revealing a map of their operations area. This is your official read-in to Operation Viscount, he informed them. So what do you think about the colonel's plan? Runa asked once they were out of earshot from the others. It's ballsy. I'll give him that, Kai admitted. But what? The sergeant sighed. But it has to go off without a hitch for it to work. One slip-up, one mistake, and it all falls apart. You know the KISS principle, and by that smell test, I'm worried. Keep it simple, stupid, she recited. I was afraid of that. There's too many places where things can go wrong, Kai said unhappily, and all it takes is one. The problem is that the colonel's right. We don't have any other cards to play. It's going to take some serious subterfuge on our part to even have a prayer of pulling it off, Runa said quietly. If the Legion or the IXI get wind of what we're up to, that's it. Game over. Well then, let's hope nothing goes wrong, he grinned, suddenly filled with bravado. Save it for the troops, she told him. Rolling her eyes, I know better. Considering that the enemy had them under constant surveillance from orbit, the one thing they couldn't do was rehearse the colonel's plan. They discussed it, gamed it out on sand tables, went over it again and again until everyone involved could recite the details in their sleep. But as any experienced soldier will tell you, that is a far cry from actually practicing it. The Valkyries, like their marine ancestors, had long adopted the principle of train like you fight. They did everything in their power to make their training realistic, but this time it simply wasn't possible. How badly that omission would cost them remained to be seen. The squad's foray into enemy territory wasn't the only patrol the mercenaries had conducted, not by far. Up and down the line, they had organized dozens of scouting trips, gleaning valuable data and leaving behind sensors and cameras to monitor the enemy, warning them when the ball dropped. Those same sensors had warned them about the probe, giving them time to prepare. That advanced knowledge had tipped the balance, allowing the Valkyries to keep their big guns in reserve for when they'd be really needed. It literally meant the difference between life and death. On the 33rd day after their arrival, at 0237 HRS local time, every single one of them started screaming for attention. 10 minutes later, Colonel Holm authorized the kickoff of Operation Viscount. Phase 1 was a coded message sent to Fiddler Green. Once they dropped off the troops and supplies, they'd avoided the enemy vessels at all costs. But they hadn't been idle during that time, off among the system's asteroids, and now their engines suddenly came online, burning hard for the planet. The other ships immediately observed this, some of which moved to intercept. Given the age and poor condition of the Terran vessel compared to theirs, it wasn't a threat they took seriously, but just to be safe they readied weapons and prepared for battle. Fiddler fired a brace of missiles, full spread, then altered course and raced for safety. Checking their displays, the other mercenaries stared in confusion and then burst out laughing. The Terrans had missed. None of their missiles had even come close to their warships. In fact, given their trajectories, they were far more likely to hit the Valkyries on the planet's surface. Gross incompetence on an unimaginable scale which got a few of the more seasoned veterans thinking. Killing your own people from orbit because you input the wrong coordinates? No one was that stupid. Neither were the Valkyries. The missiles detonated in low orbit, blanketing the region with jammers, chaff, low-grade radioactive materials, and reflectors, while on the ground dozens of emitters suddenly went active, blinding every enemy vessel that ranged anywhere near the battle zone. The enemy's response was immediate. If the Terrans were working that hard to keep their actions hidden, then obviously they were up to something they wouldn't like. The leaders of the mercenary camps screamed and threatened their troops to move even faster, to reach the enemy before they readied their surprise. The Valkyries were moving as well, racing through the night to their new positions. Finding their way in the dark was no mean feat, not with the planet's GPS system suddenly turned to hash by Fiddler Drop. Night vision helped, but ankles were still twisted, legs broken, and in 3 separate cases troops stumbling about fell to their deaths. They gave those unable to keep up what supplies and medical attention they could spare, and then left them behind. It was a race, and victory would go to the side that got there first. The sensors left behind during their patrols served 2 functions, as both early warning and locator beacons. Once they'd alerted High Command about the attack, they then guided the Valkyries into their new positions. They immediately put shovels and picks to work as they dug in, scratching out a precious few centimeters while piling what loose rock they could scavenge around their new foxholes. Compared to the trench works they just vacated, they were a joke. Faster, faster, Runa urged, swinging her own pick high above her head as she hammered away at the rock. The entire squad moved at a fever's pitch, knowing full well what was coming, but time was not in their favor. Looking over at Alpha's position, she spotted Tofik and Rivka setting up the gun. The bantam-sized assistant looked haggard. She still hadn't fully recovered from her injury, and the forced march had taken a toll. They'd split up her gear as much as they dared, but each of them were already lugging kits overstuffed with ammo and supplies. Tofik had half-carried her up the hillside along with the gun, never once complaining. But he'd paid a heavy price for his efforts. Doc looked them both over and did what he could, which wasn't much. They needed downtime and rest, and both were in short supply. Yendrik scrambled back over the lip of the rise, grinning and giving her a thumbs up. "Got the goodies all in place," he told her, handing over a nondescript box. "Our new friends are in for a big surprise." Tucking it carefully away, she nodded her thanks. "Excellent work," she told him, as he picked up his shovel and went back to digging alongside Arthur when a call came in from Becca. Tapping her helmet radio, she answered, "Go." "They're starting up the hill," the scout reported from her forward position. "I figure they'll hit us in about 20 mics, plus or minus." There was a brief pause, and then, "You want me to light a few up? Might slow him down some," she offered. "Negative. Get back here ASAP," Runa told her. "Orders are to wait." "Copy. On my way," she answered, before clicking off. The corporal immediately switched frequencies. "Becca says 20, she reported to Kai. "Sounds about right," he answered. If she looked to her left, she could see him digging in as well. He paused for a moment as their eyes met, before the two of them glanced up and down the line. "It's not enough," she whispered. "It has to be," he answered, "'cause it's all we got." He took a deep breath. "Look, if anything happens." "No," she snapped, clamping down hard on her emotions, loud enough to draw Yendrik's attention. "We are not doing this, Kai. Not here. Not now. We'll get through this somehow. I don't know how, but we will get through this. You and me." Desperate to make him believe it, she almost convinced herself. "Sure we will," he said affably, but she could hear the deception in his voice. "Don't you die on me. Goddamn it," Runa snarled, fighting back hot tears. "Don't you dare die on me." "Right back at you," he said softly. There was another long pause. "I gotta go," he told her. "They'll be here soon." "Me too," she said hoarsely. "We'll split a bottle when this is all over." 1-1 Bravo. Out, falling back on procedure and logging off before the words overwhelmed her. In frustration, she began attacking the promontory with her pick, swinging away like a woman possessed. But as the adrenaline surge past, she panted for air. Setting her pick aside, she grabbed her canteen and took a swig of the lukewarm water, swishing it around in her mouth to loosen the dust, when a 3-note tone warbled in her headset. All up and down the line, bodies froze as they waited for orders. Becca scurried over the rocks and dove into her position, coming up a heartbeat later. "That was too close," she gasped as the colonel's voice came over the radio. "All units, this is Warlord 6, he announced, using his official call sign. "Phase 3 is a go. Be advised, the clock is running. 1-minute countdown beginning now." At that, the number 60 appeared in bright red on her HUD, before flickering to 59. "Bloody hell," she swore, before turning to the rest of her team. "Into your foxholes now," she shouted, her exhortations being mirrored up and down the line. Jumping into her position, She was joined moments later by Private Arthur. "What now, Corporal?" he begged her. "Get down and stay down," she ordered, pushing him to the bottom of the hole. "And don't get up till I tell you to." She watched as the number in her helmet flicked to 43, grabbing what nearby rocks she could to give their position a little more protection. Sparing herself one last look, she watched as Becca and Yindrik burrowed in, before glancing over at Alpha's positions. Like her, Kai was making last-minute adjustments, ensuring his people were as safe as he could make them before taking cover himself. They both froze as they spotted one another, and then Kai threw her a salute. Runa trembled as she returned it, before grabbing her weapon and dropping on top of Arthur, protecting him with her own body. Her heart pounded in her chest as the clock seemed to slow, each second ticking over like someone mired them in mud. 30 seconds, 20, 10, 5, 1. She covered their heads as a flight of Havoc fighters screamed past them, releasing their payloads on top of the unprotected enemy even as the roar of outgoing artillery thundered overhead, detonating in wide swaths across the landscape. The ground beneath them rumbled and bucked as their helmets fought a losing battle to filter out the noise and smoke. Arthur screamed as the air was torn from their lungs as the explosions sucked in the oxygen, spitting back heat and shrapnel. The ridgeline protected the Valkyries from the worst of it, but there was no such shelter for the attackers before them. A blind flash turned night into day, followed a split second later by a bone-rattling concussion that slammed into them like a massive fist. Runa risked a quick peek and immediately wished she hadn't, watching the remains of one of their aircraft rain down flaming debris across the battlefield, slamming into friend and foe alike. There was nothing they could do. The whims of fate and chance, the trickster gods who ruled the bloody theater of war, would decide who lived and who died. Prayers and offerings would not dissuade them as they rolled their ghastly dice. The blasts went on and on and on, and now she was screaming, right alongside the young private sharing her foxhole, howling like a banshee as the universe went mad. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Her ears rang like an alarm bell as she slowly lifted her head. Smoke and haze covered the landscape, while dust and ash and grit coated their bodies. Runa coughed and spit, clearing her mouth and lungs as Arthur cautiously looked around. "We're not dead yet," she gasped, flinching as a chunk of fuselage crashed to the ground just a few meters away, still smoldering. "Despite evidence to the contrary," she continued. What? He struggled to get out as she picked up her weapon. "Wait for the word," she answered. "The colonel is still calling the shots." It was risky, but then everything about the plan had been impetuous. If she didn't know better, she'd have sworn it was something the old man had pulled out of his ass at the last minute. But that was just it. She did know better. Something else was going on here, and she was willing to bet her next paycheck the colonel was playing a deeper game than anyone realized. Once again, they didn't have to wait long. "All units, this is Warlord 6, her helmet radio squawked. Phase 4 is a go. 30-second countdown, beginning now." Once again, the numbers appeared, this time starting with 30. A quick peek at the other position confirmed Becca and Yindrik had gotten the word and were preparing to move as she gripped Arthur's harness. "When that number hits 0, we move forward," she told him. "You ready?" "No," he whimpered, gripping his grenade launcher tightly, but as his eyes flickered towards the ridgeline, she knew he'd follow, even if she had to drag him there herself. This time the digits seemed to race by, whirring at a blinding speed as she gripped her rifle. At 0, they moved. The entire battalion swarmed forward, like some living organism. 700 heads appeared as one above the ridgeline. 700 Valkyries sighted in, taking aim as the enemy stared in shock. 700 weapons opened fire. Chapter 21. Retreat? Hell, we just got here. The explosion of gunfire swept the slope clean of mercenaries, throwing the enemy back on their heels. The aircraft and artillery had shattered their formations, their respective organizations now in chaos. Those that remained on the hillside died where they stood, while those that retreated in disarray tried to rally and prep for a second attempt. But the Valkyries held the high ground, dug in, and set up for what the experts called a reverse slope defense. The ridgeline protected them from enemy weapons, even making mortars and artillery difficult to employ, while giving them clear fields of fire, as long as they could keep them at arm's length, not to mention preventing the ships in orbit from joining the fray. they had a chance. The Valkyries discharged another mass volley, eliminating the last few holdouts still clinging to life on that bloody hillside. With that accomplished, they held their fire, conserving their ammo as the three mercenary brigades fought to come up with a plan. A frontal assault was suicide, and without their destroyers and battlecruiser in support, they'd have to do things the old-fashioned way. Given the way the troops were hanging back, they weren't looking forward to it. "Runa, is your team all right?" she heard in her ear as she looked about. Arthur was right beside her, of course, shell-shocked, but intact. A quick glance showed Becca and Yendrik were still in it, with the scout giving her a thumbs up. "Yeah, we're good." "You?" she asked. "So far," Kai answered. "It won't take them long to regroup, so stand ready." "You too," she answered. "Orders still stand?" "No change," he confirmed. "For now, we hold." "Copy," she whispered, before clicking off. She couldn't afford the distraction just now. Neither of them could. If they could just hold on to this ridgeline long enough. Bleed the Legion and the IXI and Zaitai until attacking no longer looked feasible. Maybe they could work out a deal. Now that she'd had time to think about it, she was sure that was the Colonel's ultimate plan. They'd never be able to defeat them by conventional means. But what most didn't realize was that mercenary outfits shared a weakness. Conflict might be their bread and butter, but it was the warriors in the ranks that were their operating capital. They couldn't soak up casualties indefinitely. At some point, they had to stand down or face either ruin or revolt. If too many of your fighters lay dead on the battlefield, you were no longer a going concern, and in the cutthroat Perseus arm, those kinds of setbacks tended to be permanent. But long before that could happen, you were almost certain to face dissension from the ranks. Mercenaries fought for pay, not glory, and dying on some useless ridge sure as hell wouldn't fill your pockets. Push them too hard, and they'd mutiny, which would suit the Valkyries just fine. That was the hope, at least. Except those same outfits had been at this for a long time, and they knew the hazards of the business all too well. They weren't stupid, which meant they had to be thinking about a way around that particular mess. But what? As the minutes stretched into hours, as daylight finally broke, Runa couldn't help but wonder what they were planning. But they couldn't stay at full alert forever, so she put them on 50% security and tried to get a little shut-eye. It felt like only a few minutes had passed when she felt a hand nudging her shoulder. Her eyes snapped back open to see Gunny Sada hovering over her. "Sorry to wake you, Corporal." The older woman shrugged. "But we're passing the word down the line. Word from on high is they're getting ready for a major push." Wriggling in her foxhole, she squirmed around to get a better look at the battlefield. It was hard to say for certain, but something was definitely up. "Okay, Gunny, thanks," she nodded, wiping the sleep from her eyes. "What's the story on our end?" "We've got the QRF hauling ammo and supplies to cache points all the way from here back to the beach," she informed her. "Plus the sappers are out in full force throwing up obstacles and defensive positions. Gonna be one hell of a party." She nodded, taking that in. The quick reaction force was their fleet of vehicles, the Centurion hovercraft plus their wheeled transports. They were their mobile attack force, on call for backup whenever and wherever they were needed. As long as the enemy was sitting tight, it made sense to use them for pack mule duty. "How soon?" she asked. "No idea," the gunny shrugged. "Up to me. I'd wait till dark, but I got a feeling they're not that patient." She glanced over the ridge, wrinkling her nose. "They're coming, girl. Bet on it." She shook her head before slapping Runa's shoulder. "Gotta go. Keep your shit wired tight." "You too, Gunny," she answered, as the older woman moved off, headed for second squad. Sparing another glance over the rise, it looked as if the enemy wouldn't be hitting them quite yet. "Get some shut-eye, Private," she told Arthur. "I'll wake you if things heat up." "Sleep?" He stared at her, incredulous. Who could sleep now? "You can't stay awake forever," she reminded him. "You want to survive in the Valkyries? Then sleep and eat whenever you can, 'cause you never know when you might have to do without." He was still dubious, but laid down and shut his eyes nonetheless. Runa scanned the veil below, looking for patterns, but so far it seemed as if they were milling about, confused and lacking focus. Maybe that was true. Maybe they'd thrown their plans so far off kilter it was taking them forever to get sorted back out. She hoped that was true, but long experience had taught her not to count on it. Better to assume it was a ruse, a way to lull them into false security before blindsiding them. They were too far out on a limb to let themselves get caught by surprise, so best to suspect everything was a trap. They were on the defense, which left the initiative to the other side. All they had to do was be ready and hold fast. Simple. Of course, in combat the simple things were always the hardest. Another hour ticked by as the sun rose steadily in the sky. There was an odd sheen to the overcast hanging high above the atmosphere, the remnants of Fiddler's smokescreen. No one was entirely sure how long it would last, but it was certain if it faded the other ships wouldn't let them try it again. They'd learned their lesson and were now watching the Valkyrie vessel like vultures. The instant it moved, they'd kill it. And then, suddenly, the enemy announced their intentions. Heavy beams of energy swept the ridgeline, driving the defenders from the crest, as battery after battery of enemy cannon opened fire, launching hundreds of bombs towards the dug-in Terrans. "Incoming!" Runa screamed, echoing others up and down the line, dropping once more and covering Arthur even as he thrashed to push her away. It was a panic reflex, one born of surprise and fear. So instead of wrestling with the young private or attempting sweet reason, she hauled off and slugged him hard in the jaw. The kid went limp for a second and then stopped struggling. Good enough. She'd deal with the recriminations later. The deadly packages completed their arc through the sky and began raining down, detonating with ear-shattering thunderclaps that showered them with debris. But despite the horror of steel rain walking through their ranks, the colonel's ingenuity was paying off in spades. By digging in on the reverse slope, he denied the enemy much of its advantage. Any rounds falling short were deflected back away from the Valkyries, the ridgeline acting as a massive defensive wall. Those projectiles that overshot their targets saw the worst of their effects deflect away from the defensive line on the reverse slope. Unlike a flat plane, being dug into the hillside meant the enemy needed a direct strike to hit their targets. Unfortunately, some rounds did just that. The explosions went on far longer than she would have guessed. They were saturating the ridge with cannon fire, trying to blast them loose and winnow their ranks before they made their assault. An ancient doughboy from Terra's First World War would have recognized the tactic immediately and just as quickly known how difficult it was to achieve. Good soldiers were like rats. They found every crack and crevice possible to hide in. You could blast the terrain from now till the heat death of the universe, until it resembled a barren moonscape, and you still wouldn't get them all. Hugging the dirt for all it was worth, willing themselves into the very bedrock itself, Runa and Arthur waited out the bombardment, praying for it to end. And then, without warning, there was silence. It took them both precious seconds to realize the barrage had been lifted. The concussions of heavy artillery left those on the receiving end disoriented and shaken. It took time to gather one's wits, but then, time was the one thing they did not have. "Come on," she shouted at him, dragging him forward once more. There was only one reason they'd lifted the siege, and that was to begin their assault. Peering over the lip, she saw the lead Legion and IXI units were already halfway up the hillside. Apparently the Zaitai were bringing up the rear, further than she'd expected. The old Terran Marines would have gotten close enough to the falling bombs to smell the cordite, but then they'd been a special breed, taking calculated risks few others would. Mercenaries, on the other hand, avoided unnecessary hazards at all costs. As the saying goes, it's hard to get paid when you're dead. But now they were coming, and it was time to get busy. "Arthur, load he and blast them off the damn hillside," she shouted, choosing her own targets with careful precision and picking them off with short, controlled bursts. Those she hit tumbled back down the incline, eventually coming to rest some meters below, creating obstacles for those coming up behind them. Maybe it wasn't exactly like shooting fish in a barrel, but the odds were definitely in their favor. Slogging uphill under heavy fire had to be anyone's definition of hell. Only the mercenary brigades they faced were anything but fools, and all three had been in the business for a very long time. There was no way they'd just feed their warriors into a meat grinder, even if they held the numerical advantage. Numbers didn't mean quite so much when your opponents held the high ground. They had to be up to something. The buzzing swarm that raced towards them from the rear of the enemy formation put that question immediately to rest. "Drones?" she shouted into her helmet mic, grabbing Arthur's weapon by the barrel and pointing it at the mass of metal objects screaming towards them. "Target the goddamn drones?" Much of the line shifted their fire as well, But the small machines were hard targets to kill, tough and maneuverable. They bobbed and weaved even as they unleashed streams of energy beams and projectiles, raking death across their positions as the Valkyries fought desperately to knock them out of the sky. With the amount of firepower thrown against them, they did fall, in 1s and 3s and 5s. But every gun turned towards a drone was one less aimed at a mercenary. By time they chased the surviving machines away, many of them trailing tendrils of smoke, the enemy warriors had all but closed the gap between them. The chattering of the gun to their left drew her attention for a brief moment as Tawfik raked the hillside with deadly accuracy, while Rivka fed him belt after belt of ammunition. She spotted Doc moving into a nearby foxhole, his medkit out as he treated the wounded while under fire, risking his own life to save others. Arthur, terrified and ashen-faced, pumping out one grenade after another to drive them back, while Yendrik and Becca shouted and cursed as the enemy closed in. And she saw Kai, steady as a rock, battling with everything he had. Her squad, her family. A smattering of legionnaires broke through the line, cresting the ridge and throwing themselves into the fray as the fighting suddenly went hand to hand. A nearby blast shook the ground as a body tumbled into their foxhole on top of them, the smell assaulting her nostrils, sending alarm bells through her skull that this thing was wrong. As she fought to shove the interloper away, her eyes confirmed what her nose had already told her, that this being was too tall, too muscled, and too damn hairy. Arthur's howls of terror captured the enemy's attention, just long enough for it to grab for his grenade launcher as it fought to bring its own weapon to bear, just long enough for her to jam her sidearm into its gut and empty the magazine, the blasts reverberating within their hole as alien blood and viscera splattered across her face. The warriors shuddered and then went limp, pinning them both to the ground until they shoved it off, with Arthur scuttled back away on all fours. Another alien face appeared, and with her rifle out of reach and her sidearm empty, she gripped her Ixai blade and slashed forward, batting aside its weapon before drawing it across his body in a lethal riposte, the reptilian screeching in agony as she disemboweled him. It clutched at its spilling entrails before toppling over on its side and rolling back down the hill, even as she searched for another target, only to stare in astonishment as the mercenaries began falling over themselves, stumbling back down the hill in full retreat. Runa was a veteran of countless battles, on worlds stretching across the length of the Perseus arm, but none of them had been like this. Something came over her, some strange compulsion she couldn't quite understand as she climbed to the top of the ridge. Holding her bloody sword high, she screamed at the enemy below, howling her rage and defiance, daring them to come back and try it again. There were no words, just raw fury flecked with spittle and foam as she shrieked like a half-naked Amazon of old. And then to her amazement the sound grew, growing by the moment as others joined in, lifting their own weapons high even as their cries and roars joined hers, swelling in a massive crescendo as the battalion took their place beside her. Those still standing, giving the enemy a primal scream of triumph that would not be denied. But then the moment ended, as all moments must, to be overtaken by the wounded cries for medics and the silence of the dead. It was a victory, one destined to be long remembered, but it had cost them dearly. Chapter 22. It's nothing personal, it's just business. As bloody and horrific as combat was, what followed in its wake was even worse. The dead and wounded were everywhere, with their medical staff stretched to their limits, trying desperately to save those they could. They set up triage sites to assess their injuries, evacuating the worst cases back to the aid station for immediate surgery, while they treated the less severe cases on the spot before sending them back to the line. They made those they could do nothing for comfortable, as best they could. Most quietly bled out within the first hour. Those that didn't respond to sedatives died faster, screaming. They laid out temporary morgues, segregated by Valkyrie and enemy. Their fallen comrades would be moved if possible, after the wounded, after they delivered necessary supplies where needed, after anything that might aid those still breathing. The sections reserved for the aliens were left undisturbed, the dead laid out in precise rows, their personal effects kept with their bodies to ease identification. They scavenged weapons when possible and divvied them out where they were needed, supplementing their own stores. There were no atrocities taken against the enemy's fallen, not with their own casualties lying scant meters away. While they had every intention of holding their ground, The sheer numbers arrayed against them told a different tale. If the enemy pushed them off the ridge, they'd be forced to abandon their dead. Better to show those they fought that they too were worthy of their respect. Runa and Arthur cleaned up their foxhole as best they could, removing the bodies and the dripping viscera, throwing fresh dirt over the blood and other fluids. But there was nothing they could do about the smell. It hung over the ridge and the hillside below like a miasma, permeating their clothes, their hair, their nostrils. There would be no escaping the stench, not on that bloody day. Tomorrow's forecast didn't look any better. "How are you holding up?" she started, lost in her own reveries as Kai rested a hand upon her shoulder. "I'm okay," she lied, shrugging off his concerns. Their eyes met, and they mirrored the pain and heartbreak she felt within those dark pools. "You?" A weary smile and a shrug of his own. "I'm good," he told her, putting up a false front of his own. They both nodded, each knowing full well no one was being fooled. "How bad is it?" she asked quietly. "We're not sure yet," he answered. "Things are still getting sorted out." "Kai," she said wearily, "don't patronize me." He started to protest, but one look from her and his shoulders sagged in defeat. 50 dead, plus or minus, he reluctantly admitted. Another 200 wounded. Most of them are still here, triaged as survivable. About 70 or 80 were sent back to the aid station. The young corporal winced and then looked away. "That many?" she whispered. "Hey." Kai gently took her shoulders and turned her back to face him. "We're still here, Runa. Our people are still here, unharmed." She lifted her eyes up. "For how long?" she asked simply. The sergeant shook his head. "I don't know," he said at last. "But you heard the colonel. This world, this ridge, is where we make our stand." Biting her lip, she slowly nodded. "Just tell me it's worth it," she struggled. "Tell me what we're doing here will make a difference." She stared at him, desperate for answers. "Tell me our bones won't just be left on this godforsaken hill, bleached and forgotten." Kai deliberated for a moment and then jerked his head. "Follow me," he told her, taking up his rifle and heading down the ridgeline. Puzzled, she trailed along behind, following his lead as they wound their way through the foxholes lining the hilltop until finally, they came to a halt a couple of 100 meters away. He nodded towards the crest. "See for yourself," he said cryptically. Her confusion was growing by the second as she made her way up the rise when something caught her eye. Moving past a patch of scrub, something fluttered in the breeze, a tattered hunk of cloth hanging from a wooden pole. Her breath caught in her chest as she stood before the red and gold flag, before spotting the crude placard at its base. "Cemetery Ridge. Bought and paid for with Valkyrie blood. Semper Fi." Runa fell to her knees, weeping silent tears beneath the old Terran flag, as powerful hands came up from behind and steadied her. She wasn't sure how long they remained like that. Too long, maybe, or perhaps not long enough. Some moments can't be parsed, nor should they be, for how can a single person shed enough tears for all those lost? How do you properly mourn all the dead? How do you mourn an entire world? Eventually, she dried her tears. Rising slowly to her feet, she turned and faced Kai. The squad leader searched her face for despair, but instead, all he found was resolve. "Let's do this," she growled, her voice low and hungry. It was only a couple of hours later, the sun just past its crest, that Captain Inaba arrived with a squad of her own in tow. Kai stood at her elbow, his face a mask. "Show them where you're dug in and brief them on your sector," she ordered. "We've got a mission for you." Her paranoia immediately went on high alert. "What kind of mission, ma'am?" she asked warily. "Security detail," the captain explained. "Our neighbors across the way want to talk." She nodded towards the enemy encampment for emphasis. "In fact, they specifically asked for you," she continued. "Seems your old buddy the Pagon is in charge of the delegation." Bloody hell, she swore under her breath. "Yeah," and Naba nodded as she glanced over at Kai. "I'm afraid you've been marked." Her jaw set in a hard line. "When?" she bit off. 30 minutes, she told her. "And the fact they're rushing this does not bode well. Get your replacements briefed and get moving." "Aye aye, ma'am," she said sourly, as she whistled for Becca and the others. Just as they had with the Sonoishii and the administrator from EA, first squad once again stood ready as a mixed group made their way up the hill. There appeared to be half a dozen of them, 2 representatives from each of the 3 mercenary bands, and just as the captain had warned them, the blue-skinned IXI warrior was leading the pack. They came to a halt several meters away, wary of the Terrans awaiting them, their hands twitching for the weapons they had not been allowed to bring. Reduced to only sidearms and swords in the IXI's case, they eyed Tophick's machine gun and Arthur's grenade launcher with suspicious intent. Stepping forward, their old acquaintance bowed once more. "I am Pagan Kusha saying, representing the IXI," he informed them. "To my left is Decurion Yanissi of the Legion, and to my right is Braddock Uja Dolth of the Zaitai." The legionnaire managed a curt nod, while the Zayton merely glared. "To whom are we speaking?" "I am Colonel Holm, commanding the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Regiment of the Terran Valkyries," the colonel answered. "To my left is Captain Inaba, one of my company commanders." He paused for a moment, glancing at the detail. "I believe you are already acquainted with the others." "Indeed, I am." The Pagan nodded, giving them a brief look as well. "So," the colonel continued, standing at parade rest with his hands clasped behind his back, "it was you that requested this meeting. By all means, speak your minds." "Thank you." The Pagan smiled, but there was no warmth to be found in it. "You and your people fought bravely today. You stood against a force many times your size and drove them back. I commend you for that achievement." "Thank you," Holm answered. "But something tells me you didn't come here simply to offer your congratulations." "We did not," he concurred. "Your defense of this ridge was both well-planned and hard-fought. You have proven yourselves to be true warriors this day. No one, not even the mighty Troika themselves, can take that from you." He inclined his head in respect, before drawing himself up to his full height. "But now it must end, Colonel." "And why is that, Pagan?" he asked. "Because should you choose to continue in this folly, the Troika will take this from you." "Despite my previous words," he warned. "I suspect I am revealing to you nothing you do not already know when I name our paymasters." The Zayton gave him the evil eye, while the Decurion pointedly looked elsewhere. "For millennia they have been the strongest and most powerful, and when they move, the universe trembles." He spread his hands in benediction. "Such has it always been since time immemorial. To stand against their will is madness. Surely you see that." "You would have us break faith with our clients, Pagan?" the colonel asked dryly. "To do as you suggest would betray the trust they have placed in us, as have many before you, when faced with the cold realities that govern this region of space," he explained. "While regrettable, there is no shame in accepting what even you know to be true. What the Troika wants, it shall have." "And the Sonoitiai?" he said softly. "What happens to them?" "Every year they grow fewer, as they take more and more of their offspring. How long before they are hunted to extinction?" He cocked his head, regarding the IXI warrior. "How long before any of us are?" "I have no quarrel with the Sonoitiai," the Pagan said evenly, "and I regret the necessity of our actions. But these are perilous times we live in, Colonel, and I must look to my own house." He took a deep breath and said firmly, "As should you." His eyebrow rose. "Is that a threat, Pagan?" "A friendly warning, from one warrior to another," the IXI said carefully. "I also have no quarrel with you, or any Terran. In fact, while my experience with your race is limited, I have found you to be an honorable people." He bowed once more, but this time he turned and faced Runa as he did so. Much to her surprise, she returned the gesture. The colonel's expression grew positively wintry. "It is difficult to hear the words of someone who speaks both of honor and betrayal in the same breath, Pagan," he said bluntly. "As my people would say, pick a side." A dark flush came over the IXI's face. "I am a realist, Colonel. I may dislike what I am occasionally required to do, but I will not risk the lives of my people over a point of principle." "Some would say that is when it demands you do so," Holm countered. "For what is left, when honor is lost?" "Survival, Colonel," the IXI snapped, "and do not presume to tell me you have not made the same choice yourself, many times. While I have not faced your kind in battle before now, I have made it my business to acquaint myself with you Terrans. One should know one's potential enemies, don't you agree? The colonel bowed his head, conceding the point. Your clan has not survived this long by fighting hopeless battles it cannot win. Do not allow yourself to be seduced by such recklessness now. You're right, he admitted. Far too often I've made the safe choice. The smart choice, I told myself. For the reasons you just spelled out, there are so few of us left. How could I possibly put my people in that kind of danger? Something caught in his voice, and for just a moment, Runa saw the mask slip. The colonel cared for them, she realized, as deeply as she cared for her own people, and he would fight just as hard as she would to protect them. The commandant's decision for this world to be where the Valkyries threw down the gauntlet, to openly defy the Troika and all they stood for, had to be eating him alive. His next words, however, told a vastly different tale. For 200 years, my people have fought to survive, he said with quiet strength. Not just the Valkyries, but all Terrans. We have made deals and compacts and alliances that we knew were wrong, because we were weak and they were powerful. Too many times we have looked away while true evil reigned supreme, telling ourselves that there was nothing we could do, that to even try would be foolhardy. We've made one compromise after another, all in the name of survival, until the day finally came when we could no longer remember who we were. And who are you, Colonel? The pagan asked. There was something about the way he phrased the question that turned Runa's head. A deeply flawed species, he told him, who has spent the entirety of their existence in pursuit of a single goal. He paused and then smiled. To do better tomorrow than we did today. Commendable, the IXI said after a moment's reflection. But I am afraid it changes nothing. I know your plan, Colonel, for it is the same one that I would attempt, were our situations reversed. You hope to bleed us, to incite our warriors to riot, to rebel against their own leaders, rather than face you once again in battle. You hope to make the price too high for us to willingly pay. Colonel Holmes said nothing, merely waited for what was coming next. The pagan looked around to the others, to Inaba and Kai, and the rest of the squad. I regret to inform you that plan will fail, for when we took the Troika's contract, they added a stipulation. He stepped forward, meeting the colonel's gaze once more, that if we do not obtain that which they seek, they will destroy us down to the last. Right alongside you. He spread his hands once more. So you see, I have no choice in this matter. Move aside, Colonel, for the good of your people, or we will destroy you. Holm took a step forward as well. You do have a choice, pagan, he implored him. Join us. Stand with us, all of you, he said to the other bands. The Troika is weakening, surely you can see that. If we stand together, just as we did against the Ichun, so long ago, we can end their threat once and for all. And what did that stand cost you, Colonel? He asked gently, before shaking his head. No, I am sorry, but I will not join your suicidal crusade. Come the dawn, he warned, his gloved hand now pointing at his chest. We will finish this. And you. He turned, his expression as frigid as if it were carved from ice. And I will come for my sword as well, he cautioned her. I'll be waiting, Runa informed him, in unyielding tones. Chapter 23. For tonight we dine in hell. Do you think he's telling the truth? Once the enemy delegation departed, they sent first squad back to the line after a quick debrief. There wasn't much they could tell them, certainly nothing the brass couldn't figure out for themselves. All that was left now was to wait. I think we have to assume he was, Kai answered. If he's bluffing, nothing happens. But if he's on the up and up... Yeah? Runa nodded grimly, and then threw up her hands in frustration. How did we end up here? She demanded. How the hell does a security gig on a backwater planet guarding fish eggs turn into goddamn World War III? Kai shrugged, one step at a time. She glared at him with foul intent. Seriously? That's the best you've got? I think we might have misjudged just how jealously the Troika guards their status, he decided after a moment's thought. Like the pagan said, they've been the top dog in these parts for thousands of years. We humans tugged on a loose thread, and now they're terrified we'll unravel everything. That's crazy, she scoffed. Us. Topple the Troika? They occupy dozens, hundreds of worlds, and those are just the ones they physically possess. There isn't a species in the arm they can't lean on to get what they want, and they're worried about us." She shook her head in disbelief. "That's like a tiger worrying about a mouse. Or Goliath worrying about David," he suggested. She looked at him in surprise. "They didn't get to where they are by being fools, Runa, and no one stays on top of the heap for as long as they have without ruthlessly downsizing the competition." He paused for a moment, looking around to see if anyone could overhear. "Besides, you and I both know what's really got them spooked. New Terra," she whispered. "If we can locate it and actually find a way in, then, if the rumors are true, we'd be the ones in the driver's seat," he finished, nodding in agreement. "They'd love nothing more to wipe us out for that reason alone. But they also know that a human somehow made it past the planet's defenses, something no one else has accomplished in almost 1 billion years." "How? How did he do it?" "No one knows," she shrugged. "You were there when Maggie briefed us. Whatever secrets that Scout might have possessed, he took to his grave. But they don't know that," he pointed out, "and even if we told them, do you think they'd believe us?" "Not in 1 million years," she said sourly. "So where does that leave them?" he asked. "Sure, they could wipe us out, remove the threat once and for all. But what if that kills the goose that laid the golden eggs? If that's the case, then they get nothing. They'll still be the masters of all they survey, sure, but as long as New Terra is out there, it'll always be a threat. They want in, so they can grab all the goodies for themselves. So they'll harry us, hobble us, keep us off balance, but never out of sight. We're the bird dogs, the ones they hope will lead them to the biggest treasure of them all." She took her time, digesting that. "So you think they're coming then?" she said at last. "I do," he said quietly. Runa sighed, looking away. "Yeah, me too." Pushing herself up, she brushed the worst of the dirt from her trousers. "We need to head back," she told him, "and get them ready for what's coming." "There's just one other thing," he told her, rising to his feet as well. She gave him a quizzical look, one that turned to surprise as he leaned forward and kissed her lips. When they finally broke apart, his hand briefly caressed her cheek. "Stay safe," he whispered, before turning and heading back to his foxhole. "You too," she murmured. But he was already gone. They worked like demons, improving the trenches and fighting positions. The medics made another round, deciding that some of the wounded they'd initially triaged as low priority now needed to be evacuated to the rear, reducing their strength even further. Many of them protested, demanding to stay and fight alongside their brothers and sisters, but the colonel overruled them. If it got to where they were needed that badly, odds were the enemy had likely already pushed them all the way back to the sea. As day turned to night, they munched on soya bars, napped when they could, cleaned their weapons, played cards, and swapped stories, but mostly they waited, watching the enemy encampment below for any sign of movement. She couldn't believe they'd risk another frontal assault, not after the way they'd repulsed the first one. But the annals of warfare were filled with tales of warriors doing the unexpected. Perhaps they'd come up with some new wrinkle. Maybe some weapon they'd been keeping in reserve for just this moment. Something that would give them an edge as they fought their way back up the hill. It turned out they were wrong on several accounts, as it was the sounds of explosions and weapons fired to their rear that announced round 2. Runa was instantly alert, her rifle at the ready as she scanned their sector. The rest of the team stared wide-eyed, looking for answers, only she had none to give them. But if the clash was coming from behind them, "Get ready to move," she hissed over the team frequency. "I've got a bad feeling about this." Confirmation of just how bad it was came 2 minutes later. "They found a pass through the ridge we missed," Kai said in a rush, relaying from further up the chain. "They circled around and hit our flank, and now they're cutting through us like a hot knife through butter. They've ordered us to redeploy so we can head them off." "God damn it," she swore, already moving and giving orders of her own. "On your feet," she shouted, throwing her ruck on her shoulders with the others quickly following suit. Becca, front and center. The scout double-timed it to her position. "They outfoxed us," she told her, "and right now they're smashing through our rear. It's up to us to stop them. So I want you out front making sure we don't run into an ambush. Questions?" Becca shook her head. "Good. Go. Head for the guns." The young woman was off like a flash, darting ahead and disappearing into the dark. "The rest of you? On my 6." She charged after her with the team on her heels, as Kai and Alpha fell in behind them. Between the thin scrub and their night vision, The squad made excellent time. They spotted other units moving as well, rushing to form a new line to halt the enemy advance. If they could get in place fast enough, hold out long enough, they still had a chance to keep them pinned up. It was when they stumbled into fellow Valkyries running in the opposite direction that they realized just how bad it was. There are 3 categories where soldiers are forced to back away from the enemy. The first is redeployment, which meant withdrawing and consolidating your position, perhaps allowing follow-on units and supplies to catch up before pressing forward once more. It was an orderly maneuver, done as a temporary measure, little more than a pause before resuming one's attack. The second was retreat. It meant the battle wasn't going well, that perhaps you were in danger of being forced to surrender, so instead of allowing your troops to be slaughtered needlessly, you ordered them to fall back to somewhere safe, someplace they could defend. You destroyed what you couldn't take with you and disengaged in an orderly fashion. It was a setback, maybe even a bad one, but you still had unit cohesion. Orders were still being followed, and with a brief resupply and respite you might take back what you'd lost. And then, finally, there was the rout. Routs were bad. A rout happened when a unit shattered, like a hammer striking a pane of glass. When an overwhelming force slammed into your position and absolutely nothing you did could stop it, human beings reverted to the oldest and most basic response hardwired into their brains: fight or flight. And if you couldn't fight, you ran. You ran as fast as you could, and you didn't stop running until you were safe or exhausted. Maybe not even then. You dropped anything that slowed you down: rucksacks, weapons, helmets. If it had weight, you jettisoned it. All you could think about was getting away. Any routed unit was no longer capable of combat. It would take days to just get them back together, days spent searching for stragglers and resupplying them with new equipment to replace the gear they'd lost. Days, maybe even weeks more to rebuild their morale, to help them locate their courage again, letting them find that place that allowed them to stand against the enemy when the bullets and beams were flying. That part was trickier, and there would always be some routed soldiers who never recovered. So when they stumbled into wide-eyed and unarmed Valkyries running the other way in abject terror, Runa realized with a sick feeling just how badly they were about to get fucked. A lance corporal appeared out of the darkness and almost ran into her, dodging at the last moment without bothering to slow down. Pivoting on her heel, she slammed the butt of her rifle into his stomach, driving the wind out of him and knocking him to the ground. He gasped in shock, struggling to catch his breath, but still he squirmed around, trying to keep going. "God damn it, stop!" she shouted, landing on his chest and pinning him down as she grabbed his lapels. "What the hell is happening?" she demanded. If they were going to have any chance for survival, then she needed to know what they were about to face. The man screamed, trying to get away, so she slapped him across his face hard, then slapped him again. It took 2 more whacks before it finally registered, and even then, all he could do was howl. "Let me go." "What the hell is coming?" she shrieked into his face, coating it with her spit. "Tell me." The lance corporal pointed with a shaky hand. "Tanks," he screamed. "Fucking tanks." Runa stared at him in horror, loosening her grip just enough so that he pushed her off and scrambled away, resuming his pell-mell flight as he disappeared into the dark. Tanks. Holy Mother Terra. Kai was already at her side, rushing to her aid while she was wrestling with the deserter. "You heard?" she gasped, still struggling to catch her breath. "Yeah," he swallowed. The pair looked longingly over their shoulders, to where the lance corporal had fled. There were only 2 choices now. They could run and hope the tanks didn't catch them, or they could stand and fight. And no human-born could outrun a tank forever. Something clicked between them, an almost telepathic agreement as they realized what had to be done. Kai turned away, shouting into his helmet mic as he updated the brass, while Runa faced the rest of the squad. "Right here," she snarled, sketching out a line on her HUD display for the squad to see. "Start digging in, 10-meter intervals." "Against tanks?" Yendrik said in disbelief. "And fight them with what?" "With whatever we've got," she screamed. "We are not running, so cowboy the fuck up and dig in." She saw Rivka lick her lips before sharing a glance with Tofik. Doc shifted nervously on his feet, while Becca stared back at the enemy line. Only Arthur failed to react, mostly because he was too green to even consider what the others were already contemplating. Runa hefted her rifle and flicked off the safety. "Don't even think about it," she growled, daring them to try. "If even one of them cracked, If a single member of the squad decided they'd rather take their chances shooting it out with her than stand, that was it. The squad would break, their flank would collapse, and then the tanks would roll over them like they were fucking speed bumps. Her lip curled as she raised her weapon, staring them down, and then the moment passed. With an almost collective sigh, the squad dropped their rucks and started digging. She waited until she was sure, then flicked the safety back on and set her rifle aside as she broke out her own entrenching tool and started attacking the rocky soil. Kai hunkered down beside her, apparently in between radio messages. "Hire's been apprised," he told her, "and they're sending us everything they've got. We're first priority for all fire missions, and they've forwarded our coordinates to the other units to rally." "There's just one catch," he grimaced. She already knew what he was going to say. "They're not sure they'll get here in time." He nodded glumly. They promised to do what they could. Their heads whipped around in unison at the sound of a strange, high-pitched whine, mixed with the crunching of rock and gravel. "Let's hope it's enough," she prayed. "They've tasked me to coordinate and made me the primary spotter for the artillery," he told her, his eyes glued to the direction the sound was coming from. "So I'm leaving the squad to you." Another time she might have reacted with panic, but she simply nodded. "I won't let you down," she vowed. "I know you won't," he smiled, briefly squeezing her shoulder. "Get ready, there's not much time," he told her, before darting away, taking his own position where he could better see what was coming. Judging by the sound, it wouldn't be long before the tanks arrived, minutes at most, and if they were smart, and so far, she had yet to see anything that suggested otherwise, they'd send infantry ahead to scout for ambushes. It was likely those soldiers would be here soon. A fresh sound whipped her head towards their rear, as another squad appeared from the scrubland. "Third squad, Fox Company," the sergeant announced, as his people came forward. "Command just rerouted us here." "What's the situation?" "We're about to get hit with tanks, and the flank has already buckled," she informed him. "We've got maybe 5 minutes to prepare." He blanched visibly at that. "And what are we supposed to do?" he stammered. "Hook your squad into mine. Dig in and get ready," she snapped. "Here." He looked around, searching for better ground. Why the hell here? Something broke inside her. She didn't have the energy to be scared anymore. She was just pissed. Fuck these alien assholes. Fuck them. Fuck their mothers. Fuck their fathers. Fuck the fucking planets that gave them birth. Fuck everything. "Why?" she cackled with delight, jacking around into the chamber and grinning like a madwoman. "Because we're the Valkyries, and this is as far as the bastards are going." Chapter 24. Go tell the Spartans. Despite her defiant words, Runa knew bravado alone wouldn't save them. Facing the newcomers, she asked their NCO, "You got any heavy weapons or explosives?" The sergeant nodded. "Got a coil gun, but we only have a couple rounds for it." He turned and whistled, waving one of his people over. Lean, front and center, a dark-skinned young woman ran up to them with a heavy tube perched on her shoulder. A coil gun was an unexpected godsend. The Valkyries had only a handful in their inventory. They were temperamental pieces of equipment that used electromagnets instead of explosives to fire specialized rounds. They used a lot of juice, needing to be recharged after every few rounds. But they were one of the few weapons they had that were portable and had even a prayer of slowing down a tank. "What about you?" he asked her. Now it was her turn to flag down someone, signaling Yendrik to join them. He jogged over immediately. "Tell me you've got some toys left in your goodie bag," she said fervently. "There's some he left," he admitted. "Maybe enough for a satchel charge." "You've got 2 minutes," she snapped. "On it," he gulped, racing back to his gear and digging through his ruck. As she turned back to the sergeant, "Find a suitable spot for Lean here, and get ready," she told him. "They're bound to have scouts out in front, so we need to draw them in." She pointed to Kai's position. "We've got Artie on standby. Soon as he's got eyes on, he'll bring the steel rain." Another high-pitched whine and grinding of metal jerked their heads back around. "And we've just run out of time," she swore. "Go. Wait for our signal." The pair nodded and hurried off as she raced for her position, tuning into the squad frequency. "Get ready," she ordered. "Nobody fires till I give the word." Hunkering down as best she could, she glanced over at Arthur. "Wait for the tanks. Pump out high explosive until you run dry. Then switch to incendiary." "Yes, Corporal," he whispered, clutching his launcher with white knuckles as they settled into wait. It was only a couple minutes later that Becca hissed over the comms, "I've got movement. 50 meters out, 10 o'clock. Looks like skirmishers. Hold your fire," she warned them, willing the enemy to come closer. Moments later, she saw them herself. A ragged line of troops appeared out of the scrub, moving far more casually than she would have expected. They looked confident, in fact. They looked overconfident. Dialing up the magnification, she recognized them as Zaitai. That surprised her at first, as they were little better than an undisciplined mob and fared poorly against seasoned troops. But with tanks backing them up, and the way they'd sent the other units running for their lives, it suddenly made perfect sense. The enemy must have galvanized the Zaitai units with an easy victory, using tanks to smash their way through friendly lines. Now they were employing them as shock troops. If there was one thing you could count on from the Zaitai, it was savagery. Their plan was as brilliant as it was horrific. The tanks would pulverize anybody who dared to stand their ground, while the Zaitai would slaughter anyone who ran just for fun. Win-win. Runa sighted in on one of the enemy warriors, tracking them as they moved across the terrain. The noise of the tanks drew steadily closer, near enough now that she could just make out their silhouettes in the gloom. There had to be at least half a dozen that she could see, and they were heading right for them. "For what we are about to receive, may Holy Mother Terra make us truly grateful," she thought wryly, reciting the ancient quip favored by those on the receiving end since long before space flight. She shot a quick glance up and down the line. She didn't dare wait much longer. Any nearer and they'd be spotted, or worse, one of her people would crack under the pressure. Closer, just a little closer, and fire! She howled over comms, opening up with her rifle and dropping her target with a quick burst. The others were mere milliseconds behind her, the heavy drumming of Tawfik's machine gun knocking the enemy scouts down like dominoes. Up and down the line, the Valkyries opened up with everything they had. A few of the Zaitai returned fire, but their earlier cockiness meant they were now off guard and vulnerable. The tanks behind them, however, were a different story. Too late, she realized her error. The Zaitai weren't skirmishers at all. They were bait. Even as they were cutting them down, the tank's engines roared to life and surged forward. "Kai, we need Artie now," she screamed into the mic. As the first metal behemoth entered the clearing, it looked grotesque to the human eye. Sloped high to the back on massive tracks, with a barely discernible gun port resembling a deep gaping maw. Tanks were rare among the various mercenary units. They were expensive to build and transport, difficult to maintain, and seldom did the tactical situation warrant their use. Most outfits didn't bother, focusing their efforts instead on other weapons. These had to belong to the Legion, she deduced. In the split second after it appeared and slewed around in her direction, something shrieked past her, slamming into its tracks and exploding in a blinding flash. It had to be Lean's coil gun. She couldn't imagine anything else making that sort of impact. The tank actually appeared to rock back slightly from the force of the blast, the treads now making a horrific screeching sound as it struggled to move forward. It wouldn't be going anywhere, not without extensive repairs. Nothing, however, was wrong with its gun. A brilliant beam of light exploded out from the tank's nose, slamming into the heath that third squad occupied. Afterimages blinded her, despite her helmet's best efforts to protect her sight. Runa blinked hard, trying to clear her vision, and when she looked again, half of their positions had been burned away. At the temperatures the particle beam reached, it reduced their bodies to ash. Not even bone remained. Fires had already started in the surrounding brush, as the tank readied to fire yet again. "Artie is inbound," Kai shouted in their ears, "danger close." Wrapping her arms around her head, she hugged the ground for all she was worth, while rounds filled with high explosives began detonating all around them. What little dirt they'd scraped out in the brief time they'd had to prepare offered scant protection to them now. It vaporized the Zaitai mercenaries still out in the open, and while there was also no protection for the tanks, only a direct hit would take them out. She could hear the enemy armor fighting to escape, but their squad leader handled the incoming rounds with the skills of a virtuoso. Every time the tanks tried to move from their position, the artillery shifted with them. Great gouts of earth were torn from the land and hurled into the sky, only to rain back down upon them as the explosions went on and on and on. But when the artillery finally ceased, for tanks remained. They were battered, their armor dented and scorched, and at least one more was missing a set of tracks and was immobilized. Two more burned like infernos, making for dangerous obstacles, while those still functioning fought to navigate through the pockmarked field. There was no way to stop them. None. "Fall back!" she shouted, grabbing up her rifle and rucksack before yanking Arthur to his feet. "Move! Move! Move!" she screamed, shoving the private ahead of her. The rest of the squad, and the survivors of Third, needed no further encouragement. They raced for the rear with Kai on their heels as the tanks surged forward. The enemy smelled blood in the water as they charged, intent on ending this conflict with a single bloody drive all the way to the ocean. One tank fired again, missing them by a hair's breadth, the heat from the beam weapons scorching their clothing and singing their hair. "Veer right," Kai roared at them over the radio link. "Veer to the right." A quick glance at her HUD display showed a blinking icon, one of the cache points they'd set up a few days before. She didn't know what was waiting for them as they ran for their lives, but right now she wasn't about to ask questions. "You heard the Sarge," she howled, as they altered course and made for the beacon. They tried to hold the tanks back, thrown everything at them they could, but they hadn't been prepared for that kind of armored attack. Her mind flashed to the terrified soldier she'd sucker-punched, and just how quickly the tables had turned. Going from the relief force to fleeing in full retreat she stared at the display. 17 minutes. They'd held them off for the length of a lunch break. Fuck. Another tank fired, as two more from Third were incinerated, dying before they had a chance to scream. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Yendrik double back towards the enemy, a heavy satchel dangling from his hand as he made a beeline for the nearest armored vehicle. "Yendrik," she howled, skidding to a halt. "Geo!" he shouted back at her, whipping the bag around above his head like a sling as he readied himself for the throw. With one last heave, he let the satchel charge fly, before turning and sprinting for safety. She watched as the improvised bomb sailed through the air, landing on an armored plate beside the troop compartment. It was a perfect throw, a thing of beauty, with Runa holding her breath as she willed him to get clear in time. The charge exploded as the tank ground to a halt. She saw his teeth flash white in victory as he raced to catch up, just as one of the other tanks fired. The blast flipped him up in the air, end over end, before crashing back to the ground a few meters away. "DOC!" she screamed, sprinting to his side and pitching him onto his back. His limp body lolled, resisting her efforts as she shifted her grip for better purchase. She latched onto his shoulder and reached for his thigh to roll him over, only to come up empty. She tried again, only to screech in horror as she realized his left leg was missing at the thigh. Doc Svoboda landed beside her moments later, immediately diagnosing his injuries. "Grab his arm," he ordered while taking the other. "We can't stay here." Runa grabbed onto his wrist and pulled it around her neck, holding on tight as they lifted him up and dragged him away, making for the rally point. She spotted Kai and the others waving them forward as they drew closer. "Come on," he shouted, hopping over the low parapet the sappers had thrown up for the cache point. He joined them in seconds, helping to hoist him up as they carried him to safety. Once they were behind the undersized wall, they set him down, as Doc ripped open his medic bag and got to work. There was no time to waste spent worrying or mourning, not with that armor bearing down on them. She quickly scanned the crates of ammunition stacked around them, looking for something they could use, only for Kai to shake his head. "Just grenades and reloads for the rifles," he told her. "But we've got reinforcements inbound." "When?" she demanded, pointing at the enemy. "They'll be here any second." He started to reply, only to be drowned out by the whine of turbofans roaring up the draw. A pair of Centurion APCs roared past them, spitting out missiles as fast as they could fire. One tank exploded, but the others spat out energy beams in return, reducing one of the armored personnel carriers to a fireball while the second ran for cover. The two remaining tanks veered off to the right, seeking better cover as long as there was still a Centurion in the area, while behind them one of their wheeled vehicles gunned its way up the trail, braking hard as the driver slewed the truck around before coming to a rest. A disheveled lieutenant jumped out of the back, followed close behind by at least two more squads of Valkyries, several of them lugging heavy tubes. "Get on the line," he shouted, as she and Kai ran to meet up with him. "We're still pulling in other units, but it's hit or miss," he told them, as the fresh troops began taking up their positions. If you've got wounded, you better load him fast. It's headed back for the rear. Doc, Runa shouted. Get Yendrik on the truckus. Becca moved to help him, the pair carrying the still unconscious PFC to the vehicle where others pulled him on board. The medic pounded the tailgate with his fist, signaling the driver, who immediately tore off, spitting gravel as they ran for sanctuary. A gunny was already taking charge as the trio took cover beside them. There's still 2 tanks out there, she told the senior NCO. That we know of, Kai amended. Runa grimaced but couldn't disagree. Right? The gunny nodded, before turning to her troops. Load tubes, she ordered. The gunners knelt and hefted the heavy recoilless rifles onto their shoulders, while the loaders came behind them and shoved the bulky missiles into the rear, locking them in place before stepping aside. They waited, nervously scanning for their targets, when the pair suddenly crest a small rise off to their left, having circled around their position. Shift left? The gunny shouted as the gunners hurriedly repositioned themselves, tracking the 2 tanks as they rolled forward. Steady, steady, fire. A wave of missiles streaked out and slammed into the tanks, as well as the ones that missed, impacting into the nearby terrain. Both tanks burned glaringly, one of them exploding and sending a pillar of smoke and flames high into the air as the ragged survivors cheered. Kai and Runa managed a brief hug until Doc touched her elbow. Yendrik, she realized. Is he? The energy beam cauterized the wound. But other than that, the medic shrugged. He was still alive when I put him on the truck. That's all I know. Damn it, she swore, closing her eyes tight to block out the pain. Kai suddenly jerked his head, tapping his helmet as an update came in over the radio. His expression when he returned was grim. The IXI and Zaitai just crested the ridge and broke through the line, he said wearily, and we've got reports of more legionnaires hitting our flanks. Their eyes met. Orders are to retreat. She felt as if she'd aged a century in the blink of an eye. How far? She asked quietly, as the others pressed in. 2 kilometers, he said, hefting his rifle. Clock is ticking. They'll be on us soon. Runa nodded dully, and even that minor effort taxed her. Is this a retreat or a rout? She asked dolefully. Kai looked away and didn't respond. Chapter 25. All for a Children's Crusade. The enemy found them at dawn. They'd grabbed what ammunition they could from the cache point and destroyed the rest before falling back. An hour later, they arrived at another ammo dump, part of the newly dubbed Marne line, as they started digging in once more. Stragglers filtered in from all directions throughout the night and were immediately thrown in to bolster their defenses. But unlike the mad dash for the ridge a few days earlier, there was no esprit de corps to be found. Just grubby and weary survivors, struggling to hold on. The Havoc jets were now flying Overwatch, having finally been released by the brass. Considering how few they had left, they'd held them in reserve until absolutely needed. With the collapse of the ridgeline, it had decided that if this didn't count as an emergency, then nothing would. The last of the Centurions were covering their flanks, with the wheeled vehicles running non-stop to evacuate the wounded and bring up much-needed supplies and reinforcements. The sappers had done what they could, throwing up earthen ramparts to help give them a chance, but everyone knew just how desperate a gamble this was. If the Marne line collapsed, then all that remained was a long march to the sea, to be soon followed by a cursory execution. Runa swung her pickaxe at an especially stubborn hunk of rock, but there was little force behind it. Her muscles felt like limp noodles, barely able to lift the pick, let alone wield it. She'd stripped off her blouse and harness, the dirt and sweat now caking her body. Soot stained her face. There were streaks of Yendrik's dried blood on her clothing. Even her once proud mohawk now hung matted and clumped. She longed to empty a canteen over her head and just feel clean, even for a moment. Unfortunately, they'd lost one of their desalinization plants in the last attack, and official word had come down that water was for drinking only. It was far too precious now to be wasted on anything else. No one spoke. No one had the energy. Besides, there was nothing to say. The enemy was coming, and there'd be a battle when they arrived. Maybe they'd win, but they probably wouldn't. Then they'd retreat or die where they stood. The Demon Murphy had already shown her cards, and they'd all come up jokers. Raising the pick high, she swung it down once more, stumbling as it slipped out of her palms and clattered onto the rocks at her feet. Heads turned her direction as she struggled to retrieve the tool, but she was just so tired. Maybe she could rest here, just for a moment. She started herself back awake as she lost her balance, almost toppling over. It took her a second to remember where she was and what she was doing. Once she did, she reached for her canteen and drank deeply, rehydrating as best she could and clearing a few of the cobwebs away from her mental attic. They were all sleep-deprived, stumbling about like zombies, exhausted, while waiting for the other shoe to drop. Flinching as she felt a hand touch her shoulder, she whirled around to find Kai standing there. One look at his face and she knew. "How soon?" she asked quietly. 20 minutes. Maybe, he shrugged. "The Havocs have been spotting for us from the air. They'll try to give us some support." But his words trailed off as they both acknowledged reality. Once the attack came, knocking those aircraft out of the sky would be the enemy's top priority. They could stay and risk destruction or seek refuge far from enemy lines. Lots of that going around. Looking nearby, she realized they were all done in. They drained themselves, scraping out enough dirt and piling up enough rocks for minimal protection, but it was far from adequate. Worse, they'd likely be abandoning these positions in a few hours, if not sooner. She dug foxholes now in 3 separate locations since the last sunrise, and the odds were good there were more to be dug come daylight. It was all so pointless. She rubbed her face, trying to wake up, and then with a weary sigh bent down and picked up her rifle, slinging it over her shoulder. "Then I guess we should get ready," she told him, even though her heart wasn't in it. "Hey," he said, holding her arms as he looked her in the eye. "Don't you give up on me. This isn't over." Runa just shook her head. "Isn't it?" Whatever last-minute salvation the Colonel was hoping for, it's obvious that he gambled and lost. Whether it ends today, tomorrow, or the next, they'll chew us up and spit out our bones. A dark expression clouded his face. "Since when did you turn quitter on me?" he demanded. She barked out a sardonic laugh. "Kai, this fight is like nothing we've ever faced. We'd have hauled us long before things got this bad. Sure, we'd lose the contract, but at least the battalion would still be intact. Now," she looked pointedly around. "How many are dead? 100? 2? How many more when they finally come?" Runa snorted in disgust. "Don't you get it? We're done. It doesn't matter anymore what happens now. Win, lose, or draw, there's not enough of us left to rebuild. If we're lucky, maybe the survivors get reassigned, but the two halves is finished." "I don't believe that. I refuse to believe that," he growled. "You want to roll over and die? Fine. Just answer me one thing." Gripping her arm tight, he spun her around, so she faced the rest of the squad. "What about them?" he demanded. "You owe it to them to be the leader they need. But if you can't do that?" Releasing her arm, he yanked the sidearm from her holster and pressed it into her hand. "Then finish it, by God. Stick it under your chin and pull the fucking trigger. Just do it someplace where we don't have to watch." He glared at her, daring her, his anger radiating off him like electricity. Runa stared silently at the weapon in her hand for several long moments before her shoulders slumped in resignation as she slid it back into its holster. "They need you," he told her, his voice gentler now. "I need you. So don't you give up on me," he implored her. "Don't you do it." Closing her eyes, she rested her hand on his chest and slowly nodded. "I'm okay," she told him. "I'm just tired." Opening her eyes once more, she looked up into his. "I'm so very tired," she whispered. "We all are," he answered, placing his hand over hers. The two stood silently for a heartbeat until finally he turned away. 15 minutes now. Make them count," he told her, retreating to his own position. She turned to see Arthur staring at her, his jaw hanging open. "You heard the man," she snapped, locking down her emotions and falling back into habit to mask her fears. "We've got 15 minutes. Have you coordinated with Tawfik and worked out where his dead zones are?" His jaw snapped shut with an audible click. "Why, yes, Corporal," he stammered. Her attention turned to Becca. Right now she needed the distraction, any distraction. "You're the closest thing we've got to a sniper. When they get here, look for the officers and heavy weapons. Shoot them first." "Sure," she nodded, giving her an odd look. When this is over, you and me need to have a long talk." "Get in line," Runa told her, dismissing her concerns. She couldn't let herself think about that now, because if she did the floodgates would crash open all over again. but especially not after what Kai had said to her. Because he was right. Bastard. There was nothing else to be done. Nothing that would make any meaningful difference in the next few minutes. She swallowed down some stagnant water from her canteen, munched on a ration bar, tried massaging her aching muscles, but in the end, all they could do was wait. A scream off to the left announced their arrival, as the IXI appeared out of the mist like silent ninjas. 1 minute the sector to the front was clear. The next they were there, their swords slashing down like scythes as they stepped out from the morning sun. "Fire!" she screamed. Her command echoed up and down the line as they opened up with everything they had. Return fire came almost immediately. They had relied on stealth to get them close, hoping for a quick victory, but with that no longer possible, those not tangled up in their foxholes fought back with everything they had. The few IXI that had penetrated their defenses relied on their swords, banking on their speed and terror to cut large swaths through the ranks. Most were cut down quickly, once the shock passed, but they wreaked unimaginable havoc before they died. They earned more than a few new swords that day, but the price was too damn high. The IXI were like wraiths, materializing just long enough to fire a burst in their direction before disappearing once more. It was almost impossible to pick their targets, so instead they fell back on the oldest tactic in the book: saturation. Throw enough lead down range, and you're bound to hit something. Tawfik's gun provided them with a comforting staccato as he strafed the ground ahead, punctuated with Arthur's grenades. The Havocs made a grand total of 2 passes, dropping incendiaries and setting the scrubland ablaze and temporarily forcing the IXI back, until a wave of surface-to-air missiles drove them off, taking out 2 of the precious aircraft in the process. One crew punched out and landed safely behind friendly lines. The other did not. The fires bought them a temporary respite, enough to triage some of the wounded. Doc was busy treating patients up and down the line, but without dense forest to fuel the flames, they eventually burned down, low enough for the IXI to resume their assault. Only this time, they weren't alone. With a roar, a wave of Zaitai surged forward, throwing themselves at the line and counting on their sheer numbers and ferocity to overwhelm them. The Valkyries redoubled their fire, but it barely made a dent as they swarmed their defenses. The barrel of her weapon grew red hot as she burned through one magazine after another, fighting desperately to hold them off. A dozen bodies lay heaped up in front of her position, and still they came, eager to finish what they'd started. And then a sledgehammer blow knocked her off her feet, throwing her to the ground. She stared up at the murky sky, dazed, trying to understand what had happened. A dull ache seemed to radiate from her shoulder, and when she probed it with her fingers, they came back bloody. "I'm hit," she realized, struggling to sit up, but Doc was already there at her side. "Don't move," he cautioned her, rolling her over on her side to check the wound. "Through and through," he pronounced, as he prodded the injury before slapping on a couple of quick heal patches and whipping out a sling, passed right between the clavicle and scapula, and missed the brachial artery completely. "I'm okay," she said in disbelief. "You're not dying," he corrected her, helping her sit up, which ain't the same as okayed. He looked into her eyes for a moment, and then slapped her helmet. "No concussion. You're good. Gotta go," he told her, before darting off to his next patient. She retrieved her rifle, using it as a cane to hoist herself back up, though once she was kneeling, she realized firing one-handed was going to be an issue. Propping it onto the berm in front of her, she socked it in tight to her good shoulder and fired, wincing as each recoil aggravated her wound even further. The sound of incoming mortars almost brought her to tears as they drove the enemy back once more. Explosions tore through the Zaitai mob, scattering them, while the Valkyries fought to regroup. But the attacks had torn massive holes in their defenses, and they'd already used what meager reserves they still had to plug them. There was simply nothing left. One look at their situation, and Runa knew what was coming. The call from Kai merely confirmed it. The moment he contacted her, she slumped in defeat. "I know," she said wearily, cutting him off. "We're falling back." "Yeah," he agreed. "The map shows a knoll about 3 kilometers behind us. The lowlands narrow at that point, should make it easier to defend." 3 kilometers. It might as well be 3,000. "We'll never make it," she mourned. "Not with the Zaitai and IXI on our backs." "We will," Kai maintained. "The colonel has a plan." Something in his voice made the hairs on her neck stand on end. I won't like this plan, will I? There was a long pause, and for a moment she thought he hadn't received her message. Finally, though, he answered back. No, you won't, he said at last. No one will. The two halves was undergoing its own sort of triage, deciding what they could save and what they would sacrifice. In the end, the math was brutally simple. Infantry units like 1st Squad were the outfit's backbone and had to be saved if they were going to have any chance of holding out. Since they couldn't stand off the enemy at their current location, they had to pull back, but doing so put them at risk. Without prepared positions, or at least a fucking hill to use for cover, the enemy would cut them to pieces as they made their escape. That could not be allowed to happen. So Colonel Holm made the hard choice, dusting off their final contingency plan, the one he'd hoped they'd never need, throwing everything he had left into the fray. Every aircraft would sortie until they shot it out of the sky. Every Centurion would be used to hold off the Legion tanks until they destroyed them. Every artillery piece and mortar would shoot itself dry, and then the crews would be given rifles and sent to the front as reserves. The few vehicles that remained would ferry wounded and supplies until they too were gone. And when the enemy finally pushed them back to the sea, the medical staff would prop up the wounded still able to hold a weapon as they fought to the bitter end. They called the plan Jericho, and the walls were already tumbling down. Chapter 26. The Army of the Dead. Terran history was filled with examples of armies forced to withdraw under fire. Xenophon and the 10,000. Napoleon's retreat from Moscow. Dunkirk. The Tharsis Death March on Mars. Examples of soldiers in rags, disease-ridden, exhausted, demoralized, facing attacks on every side, without hope, focused solely on putting one foot in front of the other, trying to get home. Runa wondered if they had felt like she did now. Scared, hurting, spent, parched, filled with sorrow. She was betting they had. Humans had changed little over the centuries. Technology had changed. Knowledge had expanded. But people? Still the same petty, callow, vindictive, selfish assholes they'd always been. Only as she looked around at the men and women surrounding her, what she really felt was honored. Proud of this battalion, who despite being outnumbered and outgunned had faced the enemy with courage. Proud to be Terran, the unwanted mongrels of the galaxy who had survived everything the fates could dish out and still stood defiant. But most of all, she was proud of this squad, of her family. It almost made her forget the pain. Almost. The weight of her helmet pulled her head down as she struggled to balance her rifle on her trussed-up arm, the wound sending spikes of agony coursing through her body with every jolt. It made an interesting counterpoint to the dull ache in her spine and lats, weighted down with all the ammunition she could carry and leaving her hunchbacked. The blisters on her feet had popped somewhere during the march, adding their own sweet strings of torment as dirt and sweat ground at them like sandpaper, leaving bloody raw meat in their wake. She was supposed to be leading her team. She was supposed to be watching her sector for the enemy. But after 30-plus hours without sleep, after being pushed to the breaking point and beyond, the only thing left she could concentrate on was moving forward. Left foot, left foot, over and over and over again. Behind them, she could hear Jericho playing itself out. The last of the Havoc aircraft had flown overhead an hour or so prior, dropping full loads onto the enemy, but she hadn't seen a return flight. Something told her she wouldn't be. She could still hear a couple of Centurions battling it out now and then with the Legion armor, but they wouldn't last much longer, and after a massive barrage, the artillery had slowed down to a mere trickle. That was it. It was down to their rifles now, and with their new position almost in sight, she prayed they could reach it before the enemy caught up to them. Arthur stumbled beside her, and she reached out to steady him as best she could. He mumbled something that might have been thanks, but he was in no better shape than the rest of them. Somewhat worse, in fact, seeing how he wasn't born into it like the rest of them. Military training started early in the Valkyries, and while it wasn't quite what the legendary Spartans inflicted on their children, the physical conditioning paid dividends when they formally joined a battalion as adults. "We're almost there," Kai said over the radio, startling her. "It's just past the next bend." She was staring at the same helmet display he was, and she bloody well knew that already. But then he wasn't giving her a status update. He was trying to keep their morale up, to help them dig down and find whatever reserves of strength they still had left, showing them that the promised land was nearly at hand. Are we really that deluded? She wondered. That desperate? Were they all so far gone that the only thing keeping them going was the hope of brief respite and a modicum of protection? Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a figure from another squad collapse face first into the dirt. Those around him struggled to hoist him back up, dragging him along as they resumed their slow plod forward. The ironic timing was not lost on her. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. Runa. She blinked, staggering to a halt. Huh, what? The corporal goggled, shaking her head in confusion as she tried to get her bearings. And why had they stopped? Where had Kai come from? She checked the GPS and, wait, that couldn't be right. You went full zombie on me, Kai told her, grabbing her by the shoulders. I've been calling your name for the last 5 minutes. She stared, still struggling to process. We're here, he said with a weary smile. We made it. Oh, she dissociated. It happens sometimes, especially on long marches or doing tedious repetitive tasks. The brain took a quick break and checked out, leaving the body running on autopilot. When you came back, there was a chunk of missing time you had no memories for. It was unnerving at first, but you got used to it. On a trek like this one, you actually hoped for it. It meant a brief respite from the pain. Letting her arms go limp, she sloughed off her ruck, letting it fall to the ground. She struggled to focus on what Kai was saying, though he wasn't doing much better himself. None of them were. Tawfik's skin looked gray, his eyes haggard, obviously exhausted from lugging the machine gun. Rivka was swaying on her feet, punch-drunk, while Becca was fighting with some shrubs, literally fighting, like someone had spilled her beer. Runa was fairly sure the scout was hallucinating, and judging by the way Doc was flitting about, he'd likely dipped into his stores of amphetamines, while Arthur had already collapsed to the ground and passed out. They were in no shape to order lunch, let alone fight another battle. But the enemy was still coming, whether or not they were ready. She turned her weary eyes to Kai and asked, "Orders? Dig in, as best you can," he shrugged. "Try to get some rest. And be ready. They'll be here soon." She sketched a ragged salute, then turned and kicked Arthur. He didn't move, so she kicked him again. One bleary eye pried itself open, pleading with her to let him rest. "Dig in," she told him, pulling out her own entrenching tool, "and don't fall back asleep." He nodded absently, then closed the eye and started snoring. It took 3 more kicks to get him on his feet and moving before she made her way to Becca. "Goddamn it, bitch. I told you to move." Becca snarled, taking a swing at the bush. Runa poked her in the shoulder, provoking her to turn around and face her. "What?" she shouted. Lacking the time for anything fancy, she hauled off and punched her in the face. Surprised, Becca stumbled back, her arms windmilling for balance, as she abruptly landed on her ass with a hoof of expelled air. She blinked, shaking her head, before looking up in confusion. "You were arguing with a hedge," the corporal sighed. "Grab a shovel and dig in." It took a few more seconds for her to process, and then with a drained nod slowly pushed herself back up to her feet before stumbling off to do her bidding. Limping back to her own position, she knelt down and started scratching at the dirt. The ground was sandy here, less rocky, which made for easier digging. But as loose as the soil was, the low walls of their foxholes kept collapsing. It sapped what little strength they still had left, shoveling out a blade of dirt only to have 2 more drift back in. The holes slowly grew wider, but not much deeper. They all managed to grab a brief nap, taking turns, but as short as it was, it left them even more disoriented. The sounds of battle drew steadily closer, the centurions and mortars giving it their all before they too fell silent. As the echoes of the last explosion drifted away, a grim realization settled in on them. They were all that was left. The enemy must have sensed how few remained, how bad their situation truly was, yet strangely they seemed to hold back. The squad waited, their weapons at the ready, but there was no sign of the enemy. It made no sense. It wasn't like they'd be stopping them at this point. The colonel's message explained the anomaly with brutal clarity. The sound of his voice in her headset started Runa awake. "The is Warlord 6 to all personnel," he announced, sounding no better than they did themselves. "We have just received flash traffic from Fiddler. Message follows." They looked to one another in confusion while he paused. They'd all but forgotten about Fiddler Green up in orbit, ever since they'd taken the enemy ships out of the equation by muddying up the atmosphere. What could they possibly have to report now? Message reads, he continued, quote, "Smoke screen is dissipating. Unable to restore. Enemy vessels preparing for planetary bombardment." A collective moan escaped their throats as the ramifications of that simple statement hit them like a meteor. No wonder the enemy wasn't attacking. They'd lost hundreds already fighting the Valkyries, and by now they had to be feeling the pinch. It wouldn't have surprised her to learn that more than one of the mercenary outfits they were facing collapse, just like them. Letting their ships finish the job would preserve the warriors they had left, instead of exposing them to their fire. And like the adage said, nuking them from orbit was the only way to be sure. Not that they'd use actual nukes, of course, too great a risk of contaminating their prize. Nor was it necessary. Not when kinetic rounds would do the job just as well without radiation. Whether they used specially prepared metallic rods or chunks of asteroids scavenged from the system, once they were accelerated to orbital speeds, they'd devastate anything on the ground. Nothing could survive that kind of barrage. The crew of Fiddler Green has offered to give battle to the enemy vessels, he continued, allowing them a moment of hope before dashing it completely. I have ordered them instead to withdraw, as they are both outnumbered and outgunned. Any attack by them would be certain to fail, without significantly altering the outcome. Runa winced, closing her eyes and turning away. He was right. She knew he was right, but fuck, it hurt to hear. Something broke in the colonel's voice as he prepared to give what was likely to be his final orders. I know you're tired. Many of you are wounded. She glanced down at her blood-spattered sleeve as he continued. I know that I have asked more from you during this operation than I ever have in the past, and I know that many of you are ready to surrender to despair, but still I ask, one last time, to attack. Is he serious? Arthur asked, incredulous, voicing the same thoughts she had herself. She shushed him as the colonel went on. There is no place on this world we can run to where they won't find us, Colonel Holm reminded them. And while they might be unwilling to risk the bombing near the bay, with their numbers on the ground, they could still easily destroy us. There is only a single course of action left to us that gives us even the smallest chance, and that is to close ranks with the enemy and fight them on their own terrain. Grab them by the belt and don't let go. Her jaw dropped as she realized what he was proposing. If they could get close enough, intermingle themselves with the enemy, then their ships wouldn't dare risk bombing their own troops. It was a plan born of desperation, but he was right. It was all they had left. I know what it is I ask, he told them, and I know the odds facing us. They still outnumber us on the ground, but our chances are a hell of a lot better against them than they are against their ships. An odd timbre came over his voice as he spoke again. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more. The colonel entreated them, the ancient words sounding odd and stilted to her ear, but the sentiment behind them was clear as vacuum. My officers and I will lead this attack, and when the dust settles, no one will question the bravery of the Valkyries. May Holy Mother Terra bless you all. And Semper Fi. They stared at one another in stunned amazement as he signed off. There was silence as they each digested his orders until finally Doc spoke up. What he's talking about? It's madness, he said with revulsion. What's the point? Why not just stay here and wait for the end? If I'm going to die, I'd rather die standing up, Rivka said quietly. Tawfik wrapped a protective arm around her, nodding in silent agreement. Maybe it is madness, Kai answered, addressing each of them, but they are also our orders, and we are going to follow them. Or what? Becca demanded. You'll shoot us? At least that would be quick. She scowled, crossing her arms in resentment and frustration. Their squad leader just shook his head. You'd abandon us now, here at the end, when we need you most. You'd forsake your own family, he asked her. There was an air of melancholy about him, but not a trace of anger, just sadness and disappointment. The scout glared at him at first, but she couldn't maintain it for long. Finally, she crumpled, bowing her head in submission. I'll go, she whispered. One by one they nodded until their eyes rested on Arthur. I didn't think it would be like this, he said helplessly. Neither did I, Runa told him, but here we are. He looked down at his feet. I'm scared, he whispered. Sergeant Kai walked over and rested his palm on the private's shoulder. Me too, he admitted. Arthur's head snapped up, staring at him in shock. Don't look so surprised, "We're all scared," he told him. His eyes darted about, looking at each of them, and none tried hiding how they truly felt. "Use that fear, kid," he advised him. "Stoke those flames and let them scorch the sky." Arthur took a deep breath, nodding once more as Becca turned to Runa. "You haven't said much," she pointed out. "Where do you stand?" Hefting her rifle, she checked the chamber before letting the bolt slam forward. Her lip curled with a dismissive sneer. "Come on, you apes," she told them. "You want to live forever?" Chapter 27. A bad penny always turns up. They didn't have much time. It wouldn't take the enemy ships in orbit long to get into position, so they had to move fast. Dumping anything they didn't absolutely need for the coming fight substantially lightened their load. But they knew they were all running on fumes. If the enemy didn't suspect they were coming, if they had let their guard down in anticipation of their ships blasting them from space, then they still had a chance. A slim one, but still a chance. If they suspected they were coming, however, they wouldn't get within half a kilometer before they cut them down. Surprise was everything, and the key to achieving it lay in the route they selected, with 3 options to choose from. Option 1. The direct approach. It was by far the shortest avenue. No minor consideration given how fatigued they were, but it was rocky and uneven ground with little cover. The ankle-breaking terrain would slow them to a crawl, and without suitable cover the enemy would easily pick them off. Option 2. The left hook. This option had fairly flat terrain and decent cover, making it at first blush as the best alternative. But it was also by far the longest route, since it required them to swing wide of the enemy camp, circling around their flank and attacking from the rear. The question quickly became whether they had the energy to make such a long forced march, and even if they did, the time required would put them deep in the danger zone for orbital bombardment. And finally, option 3, the crevice. The fissure in question was a narrow gap in the rock, a fault opened up by plate tectonics, and would take them almost all the way to the enemy encampment. In its favor, it had excellent concealment, but it was also by far the most dangerous choice. It was so narrow they could only travel 2 abreast, which would string out their assault force over a kilometer. If it rained, the danger of flash floods went up considerably, drowning the entire battalion before they ever got near the enemy. But worst of all, if even a single enemy observer was hidden anywhere along the gorge, they could easily call for reinforcements, ambushing and wiping out the entire unit before they realized what was happening. Only a madman would choose the crevice, a lunatic, or someone with nothing else to lose. They topped off their canteens, carrying with them enough ammunition for 10 minutes of combat and jettisoning the rest. Any more, and they'd be too weighted down to move quickly. With a spot of luck, it would be enough to get them through the perimeter. If it wasn't, then all the ammo in the universe wouldn't make a bit of difference. They started running, well, jogging, really, to the entrance of the crevice. Once inside, the high cliffs would help conceal them from the air for a few precious minutes. Hopefully, that would be enough. Forcing their way through the gap in the rock slowed their advance. But now that they were committed, they didn't dare stop. The narrow canyon twisted and turned its way through the surface, adding precious time to their already razor-thin schedule. But still they pressed on, with nervous eyes scanning the cliff walls for enemy scouts. Runa was now long past caring. The plan was mad. The entire operation was mad. She was mad. They were all mad. The lunatics had taken over the asylum, and it was liberating. The pain she felt no longer mattered. In fact, she cheerfully embraced it, crushing it to her breast like a lover, honing it, sharpening it, using her pain. It was glorious agony, and she longed to share it with those who opposed them. A small part of her psyche realized just how far around the bend she was, but that no longer mattered. Sanity was for the living. They were creatures of the night, the walking undead, cursed by ancient gods to fight for their amusement until they had killed enough of their enemies to gain entrance to Valhalla, that magical land where the mead always flowed, and each new day brought more glorious battle, where the party never stopped, and the killing went on and on and on and on and on and on. She shook her head like a dog, jolting herself out of that deadly siren's song, struggling to claw her way back from the precipice. There would be a time for berserkers, but not yet. Now she needed her wits about her, the cool sang-froid of the assassin. Let them get close first, close enough to reach out and touch the enemy, and then she could give full rein to her bloodlust, bathing herself in their ichor as she harvested her hellish honor guard. What I wouldn't give for 4 hours uninterrupted sleep, her mind whispered. Even 2 hours. Or just 1 hour of sleep. Is that so much to ask? She pushed that thought away as well. There was only one kind of sleep waiting for her, and she'd find it soon enough. Glancing up the canyon, she spotted Kai staring back at her. His cheeks were sunken and hollow. His eyes shot through with red, his flesh gray like spoiled meat. He looked like a corpse. But then, they all did. She could see the worry in his eyes, the remorse, the acceptance. Most of all, she saw the love he had for her. Runa wondered what he saw, if her expression mirrored his own. She hoped it did. Their eyes met for an instant, and then it was gone as he faced forward once more, forging ahead. She zoned out again, only coming back from Never Never Land when she realized the ground was now sloping upward under her feet. They were getting close then, and no one was shooting at them. Yet, still too early to get excited. They were probably just waiting until they formed back up so they could ambush them all at once. In ranks of 2, they emerged from the crevice, stumbling forward into a shallow depression as they waited for the others to emerge. Grabbing Becca, the pair moved forward, slithering on their bellies until they could peer over the lip and observe the enemy encampment. No movement. They stared at each other, unsure of what they were seeing. A trap of some sort? Had they abandoned the position? Dialing up the magnification on her helmet's visor, she looked closer, searching for any sign of the enemy's intentions. There. It was a brief gesture, a flinch perhaps, but it was enough to grab her attention. It had come from inside what looked like an observation post, well positioned, only a few hundred meters away. Cranking the zoom to maximum despite the inherent degradation, she peered into the small porthole, in time to see the guard's head loll. What the? Sweeping up and down the perimeter, she located another lookout, and saw what appeared to be long hair being blown about by the gentle sea breeze. But that was the only movement she saw. It was almost as if something clicked in her head as she tapped Becca on the shoulder. "Stay here and keep eyes on," she whispered, earning a nod in return, before slithering back the way she'd come. She scurried back to where Kai was waiting with the others. "We've got to move. Now," she hissed. "We're waiting on the stragglers," he told her. "Command says another 20 minutes. There's no time," Runa said in a rush. "We've got to make our move now, before it's too late." He stared at her, confused. "What's the rush?" he asked. She shook her head, frustrated. "We can't wait. I have to jump the chain," she warned him, as she switched frequencies. He reached out to stop her, but she moved out of his reach while she made the call. "Warlord 6 Actual, this is Dagger 11 Bravo. I have flash priority traffic, over," she all but shouted into her mic. There were about half a dozen links in the command chain between her and the colonel, and she just skipped past all of them. That wasn't done. Period. It especially wasn't done by claiming to have a flash priority message, the highest of all priorities. It was like screaming fire in a crowded theater. You only did so at your peril, unless, of course, there actually was a fire. "Dagger 11 Bravo, this is Warlord 6 Actual. Go for traffic, over," he responded almost immediately. At least she'd gotten his attention. "Warlord 6, we have to attack now," she squawked. "Forget the stragglers. Grab what we have and go." Kai's eyes widened in horror as he lunged for her, desperate to stop her from making a huge mistake, but she pirouetted out of range once more. "Dagger 11 Bravo, what's the meaning of this?" he demanded. "I don't have time." "Persistence predation," she screamed at him, interrupting his message. "Another huge no-no. Well, in for a credit. Don't you understand? If we're at the ragged edge, where do you think they are?" There was a long pause. "Dagger 11 Bravo, are you sure?" he asked carefully. Runa swallowed. If she were wrong, well, they wouldn't really be any worse off. Come to think about it, dead was dead, after all. But she was certain she was right. "Yes, sir," she answered softly. "I'm as certain as I can be." Another long pause. "Stand by, Dagger 11 Bravo," he said finally, clicking off the frequency. "Are you insane?" Kai growled at her. "Do you know what you've just done?" She held up her hand, telling him to hold on, as she waited for the colonel's response. The galaxy was filled with many intelligences, from every type of evolutionary track imaginable. Most were omnivores, like Terrans, while others were pure carnivores. A few herbivores could be found, though they were rare. Rarer still were the ones that defied classification, like the oivu. Among the predators, they had evolved from vastly different worlds, facing different challenges. Some had developed speed to chase down their meals, while others had specialized in patience, becoming ambush predators. Some had used venom to take down their prey or hunted in packs. They all carried the DNA those various strategies had blessed them with, remnants of their evolutionary childhood. Terrans, as it turned out, were an oddball. They weren't especially fast and carried no venom, while they could be patient and often used ambush. And though they were pack hunters themselves, it wasn't what they excelled at. What set humans apart from the other species was stamina. Known as persistence predation, they were blessed with a unique physiology that allowed them to shed waste heat easily, given long legs, specially adapted muscles and tendons, and the ability to carry spare energy as fat. Humans could travel great distances in a single go, running for kilometers while other races dropped like flies. They weren't the fastest, that much was true, but they could keep a steady pace long past the breaking point of almost any other species. With advanced technology at their fingertips, it meant nothing, of course. Their enemy had vehicles of every sort and had used them since day one. But in the past 48 hours, the Valkyries had concentrated their efforts in hitting their weapon systems, their infrastructure, and especially their vehicles. Take those away, and suddenly the equation got a lot more interesting. It convinced Runa, down to her bones, that the enemy force they had snuck up on, the one certain they would just keep running away from their superior forces, was asleep, and her observations on the enemy camp seemed to bear that out. Utterly and completely exhausted from their long chase, slumbering away, secure in their knowledge that the worthless Terrans were beaten at last. Unfortunately for them, the Valkyries hadn't gotten that memo. A familiar tone sounded in her ear, the notification of an imminent all-hands broadcast. "This is Warlord 6 Actual, to all units," the colonel announced. "I am starting the clock now. 05 mics until we assault our objective. Noise and light discipline is in effect, and there is to be 0 pre-assault weapons fire. Repeat, I order you to hold your fire, unless fired upon. All units acknowledge and stand by." A countdown timer appeared in her visor, the clock ticking down as the responses started trickling in. "What the hell is going on?" Kai asked her, stunned by this sudden turn of events. "I'm sorry I held you off like that and went over your head," she apologized. "But we didn't dare wait. Unless I'm very much mistaken, our friends across the way are all asleep." She managed an evil grin. "Asleep?" he said, disbelief tinging his words. "Almost positive," she nodded. "And no, I'm not 100% sure. It's too crazy. But," she said, taking a deep breath, "I'm sure enough to bet my life on it." He was silent for several long moments, and then finally shrugged. "That's good enough for me," he smiled. "Get your people ready to move." "Aye, aye." She grinned as she went to grab Becca and Arthur. The assault itself was like tiptoeing through a minefield. If she was right, if they were asleep, then the last thing they wanted to do was wake them up. Hence the colonel's warning about noise and light discipline. There was almost 500 meters of open space to cross, and with each step she took, it convinced Runa it would be her last. They moved like cautious phantoms across the landscape, not making a sound, not daring to make a sound, even though they were now in plain view of the enemy. If they weren't fast asleep, then they were merely setting them up for the ugliest ambush she had ever witnessed. But with each step forward, a guarded optimism started taking hold. "Not dead yet," her mind whispered. "Not dead yet." Pagon Sang slept fitfully, despite his exhaustion. The contract had been an uncomfortable fit for the IXI, flying in the face of their ancient traditions. Unfortunately, one did not refuse the Troika, not lightly, and not without dire consequences. He admired the Terrans. They were an honorable race. Forced to be their executioner had left him irritable, unsettled. Simple creatures they might be, but warriors with their courage deserved better. Something poked at him, disturbing his slumber. Rolling away from the irritation, it returned almost immediately, more urgent this time. He tried to move once more, only to receive a solid strike to his torso that jolted him awake. "What?" he slurred, only to have his eyes snap fully open in disbelief as he stared at an impossible apparition. "Rise and shine." Sleeping Beauty, Runa grinned, her rifle easily tracking his every movement. This is your wake-up call, Pagon, and by the way, you are now my prisoner. Chapter 28. A Fate Set in Stone. Taking over the enemy camp wasn't quite the walkover they'd hoped for. While they seized most of the key strongholds without firing a shot, there was no way that hundreds of Terrans overrunning their base would go completely unnoticed. The Valkyries prioritized securing the weapons and ammunition, plus communications and their remaining vehicles. But several fairly nasty firefights broke out before they could take complete control. Even then, many of the Paus refused to accept their new status, especially among the Zaitai. Their attempts to overthrow the Terran guards were put down quickly and without mercy. Despite their incredible victory, the Valkyries were close to the breaking point. They desperately need food, water, medical attention, and most of all, rest. Still outnumbered by the enemy, they herded the POWs at bayonet point up against a natural rock wall. The Terrans then surrounded them on the remaining 3 sides before explaining the rules. If there were any attempts at all to attack their jailers or try to escape, they would open fire on the crowd and gun down both innocent and guilty alike until it stopped. All further acts of rebellion ceased immediately. Their biggest threat now dealt with, they turned their attention to the ships in orbit. Colonel Holmes sent them a tersely worded message that they were now in control of their mercenaries and that they would guarantee their well-being, but only if said warships backed the fuck off. Any efforts to land additional forces, attack Fiddler's Green, or attempt a rescue would be met with swift and bloody reprisals against their captives. At first, the officers in orbit refused to give credence to his threats, believing them to be a ruse. As luck would have it, they had a solution to that. "Am I allowed to ask where I am being taken?" Pagon Sang inquired as they led him to the communications center. "Or will you simply execute me once I am out of sight?" "The colonel just wants to talk to you," Runa explained, "and no one is being executed today that I'm aware of." The rest of the squad formed a cordon around the prisoner, with Kai holding back and letting her take the lead, given her unusual relationship with the alien commander. "Indeed, I would find comfort in your assurances if they did not so directly contradict the rather explicit orders given us at gunpoint." "What else could we do?" she demanded. "You were the one telling us to surrender or die." The Pagon grimaced. "I regret that, Corporal, but I had no choice." "Yeah, well, neither do we," she fired back. The IXI warrior inclined his head, conceding her point, but said nothing else. Truth be told, she wasn't really up for an extended conversation either. Entering the small prefab building, they found the colonel waiting for them. His uniform was stained with blood, none of which appeared to be his own. "Pagon, we meet again," he said with a terse bow. "My apologies for the circumstances, Colonel," the IXI replied, sketching an abridged bow of his own. "Forgive me if I do not congratulate you on your victory." "Of course," he answered politely. "Allow me to come straight to the point. We have been in communication with your ships in orbit, explaining to them your change in status. I'm afraid, however, that they do not believe me. Unless someone convinces them otherwise, I suspect that soon they will begin firing on our position." He shrugged. "Obviously, neither of us wants that." "Indeed not," the Pagon said sourly. "I assume, then, that you wish for me to speak to them on your behalf." "I would prefer you spoke on your own behalf," he informed him. "I need a go-between, not a puppet." "How can you be certain I will not betray you, if given this opportunity?" he pressed him. "Despite your present position of power over us, we are still enemies." "Oh, I expect you'll try," he said affably. "I would if our positions were reversed. That being said, any message you pass on to your compatriots will be on a 10-second delay, allowing us plenty of time to keep you from passing on any information. We'll also be watching for any coded words or phrases, in case you were thinking along those lines." "I see," the IXI said quietly, digesting that bit of information. "And what is it exactly you envisage me telling them?" "Only the truth," he replied, holding up his hands. "That we captured your forces and are holding you prisoner, and that any attempt to attack us from orbit will annihilate your people right alongside ours." "And that is all you ask of me?" he insisted, still suspicious. "For now," the colonel nodded. "Afterwards, if there is an afterwards, there's another matter I'd like to discuss." But let's deal with what's in front of us first. The pagan was silent for some time, mulling over his decision. Finally, he gave a curt nod. I will act as your intermediary, he said at last, with the understanding that I am doing this solely to guarantee the well-being of my warriors and our allies. So noted, the colonel agreed, stepping aside and gesturing to the comms set. The transmitter is yours. Stepping forward, the IXI commander pressed a button and spoke. This is Pagan Kusha saying, speaking from the surface for Navksoda Ashaz Zinksu, commanding the IXI warship Shining Blade. There was a long pause before someone responded. An image of an older IXI warrior appearing on the screen. Prove you are who you claim to be, the alien demanded. Do your eyes deceive you, Navksoda? He asked lightly. But if it is proof that you seek, the last time we spoke you called me an ignorant grub worm, while I characterized you as an overbred, pampered grimalkin. Runa shot a questioning glance to the sergeant. Smack talk, Kai shrugged. Oh, she said softly. The captain's image took on a grave expression. Do you speak under duress, Pagan? He asked him. No, my words are my own, the IXI answered. But the Terran commander speaks truly. He and his forces have indeed captured us. He looked away, barely able to get out the words. The captain's response was immediate. Sucking air through his teeth, he hissed, if this is true, it will displease our clients, he said darkly. This I know, all too well, the Pagan answered. Regretfully, that does not alter the truth. They have allowed me to speak with you in order to deliver this message. That should you attack the Terran forces from orbit, you will attack us as well. It would be impossible to strike one without hitting the other. I see. Suddenly, his face was a mask. I will pass your warning to the other Navksoda, and to our clients as well. I thank you, old friend, he said with a deep bow. Perhaps you should not, the ship captain replied. For I fear our clients will demand that we fulfill our contract to the letter, regardless of any irregularities. The Pagan froze as the two aliens stared silently at one another, before the IXI leader bowed once more. I understand, he whispered. Thank you for your counsel. I owed you that, the Navksoda answered. I only regret that I cannot do more. It is enough, the IXI leader smiled. Until the stars grow cold, my friend. Until then, the captain answered before signing off. The colonel had watched the exchange closely and now turned and faced the Pagan. He just tried to warn you, didn't he? Yes, the alien said quietly. Holm pinched the bridge of his nose. God damn it all to hell, he swore. What? Runa insisted, staring at both of them. What just happened? They've checkmated us, the colonel scowled. The Pagan explained we'd taken them as hostages, only for the captain to say the Troika still wants us dead, and will probably shoot the hostages just to get to us. He cocked his head, regarding the IXI warrior. Isn't that right? I regret to say that it is, he concurred. I am sorry. No, no way, Runa snarled, glaring at them both. After everything we've been through, all the brothers and sisters we'll never see again, that even after pulling a victory out of our ass at the last fucking minute, we still lost? The colonel and the Pagan merely stood there, silently acknowledging the truth of her outburst, only enraging her further. Well, fuck that. There must be something. Crossing the short distance between them, she confronted her commanding officer, jabbing his chest with her finger. You promised us, she howled. You swore we wouldn't die here in vain, that this was where we'd turn it all around. Do something, she begged him. Colonel Holm ignored her massive breach of etiquette, instead folding his hand over hers. I haven't given up, he told her, but I won't lie, the odds are growing longer every minute. That being said, there might still be a card or two left to play, he said cryptically, before turning back to the Pagan. Once we return you to the others, I imagine you will tell them what you've learned, he asked. Of course, the alien nodded. And just how do you think they will respond? He inquired. Now it was the pagan's turn to hiss through his teeth. I do not know, he admitted. Not well, that much is certain. Some will refuse to believe the Troika could do this, while others will be convinced the only path to their survival lies in destroying you, regardless of the cost. They could be right, Holm reluctantly agreed, if they can manage .it. But whatever happens, you telling them the truth will set off a bomb. Many will die on both sides, your people and mine." The pagan eyed him curiously. "Just what are you proposing, Colonel?" An odd look played over his face. "There's an ancient story from our homeworld," he told him, "about a group of warriors walking along a trail." Kai and Runa stared at each other in confusion as the IXI commander gestured. "Go on." "Well," he continued, "the first warrior looks to his friend and asks, 'What's the punishment for being late?' His friend shrugs and says, 'Death, of course.' The first warrior nods, and then a little further down the trail he asks, 'So, what's the punishment for mutiny?' His friend looks at him curiously, and then answers, 'Death for that crime as well.' A curious tale," the pagan said politely, "but I fail to grasp its meaning." "Because I'm not finished," the colonel smiled. So the second warrior finally turns to his friends and says, "Why are you asking me these questions?" His friend sighs and tells him, "We're late." The alien blinked in surprise, and then suddenly threw back his head and laughed out loud. "Marvelous," he chortled. "A clever witticism indeed. I look forward to sharing it." "I didn't tell you that yarn just to entertain you, pagan," Holmes said carefully. All traces of humor disappeared. "I know all too well that you did not," the IXI commander replied, "but what you are suggesting is impossible." "Is it?" the colonel asked. "It is," he reiterated. "You imply that our options have dwindled to a binary set. Remain as we are, and possibly die at the hands of the Troika, or else join in common cause with you and cross swords with them. While I understand well the offer you lay before me, I fear you do not." "I beg your pardon?" Holm looked irritated at his response. "I meant no disrespect, Colonel," he answered quickly, "but I doubt you have considered all the implications of what you propose. At this moment, the only thing preventing the Troika from ordering Shining Blade and the other ships to fire on this position is our contract with them. Remove that, and there is nothing stopping them. Then what's left for us?" Colonel Holm asked him, spreading his hands wide. As the corporal put so eloquently, he reminded him, nodding at Runa, "We've come too far to simply give up now. I refuse to believe there isn't a solution that both of us can accept." "I think you ask too much of the universe, Colonel," the alien said with regret. "In my experience, I have found joyful endings to be rare indeed." "Fine then, you suggest something," the colonel challenged him. "Unless you'd rather sit here meekly until the end, like a beast awaiting the butcher." The pagan's eyes flashed with anger. "Others have died on my blade for lesser words, Terran. Mind your tongue." "No offense, but at the moment you don't seem to have a blade," Holm pointed out. "And if you think your threats scare me, then you don't know my kind at all." He folded his arms across his chest. "I stand by my words. Either offer your own solution, since you don't like mine, or we can sit here and all die together." "Foolish Terran," he spat. "How can your kind have not learned this simple truth? No one crosses the Troika. They have no peers, no rivals. They stand alone, unchallenged." "That's not exactly true," Runa said cautiously, interrupting him. The pagan glared at her. "And just who is this mysterious contender?" he demanded, his hands on his hips. "The Oivu," she answered. "The Oivu? Ha!" he sneered. "Mere merchants, nothing more. Their ships are not even armed." "Which should tell you something right there," the colonel pointed out, "considering how dangerous this corner of space is." The alien paused, considering that. "Very well, I will grant you they travel this region of space unmolested. Even by the Troika," he admitted begrudgingly. "But if you are hoping they will save us, then you are an even greater simpleton than I imagined. They do not involve themselves in the affairs of others, and if you are hoping to buy ships or weapons, anything they provide does not come cheaply." Holm turned to Runa. "I'm afraid he has a point." The young corporal stepped forward. "Tell me something, pagan. Does anybody actually like the Troika?" "To like or dislike them is immaterial," he retorted with a wave of his hand. "We respect their power." "Please, just answer the question," she pressed him. He glanced down at the blade still belted at her hip. "Very well," he acceded. "No, Corporal, we do not care for the Troika, and I can think of no race that does. There are sycophants aplenty to be certain, parasites hoping to earn their favor, but even they secretly detest them. They are capricious and arrogant, viciously striking anyone they suspect of rising above their station. We have chafed at their dominance for millennia, but nothing changes. They remain powerful, and we remain weak. The colonel looked at her curiously. What are you getting at, Corporal? He wasn't alone. The others in the room were all staring at her as well. Runa blushed at the sudden attention, before swallowing and forging ahead. 200 years ago, every race in the known galaxy banded together to fight the Ichun. Even us lowly Terrans, and we paid a heavy price for it. The humans in the room bowed their heads in remembrance, while she and Kai shared a knowing look. My point is, why can't we do it again? If everybody hates the Troika, why not form a new alliance? One to fight the biggest assholes in the Perseus arm? Because the Troika would never allow it, the IXI leader sighed. Any attempt to do so would be dealt with swiftly and surely, even if the Oivu were the ones broadcasting the message. She wondered aloud. His brow furrowed in concentration. I do not know, he said at last. What you are suggesting, it is unheard of. The very notion flies in the face of every convention I know. He pondered the idea, turning it over in his mind, before finally shaking his head. Besides, even if it were possible, what the Oivu would charge for such a service would be astronomical. I doubt any race could meet their price. Runa glanced over at the colonel. What if one could? Chapter 29. Betting the house on 00. Contacting the Oivu would be no easy feat. The captain of Shining Blade agreed to pass the message on at the pagan's request, though he cautioned them not to hold out much hope. The Oivu merchant caravans did not keep to regular routes or timetables. Contacting them was a hit-or-miss prospect. They did things their own way, and that was unlikely to change. No one was more surprised than Runa herself when they received a response less than 24 hours later. As it turned out, one of their caravans was in a neighboring sector when they sent out the call. Normally, it was all but impossible to convince the merchant traders to alter their itinerary, but the mention of the Terran ship Gerfalcon and some unfinished business promptly got their attention. They sent word back stating they would dispatch a single ship to the Sonoishii homeworld to discuss business, placing the mercenary ships in a difficult position. They granted the Oivu free passage wherever they roamed. That right was sacrosanct and inviolable. Yet the Troika had also given the ships orders to prevent other vessels from entering the system. Fiddler's Green was being studiously ignored, keeping its distance from the enemy fleet ever since the stunt that mucked up their ability to intervene. They saw chasing after it as pointless. It was no match for the enemy fleet. As long as it remained clear of the planet, they fulfilled their contract. That the other mercenary outfits were rules lawyers of the highest order did not surprise the Valkyries. Getting shot at for pay motivated those involved into doing as little as possible to meet their contract's terms, quickly becoming second nature. It was one reason their digging in and fighting back as hard as they had come as such a shock to the alien soldiers of fortune. So on the one hand, there were the ancient traditions granting freedom of movement to all Oivu vessels to be upheld, while on the other the requirement in their contract to keep all other ships clear of the system. Two mutually contradictory positions. How were they to resolve the problem? In the end, they took the easiest path possible and ignored the issue entirely. If the Troika had issues with the Oivu entering Sonoishii space, let them deal with it. It wasn't their headache and was definitely above their pay grade. That being said, they drew the line at letting any Terran leave the planet's surface. They might try to escape or worse, so they informed the Valkyries in no uncertain terms they would meet any attempts to rendezvous with the Oivu ship with deadly force. That was a problem, for long-standing tradition dictated the merchant aliens only conducted business aboard their own ships. No one knew why. Perhaps it was a security measure or a cultural taboo. Given their odd physiology, it was possible there was an environmental factor involved. But since their erstwhile enemies refused to budge on the issue, and shooting their way past them was out of the picture, it forced Runa to send her regrets and cancel the meeting. 2 hours later, the Oivu sent a reply that in this case, they would make an exception. The Pagan had observed this back and forth with something approaching amusement. The entire scheme was utter madness and doomed to failure. That much was certain. His own minor contribution involved equal parts curiosity and boredom, and he expected absolutely nothing to come of it. Eventually, the Troika would order his comrades to eradicate them all, and that would be the end of the tale. But when the Oivu proved willing to contravene thousands of years of tradition for a wolfling race fate had destined for oblivion, suddenly he was sitting up and taking notice. Just as before, 3 humans awaited the Oivu shuttle. And while Runa and Kai hadn't been party to the first meeting, Maggie and the others had fully briefed them regarding the encounter. They were the obvious choices for slots 1 and 2. Slot number 3 proved a bit more problematic. Colonel Holm insisted he should be present to ensure things ran smoothly. The pair hemmed and hawed on that issue, debating the idea and promising to get back to him as soon as possible. And if that wasn't a big enough problem, the Pagon made his own case to join the mission when the brass wasn't looking. At least he was easier to refuse. There was no way in hell they were bringing one of their enemies in on this, even if he had been helpful setting it up. The IXI commander seemed unsurprised at their refusal. As savvy as he was, he'd likely expected it. Still, it never hurt to try. To everyone's surprise, not to mention the colonel's annoyance, they announced the 3rd member of the mission would be Doc Svoboda. His being chosen for the slot had floored him, but once they explained why they'd picked him for his medical knowledge, he immediately got to work researching and copying the relevant files. To his credit, Holm didn't pull rank, though he did hint rather strongly about his displeasure. The NCOs gingerly rebuffed him. While he was briefed about the mission to Earth and their superior officer, he hadn't been there aboard Gerfalcon. After all that had happened, they weren't taking any chances. Are they as strange as they say? Doc asked, nervously peering into the sky as the Oivu shuttle began its silent descent. According to Maggie, they are, Runa told him, though she also said they were friendly and polite. It should be fine. Let's hope so, Kai agreed, because we're taking a pretty big chance here. If this doesn't work, we're out of options. Then let's make damn sure it works. The corporal swallowed as the shuttle touched down, settling on its landing jacks as the hatch slid open and a ramp telescoped down to meet them. The trio looked at one another, unsure of the protocol, before Runa finally squared her shoulders and started walking towards the open doorway, with the others following along in her wake. Just as Maggie had explained it to them, a quintet of Oivu awaited them inside the ship. All were roughly human in shape, but the green ropey tendrils composing their bodies still caught them by surprise. Even though they'd been warned going in, it hadn't prepared them for the sheer alienness of their form. All 3 did their best to disguise their reaction, though with mixed success. If the Oivu noticed their momentary revulsion, they gave no sign of it. "Welcome, friends," the leader greeted them, the voice emanating from the voter around its, well, where its neck would be, if it were human. "Your message stated that while you have not met our kind prior to this, you were crew members aboard the Terran ship Gerfalcon when it first encountered us. Is this correct?" "It is," Kai nodded. "Your message also stated you had information you wished to trade knowledge related to the previous transaction. Is this true as well?" "That's right," Runa agreed. "Splendid. If you will follow me." The Oivu turned in unison and made their way down the corridor, while the humans fell in behind them. It was a brief journey as they escorted them to a sitting room with comfortable, if somewhat odd-looking chairs. "Please, be seated," the alien continued, "and recount for us the nature of the information your crew members shared for verification." Doc looked over at the other 2, while Runa just shrugged. "They told you that the 2 of his Ake are telepaths," she recounted, "and that they tried to mentally coerce our friends." The aliens turned towards one another and communed briefly, before turning back to face them. "That is correct," their representative confirmed. "What additional information do you offer, and what do you seek in return?" She glanced over at Kai, who signaled for her to continue. Technically, he should have been the one negotiating as he outranked her, but since it had been her crazy idea in the first place, he'd suggested she take point on this. They were every bit as courteous as Maggie described, but she was still on edge. This should have been handled by someone else, someone trained for this sort of thing. But circumstances and random chance had forced her into the spotlight. Well, she'd been in tighter spots, even if now the stakes were astronomically higher. "The last time," she began, "our friends told you we'd cured them of the 2 of his Aka's mental influence. You said you were interested in the antidote, but you didn't pursue it. That's what we're offering. The cure." Again they faced one another and silently conferred, longer this time, until resuming their original positions. "We are indeed interested in this information," they agreed. "What is it that you seek in return?" "A service," she said simply. We would ask you to transmit a message to as many races as you can reach in the next few days. The aliens froze. A message? The leader asked. This is a most unusual request. Are you having difficulties with your communications? You might say that, Kai mumbled. Surely you're aware of our situation here, Runa asked them, pressing on and ignoring the sergeant's remark, just as you must know what's at stake. The reason we've asked for this meeting and offered something so valuable in payment is that the message is a request to the other races to send their representatives here, to this world. For what purpose? The alien inquired. She took a deep breath. This was it, cards on the table time. Would the Oivu make the deal, or would they walk away? We asked them to come and form an alliance, she said deliberately, in order to break the Troika's hold on the galaxy, once and for all. The Oivu went ballistic. This time their conversation included wildly flailing their limbs, strange alien gestures no human could interpret. Were they angry, frightened, excited? There was no way to tell. The clock ticked on as the frantic conference continued until finally, they turned back to them. This request requires that we confer with the others, the spokesperson. Spokesbeing? Inform them. Please, wait here, while we hold conclave. The quintet turned and exited as one, the hatch sliding shut behind them. What the hell just happened? Doc asked in confusion. Beats me, Kai answered, turning to Runa. You ever hear of a conclave? Maggie said nothing about that, and she probably had more contact with them than most, she told him, shaking her head. But if I had to guess, what we asked them must be a lot bigger than their normal requests. Just to pass on a message? The medic insisted. It'll take 2 whole minutes. I don't think it's the message itself, Kai countered. I think it's what it implies. Maggie said their policy regarding the Troika mostly boiled down to staying out of each other's way. If the Oiva do this, they'll be stepping into the ring. How will the Troika respond to that? Who the hell knows? Doc exclaimed, throwing up his hands. Exactly, Runa answered, pointing her finger for emphasis. I don't think anyone knows the answer to that question. But if the Oivu make the deal, we're likely to find out in pretty short order. The trio suddenly went silent, each of them digesting the ramifications of what they were setting into motion. Minutes ticked by. Hours. Food and drink appeared via automated consoles, which they gladly sampled. But there was still no sign of their hosts. They were rapidly approaching the point where restrooms might be needed, when the hatch finally slid open once more, revealing the Oivu. All the Oivu. Instead of the original quintet, dozens now filed into the space, yet somehow it didn't feel crowded. She couldn't be sure, but Runa guessed they'd enlarged the chamber, somehow, without them noticing. One alien split apart from the others and moved towards them, but whether it was the same mediator as before was impossible to say. We apologize for the delay, it offered, but this is a decision that could not be made in haste. What you ask of us will have consequences that will reach far beyond this world. We'd guessed, she allowed. We do not share with others information about ourselves as a matter of policy, the Oivu explained. Or perhaps it would be better to say we set the price of such knowledge far above what any species will pay. But in this case, we feel we must reveal a small portion of who and what we are, in order to illustrate exactly what you are proposing. Unconsciously, all three humans leaned forward. By all means, continue, Runa encouraged them. If they were willing to spill even a single secret for free, this was even more significant than they'd imagined. As you know, we are merchants, trading with all who seek to strike a deal, the alien began. We have no favorites, dealing with all who seek us out equally. However, the Troika occupy a unique position in this galaxy, one they forced us to recognize long ago. We summoned a conclave then as well, in order to determine policy regarding them. The humans nodded in understanding. We thought it might be something like that, she ventured. Indeed, for I have revealed little you could not surmise for yourselves, it agreed. But because of their nature, the Troika have made an imprint in this space, one far larger than we expected. Where they exist, options grow limited. This is anathema to us. Kai stared at them. I don't get it. I think I do, Runa said uncomfortably. Think of them as arms dealers, the kind that will gladly sell weapons to both sides. Only the Troika keep getting in their way. Your analogy is crude, but not inaccurate, the Oivu agreed. For millennia we have tread lightly in their presence, avoiding provocation, for there was no profit in it. Until there was a counterbalance in place, one powerful enough to force the Troika to reevaluate their position, risking that much exposure was far too perilous. Until now, she whispered. Yes, until now. The mass of aliens regarded them. You Terrans are a curious species. You are a primitive race, orphans without a home, fractured, unwanted, mere children surrounded by ancients. And yet, inexplicably, we find you at the center of what is coming. What? What are you talking about? Kai demanded. What do you mean? What is coming? The galaxy and its denizens are part of a complex system, it explained, and while it appears as chaos at first glance, the longer one studies it, patterns soon emerge. Patterns can be predicted, and one such pattern is that complex systems abhor stasis. Eventually, inevitably, change will always come, it said cryptically. The realization of what he was saying hit her like a thunderbolt. And you think we're the catalyst for what's coming, she said hoarsely. This change you see ahead of us. We do, the alien agreed, which is why we accept your contract. What lies ahead is murky, difficult to discern, but this moment requires that we act. And us? Runa asked in a small voice. What do you see ahead for us, Terrans? There was a pause as they briefly communed. Finally, they faced them once more. Greatness, the Oivu said at last, or oblivion. Both futures lie before you, and both hang in the balance. Chapter 30. A Call to Arms. Why have you done this? Bydras Nasa, overseer of the time, and the Valkyrie's liaison to the Sonoitiai, gazed down at the gathered humans. Its expression, despite the inherent difficulties in reading such an alien species, was decidedly mournful. We brought you here to guard and protect our offspring, nothing more. As before, First Squad accompanied the colonel for security. Truthfully, Runa was glad for the distraction. After their meeting with the Oivu, she had plenty on her mind. And that's exactly what we've done. Despite the price we've paid, Colonel Holmes shot back. Half of my battalion is lying wounded, or dead. Terran blood stains the hills and valleys of this world, now and forever. We acknowledge our debt to you. Bydras Nasa acquiesced with a bow of its massive head. Yet you have gone far beyond the scope of our contract. It is one thing to defend against agents of the Troika. It is quite another to declare war on them. By doing so, you have placed my people and my world in jeopardy. The colonel regarded the giant creature with impertinence. I remember our first meeting, Bydras Nasa, he said. You called us land creatures, nothing but untrustworthy sellswords and freelances. You assumed from the very beginning that we would inevitably betray you, running from our posts at the first sign of danger like so many before. But I wonder if you can recall what I promised you. It took the water dragon a long time to respond. You vowed to protect our offspring, as if they were your own, it said at last, begrudgingly. And look what it's cost us, Runa thought angrily to herself. That's right, he agreed. And I submit we have done precisely that, putting our lives on the line again and again to protect your hatchlings. We've risked everything to keep our promise, but force of arms alone cannot win this fight. As much as it grieves us, rationality forces us to recognize that some battles come at too high a price, it said gravely. We would have accepted losing some of our offspring if it meant that the whole would survive. By deliberating provoking the Troika, by seeking to build an alliance against them, you have placed my kind in peril. When they come, they will not believe we were not party to this madness from the beginning, no matter how loudly we protest. They will simply end us alongside you. Sorrow filled its enormous eyes. So I ask you again, why have you done this? Because we had no choice, he answered softly. You fear for your people and your home. I understand that. But we Terrans, we have no home. We've been fighting for our survival for 200 years, and yet our circumstances grow steadily worse, not better, thanks to the Troika and their minions. Greed was not the sole reason they sent so many warriors against us. They seek to end us because we aren't sufficiently deferential to their power. They seek to end us because they see us as troublesome. His shoulders slumped as he looked out over the waves. They seek to end us because they can The colonel looked back up to the Sonoitiai. Just as they would end you. If not today, then tomorrow or the next. They would not do this. Had you not acted so rashly, Nasa protested. They need us to endure, so that they may continue to harvest our eggs. A low rumble vibrated within the sea dragon's neck and chest, causing the water to froth as it spit out the words. Your eggs are merely a convenience, Overseer, Holm replied. Their scientists are masters of genetic manipulation, and were your race to disappear, they would simply synthesize the enzyme that your hatchlings provide. Then why have they not done so? The dragon demanded. Colonel Holmes sighed. Because this is easier, he answered, and because they can. The long purple tendrils attached to its scalp writhed and cracked like whips as it glared at the humans in fury. Runa gripped her weapon tightly, suddenly fearful the imposing creature was readying itself to attack. Instead, it threw back its mammoth head and roared. The sound exploded like the devil's own foghorn, echoing across the open sea. The humans clasped their hands over their ears in pain, desperate to shut out the barrage of sound as the immense creature bellowed in rage and anguish. Off in the distance, other Sonoitiai took up the cry, their voices adding to Nasa's call like something out of an ancient myth. Runa could only watch in awe as these creatures of legend roiled the oceans with their battle cry, declaring war against their enemies. As the howls and screams slowly died away, the Sonoitiai returned its gaze to the humans. Long have we known this day might come, the giant kraken told them, in much softer tones, though we have done everything in our power to forestall it. We are limited in ways that hamper our efforts, yet we will do what we can. Thank you, Colonel Holmes said sincerely. I wish you had not brought this war to us, Nasa told him, but now that it has come, we will fight with all we have. It turned out the Sonoitiai weren't the only ones wanting a word regarding recent events, as Runa discovered when Pagon Sang asked to meet. Despite the goodwill they'd built up during their previous encounters, something about the request put her on alert. She grabbed Kai for backup before locating a quiet room where they could talk. The IXI mercenary came straight to the point. I understand you have put out a call to form an alliance against the Troika, he said to them. Have you had any responses? I'm not entirely sure we're allowed to discuss that with you, Kai interjected. Like you said, we're still enemies. Perhaps not, he said enigmatically. I would also dearly love to know how you convinced the Oivu to come here, contravening millennia of established protocol. Don't think we can tell you that, either, Runa pointed out. That leaves us at something of an impasse, the Pagon mused. You will not object if I merely speculate about what has taken place? The Terrans looked at one another and shrugged. Speculate away, the corporal told him. The IXI commander flashed her a toothy grin. The Oivu are savvy merchants, with a keen eye for emerging markets and shifting trends. That they came here, past our fleets, says a great deal. That our fleets allowed them to pass says even more. Runa raised her eyebrows but said nothing. Obviously, he continued, you have made some sort of deal with the Oivu, offering them something of value. Not credits or trade goods, as you are far too poor to have enough of either to warrant this sort of attention. What then? He wondered aloud. When framed in that manner, the answer becomes obvious. There is only one coin which you might possess that would interest the Oivu. Information. Both Valkyries were now loudly saying nothing, despite their best efforts. The Pagon chuckled in delight. I sincerely hope neither of you intends to pursue a career in espionage, he taunted them. Maybe this was a mistake, Runa told Kai, before rising to her feet. No, please, my apologies, the alien said, his demeanor instantly becoming more courteous. I have been frequently told that my sense of humor can be ill-chosen. Forgive me. She paused for a moment, weighing her options, then slowly sat back down. What is it you want, Pagon? She asked him. The IXI leader steepled his fingers, choosing his words with care. You asked me how the races of the galaxy regard the Troika, he reminded her, and mine is no different. Long have we chafed under their regime, dreaming of a galaxy free from their influence. But no race is powerful enough to stand against them, not alone. It may surprise you to learn that you are not the first to consider an alliance, however. You may well be the first in centuries to actually try. Get to the point, Kai snapped. As you wish, he told them, inclining his head. Since you appreciate both brevity and candor, I will simply say this. I wish to join your alliance. Well, that's flattering, Runa said carefully, and we'll be certain to pass along your generous offer. But being honest, I don't see how a single IXI mercenary signing on helps us. Ah, did I neglect to mention what I bring to the table as an incentive? He chortled, his eyes dancing with delight. He leaned forward and said, would having the entire IXI race join the alliance possibly change your mind? A race of trained and proven warriors? You've got to be kidding, Kai deadpanned. There's no way you could make that happen. I might surprise you, the pagan smiled. My family is not without some measure of influence among my kind. Perhaps you know of the great Kshayathia, Ubaz the Munificent? Runa blinked. The what? The alien side. Our emperor, he stressed. A second cousin twice or thrice removed. I cannot recall which, he said with a wave of his hand. I always felt the munificent title to be a stretch, considering how difficult it is to pry a spare credit from his purse, but the people seemed to like it. The pairs of humans just stared, dumbfounded. This isn't happening, Kai muttered. Wait, so, you're the king's cousin? Runa stammered. Emperor, he corrected her. Referring to him as a mere king would be seen as lèse-majesté, or even blasphemy, among the more religious-minded. Though of course I do not expect an alien to be versed on the finer points of Ixian imperial etiquette, he said with a broad grin. The Valkyries were both struggling to wrap their heads around this latest development. Hold on, if you're the king's emperor's cousin, what are you doing here? The corporal demanded. Why aren't you back living the sweet life at court, with an army of servants to do your bidding? The pagan looked insulted. Am I some weakling fop, too craven to test my blade? The IXI are warriors, first and always. One does not find worthy adversaries at court, he sniffed derisively. He glared at them both, before finally relenting. Besides, my presence here serves another purpose, one I would not normally share with outsiders, but given the circumstances I find myself in, he sighed, leaning back in his chair. The imperial family is quite large, as you might suspect, and many, such as myself, are temperamentally unsuited for ministry service. So instead, we join the brigade where we are sent to battle all across the Perseus arm, against a multitude of foes. He paused, shrugging. And if, by chance, we discover some random scrap of information the Emperor may find useful, we are well positioned to ensure that he learns of it. So you're a spy, Kai groaned. Lovely. And just how many scraps have you passed on about us? The IXI's hand went to his chest. I am not some lowly snoop, he said haughtily. If you must know my imperial title in that regard, well, we're rather informal about the whole thing, really. We refer to ourselves as exploring officers. He gave them both a disarming smile. Like I said, spy. The sergeant repeated, unimpressed. Okay, so you're not just some random mercenary, Runa continued, picking up the thread, and you're connected? Fine. There's no way you can promise that your cousin will actually sign on to this alliance. Plus, there's that slight matter of us still being enemies, remember? She folded her arms, shaking her head. Or are you going to claim that you're his favorite, or something? I am most definitely not his favorite, he chuckled. There was an incident when we were younger, involving a rather fetching courtesan. He winked at them, before waving it aside. However, he respects my opinion in matters such as these, that much I can promise you. And while you are correct that I do not speak with his voice, I know well my cousin's thoughts regarding the Troika. He has long fumed at their arrogance, but he required the proper moment in which to act. And you think this is that moment? She pressed him. Why? The pagan took a moment to consider his answer. Something has changed this past year, something that has put the Troika on edge. The three races have always been wary of one another, but now something is driving a wedge between them. We do not know what has set them at odds, but rumors have reached our ears that somehow it involves you. You Terrans, I mean, he said curiously. Runa and Kai shot each other a nervous look, one that did not go unnoticed. Ah, so you know of what I speak, he chuckled. Somehow, I thought you might. And what is that supposed to mean? Kai badgered him. Did you think your meeting with the Oivu would go unnoticed by your enemies? he asked them. A conference of that import should have been attended by your colonel, along with his most trusted advisors. But instead of your highest-ranking members, your lowest appeared instead. Strange that, he smiled. One wonders how that came to be. The two humans clamped down hard. Can't help you, Runa shrugged, shooting for indifference. Of course, he chuckled, his grin growing even wider. But we shall set that aside for the moment and focus on your agreement with the Oivu. They are well known throughout the galaxy for their deals, giving them the perfect cover. When the Troika expressed displeasure at their involvement, and they can state with utter sincerity that they were merely fulfilling their part of a contract and nothing more. He shook his head in admiration. For a pair of neophytes, that was skillfully done. Thanks, Kai mumbled, earning him a look. And then there are other rumors that have found their way to us, he continued. Whispers of attacks and sabotage the Troika have desperately tried to suppress. Races besides my own have heard these tales as well and are beginning to wonder if perhaps the mighty Troika is finally losing its grip. In hidden places across the arm, plans are being made and swords are being sharpened. All that is needed is a spark. His joking, playful demeanor disappeared as the pagan was suddenly all business. You are that spark, he declared, and this world is where the galaxy will be set ablaze. That's a disturbing image, Runa swallowed, considering how easily fire can burn out of control. Then know this, he cautioned them, for fire can either be your servant or your master. His eyes bore into theirs, and only you can decide which it will be. Chapter 31. Waltzing with Mephisto. The pagan returned the next morning, and this time he wasn't alone. Alongside him were the same officers who had called for the Valkyrie's surrender only a few days prior, Decurion Yanissi of the Legion and Braddock Uja Dolth of the Zaitai. The legionnaire looked somewhat more hospitable than the last time they'd met, while the Zaitai representative seemed surlier than ever. As before, Colonel Holm and Captain Inaba waited for them, with First Squad pulling security once again. This time they'd erected a small pavilion, along with a table and chairs, in order to conduct business. The IXI commander came to a halt a few paces in front of the Valkyrie officers, gracing them both with a sweeping bow. Greetings, he nodded. As we have been in this place before, and since time grows short, perhaps we could dispense with the formalities? The colonel nodded in return. Fine by me, he agreed, motioning them towards the waiting chairs. Once they were all seated, he gestured to the pagan. You were the one who requested this meeting, so it only seems fitting that you should start. As you wish, he replied, before glancing at his companions. We have come here today to negotiate an end to the current hostilities. You wish to discuss your formal surrender? Holm answered, raising an eyebrow. Interesting turn of events. He said nothing about surrendering, Terran. Uja Dolth snapped, before the pagan could respond. This parley is regarding a ceasefire, nothing more. He glared at the others, daring them to disagree. The colonel's face grew hard. I'd say we've already achieved that. Since we captured you and confiscated your weapons, he pointed out, unless you were planning something terminally stupid. The Braddock snarled back at him, as the IXI leader clamped down hard on his shoulder. That's enough, the pagan hissed. We spoke of this, and I have explained the stakes involved. If you prefer to negotiate separately, I will not stop you, but know this. The brigade will not support you. Neither will the Legion. The Decurion chimed in. It seems there's some dissension in the ranks, sir, Captain Inaba said graciously. Perhaps we should postpone this meeting until our counterparts are in agreement. I assure you, that will not be necessary, the pagan said in a rush. The Braddock was merely staking out an initial bargaining position, wasn't he? He asked the Zaitai pointedly. Even though we agreed prior to this conference that such a move would be counterproductive, perhaps even leading to said individual waking up with his throat severed, the IXI's face was carved from granite, his eyes cold as a glacier, as he made his point. The Zaitai commander flared his nostrils. Easy for you to say, Ixion, he growled. Unlike your brigade, my mercenaries fight for plunder and other considerations. There is no plunder to be found in surrender. What am I supposed to tell them when they demand their rightful share? How do I prevent them from rising in revolt? You could tell them that if they do, We'll blow their goddamn brains out, the captain said with a wintry smile. It's a bit early in the conference to make threats, Captain, Holmes said in rebuke, before glancing back at the Braddock. Though I'm not saying it's off the table. This is getting us nowhere. The Decurion snapped, rolling his eyes before leaning in. The Pagan explained to us what you are attempting and what is at stake. Being completely forthright, at any other moment in time I would have laughed in your face. Had you come to me with this? In fact, you did last time, the colonel reminded him. Yes, well, the Legionnaire said uncomfortably. The last time we met, we still held the upper hand. Sadly, you have forced us to reevaluate a few things since then, he sighed, shaking his head. I despise the Troika as much as any other. More, perhaps, considering how many of mine have bled because of them. But I am a mercenary by trade, which means I do not sign on with hopeless causes. He paused for a moment as he regarded the Terran officers. However, I have occasionally taken a calculated risk. It's a risk, all right, Holm agreed. Not so much for us Terrans, since we're screwed either way, but for the rest of you? You could walk away right now and hope that the Troika leaves you be. He paused for dramatic effect. Except for that disturbing report from Shining Blade, that is, he glanced back at the Pagan. You passed that bit of intel along, didn't you? I did, he nodded, and I have full confidence in its accuracy. Once we lost the battle, the Troika saw us as nothing more than excess cargo. So there it is, the colonel told them, spreading his hands wide. Like it or not, we're all in the same boat. The Troika will gladly slaughter every one of us, simply to preserve their dominance. He leaned back in his chair, gauging their reactions. A mere ceasefire won't cut it, gentlemen. Like I said, we already have that. But I also understand why a surrender might be seen as unacceptable, even repugnant. Therefore, I am willing to consider a compromise. A compromise? The Pagan gave him an appraising look. You wouldn't already have copies of said compromise ready for us to endorse and sign by any chance, would you? He said with a merry twinkle. As it just so happens, I do. Holmes smiled, as Anaba produced 3 electronic tablets, each in their native tongue, sliding them across the polished surface. The 3 aliens each took up the proffered device and started reading. Minutes later, the IXI commander placed his back on the table. I have no objections to this document, he announced, and I will gladly advise the Emperor to sign. While I would be willing to sign, I'm afraid I cannot speak for my government, the Decurion announced. I suspect there will be much debate in Parliament. Care to place any bets which way they'll jump? The colonel asked curiously. I suspect it will be close, the Legionnaire ventured, but in the end? He eyed the human commander speculatively. I believe that fear of the Troika will drive them to your camp, just as you intended. His gaze grew even more piercing. It would seem that you Terrans have hidden depths. Holm merely smiled and said nothing. The Braddock slammed his tablet down onto the table. Well, I have objections, he retorted. Starting with the clause in Article 3, he glared at the humans seated across from him. You expect us to meekly submit to your compromise, one that insists you Terrans are to head this fledgling alliance? How are you fit to lead? If you think for 1 second, you can just weasel your way in, Captain Anaba snarled. And who else would you suggest? The Pagan demanded, interrupting the captain's tirade. You? While some might object to the Terrans, all will object to the Zaitai. No one will trust you to command this alliance, and you are well aware of this. Stop wasting our time. It might surprise you to learn just who would support our bid for leadership, Uja Dolth fired back, but we will set that aside, for now. Article 3 states that leadership will be given to Terran authority, yes? Which Terran authority? He challenged them. Your government? You have no government, just a handful of fractious clans, constantly at each other's throats. He leaned back and folded his arms across his chest. I submit we risk our entire existence by signing this document, and yet you expect us to kowtow to a race that cannot promise even a modicum of stability? If we do this, the Troika will come at us with everything they have, and if you cannot guarantee a clear line of command and succession, then we are doomed before we even begin. The Decurion started to object, and then thought better of it. He grew thoughtful as the Zaitai laid out his challenge, before turning to the Pagan. The Braddock makes a valid point, he said evenly. Yes, he does, the Ixian admitted unhappily. Colonel, you may rest assured the Troika will exploit every weakness possible when hostilities begin. They will target such an obvious fracture point in your command structure without hesitation. What will your people do then? Holm and Inaba glanced at one another, each hoping the other had a brilliant answer already prepared, both realizing too late they did not. Perhaps a brief recess is in order, he said at last, while both sides take some time to discuss these developments. A fine suggestion, the pagan agreed, rising to his feet. We will reconvene at your pleasure. The three aliens exited the pavilion, moving some distance away as the colonel signaled Kai and Runa to join them, quickly bringing them up to speed. What are we supposed to do? Holm asked them. Because as much as it pains me to admit it, that greasy little bastard makes an excellent case. Sir, this is way above our pay grade, Kai said apprehensively. And whistling up an Oivu trade ship isn't? Inaba pointed out. We're past that now, Sergeant. Get used to it. There's only one answer that I can see, Colonel, Runa shrugged. Unite the clans. Unite the clans, he repeated blankly, shaking his head. It'll be easier building the alliance. The clan wars ended over a century ago, and there's still bad blood because of them. The captain reminded the NCOs. Where would we even begin? Hell, the damn Proteans are in chaos at the moment, while the others are all scattered across the Perseus arm. Without something to anchor us, all of us, it's hopeless. What about Freya? Kai suggested. Won't work, Holmes said sourly. The Corsairs would claim jurisdiction and try to force the others into accepting their authority, which they would absolutely balk at, which means war. Again. If a ship won't work, what about the dermists? Runa asked, taking another swing. Maybe one of their worlds has hosts that would loan us some space. Same problem, the colonel answered, only with aliens added into the mix. He slumped back into his chair. Maybe, in time, we could work something out, but right now, I just don't see how it's possible. Then what? That's it. The corporal looked frantically at the others. We've come this far. There has to be something we can do. I don't suppose the Oivu owe you another favor? Inaba said with a hint of sarcasm. That was our last marker, Kai said sourly. I'm surprised one of the others hadn't already claimed it. Regardless of whether we can reunite the clans, we still face the same problem here, Holm declared. We're still in danger of being attacked by the Troika, and even if they won't admit it, so are they. At the moment, that's where we need to focus our efforts. The alliance has to come first, or else the rest is moot. Agreed. Inaba nodded. Question is, can we sell them on it? I guess we're about to find out, he sighed. Get them back here. Kai whistled to Becca, pointing at the trio of aliens. She nodded and made her way over to them, gesturing at the pavilion. Minutes later, they had retaken their seats, with the pagan giving the two NCOs a knowing smile. I'm pleased to see we are finally dispensing with the fiction that you are both nothing but ordinary warriors, he chuckled. We are, Runa protested. Sergeant Kai and Corporal Oakes have both proven to have a unique insight, Holmes said after a moment's thought. They are here in an advisory capacity. As you say, Colonel, the Ixian replied, inclining his head, but there was no disguising the intense look of satisfaction on his face as he did so. So, to business then. Have you discussed the point my colleague Braddock Ujadolth has raised? We have, he nodded gravely. And while we recognize the validity of your argument, reuniting our clans under a single banner is not something that can be accomplished overnight. We agree it's a goal worth pursuing, but it will probably be years before we see the fruits of our labors. Forming this alliance has to be the more immediate objective. And when one of your other factions attempts to force its way in and take over, what then? The Braddock fired back. For that matter, how long do you think you can remain in the leadership position when races join you aren't holding hostage? Larger, more powerful entities who will force you aside and seize power for themselves. Are you trying to muck this up? The Decurion snapped. Do you think for 1 second the Troika will pat you on the back and say, good boy, if you abort this alliance before it ever gets off the ground? If so, you're an even bigger imbecile than I'd imagined. The Zaitai jumped to his feet, kicking away his chair. Say that again. Da tag, he snarled. The legionnaire was a heartbeat behind him, his hand scrabbling at his waist for a blade that wasn't there as the pair faced off. The humans looked on helplessly as the pagan stood between them, attempting to placate them both. "Gentlemen, please." Bang crack. Everything came to a crashing halt as all eyes turned to Runa. A wisp of smoke drifted from the barrel of her rifle as she glared at the others. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she shouted at them. "You know the Troika are coming, but here you are, fighting each other like fucking children. Do you want to die on this godforsaken rock?" she cried out, chambering another round. "If so, I'm happy to accommodate you." Socking the butt of her weapon into her shoulder, she trained it on the braddock. "Just say the word, and I'll finish this argument, once and for all." "Corporal, put that down at once," Colonel Holm thundered. "This is not how we do things." Out of the corner of her eye, she could see the captain's hand slowly reaching for her sidearm. "You can't draw that piece faster than I can pull this trigger, ma'am," she said evenly, before returning her attention to the Zaitai. "I asked you a question, asshole." "Runa, what are you doing?" Kai said frantically. "Taking out the trash," she growled. "So, what's it going to be?" The braddock stood his ground, glaring at her. "Go ahead, shoot," he sneered. "Whether I die at your hands or the Troika's, the result will be the same." "Have you heard a word we've said?" she snarled. "That's what we're trying to stop. But if you keep this up, the Troika will kill us, so knock it off. Maybe try cooperating for once in your miserable life, or I swear by Holy Mother Terra, I will kill you where you stand." The 4 humans and 3 aliens stood there, frozen in a tableau, until the sound of laughter broke the spell. 6 heads turned as one towards the pagan, who was chortling with amusement. "If you were not such a hideous-looking creature, I would gladly take you as my 3rd wife," he chuckled. "Such fire, such passion. You would make a splendid Ixian." "3rd wife?" she said carefully, the barrel swiveling in his direction, just as Kai intervened and pushed her weapon down. "Not now," he hissed. "You're in enough trouble as it is." "No, she's right," the Decurion spoke up. "Our ship is plummeting from the sky, while we sit and argue over the decor." He bent down and picked up the tablet, affixing his signature before handing it back to the astonished colonel. "Our odds may be slim, but I would rather stand beside the likes of you, facing the real threat to this galaxy." The pagan was still cackling as he retrieved his own tablet and did likewise before the pair faced the Zaitai. "Well?" he asked. The braddock furiously snatched up the device and scrawled his name before tossing it contemptuously aside. "There? It's done," he snarled. "But think well on this moment, when the Troika are bombing us into dust." Captain Inaba gathered up the tablets, double-checking the signatures before offering them to the colonel. He gazed down at them, each in turn, before looking back up at the 3 commanders. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "I don't know what our future holds, but I know our odds are better now than they were before." "How soon can we expect additional reinforcements?" Inaba asked. The trio suddenly grew quiet. Finally, the pagan spoke up. "Governments do not move swiftly, I'm afraid," he said with chagrin, especially when asked to face such a hard choice. "They will come, I am certain. But when?" He spread his hands wide. "Only the stars know for certain." The Decurion had trouble meeting their gaze, while the braddock merely snorted with scorn. "If you were hoping they would save us at the last moment, think again," he grunted, before turning and stalking off. The other 2 shrugged in embarrassment before following in his wake. It was too much. After everything they'd been through, it was one straw too many. "Fuck," Runa screamed. Chapter 32. The Price of Doing Business. "Just what exactly am I supposed to do with you?" Runa stood at attention before the colonel, with Kai, First Sergeant Berger, and Captain Inaba beside her. Holmes sat at a makeshift desk beneath the same pavilion where they'd signed the treaty. Fitting, given why they were there. The corporal kept her eyes focused on an imaginary spot half a meter above his head. Being no stranger to rhetorical questions, she said nothing in reply. "You understand we don't go around drawing down on people we're negotiating with just because they're irritating, don't you?" he continued, his stern expression speaking volumes. "Yes, sir," she answered. "Glad to see we're on the same page," he grumbled. Mind telling me why you did it, Corporal? She'd really hoped to avoid this. She would have preferred to just take her lumps and move on, but it looked like it wasn't going to be that easy. So instead, Runa dropped her gaze, looking him in the eye. Sir, with all due respect, the Decurion was right. That Zaitai was deliberately trying to sabotage the negotiations, and I've fought too long, too hard, and watched too many of my own pay the price to let him get away with it. If I hadn't drawn on him, we'd have no agreement. So, the ends justify the means, is that it? The colonel said coldly. I sincerely hope that's not what you're saying. Not normally, sir, she agreed. But with the stakes as high as they are? They most definitely did. Colonel Holm jumped to his feet. You do not get to make that call, Corporal, he growled. Do you have any idea how close you came to skewing the entire deal completely? They could have just as easily turned around and walked away. And where would we have been then? He demanded. Runa worked her jaw. Permission to speak freely, sir? Granted. He nodded. If you've got something to say, say it. She took a deep breath. If you didn't want me to step in, you should have left me back on the line, sir. But from the moment we set foot on this rock, you've been pulling me and Kai out for every high-stakes mission, every security detail, and anything involving negotiations with the aliens, all because of our mission to Earth. I'm glad to do what I can, sir, but if you thought you can just trot me out like some prize pony is needed, and then shuffle me off when it's not convenient, think again. Kai winced as she unloaded on the colonel, but she wasn't finished yet. Threatening to blow that asshole's head off is the only reason you have a treaty, sir. It motivated the others to put pressure on him as well, instead of letting him drag his feet until we had a troika fleet over our heads. You want to use us as your hammer? Fine, but I'm not just some trigger-pulling slab of meat. I have a brain, and I'm damn well going to use it. Sir, she said as an afterthought. Everyone stood in stunned silence until Top Burger started snickering. Something funny, First Sergeant? He snarled. She chuckled, shaking her head. How are you going to keep them in the foxhole once they've seen Mother Terra? She deliberately misquoted. Besides, kid's right, she grinned. If you didn't want her input, you shouldn't have kept asking for it. We have a chain of command, First Sergeant, he growled, and I expect it to be maintained. Without it, this entire unit falls apart. Begging the colonel's pardon, but that horseshit, she fired back. Oh, not about the chain of command, you're right about that, but then she wasn't trying to stage a mutiny. You brought her and Sergeant Kai in for their knowledge and expertise, and that's exactly what she was exhibiting when she pointed her weapon at that SOB. It was a risk, sure, no argument, but if I'd been in her boots, I'd have done the same damn thing. Holm had looked as if he were ready to blow a gasket, but something in the first sergeant's speech made him reconsider. He glanced over at Inaba, who shrugged. Sorry, sir, but I have to agree with Top on this one, she apologized. ET2, brute, he sighed. We're in uncharted space here, sir, she pointed out, and we need all the help we can get. Don't forget, she and Kai are the ones that brought in the Oivu. In fact, they were the only ones who could. I agree she should have handled the situation better, but considering it all worked out, I think we have to put this one in the win column and move on. The colonel pinched his nose before sinking back into his chair. You understand I can't just let this slide, he asked them. There has to be consequences for her actions. Absolutely, sir. Inaba agreed. No one is arguing otherwise. Top and I are merely pointing out there are extenuating circumstances involved, ones that should temper any potential discipline that may be meted out. He was silent for almost a minute as he digested that. Finally, he looked back up at Runa. Corporal Oaks, in view of your actions on the day in question, I'm placing a letter of reprimand in your file. In addition, I'm also fining you a month's pay to be withdrawn over the next 4 months. And finally, I'm busting you down to Lance Corporal. The word struck harder than any bullet. She stood like a statue, staring straight ahead, refusing to break down or let him see her cry, but losing the team hurt more than she thought was possible. The colonel let her stew for a moment before letting the other shoe drop. However, I will suspend that bust, pending a review in 6 months. Keep your nose clean, and you'll keep the stripe. Runa almost sagged in relief, but he wasn't finished. But understand this, if you ever go off half-cocked again, I will break you. Am I making myself clear? Yes, sir, she snapped. Good. Now, get out of my sight. Runa saluted, then spun on her heel and marched back out, with Kai beside her and Top Burger trailing along behind. She stumbled, catching her breath, as the gravity of what had happened settled in on her. All right, you heard what the brass had to say. Now it's my turn, Burger growled. That played out exactly like it was supposed to, Corporal. In case you haven't figured it out yet, the fix was in. What? Kai said in shock. No one said anything about this to me. Of course not, she snorted. Your poker face sucks. Runa folded her arms, staring at the older woman. Okay, what the hell is going on, Top? It's simple, she explained. The captain was right when she pointed out what you two have brought to the table since that mission to Earth, like the Oivu. But here's the thing. A military unit functions only if everyone believes they're being treated equally. Break that rule, and suddenly all bets are off. But they need us, don't they? Runa said as realization dawned on her. That's why they keep pulling us in for all that high-level stuff. Something like that, the first sergeant agreed. You two keep producing results, and in the end, that's all that really matters. But they can't be seen playing favorites. Bad for morale. So they drag her in and read her the riot act, Kai drawled, as the light dawned on him. It was a damn show trial. Yes and no, she shrugged. Yes, because what happened was agreed on by everyone involved before you ever stepped into that pavilion. No, because you did screw up, Corporal. You know it, I know it, everyone there knew it. You don't go around threatening to kill potential allies, period. She paused, considering that for a moment. Unless ordered to, she amended. But you said she made the right call, that you'd have done the same. Kai shouted. Yep, and I stand by it, she nodded. Doesn't matter. Sometimes you gotta take one for the team. That is such total bullshit, Runa snarled. Tell me how the fuck any of this is fair. It isn't, Burger shrugged. This is bigger picture stuff, Corporal. Your career don't mean shit. This contract don't mean shit. Our lives don't mean shit. She glared at them both. In case you two geniuses haven't figured it out yet, we're fighting for the future of humanity here. Nothing is more important than that. So if we order you to take a fucking hill, you take that fucking hill. Taking the hit for this, even though it needed to be done, is no different. She put her hands on her hips, staring them both down. Are we clear? Runa tore off her helmet and threw it to the ground, her fists clenched in rage as she stormed off, only to slowly come to a halt a few meters away. She stood there, her back towards the others, until she turned to face them. This isn't right, Top, she said plaintively. You putting all this on me. On us, she revised, nodding towards Kai. It could have been anybody that went to Earth. Us going there was an accident. She shook her head, trying to wrap her mind around it all. I'm not freaking Caesar, or a goddamn ninja. I'm just me. We're Terrans, kid, Burger sighed. Like I said, fair ain't got nothing to do with it. And with that, she turned and walked away. Kai bent down and retrieved her helmet, ferrying it over and handing it off to her. You okay? He asked. No, she confided. Are any of us? Probably not, he reluctantly agreed. What can I do? She thought about it for a moment. Think you can score us a ride? She asked. Maybe. He shrugged, unsure. Where do you want to go? Runa got a distant look in her eyes as she gazed westward. Not far. The aid station was a far cry from the last time they'd visited here, back when they'd guarded prisoners prior to the exchange. Hopping off the alien transport they'd commandeered, they took a moment to get their bearings. They recognized the main structure easy enough, but as for the rest, a host of tents and prefabs had appeared since their last visit, sprouting out of the ground like mushrooms. But it was the smell that hit them first. It was a sanitation nightmare, with too many wounded in too small a space, and not enough medical staff to go around. Orderlies scurried by with bins full of soiled linen and kettles of gruel, desperately trying to keep pace with the demand. Judging by the trails of smoke, the laundry was being washed in tubs over open flames beside the cook fires. Other, darker tendrils in the sky marked where bodily waste was being mixed with fuel and burned, adding to the stench. The staff looked exhausted, pushed to the breaking point, with cries of pain and agony coming from every direction they turned. The sight of freshly dug graves in the hastily expanded burial ground was especially gut-wrenching. As they watched, hospital auxiliaries lowered yet another wrapped corpse into a freshly dug hole as they began covering the remains with dirt. Jesus, I had no idea, Kai whispered, staring at the tableau in horror. It's medieval. Yeah, it's bad, Doc agreed somberly. We weren't ready for this. None of us were, Runa swallowed, before waving the rest of the squad forward. Come on, let's find Yendrik. The squad wound its way through the maze as they began searching the tents. Doc finally snagged one of the other medics, who, after consulting his tablet, pointed them towards one of the satellite prefabs. The corporal wrinkled her nose as she stepped inside, looking around the handful of cots until she spotted their companion. He appeared to be dozing, but as they drew near, Yendrik opened an eye before managing a weary smile. Hey guys, he said hoarsely, before he started coughing. Doc was instantly at his side, helping to prop him up, while Becca pulled out her canteen and handed it to him. He drank deeply, nodding his thanks. It's good to see you all. Runa stared at his missing leg before wrenching her gaze away to meet his eyes. Hey, she said quietly, how are you doing? We would have been here sooner. But, her voice trailed off, struggling to find the words. It's okay, he said, taking her hand. Marina here was telling me what you guys went through after I got hit, he explained, gesturing to the cot beside him, only to freeze when he realized it was empty. His face crumbled. Oh, right, he said softly, never mind. An uncomfortable silence filled the room, until Kai finally knelt down beside him, opposite of Runa. Can we get you anything? How about a new leg? He snapped, as the sergeant winced. Sorry, he mumbled. I'm still trying to adjust, is all. Don't apologize, he answered. I figure you've earned the right. Tawfik and Rivka traded glances, while Becca seemed to fight back tears. Doc pulled out his stethoscope and started examining him, while Arthur stood in the back, saying nothing. Prosthetics these days are pretty amazing, Becca ventured, wiping at her eyes. Look at the commandant. She's got a replacement leg and an arm. I suppose, Yendrik shrugged. I know you're dealing with a lot, but you saved our asses, back there, Runa told him. I put you in for the Longinus Cross. The others looked up in surprise at the medal's mention, but quickly nodded their approval. You deserve it, Tawfik told him. Great. I'll be sure to wear it when I'm begging for spare credits, he said bitterly. The rest of the squad looked away in embarrassment, but Runa glared at him instead. Okay, that's enough, she growled. You're pissed off and feeling sorry for yourself. I get it, better than you realize, she said, before glancing over at Kai. But it's time to ease that shit. Right the hell now. You want to roll over and die? Fine. I'll hand you my sidearm and give you some privacy, echoing the sergeant's words to her just a few days earlier. Screw you, Corporal, he snarled, earning him a smile in return. That's better, she grinned. Glad to see there's still some fight in you after all. He snorted, shaking his head. You are such a bitch. And proud of it, she chuckled before sobering. Look, just focus on getting better for now. Later on, we can start figuring out your next move once we get off this rock. You mean if, he retorted, if we get off this rock? Maybe, she allowed. I'm not gonna lie, we're not out of the woods yet, but we're still trying, so promise me you'll do the same. Yendrik looked away. Whatever. She reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at her. Promise me, she demanded. Suddenly, he was struggling to meet her gaze. Finally, he mumbled, I promise. Good, she said softly, rising to her feet. We'll visit when we can. Until then, stay frosty. Yendrik glared at her as they filed back out. Once they were safely outside, Rivka lit into her. He's lying there missing his damn leg, and you're treating him like shit, she said furiously. Why the hell would you do that? Runa halted and faced her. 'Cause I'd rather have him pissed off at me than pissed off at himself, she answered. He'll get over being mad at me, but if he stays mad at himself long enough. Rivka made a small O with her mouth as she realized what Runa was hinting at. She started to say something, but the corporal had already turned away, making a beeline for the transport. Chapter 33. Jacks are better to open. The next day, the squad got word they were pulling security duty again for another visitor to the Sonoishii homeworld, though the details were sparse. After gearing up and reporting to the pavilion, Captain Inaba pulled Kai and Runa aside. "It seems we've gotten our first response to the message the Oivu transmitted for us," she informed them. "A representative from one of the non-aligned races has requested a meeting." "Really?" the corporal said, barely contained excitement. "Don't get your hopes up just yet," the captain cautioned. "The fact we're only hearing from a single species isn't exactly a ringing endorsement. At least it's a start," Kai pointed out. "It is," Inaba acknowledged, "and I hope others will follow. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have a long way to go." So once again they found themselves at the landing pad as a shuttle touched down, standing at parade rest as the hatch opened. Colonel Holm and the captain stood ready to greet the visitor, alongside their old friend the Pagon, as a pale humanoid covered with a bony exoskeleton stepped out of the transport. "Recognize him?" Kai asked. "I think so," Runa nodded. "Pretty sure that a Taiokeek. They control half a dozen worlds out near the Agatadub region of space. Third or maybe second-tier power." "I see," he said guardedly. "Anything else?" "Hey, it's a big galaxy," she shrugged. "You're lucky I know that much." The pair watched as the colonel stepped forward to greet their guest. "I'm Colonel Elias Holm," he said with a slight bow. "And this is my second in command, Captain Valerie Inaba. Joining us is Pagon Kusha, saying of the IXI Brigade. Welcome to Sonoishii Prime." The alien returned the bow. "I am Quogut Buki, trader, merchant, and occasionally messenger and go-between." The trio shared a look. "I see," Holmes said carefully. "May I assume you are here in the latter capacity?" "I am," Quogut confirmed. "The broadcast by the Oivu has received a great deal of attention. Many wish to learn more yet are fearful of facing the Troika's wrath. To that end, they have contracted me to speak on their behalf and investigate your claims." The colonel grimaced. "I won't lie, I was hoping for a more affirmative response." "These are precarious times, Colonel," the trader answered, "and you are asking them to risk a great deal. That they responded at all should be taken as a positive sign." The Pagon nodded in agreement. "He is correct, of course." The colonel conceded his point, before extending his hand towards the pavilion. "Shall we sit down and begin our discussions?" "Lead the way," Quogut agreed, as the four of them headed for the tented area, with the squad falling in behind them. It was unlikely they'd be needed to actually protect any of those involved since they currently controlled the planet. In fact, their role was mostly ceremonial. But their magazines were filled with live ammo regardless, since one never knew for certain. As they all were seated, Kai and Runa moved closer in, hovering nearby. Based on their previous encounters, it seemed like the smart move. Colonel Holmes spoke up first, getting the ball rolling. "I'm certain those you speak for have many questions," he began. "Perhaps we should start there." "As you wish," the trader agreed. "You are correct, there is much about this arrangement they wish to learn about, but perhaps foremost is this. Assuming for a moment we are successful and banish the Troika to history, what then?" "I beg your pardon?" Inaba asked. Quogut spread his hands. "Who replaces them? One cannot simply tear down an organization as powerful as the Troika and believe for a moment that something else will not assume the mantle of power it has shed. Someone will. Are you already making plans to ensure that new power is you, Colonel?" he asked point blank. "No, absolutely not," he answered, shaking his head. "While I'll admit that we're leading this fledgling alliance that has more an accident of circumstance than anything else, and besides, as small as our numbers are, no one would believe for a moment that we Terrans can assume power over anyone." The trader turned to the Ixian. "What say you, Pagon?" "The Terrans have my support," he shrugged, "as well as similar declarations from both the Legion and the Zaitai." "Indeed? And why is that, Pagon? What prompted you and the others to throw in with the Terrans?" The blue-skinned alien chuckled. "After they defeated all three of our bands in combat, we found ourselves with few options. This seemed the optimum alternative." Cocking his head, Quogut viewed him with suspicion. "Which is something else that has raised questions, Pagon. How is it possible that a small band of Terrans defeated a force 5 times its size? It seems impossible on its face, unless they use some type of biological weapon, Yet I see no evidence of that. Which leads me to my second conclusion, that a deal was struck prior to your surrender. The IXI commander bristled at his words, but he wasn't finished yet. There are many that believe you to be simply waiting in the wings for the proper moment to strike, assuming power for yourselves. An icy calm settled in the pagan's flesh. You tread on dangerous soil with those words, merchant, he said coolly. Only a fool would speak to me thus, that, or someone who is more than they seem. The Ixian smiled, while Quogit remained silent. You ask how they defeated us, he continued. The answer is simple. With courage, with fortitude, and with guile. I think that's a compliment, Inaba ventured, with the colonel shrugging in response. Perhaps you could expand on that, Pagon, the traitor continued. You must admit, it is a difficult thing to accept merely at your word. If you wish to interview my comrades for verification, I will make them available to you, he informed him. Also, I am certain there are visual records that can be produced, both here and in orbit, that will confirm what I tell you. But I believe there is a simpler way. The alien mercenary turned in Runa's direction. Sergeant, Corporal, will you join us, please? Shaking her head in exasperation, she and Kai did as he requested, coming to a halt at the end of the table. Corporal Oakes, he said, an ironic expression on his face. That sword you wear at your waist. How did you come by it? I got it from you, she answered, more confused than ever. You know that. I do, he agreed. But this is for our guests' edification, not my own. Why did I give it to you, and under what circumstances? She looked to the colonel, who nodded his assent. Well, we were trying like hell to make it back to friendly lines after a recon mission went south on us. We were getting close, when all of a sudden you and your team just appeared out of nowhere. I'm telling you, I thought for sure we were dead meat. That earned her a chuckle as he motioned for her to continue. Instead of just killing us outright, you offered me a chance to face you in single combat. If I won, we went free. And if you lost? He prompted. Then we were dead, she grimaced. I mean, we were dead anyway. Not like we had anything to lose. The traitor watched the exchange with interest as the Ixian waved his hand. Obviously, you were victorious. How was it you defeated me? After all, I have trained with a blade since childhood, whereas you… Yeah, us Valkyries don't do a lot of sword fighting, she admitted. Not like the knights do. I knew I was in trouble right from the start, so I had to get creative. Creative. The Pagan chuckled at that. Yes, that is indeed an excellent manner of phrasing. And just how did you accomplish this? She glanced over at Kai, who simply shrugged. Show him, he suggested. Glancing around, she spotted a nearby crate. In a single fluid movement, she pulled her knife from the opposite hip, flipping it end for end to grip its blade before drawing back and hurling it with all her might. A heartbeat later, it slammed into the rigid plastic with a meaty thunk, quivering with spent energy. That's how, she said simply. Quogit eyed her curiously. Most impressive, he allowed, yet nothing I have not seen elsewhere. I fail to grasp how this display answers my question. I was partially responsible for the corporal's victory, the Ixian confessed, by allowing the match in the first place and limiting the contest to drawing first blood. I created an artificial environment that would not exist under normal conditions. Still, I am quite certain I would have still prevailed had I not been so. He paused, grasping for the proper word. Cocky, Runa supplied with a wry grin. I was going to say arrogant, he chuckled. I was intentionally drawing out the duel, enjoying the fresh challenge, when the corporal took advantage of my many lapses in judgment, tossing the sword from one hand to the other while simultaneously throwing her dagger at me, drawing first blood. As is our custom, I presented her the sword with which she bested me, just as I had received it years before, and he's been threatening to take it back ever since, she revealed. I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to survive the experience. The sword is yours, Corporal, he said with a deep bow. You have earned it fairly and worn it with honor. He paused, suddenly curious. Tell me, have you blooded it yet? I have, she said quietly. On Cemetery Ridge. There is a topographical feature on this world by that name? The traitor said in surprise. That's what we named it, Kai interjected.
after we fought there.
An apt name indeed, the pagan agreed solemnly. The Taiyokik regarded the others for a moment, before finally shaking his head. This has all been quite revealing, yet I still do not see what guarantees you offer those I represent you can even defeat the Troika, or will not simply step into their shoes and replace them if you do. Alone? We don't have that ability, Holm answered, which is why we are trying to build this alliance. As to your second question, he glanced over towards the Ixian. I believe I will let the pagan answer that as well. Ah, the blue-skinned alien smiled. The answer you seek is simple enough. When we were defeated, the Terrans could have easily slaughtered us out of hand. Their surprise was so total, the traitor managed a surprised look at that admission. Instead, they offered us peace and a place at their side. A somewhat mocking chuckle escaped his lips. Granted, they did so with no small amount of applied force, but far less than we might have used had our positions been reversed. Assuming, of course, that we would have allowed them the chance at all. Quogit glanced at the humans. You almost sound as if you admire them, pagan. Do I? A twinkle seemed to appear in his eyes. Perhaps I do. By every metric known, they were doomed, both outnumbered and outgunned. And yet they prevailed. I am still not entirely certain how. We defeated them at every turn. For every brief victory they attained, we stole it back from them with interest, driving them before us as we marched towards the sea. Again and again we hammered them, shattering their defenses, destroying their vehicles and weapons, until they had nothing left. His eyes lost focus as he spoke, envisioning something that only he could see, reliving those same battles once more. And yet, they prevailed, the traitor repeated. The Ixian turned back to him. Indeed, as he returned to the present, they could have destroyed us. They should have, to prevent us from doing likewise. And yet they did not. In war, resolution, Colonel Holm quoted, in defeat, defiance in victory, magnanimity in peace, goodwill. The aliens looked at him strangely. One of our ancient leaders said that, long ago, he revealed, reciting the old words with reverence. Those sentiments are just as pertinent now as they were then, gentlemen. It's the only way to break the endless cycle of war, of one cartel ruling over all others for millennia, with no chance of ever balancing the scales. Bold words, the traitor answered. Bold words indeed. But can you uphold them when faced with adversity? Seriously? Runa stared at the alien, outraged at his words. You think us Terrans don't know the meaning of adversity? Crap, Kai sighed in resignation, not even bothering trying to restrain her. Here we go again. She stormed over and yanked her dagger free from the crate, before spinning on her heel and advancing on the traitor. Do you have a homeworld? She demanded, gesturing wildly with the knife. Do you? 'Cause we sure as hell don't. We lost everything to the Ichun 200 years ago, and it damn near destroyed us. But we're still here, still fighting, still surviving, she snarled, waving the blade around as she gestured, missing the envoy by mere centimeters. Inaba undid the flap of her holster, easing her sidearm loose in case it was needed, but Runa failed to notice the gesture. So when you've lost as much as we have, then you can question our resilience. Not before. She glared at him, daring him to say something, to say anything. But wisely, he declined, deciding instead to sit quietly, carefully avoiding all sudden movement. She fired one last dirty look in his direction before shoving the knife back into its sheath, storming off to rejoin Kai. Quogit waited until she was safely out of range, before looking to the colonel. Is she always quite so vehement? Oh, I'll show you vehement, she muttered under her breath, her eyes shooting daggers in his direction, while Kai covered his face. Sadly, yes, Holmes sighed. In fact, we just had a discussion on this topic yesterday, which unfortunately doesn't appear to have taken root. He gave the corporal a hard look of his own. Trust me, we will revisit the subject, though his efforts bounced off her as if she were wearing armor. There was a long silence as they waited for the traitor to respond. Finally, he looked at the colonel. With your permission, I would like to investigate this matter further. Perhaps speak to those that have fought here. He glanced once again at the pagan. On both sides, I will insist on an escort, but other than that, You are welcome to stay as long as you wish, Holmes said in surprise. We'll show you whatever you like. Thank you, he answered, rising to his feet. Perhaps we could resume our discussion tomorrow, he suggested. Tonight, I believe I have some unexpected findings to report to my clients. Chapter 34. Silk Purses and Sow's Ears. For the first time since their arrival on Sonoishii Prime, Runa was back in space. Things were shaping up on the ground as the Valkyries worked to incorporate their former enemies into the new alliance. The colonel had decided, wisely, in her opinion, to not integrate the ranks. Instead, they remained with their original units, using the pre-existing command structures, with one key exception. It made the transition less traumatic for all involved. Yet one big question remained. Could they trust them? She felt confident about the Ixians, as did most of the others. The pagans' charm and hard work were paying dividends, and they were falling into place almost seamlessly. What wrinkles they found were being quickly ironed out, with the other members of the brigade following their commander's example. The legionnaires were a close second, their sheer professionalism and traditional consolidation of multiple races easing the issues involved with such a major upheaval. That left the joker in the deck, the Zaitai. Once the rank and file learned the old way of doing things was now off the table, they came damn close to rebelling on the spot. In fact, the only thing preventing it was the number of weapons currently pointed in their direction. Bringing them into the fold was proving a far more arduous task, forcing the Valkyries to replace much of their hierarchy with officers and NCOs from the three other organizations. Things were slowly improving, but it had become standard procedure for the reassigned supervisors to travel in pairs and sleep with their weapons within easy reach. But the ground forces were only part of the equation. There were still several ships in orbit, including Fiddler Green, when the Troika came, and no one doubted for a moment that they were coming. By necessity, they would become the planet's first line of defense. Turning armed transports and frigates into a cohesive fighting squadron would be no simple task. So once again, she and Kai were tapped for escort duty, though they'd been forced to leave the rest of the squad behind. Kwoget Buki's shuttle had only limited space, and after cramming in the colonel, Captain Inaba, the Pagon, plus the heads of the other two outfits, seating was rapidly becoming a genuine issue. Plus, there were optics to consider. Considering how badly they'd bloodied the noses of their former opponents, showing up with a heavily armed boarding party might be seen as boorish. We will dock with Shining Blade soon, the trader announced. Are there any protocols we should observe? Standard docking procedures will suffice, the Pagon informed him with a casual wave. Navksoda Zangsu is expecting us. Colonel Holm regarded the Ixian. What's your read on the fleet situation? Just how fragile is the Alliance's space wing we're creating? He leaned back in his chair thoughtfully. An intriguing question indeed. At the moment I cannot say, though it would be the height of deception on my part if I told you there was no cause for concern. The equation here is not the same as the one down below. Tell me about it, Inaba groused. On the planet, we control the guns. Here in orbit, not so much. We have not forgotten the 8 ships spread among us. Face your one. The Ixian agreed. That there has been no bloodshed amongst them has been helpful, but whether it will be enough? He shook his head. I cannot answer that question. The colonel glanced over at the other 2 mercenary commanders. Thoughts, gentlemen? The Legion Decurion shrugged. We will continue to stress to the various ship captains just how vital this alliance is to all of us. Hopefully, they will listen. Braddock Dolth snorted in disgust. I suggest you watch them closely, he cautioned. Eventually, they will realize just how profitable piracy can be. Kwoget Buki turned in his seat. We are beginning docking procedures, the trader reported. I request you strap in. The group hastily complied, and minutes later a muffled thunk announced their arrival at Shining Blade. Colonel Holm rose to his feet and moved towards the airlock, only to have the Pagon gently touch his shoulder. May I suggest that I be allowed to board first? He asked. They may see it as an insult if you were to enter before I do. The royal connection, you understand, he sighed theatrically. The colonel stepped aside. After you, he said politely, while the others sorted themselves out behind them. Protocol will be the death of us yet. Inaba muttered, as Kai and Runa brought up the rear alongside the trader. The pecking order now established, they cycled the airlock hatch and set foot onto the Ixian frigate. Stepping down, a receiving line of warriors dressed in their finest greeted them, drawing their swords and raising them high. Yutsazaz, they roared, the sound echoing off the metal walls as their heels crashed onto the deck as one. The group rocked back on their heels in surprise except for the pagan, who instead merely smiled and bowed with a grand flourish in reply. Squaring his shoulders, he led the delegation down the aisle between the rows of fighters, until finally coming to a halt before a welcoming committee. Navksoda Zengsu stepped forward, offering his fellow Ixian a formal bow. "Welcome to the Shining Blade," he murmured, standing back up. "You honor us, old friend," the pagan smiled. "Allow me to introduce my companions. Colonel Holm of the Terran Valkyries, and his second, Captain Inaba, Decurion Yanissi of the Legion, Braddock Dolth of the Zaitai, and of course Traitor Quogut Buki, who has come to observe us." Each nodded as he motioned to the remaining pair. "And finally, Sergeant Kai and Corporal Oaks, our guard of honor." The Navksoda greeted each of them politely, as befitting their station, until his eyes fell on the sheathed sword at Runa's waist. "So, this is the one," he said at last, giving her an appraising look. The corporal fidgeted under his gaze, while the pagan chuckled at her discomfort. "Indeed it is," he confirmed. "So best warn your subordinates they cross her at their peril." "I shall pass along your words of counsel," he agreed, before gesturing to the others lined up beside him. "May I introduce my fellow ship commanders?" "Please," the pagan acknowledged, as the Navksoda began introductions. "My counterpart, Navksoda Gix of the Crescent Moons," he began, gesturing to a female Ixian, who graced him with a formal bow of her own. "Triarchas Jailaung and Nadhak, of the Legion vessels Celestial Messenger and Cosmos, respectively, and their commanding officer Navarch Vexskunk of the cruiser Ichun's Scourge." The trio slammed clenched fists against their chests as the introductions continued. "Lyrax Savalek, Macquire, and Zobak, of the Zaitai vessels Harpy, Mischief, and Vandal." The three captains managed terse nods that went along well with barely disguised scowls they wore. "And finally, Captain Vang, of the Terran ship Fiddler's Green." The gray-haired human female snapped a salute she'd obviously practiced, as the pagan bowed once more. "Captain, that maneuver you executed to prevent our ships from intervening was quite extraordinary," he complimented her. "Thank you, pagan," she answered, before glancing over at Colonel Holm. "Good to see you in one piece, sir." "You as well," he responded. "Let's see if we can keep it that way." "You'll get no arguments from me," she said earnestly. With protocol now fulfilled, the commander spoke up once more. "May I suggest we continue this discussion in the briefing room?" Navksoda Zengsu proposed, gesturing to a doorway to their left. By all means, the pagan concurred, as the group made their way across the compartment and into the adjoining one, sorting themselves out as they found their seats. Kai and Runa found an empty spot against the wall behind the Terran contingent where they could stand watch, assuming the parade rest position. Once they were settled, Colonel Holm rose to his feet. "I wish to thank you all for joining us here," he addressed the officers in attendance. "I realize we're in uncharted territory, and that facing the Troika is not something to be taken lightly. Some of you are here by choice," he said pointedly to the Ixians. While others had few options left to them, he continued, carefully avoiding addressing his remarks towards the Zaitai. "Yet here we all are, gathered in this place, working for a common goal: the eradication of the Troika and the freedom to chart our own course." A smattering of polite applause, or its alien equivalent, greeted his remarks as he sat back down. Almost immediately, Lyrax Savalek of the Zaitai frigate Harpy jumped to his feet. "Such noble words," he sneered, the rancor obvious on his face. "You speak of collaboration and freedom, and yet it is your knife in our backs that drives us to this moment," he thundered. "You survived our forces only by trickery and chance, and yet you wish to take on the Troika?" He shook his head, stunned at this development. "No one has defeated them, not in thousands of years. And yet you upstart Terrans believe you can succeed where all others have failed." The Zaitai captain spat out. "However did we manage before without you?" he asked sarcastically, before sitting back down and crossing his arms. Typical Zaitai cowardice, Navksoda Gix of the Ixian armed transport Crescent Moons hissed. "You are good only for terrorizing children." The Zaitai contingent leapt to their feet, shouting threats while the Ixian guards bristled. Kai and Runa managed a nervous glance between them as they unsnapped their holsters and rested their hands on their own sidearms. "Enough!" roared the legionnaire Navarch Vexskunk, the highest-ranking officer in attendance and commanding the most powerful ship. "This endless bickering serves no one." He glared at the others, silently commanding them to sit down by his sheer presence. "You wish to leave? Then do so. No one will stop you. Take your warriors and go," he thundered, daring them to try. The Zaitai stared angrily at the Navarch, but said nothing. He waited, giving them every opportunity, but in the end, he merely gave them a thin smile. "I thought not. No one breathing has any love for the Troika, and all of us would like nothing more than to see them fall. They are strong, and standing against them is no small thing. Could they destroy us? Yes, easily. The three races have many ships, powerful ships, and even a single fleet could wipe all of us from existence." Much more sober expressions appeared on the faces of those in attendance as the Legion commander nodded sagely. "Yes, they are formidable," he continued in more reasonable tones. "But their capabilities are not the question before us." "Then what is?" Lyrak Zobak of the Vandal demanded. "The question is not can they defeat us, but whether they have the willingness to try," the Navarch said evenly. "Our fight is out there," he said expansively, spreading his arms wide, "and it is there that we must make our voices heard." "You speak gibberish, old man," Zobak growled. "Ships and guns matter, not words." "Are they?" Colonel Holm interjected, rising back to his feet. "Terran history is filled with examples of how a few well-chosen words can turn despair into hope, disillusionment to conviction, even snatching victory itself from the very jaws of defeat." "Are your histories any different?" he asked them. Thoughtful visages began appearing around the table as they considered his remarks, reflecting on their own stories of ancient deeds and mighty warriors. He took the change of mood in, before facing the Zaitai. "You are correct when you remind us we have neither the ships nor the guns to stand off the entire Troika armada." The Lyrak eyed him with suspicious regard as he conceded his point. "But the Navarch is also correct," he continued, "when he suggests we will not win this crusade on the battlefield, but in the hearts and minds of every sapient being within the Perseus arm. The Oivu are spreading the word as we speak, and already we have seen the fruits of that labor," he suggested, pointing to the traitor Quogut Buki. "They sent him here to observe us, to see if there was even the slightest chance of victory. For if there is, then those he represents will flock to our banner. And when they join our efforts, others will follow. You seek to sell us dreams," Braddock Dolth scoffed, "fanciful visions of mansions among the stars, where the wine always flows, and no one goes hungry." He glared at the others around the table. "You all look down at the Zaitai, call us nothing but bandits and vermin. Did you ever once ask yourself who it is that swells our ranks? Have you?" Blank and awkward stares greeted his accusation. "No, I thought not," he continued. "When the Troika crush those that stand in their way, where do you suppose the survivors go? When their greed dooms entire civilizations, to whom do the refugees turn in their desperation? They turn to us," he snarled. "And if we charge them every credit the market will bear, it is only because we know only too well that nothing is given for free. We have clawed and scraped and, yes, butchered our way out of the sewage, and we apologize to no one for it. You talk of the threat the Troika poses. Trust me, no one knows that threat better than us. But to risk losing everything, every scrap we've scavenged and plundered?" He shook his head. "No, we have lost far too much already." "Have you lost your homeworlds?" Colonel Holm asked softly. The Braddock's head swiveled in surprise as the Terran spoke once more. "The Zaitai have what 2 worlds you claim for your own? 3? The mercenary looked away, suddenly finding it difficult to meet his gaze. "If you want to talk about loss, you need look no further than us Terrans. The Ichun destroyed us, murdering our worlds, leaving them forever uninhabitable. We can never go back. Never." A quiet hush came over the audience as he pressed on. "Only a handful of us survived, seeking refuge wherever we could, only to be turned away time and again. Move along, you filthy Terran, move along." as our song reminds us. None of you had even a crumb to spare, and every year our ships deteriorate just a little more. For 200 years we've struggled to hold on, and now…" He closed his eyes and said somberly, "This is it. This is the end of the line for us. Either we make our stand here, trying to carve out a better future for our people, for our children, or else we might as well open the airlocks and step outside. At least that death would be quick." Colonel Holm opened his eyes and gazed at them once more. "So the rest of you can decide for yourselves. Stay, go. It makes no difference to us because we're staying. We're staying because we have to. Because we're out of options," he sighed wearily, aging a decade in the blink of an eye. "Because there's nothing else left for us." Silence filled the chamber as they looked to one another, searching for something, anything, to point them where to go. Finally, someone stood up. "We stand with you, Colonel," Pagon Sang said quietly. "Now and always." Slowly, one by one, others rose to their feet, joining the silent accord, until finally only the Zaitai remained seated. With great effort, the Braddock forced himself to look up at the Terran commander. "Far be it for me to be the sole holdout," he said at last. "We're in." Chapter 35. Slouching towards Bethlehem. The newly formed Alliance Navy was in the midst of its first series of war games when they received a message from a group of inbound ships. Once they learned who those vessels belonged to, an urgent communique was sent down to the ad hoc committee coordinating efforts on the planet's surface. Minutes later, they heard a reply. "Inform the incoming craft we will grant them safe passage. Also inform them that if they power their weapons, we'll destroy them." Unsurprisingly, the ships obeyed their instructions to the letter. All it took was the mere appearance of Gunny Satu for the squad to voice a collective sigh. "Don't tell me. Let me guess," Runa groaned, shouldering her rifle. "We got another special assignment." "What, you're a psychic now?" the older woman fired back. "Maybe I should update your file." The corporal started to reply, only to be cut off. "Belay that. Got a group inbound looking to parley. So the colonel wants you on the landing field ASAP. Same drill as before." "I knew it," Runa grumbled, signaling to the others as Kai joined her. "Any idea who they are?" "Old friends of yours," the gunny said sourly. "Delegation is being led by an administrator Pajai from Elimination Associates." "What?" Kai said in shock. "Last time that asshole was here, he shot at us. Technically he bombed us, but I take your meaning," she chuckled. "Besides, so did the rest of our new allies, so you can't really hold that against him." "Gunny, you don't trust this guy, do you?" Runa said in disbelief. "Not even a little," she confirmed. "Doesn't matter. They're here, they want to talk, so we play nice. You know the drill." Aye, Gunny," Kai said unhappily. "That's the spirit," she answered with more than a trace of sarcasm. "Get him moving. Shuttle's already inbound." She turned around and headed back the way she'd come without waiting for a reply. Runa rolled her eyes, waiting until the platoon sergeant was out of earshot. "I got a bad feeling about this," she cursed. "You and me both," Kai confirmed, as the rest of the squad arrived, carrying their gear. "Another security detail, guys," he told them. "EA's come back for a visit." "Fuck," Becca swore. "I swear. You two going to Earth is seriously putting a crimp in my life expectancy." "You still have one of those?" Doc Svoboda snorted. "Thought you'd have learned better by now." "At ease that shit right the hell now," Kai growled. "You're supposed to be professionals, so fucking act like it." Aye, Sergeant," Becca fumed, checking her weapon, her eyes smoldering with barely controlled violence. "But if that lizard rat fuck so much as twitches, I'm blowing his fucking melon right off his motherfucking shoulders. Just make sure he draws first," Runa snapped as she looked at the others. "Any more complaints?" The rest of the squad just shook their heads. "Then move out," Kai ordered. It was only a 10-minute jog to the landing field, arriving to find Colonel Holm and the brass already waiting. They quickly took their places and waited, going to parade rest when they spotted the shuttle on final approach. The alien craft landed silently, coming to a stop as its hatch slid open. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared, followed by two others, as the trio made their way to the waiting cluster of officers. "Administrator Pajai, we meet again," Colonel Holmes said in neutral tones, his face a mask. I have to admit we're surprised you returned, considering the going-away present you left us on your previous visit. The reptilian had the grace to bow his head, acknowledging the colonel's point. I sincerely regret that, he explained, but I was under contract. I had no choice. I did, however, have options regarding the going-away present. The sonic devices were disruptive, I know, but they were also non-lethal. The Troika was not pleased I was so lenient. And now, the pagan spoke up. What message are you delivering this time? None, he answered. Our contract with the Troika was simply to pass on their wishes and chastise you should you reject them. Once those conditions were met, our contract was complete. Then why are you here? Decurion Yanissi insisted. The administrator spread out his hands. To join you, he answered. That's quite the claim, Colonel Holmes said, confounded. Why? Where's the profit in it? The reptilian shrugged. There comes a time in every being's life when they realize there are things more important than profit, he told him. For millennia, the Troika have dictated to us, demanding much and giving nothing in return. They have reigned supreme for so long our very civilization bears their mark. Our art, our culture, our science, our engineering, all of it is filtered through their lens. It has become so pervasive that we no longer even see it as alien. It simply is. He shook his head sadly. Everywhere one looks, we see a galaxy of their making. I don't disagree, Holmes said after a moment. By why now? Why here? Surely you recognize the dangers of throwing in with us. The Troika are bound to show up here eventually, and when they do, the one thing they won't be showing us is mercy. He gestured to the others beside him. The only reason they've signed on is because we forced their hand, at least at first, he said with a polite nod. Granted, they've come to discover motivations of their own, but I suspect part of them wishes they were a billion light years from here. No one raised an objection, which only strengthened his argument. Most likely, the administrator agreed. And yet here you stand, your newfound allies putting their lives and reputations on the line. Fighting for Terrans, for a ragged band of wolflings the Troika hired them to kill. They outnumbered you significantly, their resources and ships dwarfed yours. And yet here you stand. He shook his head in disbelief. By every standard of measurement I am aware of, we should not even be having this conversation. You should be dead, the Sonoitii pacified, their eggs harvested, and the purses of the Troika enriched. That is the way of things. That has always been the way of things. He paused, regarding them. And yet again, here you stand, he said for the third time. Can you explain it? For I cannot. The colonel turned to the allied commanders, a questioning eyebrow raised. I am afraid I also cannot answer the question, the pagan said with a chuckle, for I find myself just as mystified by this turn of events as the administrator. He turned to the newcomer. I am a warrior, born from a race of warriors. I absorbed tactics and strategy with the mash fed me as a child. I held a blade before I ever held a stylus, he stressed, his hand unconsciously going to the sword at his side as he glanced back at the colonel. By all that I know, we had you. You were beaten, conquered, a mere handbreadth from utter annihilation. And yet somehow, by some method I have still not divined, you clawed your way back from the abyss, turning our greatest triumph into our bitterest defeat. He sighed heavily. I will not lie, Colonel. Part of me wishes to hate you for that. Don't I blame you a bit? He admitted. So why don't you? Hate us, I mean. You were fighting for your survival, Decurion Yanissi answered, picking up where the Ixian had left off, just as any of us would. One may as well hate a star for fusing deuterium and tritium into helium. He paused, regarding him. There is something about you difficult to define, yet I finally recognized it once I set my mind to the anomaly that is your species. Oh, and what is that? Holmes asked, now genuinely curious. You learn much from an opponent when you meet them in battle, the legionnaire explained. What they value, what they willingly sacrifice, and just how far they are prepared to go in face of total defeat. He grew pensive as he weighed his words. There are ways you could have ended this conflict had you chosen them. You could have unleashed a plague against us or poisoned this world's air, taking outcomes to their extreme, and if you had the wherewithal and the means to do so, even detonated the very sun this world orbits. An odd smile slowly appeared on his face. And yet, you did not. You fought, cleanly, in absence of anything better, though doing so nearly cost you everything. Don't make us out to be saints, the colonel said grimly. There are plenty of my kind who would have done just that have done so. In fact, we're some of the dirtiest fighters imaginable when our back is to the bulkhead. Besides, every one of those suggestions seems more than a little counterproductive, given the circumstances. That may be, the administrator answered, and certainly no one who has studied your kind would see you as paragons of virtue, he said with a smug expression plastered across his face. Yet that you have won the allegiance of not one, but all three of your opponents says much about you. Very few could make that claim. Very few indeed. His smile grew wider. Like the others, I have long dreamed of the Troika's fall, and I bring with me 4 ships and over 1,500 trained mercenaries ready to join your cause. He stepped forward, plucking a tablet from his jacket and presenting it to the stunned Terran commander. Will you accept us within your ranks? Holm took the tablet from his hands, staring at the screen. It was a contract, similar to the ones he himself had signed and witnessed so many times before, offering the services of over 1,500 EA mercenaries and 4 ships, details to be found in the addenda. Interestingly, the entries for cost/rate and term of service had been left blank. He glanced back up at the administrator with a questioning eye. We offer our services without seeking recompense, and for the duration of the conflict, he explained. That is quite the generous offer, the colonel said at last, and most unexpected. Perhaps you could give us a few moments to discuss it? Of course, the administrator nodded. I shall await your decision. He stepped away, allowing them privacy. Wordlessly, he handed the tablet to the pagan. What do you think? He asked. The Ixian searched through the document before passing it on to the legionnaire. To be honest, I do not know what to think, he mused. The Associates are the last organization I would have expected this from. The pagan paused, sparing the Zaitai Braddock a glance. Well, second to last, he quipped, earning him a snarl as the individual in question snatched the device from the Decurion and began scanning it for himself. I would suggest defining the terms left blank, to avoid any future misunderstandings, the Legion commander suggested, but as to the rest? He scratched his chin thoughtfully and then shrugged. I suppose it comes down to a single question. Can we trust them? My gut says no, Holm admitted, but I don't think we're in a position to turn away volunteers, even if they are secretly preparing a knife for our backs, the pagan asked. Do you have any evidence that is what they are doing? The Decurion insisted. If not, then I find myself in agreement with our host. We require every fighter, every weapon we can scavenge. No evidence, the Ixian admitted. But just as our Terran counterpart has mentioned, I too feel uneasy regarding this sudden gift. Colonel Holm nodded, before turning to the Zaitai. You've been strangely silent, he said pointedly. What do you think? I say that if the current is pulling you under, you are a fool to refuse a lanyard thrown to you, he growled. And if you do not trust their motives, then keep your weapons close by. I can't argue with any of that, the colonel said at last, but I agree there's a danger, so I suggest we put it to a vote and see where we stand. He glanced over at Runa and the others standing watch. At their torn and stained uniforms, their haggard expressions, the 1,000-meter stares of warriors pushed to their breaking point. They'd given all he'd asked of them, and more. I vote aye, he said quietly. Decurion Yanissi nodded in reluctant agreement. I also vote Ida. Aye, Braddock Dolph said immediately. All eyes turned to the Ixian. I pray my concerns are unfounded, the pagan said with a heavy sigh, but given the scarcity of our numbers, his voice trailed off as he wrestled with his decision, before finally shaking his head with regret. I too vote aye, he said at last. The 4 commanders looked at one another, the decision now made. Well, that's it then, Holmes shrugged. I guess we'd better start figuring out how to integrate them into the alliance. Indeed, the Ixian said wearily. I wish only that I could shake the feeling I am drinking from a poisoned glass. We Terrans have a saying, the colonel said resignedly. Beggars can't afford to be choosers. No, they cannot, the Braddock agreed. Enough procrastinating. Are we to let our new ally dangle in the wind? You are quite correct, the Decurion agreed. Best we welcome him to the fold sooner rather than later. The four turned and made their way over to the waiting administrator, smiling as they approached. Have you decided? He asked. We have. Colonel Holm nodded. Welcome to the Alliance. Splendid. He beamed. I was certain you would see our value, despite our past differences. And now that you have accepted our offer, I can reveal one last piece of information. And might I ask why you were holding back this scrap of data? The Pagon asked suspiciously. The administrator spread his hands wide. Come now, gentlemen. You are all shrewd and experienced individuals, he said with a chuckle. The battle that is coming will not be kind to those that remain uncommitted, he said, waving over his associates. Were you to refuse my offer, my only other viable option would be the Troika itself. While not my first choice, I would be insane to hand over relevant intelligence that could be used against me. As his aides arrived at his side, the one to his left opened up a case and removed a tablet. The latest strategic and tactical we have on the Troika, he informed them, taking the electronic device and handing it to the colonel. It suggests they are building a strike force and will likely arrive in the next 10 to 15 local cycles. We'll go over the data immediately, he nodded. Thank you. You are quite welcome, he smiled, as the second aide opened up his case, producing a curved bottle and half a dozen metallic cups. A toast, he proposed, cracking open the flask, to our new partnership, grinning as he poured. Runa and Kai watched as the officers threw back their glasses. So, what do you think? The sergeant asked. She turned her head and spat. That we just got fucked. Again. Chapter 36. Swimming with Sharks in Deep Waters. They'd known for some time that the Troika would come, but the data administrator Pajai had provided lent itself to a renewed sense of urgency. The ships he'd brought with him were a welcome addition to their navy, while simultaneously putting the new troops through their paces as they expanded their positions on the ground. Considering how outnumbered they'd been at the beginning of the campaign, the new Allied forces were a godsend. But given what the Troika had available to throw at them, it was little better than a spit in the ocean. The Alliance was as makeshift a force as history had ever witnessed. None of their weapons were compatible with one another. Rations had to be carefully inspected to ensure Ixian food wouldn't poison the Terrans, and vice versa. They used different tactics, had different traditions. In fact, the only thing the various races had in common was a deep-seated grudge against the Troika. Whether that would be enough to hold them together in the coming battle remained to be seen. And the arrival of the Troika forces wasn't the only deadline they were up against. They were rapidly approaching the day when the Sonoitii eggs were supposed to hatch. If they could hold out until their larvae swam out to sea, many hoped the Troika would see no need for further hostilities and call off its attack. Unfortunately, Runa knew better. They'd already pushed things too far, flouted their authority, refusing to submit to their demands. It wasn't about dragon eggs anymore, or the enzyme within. This fight had become a clash of wills, one that the Troika literally could not let stand. For if they did, others would join the struggle, desperate to break free from their chains. If they didn't crush this minor rebellion before it gathered momentum, it could even spell the eventual downfall of the mighty Troika. It went without saying that the three races were well aware of that possibility and had absolutely no intentions of letting it happen. So when First Squad got the call a week later to provide security for yet another VIP, she was less than enthusiastic. Pagon's saying, however, was considerably more exuberant, ditching Colonel Holm and the others and making a beeline for her as they arrived on the LZ. Corporal Oaks, there you are, he grinned, taking her by the arm. Come, you simply must join us as we receive our guests. Ignoring her protests as he all but dragged her over to where the other commanders already gathered. She shot Kai a helpless look as the Ixian carted her off, noting for future retribution the amused expression he was trying so desperately to hide. The colonel observed the scene with a raised eyebrow as she joined them, pointedly ignoring the situation. One or two of the others scowled at her inclusion but took their cue from the Terran commander and kept their thoughts to themselves. She tried to make herself as inconspicuous as possible, no easy feat when surrounded by the brass. Polarizing her visor as the massive shuttle came in for a landing, Runa gave out a low whistle as it touched down. She'd observed plenty of alien ships over the years, everything from freighters to battlecruisers, but she'd never stumbled across anything like this. The shuttle's lines were almost fanciful, not the usual functional forms she was used to seeing, gleaming in the sunlight as if they had constructed it out of gold. It was as gaudy as a dermist beside a crew of tinkers, and just as out of place. The hatch slid open while a ramp lowered itself to the ground, with 24 Ixian warriors marching out and taking their places on either side, dressed in ceremonial garb even more ostentatious than the ship itself. Their swords flashed in the sun as they raised them to the sky and faced inward, forming two parallel lines. The pagan marched out to the shuttle, strutting like a rooster, before finally coming to a halt at the bottom of the ramp. A figure appeared in the hatchway, his fine clothing almost modest compared to his armed retainers. A large entourage fell in behind him as he descended the incline, coming to a halt as the pagan practically genuflected before him. "Mirza Zain, you honor us with your presence," he groveled. "This insignificant wretch that kneels before you wishes only to bask in the glory of your magnificence." The newcomer sighed, handing off his baton to an aide. "Oh, get up, cousin," he said in exasperation. "You're embarrassing yourself." The pagan's grin was back with a vengeance as he rose, the two embracing warmly as he greeted him. "Welcome to Sonoitiai Prime, dear cousin," he said, sweeping his hand across the landscape, "and to the Alliance." "Thank you," the Mirza answered, before glancing at the waiting commanders. "I suppose I should meet them," he said offhand, as the two made their way over. "That's what always impressed me about you," he chuckled. "Your keen grasp of the obvious." Colonel Holm traded glances with the other commanders while the two Ixians blithely chattered away, shrugging to the confused expressions of the receiving party. Runa tried ducking behind the others as they introduced themselves, wishing desperately for better camouflage, before wincing in dismay as the pagan called her out and brought her forward. "And this is the Terran who bested me," he laughed, "though I hope someday she will grant me a rematch." Gazing up at the royal visitor and unsure of the proper etiquette, Runa opted for the familiar. She snapped to attention and saluted the Mirza, who scrutinized her in return. His eyes traveled down the blade at her waist and then back up. "Impressive," he said at last. "You must show me how you did it." "Of course, sir," she answered, holding the salute a moment long before dropping it and going to parade rest. He eyed her curiously, giving her a terse smile before turning his attention back to his cousin, leaving her to sigh in relief. "Cousin Yubby sends his regards and apologies for the delay," he said offhand, "but we are here now, and that is all that matters, eh?" he chortled. Colonel Holm blinked. "I'm sorry. Cousin Yubby?" he asked in confusion. "Ah, that would be the Emperor, Ubaz the Munificent," the pagan explained with a languid smile. "As I said, in the imperial family we all are somewhat informal." "I see," he said carefully, struggling to regroup. "And what does your imperial rank translate to, Mirza?" "Oh dear, I'm not quite certain," he replied, considering the question. "Prince? Grand Duke? Something like that," he said with a wave of his hand. "Imperial ranks are not as clear-cut as they seem," the pagan explained. "Despite being 17th in line for the throne? 15th. Oh yes, of course, forgive me. As I was saying, it depends on several factors, many of which would mean nothing to you. Instead, accept that my cousin stands in high favor with the Emperor and has come at his behest." His grin was back with a vengeance. "Just as I promised. We're certainly honored to have you," the colonel replied, "and we're eager to integrate your forces along with ours." "As am I," the Mirza agreed. "I have also brought with me the latest intelligence reports." He paused, looking uncomfortable. "I'm afraid I must be the bearer of unpleasant tidings." Holm closed his eyes and nodded. "When?" he asked softly. "It would appear that the Troika have moved up their timetable," he disclosed, handing over a data rod. "They have finished consolidating their forces and will likely arrive here within the next few days." He grimaced uncomfortably at the admission. "I regret we could not arrive any sooner." "We'll make do," he said grimly. "All the more reason to get your people in position as quickly as possible." "Agreed," the Ixian prince answered. "With your permission, I will take charge of the fleet and begin shuttling our warriors to the surface. Navarch Vexkunk may have something to say about you taking command," Decurion Yanissi pointed out, though I suspect your contribution to our Navy will allow him to save face. I'd suggest assigning him as your executive officer if nothing else. He's a good man in a fight. I believe your suggestion has merit, the Mirza told the legionnaire. Our time grows short, so best we begin preparations. By your leave, Colonel, he said, gracing him with a curt bow, before turning on his heel and retracing his steps, his guards and attendants falling in behind him as he boarded the shuttle. Minutes later, the craft took off once more as the colonel held up the data rod to the others. We'd better go over this, he announced, and decide where we'll assign them. Pagon saying, perhaps we should combine his forces with yours, he suggested. An excellent idea, the Ixian nodded. That should make their inclusion go much more smoothly. He paused as Runa edged closer to him, a questioning look on her face. I will join you in a moment, Colonel, he informed him, earning him a puzzled reaction before Holm took in the tableau and understood his reasoning. With a wave, he led the remaining commanders to the makeshift command post, while the Pagon turned his attention to the young Terran. And what is it I may do for you, Corporal? He asked pleasantly. I just need to know why, she blurted out despite herself. Why do you keep coming to me with all this? High-level crap, she grimaced, gesturing towards the landing zone and then the CP with a vague wave of her hand. All this is way above my pay grade. I suspect it is for the same reason your own commander keeps trotting you out for these functions, he cackled, as her eyes narrowed in sudden suspicion. All right, what did the colonel tell you? She demanded, folding her arms across her chest as the Ixian put up his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Have no fear, he has not divulged your secret, he answered, even though it has become obvious to me that there is one. Why else would he call upon you for these events? He has other warriors, and yet it is you and your cadre that are chosen, time and again. There must be a reason. I don't know what you're talking about, she flushed. Of course you do, he smiled. But fear not, I have no intentions of attempting to coax the information from you. We face challenges enough in the days ahead, without adding the suspicion of espionage to the mix. Giving her a suggestive wink, he ventured, though if you wish to tell me, I will gladly listen. His grin grew even wider as she flinched in response. There's nothing to tell, she mumbled, the words sounding false even to her. As you say, he replied graciously, setting aside the topic for the moment. To answer your question, however, it is quite simply this. By now you must realize that you are standing upon a much grander stage than I suspect you ever have before. At this level, especially in the arena of diplomacy, it is personal connections that forge bonds between disparate groups, regardless of an individual's rank or standing. The casual conversations between entities, such as you and I, may ultimately mean the difference between peace and war. His joking demeanor was suddenly nowhere to be found, as he made his point clear. But I'm just a corporal, she wailed, surprising even herself with her outburst. I'm nobody. If you need someone to talk to, why not Sergeant Kai? She petitioned him. Because the sergeant, while certainly a courageous and honorable warrior, does not wear an Ixian blade, he said softly, reaching out and briefly touching the hilt. You do. I don't understand, she whispered, as the sudden shift in direction left her off balance and uncertain. I mean, it's just a sword. In fact, it is much more than a mere weapon, Runa, he said gently, surprising her as he addressed her by name. It is a symbol, one of honor, of trust, and of courage. It also serves as something of a pretext, one that allows me to converse with you without raising suspicion. On either side, he said, almost as an afterthought. But if you truly wish to know why I have singled you out for these dialogues, it is this, he paused, as the smile returned. I like you, Corporal, as incongruous as that may sound. Your honesty and lack of pretense are rare commodities indeed, and I very much enjoy our conversations. And whether you realize it, you have often left me with something new to consider. Runa blinked. She stared at him, his words abruptly shifting the direction of her thoughts. Until now she'd seen him as something of an oddball, a deadly warrior, yes, but outside of that relatively harmless. It was only at this very moment she understood he'd been playing a much deeper game all along, and that now, despite her complete lack of aptitude, so was she. Her mouth moved, but no words would come. Everything he'd said made sense, yet none of it did. She was no spy, And she sure as hell was no damn diplomat. She was a grunt, a trigger puller, someone that got called when they needed something dead, and that's all she was. This all had to be some kind of crazy, sick joke, perpetrated by a lunatic alien with a warped sense of humor. Except she knew that wasn't true, no matter how badly she wished it were. Before you do something rash, the pagan observed, noting her dumbfounded expression, perhaps I might make a modest proposal. Sure, she nodded dully. Share our discussion with your good friend Sergeant Kai, he suggested. Consider his reaction and allow him to consider yours. Okay, she shrugged. That sounded simple enough. And once you have done that, he continued, might I also suggest you have a frank discussion with your colonel? His playful attitude was suddenly back with a vengeance. Ask him to explain to you the meaning of the phrase, backchannel politics. Chapter 37. The Times That Try the Souls of Men. 2 days later, they received the message they'd all been dreading. Captain Inaba called an emergency meeting of all officers and NCOs of Golf Company and gave them the news. We just got word from the Ixian flagship, she informed them. They've spotted a task force headed our direction with at least 50 ships. Initial telemetry indicates they're a mixed group, composed of 2 of his AK, LEX, and Agatadub vessels, based on their energy signatures. They'll be in orbit in less than 24 hours. No one said a word as she surveyed her audience, her jaw clenched in grim acceptance. I know no one wanted this, just as I know everyone here has already given more than they ever have, she said quietly. There are too many empty seats as it is, and there are likely to be more before we're through. No response. Shrugging, she pressed on. I'll spare you the recruiting speech. I'm not here to psych you up or tell you there's nothing to fear. You're professionals. You know the drill. So let me just say this. Walking into the midst of the gathered leaders, she did her best to make eye contact with each of them. I know I have no right to ask anything else from you. In a just universe, I'd gladly give those who wanted it a discharge and a ticket out of this place before the hammer falls. There were sober nods scattered amongst the crowd. But here's the thing. We don't live in that universe. In this one, Terrans have been getting shit on for 200 years, and by sunset tomorrow there's a damn good chance none of us here will be around to see it. Like I said, I've got no right to ask, but I'm asking anyway. One more battle, to give our brothers and sisters across the Perseus arm a chance at a better future. Just a chance. She bent down and picked up her helmet, strapping it on, then unslung her rifle and checked the magazine. I came here to fight, and getting even one of those arrogant bastards in my sights will be a victory. I'm doing this, no matter what. So my only question is this. Who's coming with me? There was a pause as those gathered looked around at the others, waiting. Inaba didn't rush them, or pressure them, or threaten them. She simply waited until finally, someone stood. Runa slowly rose, cradling her weapon. I'll go, she said softly. Kai was only a second behind, but even as he climbed to his feet, others were already in motion. One after another, they stood with her as they made their decision. The captain nodded once, giving them all a ghastly sneer. Then let's do this. The squad barely reacted as they heard the news. Knowing that the last chapter in their story was finally here was almost a relief. At least there would be no more lying awake at night in existential dread. They took to their positions with terrible purpose, settling in as they readied themselves for what was to come. Glancing over at Arthur, the newbie, Runa cocked her head. How are you doing, kid? I'm okay, he said. You sure? 'Cause you're allowed to be scared. You know that, right? I know, he nodded. So, are you? She asked, curious. Scared. I mean, no. He shrugged, and then reconsidered. I mean, sure, of course I am. But, his brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of his emotions. After everything that's happened, after Cemetery Ridge, and the retreat, and the counterattack, I dunno. Maybe I'm just numb to it. Could be, she admitted. It's been known to happen. Is that what you really think? I'm not sure, he answered, shrugging once again. But I won't let you down, Corporal, he said at last. I won't panic or freeze up. I'll do my part. Good enough, she nodded, before digging in her ruck and tossing him a soya bar. Here, eat up. Terra only knows when we'll see another hot meal. He looked at her as he unwrapped it. You mean if we see another hot meal? He said candidly. Runa closed her eyes and turned away. Yeah, Arthur. The ships in orbit watched and waited as the Troika fleet bore down on them. Outnumbered 3-1 and outclassed in almost every regard, their options were few. The system itself offered few places to hide, and none for very long. Meeting them in force would likely prove to be a very brief and one-sided affair, while scattering was tantamount to suicide. Possibly they could delay their adversaries, and they could certainly harass them, but actually defeat the enemy? Not a chance. So as the ships approached, they did the one thing the Troika wasn't expecting. They attacked. Lighting off their drives, they plotted a reciprocal course and aimed for the very heart of the enemy formation, building up speed as they closed the distance. The Troika were sluggish to respond. They had counted on the size of their fleet to scare the defending ships out of the system. When the Alliance forces refused to cooperate, it set off fierce internal debate between the three races about how best to respond, the bitter infighting costing them precious minutes. Once they decided to meet them head-on, a tactic they were now committed to by this point, because of the delay, they opened fire the moment they were within range, hoping to quickly finish the Alliance forces. Aboard the Ixian flagship Ataraxia, Mirza Zain observed the Troika fleet's incoming fire with aplomb. Despite the limited time they'd had to train together, experienced warriors comprised the bulk of the Alliance naval forces. In the cutthroat world of the mercenary, anything less meant the organization in question would die a quick and nasty death. Tighten up the fleet, the Mirza ordered, and tie in each ship's defense grid to our own. His staff hurried to comply, relaying his instructions to the other units. The Alliance squadron, already huddled close for mutual protection, drew in even closer, overlapping their shields and fields of fire to wring out every drop of protection they could manage with their meager forces. The incoming beams and missiles hit the armada like a gut punch, despite their best efforts. Luminous, Cosmos, and Vandal tumbled out of formation, bleeding atmosphere and shedding lifebods until the Troika hammered them into scrap. Those that remained pulled in even tighter, struggling to fend off the withering fire the enemy was pouring into them. Then it was their turn. The Mirza ordered the squadron to hold until the last second, just as the two fleets were about to roar past one another. Except that wasn't the plan at all. With the command, alter course and fire, the Allied ships turned as one and dove straight into the enemy armada, breaking apart and pouring everything they had into their formation, slashing through their ranks like sharks. The sudden change of trajectory caught the enemy ship commanders unawares as they scrambled to get clear of the onrushing craft. Several Troika ships accidentally rammed their neighbors in their haste to withdraw, their cores overloading and detonating like miniature suns. The Alliance fleet raked the enemy with their claws as they accelerated and burst out the other side, sprinting away and leaving chaos in their wake. Mirza, we are receiving a transmission from Ichun's Scourge, the communications officer reported. Forward it to my display, he ordered, as the face of Navarch Vexskunk appeared on his screen. What is our status? He asked the Legionnaire. Not good. His second in command grimaced. Zenith and Sublimity are out of it. We're evacuating both ships before their captains scuttle them. Acquisition and Crescent Moons are both going to need a lot of work before they're spaceworthy again, but they're salvageable. Eventually. The Ixian prince nodded, taking that in. And the Terran vessel? He asked. Fiddler's Green took several hits, but she's still in this, the Exo reported. Just don't ask us for another battle anytime soon. I'm afraid that is up to the Troika, he admitted. We may hope they will grant us time to lick our wounds, but experience suggests otherwise. Expedite your repairs, Navarch, he urged him, and ready yourself for a counterstrike. The Troika fleet is still sorting itself out, so we've a little time, he pointed out, but your concerns are well-founded. We'll get started immediately. Very good, the Mirza nodded. We have done what we can. It is up to those on the surface now. The Alliance attack had thrown the Troika's plans into disarray. Untangling themselves and reorganizing took time, just as they'd hoped. Unfortunately, they took this minor setback in stride, resuming their formation as the scattered vessels were called back home. They made hasty repairs to their ships and pressed onward, the fleet reforming into a new configuration as they neared Sonoitiae Prime. As they entered orbit, the Alliance forces on their ground watched and waited. One question remained. Would they send forces down to take the planet, Or would they remain in their ships and throw rocks at them instead? If it were the latter, there was little they could do. What few weapons they possessed that could hit a target 1,000 kilometers up would barely scratch the paint, and none of them would prevent a kinetic bombardment. The best way to take out a ship was to use another ship, and they'd already given the Troika their best shot. If preserving the precious seabeds was still important to them, they'd land troops to prevent their destruction, but it was possible that no longer mattered. So instead, they watched the skies and prayed. Minutes ticked by, then hours. The anticipation, the not knowing, was eating away at them all, and no one doubted for a moment that it was intentional. The Troika wanted them on edge, wanted them to wait and worry, questioning themselves if it had all been worth it. They wanted the Alliance to sit and suffer through every agonizing second until they grew tired of the game. When the skyward-pointing radars exploded at last with multiple images in the pre-dawn hours, it was almost a relief. The computers tracked the return's trajectories and velocities in microseconds and spit out the answer. Soldiers were coming for them, not asteroids. Colonel Holm faced his commanders. "We're on. Operation Monsoon is a go." Once the Troika decided to land military forces on Sinoitii Prime instead of simply raining down fire from the heavens, they faced yet another obstacle. While they could use their shuttles to put troops on the ground, it was a less than optimal choice. Shuttles were thin-skinned and lightly armed, making them tempting targets. While armed assault shuttles did exist, with heavier armor and better weapons, they also carried fewer warriors. It would take multiple trips to ferry down the entire contingent, and those that landed first would be cut off and alone. If the Alliance could gather a strong enough force to greet them, they could conceivably gobble up each packet like so much candy. So instead they fabricated something quite different: drop pods. Each pod carried a trio of soldiers and their gear, allowing them to land safely on the surface, armed and ready to fight the instant they touched down. It had required extensive modifications to their troopships, another reason for their delay, but at least it had given the soldiers who would use them time to train in simulators. But as any seasoned veteran will tell you, simulations and reality are two vastly different beasts. They had programmed every variable they could think of to make them as realistic as possible, but no one, no matter how ingenious they might be, could foresee everything. And they'd made mistakes. While the Aliaks, as the recognized scientific experts of the Troika, had designed the drop pods to be as generic as possible, they'd unconsciously configured them for their own form, a lapse that went unnoticed until the warriors entered them for the actual drop. The reptilian Agatadub discovered they were far too cramped to fit their larger bodies, forcing them to downsize from 3 warriors to 2. The mammalian Chell, on the other hand, servitors of the Tuathizak Empire, learned to their dismay they'd set many of the controls and data uncomfortably high because of their shorter stature. They scrambled to come up with a workaround, dragging in crates and boxes to stand on, altering the carefully calculated weight ratios programmed into the pod's computers. With their smaller crews, the Agatadub also had the same issue, but in reverse. When both species complained angrily to the Aliaks about the problems, they'd shrug their insectoid shoulders and inform them it was far too late to do anything about it. Unless, of course, they wished to postpone the attack until they'd redesigned the pods. Unwilling to take such a drastic step, the other races swallowed their resentment and forged onward. As the launch clock counted down, the fleet moved into position, intent on saturating the area held by the Alliance forces with thousands of pods. The sooner they could end this insurrection, the better. For the longer it dragged on, the greater the risk of other species signing up to join the fight. With the Oivu continuing to broadcast the Alliance's call to arms, a situation that had left them stymied for a solution, given the merchant race's influence across the sector, crushing their ground forces was the only viable option left open to them. It was a risk, but letting the cancer of rebellion spread was an even greater one. When the timers across the fleet hit 0, the great ships began belching out their pods, sending them screaming down to the surface as the invasion of Sinoitii Prime began. What few anti-space and anti-air weapons the Alliance still possessed were immediately brought online, targeting the pods as they entered firing range. Energy beams and missiles lanced upward, with only moderate success. Hundreds of pods were destroyed, but given the fact thousands were being launched against them, it was a mere drop in the bucket. That's when the Sinoitii water dragons got involved, showing their hand at last. There were few things they wanted from other species that they could not provide for themselves. The oceans gave them everything they needed, and outside of medicinal cures there was little else they desired. But when outsiders came, first to strip mine their world, then to steal and murder their very children, they realized that solitude was no longer an option. There would always be some hostile force determined to take what was theirs, so they began preparing for the day when negotiations and concessions and mercenaries would not be enough. Their conversation with Colonel Holm convinced them that day had finally arrived. So as the Troika pods rained down from the skies, the water dragons and their weapon batteries rose to greet them. Huge blasts of energy exploded from the sea, carving vast swaths of destruction in the invasion force, sending thousands of Troika to their deaths. No one, not even among those of the Alliance guarding them, had realized the firepower at their disposal. Certainly, the Troika hadn't, as they'd programmed the pods to enter the planet's atmosphere over the oceans in order to avoid the Allied weapons. It was an intelligence failure of the First Order by the Troika, and the battle was just getting started. Chapter 38. The Belly of the Beast. When they'd first arrived on Sonoishii Prime, the Valkyries had envisioned a simple static defense. Dig out a few trenches, build a few bunkers, lay out some mines, then sit back and let the enemy come to them. It would have worked too, had the Troika not decided to make an example out of them. Once they recognized the shitstorm they found themselves in, those plans were immediately tossed out and new ones hastily drawn. Hence the Battle of Cemetery Ridge, the forced retreat, Operation Jericho, and the last battle that had taken advantage of Terran's freakish stamina and turned the tide. Now they faced a new challenge. They hadn't opposed the landings of their former enemies/new allies because of limited resources and the hope of playing for time, but their present circumstances required a fresh approach. Simply allowing the Troika to come to them now would be a mistake, ceding initiative to the enemy and forcing the allies to respond to their stratagems, instead of the other way around. So instead of a passive defense, their best chance at survival was adopting tactics that were a bit more proactive. Runa and the rest of First Squad held on for dear life as their transport roared across the landscape. Not knowing the Troika's plans had forced them to adapt on the fly, and once they realized they would blanket the terrain with drop pods, it became obvious their best chance to defeat them was before they ever hit the ground. While the big guns had already shot their bolt, there was still barely enough time to meet the falling pods in a few key positions, though it would be close. At least they were heading for familiar territory, the last position they'd held during the retreat. Foxholes were still dug out from that day, and they'd brought with them all the ammo they could carry. As the vehicles came skidding to a halt, the squad was already up and moving, tossing out the crates of ammunition before leaping to the ground and running for the foxholes. The transports didn't bother sticking around. As each one emptied, they turned around and hauled ass back to the rear. The odds of them being able to make a second run before the pods landed were infinitesimal, but at least they could try to get back under cover and relative safety. Move, 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 Kai shouted, grabbing Tawfik by the harness and dragging him to where he wanted the gun set up, while Rivka trotted behind them, lugging the ammo. The scratch company they'd thrown together dove into the fighting positions and readied weapons as they nervously scanned the sky. They didn't have long to wait. There, Runa shouted, pointing at a dark shape as it passed in front of a moon, throwing her weapon to her shoulder and opening fire as those around her did likewise. In a heartbeat, the entire company was taking aim and blasting away, with scattered cheers breaking out as pods began exploding and erupting in flames. Most of their shots were going wide, but any target they could take out before it hit the ground was one less they'd have to face. Debris tumbled from the sky while the pods began slamming into the dirt, the soldiers inside protected by some sort of inertial dampener, with Arthur launching one grenade after another into the growing thicket of metallic cylinders as they landed. Not all pods landed as the Eliex intended. Several toppled over on their side as the landing gear collapsed, trapping the soldiers within. Others slammed into the ground when their retro-rockets failed, cratering the landscape or even landing on top of their fellow warriors. It was another mistake in a growing list by the would-be conquerors, yet despite their losses they forged ahead, turning their weapons towards the Allied defenders as they emerged from their pods and opened fire. As it happened, this group of pods were filled with Agatadub. On the rare occasions the Troika committed troops to a joint operation of this size, they almost always segregated their forces. There were several reasons for that: logistics, for one. But the truth was that the three races didn't really trust one another, and never had. When the allies saw the big lizards emerge from their metal cocoons, the cry for Freya could be heard up and down the line as they sought their revenge for the crippled battleship. But as the reptilian soldiers landed in ever-increasing numbers and opened fire, the momentum shifted. Pods were still raining down as the allies discovered they were being increasingly cut off. Without transports, there was no realistic chance of them escaping anyway, but as the third and fourth waves of pods came crashing down, they realized they were in an increasingly untenable position, outnumbered, surrounded. The only chance they had was trying to winnow down the ranks of their enemies before they were overrun. Dead and wounded Agatadub began piling up all around them, though many of the defenders' foxholes had gone silent as the Valkyries within fell where they stood. Runa could hear the steady buta of Tawfik's gun, the clack thwump boom of Arthur's grenade launcher, the crackles and bangs of the defenders mixed with the brrrt wing of the lizard's rocket projectiles as they screamed past. The shouts and cries from Terran throats clashed against the reptilian roars as she slapped in another magazine when Becca screeched, "Behind you!" Whirling about, she cut loose with a burst as an Agatadub warrior clambered to reach her, its weapon at the ready. Her rounds impacted mid-chest and stitched upward, the last slug entering its snout and exiting the back of its skull. A fist-sized chunk of bone and brain went with it as it toppled forward, but she had no time to spare reveling in her victory as she blasted two more in its wake. The first dropped like a stone while the second fell to its knees, crawling towards her, intent on finishing what it had started until she clubbed it down with her rifle's stock. Kai was shouting orders to anyone that would listen, but she could only focus on the fight in front of her. The pods had finally stopped falling, giving them a brief respite, but they were still fighting to hold on. If they could just bleed them, give them pause, force them to reconsider their actions, they might have a chance. Movement out of the corner of her eye made her turn, spinning around once more to face an additional threat. Just as Tawfik's gun went silent as he toppled onto the sandbags surrounding his position, his assistant gunner screamed, frantically pulling him out of the line of fire as she howled for a medic. Doc Svoboda braved the withering volleys of incoming as he rushed to save him while Rivka stepped up and took over the gun, socking the butt into her shoulder as she started raking the enemy with deadly precision. How she could see anything through the tears was a mystery. Dropping an empty magazine and slapping in a fresh one, Runa realized they'd bitten off more than they could chew. Whatever hope they might have had of scattering the enemy with a preemptive strike had vanished, leaving them with the bitter recognition that their clever tactics had devolved into a brutal, forlorn hope. Wave after wave of Agatadub crashed against the allied rocks, each one eroding away just a little more. In the struggle between sea and shore, the sea always wins, given time. Well, then, if this were her last battle, she'd damn well make it one for the ages. With a warrior's cry, she yanked a grenade from her belt and pulled the pin, throwing it into a cluster of the enemy huddled behind a pair of empty pods. The resulting explosion shattered the makeshift stronghold, as the currents of combat seemed to alter slightly, shifting in a way that was more sensed than seen. Whatever it was, whether it was real, she couldn't concern herself with it. It wasn't important. All that mattered was the fight. Becca shrieked and went down as yet another of the enemy's whizzing rocket projectiles found its mark. Runa shouted medic at the top of her lungs, but whether they heard her was another story. Besides, it was taking all she had to avoid sharing her fate, as the enemy seemed to redouble their efforts, hurling themselves against the allied redoubt with an almost crazed sense of zeal. Why? She struggled to understand. Why are they doing this? Why does it feel like it's personal for them? The battle seemed to shift once again, and this time she knew it was no mere figment. The Agatadub were reacting, refocusing their attention to the right flank as the sounds of fighting drew near. Her heart pounded in her chest as she dared to let herself hope relief was on the way, though even if it were, she doubted it would arrive in time. Not to save her, of course, though maybe some of the others. That would be nice. Arthur pirouetted and fired a grenade at point-blank range, the impact vaporizing a Troika warrior who had snuck up behind them, bathing them both in its sticky green blood as her rifle finally clicked empty. A quick pat-down of her pockets and bandolier proved fruitless, so she threw the rifle aside and drew her sidearm, firing into the mob once more. She shot that dry less than a minute later. And there it is, she thought grimly as she drew her sword. Runa risked a brief glance at Kai, but he had troubles of his own. It would have been nice, she thought wistfully, before shoving those thoughts aside. That future had always been a pipe dream. Family and children were never in the cards for her. Somehow a part of her had always known she was fated to die on a forgotten hill, on a barren, alien world, fighting a lost cause. So be it. Vaulting over the parapet of her foxhole before her brain had time to object, Runa waded into the fray, her Ixian blade flashing in the moonlight as she assailed the astonished Agatadub. She could only imagine how she must appear to them. A tiny creature half their size, bathed in their blood, eschewing modern weapons for something as primitive as naked steel, attacking when any rational being would be in full retreat. They must have thought her mad. A quick slash and reverse cut emptied the belly of one troika warrior, its boots slipping on its entrails before it collapsed in the mud, as she searched for a new target. A nearby Agatadub had turned away, facing some new threat, and with a scream she leapt, driving her blade before her as she plunged it into its back. The reptile bellowed with pain and rage, fighting to shake her off, but she grimly held on, using her body weight to plunge it even deeper into its chest. It roared once again, drawing the attention of its mates even as it fell to its knees. Runa's eyes widened as one raised a shotgun analog and fired, her death grip on the sword's hilt yanking it free as it cast her aside. She landed on a pile of rubble, her sword clattering to the ground as she rolled over on her back and stared up at the starlight sky. So this is how it ends, she thought numbly, closing her eyes as she waited for the grand finale. She didn't want to see it coming. A sense of peace seemed to wash over her as she accepted her fate. No more fighting, no more pain, no more anything. Just nothingness. It sounded wonderful. Instead, she was rudely shaken back to awareness as someone shouted at her. Her eyes fluttered, finally focusing on young Arthur screaming at her. For God's sake, get up. He grabbed her by the harness and hoisted her to her feet, dragging her back to their position, her sword pressed into her hands. That was silly, she thought dreamily as he hauled her back. He should have left it behind. Should have left me behind, too. She tried telling him that, but the words refused to form, even as he dumped her on the far side of the sandbagged position and resumed firing. Well, this is no good, she groaned, struggling to get back on her feet. If you're going to die in the thick of battle, you have to actually be in the battle, not off on the sidelines somewhere. There was something about that thought that didn't quite make sense, but she was too tired and too irritated to chase it down now. Clutching her blade, she started climbing over the sandbags once more, only to stagger and fall to her knees as her limbs refused to obey. Something in her eyes made her wipe a sleeve across her face, only for it to come back red. Head wound. She nodded sagely. Probably some TBI to go with it. That would explain why everything was so fuzzy, why nothing seemed to make sense. Runa slumped against the sandbags, exhausted from her struggle, her sword still tight in her grasp. Is Becca okay? She wondered. Is Tawfik? It didn't seem likely, but you never knew, though maybe a more important question was, is Runa okay? Somehow, she was fairly sure she knew the answer to that one. How long she sat there she didn't know, but after a while she noticed a curious thing. Unless her ears were playing tricks on her, the fighting seemed to have stopped. Did that mean she was dead? She looked around groggily, before trying to stand, only to fall back in a heap. She wasn't an expert, who is? But it seemed likely she was still alive. Huh, pity. She blinked as she sensed others nearby, craning her neck to see them. Kai was there, looking worried, and the pagan was there, which made even less sense. Must be hallucinating, she reasoned. Doc knelt beside her, flashing a light in her eyes, while Arthur kept watch. Ow, stop that, she mumbled. She's got a concussion, he announced, putting the flashlight away. Some head and upper body trauma too. Is she going to be okay? Kai insisted, taking her hand. It felt nice. She should recover, he explained. But when? No idea. Clean and dress the wounds. Keep her hydrated and let her rest. He rose to his feet. I've got other patients who are in worse shape, he informed them, clutching his medical bag as he rushed off. Right? Kai nodded, taking gauze from his medkit and dousing it in alcohol. This is going to sting, he told her, as he started cleaning her injuries. It did more than sting, but she wasn't going to tell him that. Instead, she stared up at the Ixian. "You're not here," she muttered. "In fact, I am." The Ixian smiled. His eyes traveled down to the sword in her hand. "It seems you have blooded it yet again." Her brow furrowed as she tried to make sense of it. "How?" she wondered aloud. "They led the counterattack," Kai explained, as he tended to her injuries. "Hit the enemy's rear while they were focused on us. Caught them off guard and chewed right through them." She nodded, taking that in. "And Becca? Tawfik?" she asked hopefully. "Becca is going to be okay," he assured her. "Took some more shrapnel in the hip, but she should recover just fine." There was a long pause. "Tawfik?" she asked again. Kai sighed and turned away. That was all the answer she needed, as tears filled her eyes. Chapter 39. The Watch Along the Rhine. It was the long retreat all over again. The Alliance forces were hard-pressed on all fronts, as the scattered Troika soldiers coalesced into companies and battalions of their own. First Squad and the others had earned a brief reprieve with the Ixians' arrival, long enough to evacuate the wounded, but even there the reports were bleak. They got Becker out after a sparse resupply, but they deemed Runa fit enough to remain with the squad. Fragments from the Agatadub weapon were still embedded in her chest and scalp, though thankfully her helmet and vest had blunted the worst of it. Doc Svoboda had patched her up as best he could, though she was forced to go without painkillers, and digging out the buckshot would have to wait. Every step she took as they fell back sent another throb of misery stabbing into her skull as the survivors staggered to their next position. "Stop, please, I beg you," the Pagon gasped, his chest heaving with ragged effort. He and the other Ixians were in rough shape, unable to compete with the Terran's unique stamina. "Just a few minutes," he pleaded, "to catch our breaths." "No time," Runa wheezed, grabbing the Ixian's arm and throwing it over her shoulder as she pushed onward, dragging him with her. It caught him by surprise, so much so he didn't have time to lodge even a token protest as they pushed on. Up and down the line she spotted other Valkyries doing the same, assisting their allies where they could. Considering how the Ixians pulled their asses out of the fire, it was the least they could do. Rivka wasn't propping up an alien, as she had troubles of her own. She struggled under the heavy gun she carried, bequeathed to her at Tawfik's death, her tear-stained face gone gray with dehydration and exhaustion. It lay across her shoulders, her arms curled around the butt and barrel as if she'd been crucified, her slight frame straining and bent under the gun's weight. Kai went to her, his face filled with concern, as he touched her gently on the elbow to get her attention. "Here, let me carry that a while," he offered, reaching out for the machine gun. She glared at him, her eyes filled with venom. "It's mine," she snarled, pulling away from him. "I was his assistant, and I'll damn well carry it." Rivka stormed off, but the adrenaline surge only transported her a few steps before she fell back into the same slow trudge. Even that brief effort was a drain, and as Kai looked at her helplessly, Runa could only shake her head in return. Losing Tawfik had shattered the young PFC, and the way she clung to the symbol that defined the big man, fulfilling some silent vow, Runa knew the only way they'd take it from her would be to pry it from her cold, dead fingers, no matter what it was costing her. Walking wounded. After Doc had treated her injuries as best he could, that's how she'd been triaged, damaged, but still able to move under her own power, still able to fight. She looked to those that were left. Rivka, a blessed icon of pain incarnate, Kai, his face filled with worry lines, the first sprinkling of gray now in his hair, Doc, his medkit all but depleted, left with little more than ragged scraps and placebos, and Arthur, the frightened kid, now replaced by a lean figure made of grit and iron. "Yeah, we're all walking wounded now," Runa thought blearily. She could only imagine how she must appear to them, with bloody bandages wrapped around her skull, stained with dirt and sweat, like something from their nightmares maybe, a revenant come to claim their souls. "How?" The Pagan all but whimpered, stumbling as he struggled to keep up. "How do you keep going?" "Good question. But this wasn't the day for soul-searching." "One foot in front of the other," she mumbled, tightening the grip around his wrist. "One foot in front of the other." He stared at her, confused at first, but then looked down at his own feet as he attempted putting her advice to practical use. Runa managed an internal shrug. Maybe it'd keep him quiet for a while. Off in the distance, they could hear the sounds of battle echoing across the landscape. Were they winning? Losing? Who knew? What few communiques they'd received were jumbled fragments, tantalizing and often contradictory. They had wiped out the HQ. HQ had not been wiped out, but had thrown off an enemy assault instead. The Legion was surrounded and fighting for their lives. The Legion had broken out and was on the offensive. Were any of them true? None of them? Did it matter? Not to us, she decided. They were in the same position they always were, just trying to survive. They'd fight for as long as they could. Maybe it would be enough. That was all she knew, all she had room for. Anything else would just have to wait. She managed a quick glance at Kai, catching his attention. He gave her a weary smile in return, before going back to scanning their flanks for the enemy. Runa winced, looking away. That would have to wait as well. A warbling tone yanked her from her reverie. HQ to Alpha Team. Be advised hostiles are en route to your location. ETA 10 mics. No further information at this time. Out. The helmet radio cut off as she and the other leaders froze in their tracks as they quickly scanned their surroundings. There's no good ground here, Kai swore. Nothing we can defend. The terrain sloped from right to left, with little in the way of outcroppings or vegetation, covered with a mixture of sand, clay, and gravel. They were exposed and fatigued, and 10 minutes wasn't enough time to dig in or run. Kai was right. Without some kind of contoured soil to use to their advantage, they were screwed. Unless… Runa grabbed her sergeant by the arm. I've got an idea, she told him. Break out the shovels. There's no time to dig foxholes, he growled, as the pagan struggled to follow the conversation. There's time enough for what I have in mind, she fired back, dumping her ruck. The brigade of Aliex troopers entered the barren landscape with a sense of caution. They'd tangled with several allied groups already, each one worse than the last. EA and the Zaitai hadn't given them much grief, though the IXI and Legion more than made up for that. But the Terrans, they scanned the horizon nervously with their bulging compound eyes. Reports were coming in from both the Agatadub and the Chell, and they told an all-too familiar tale. Bands of Terran marauders, some backed with other members of their alliance, some not, were staging attacks throughout the sector. They'd only pacified a small area near the initial landing zones, and then only at substantial cost. There had been shockingly few prisoners to take as well. Most pulled back when their positions grew untenable, while others fought to their last breath. What few prisoners they had captured were mostly wounded, too weak or gravely injured to escape. But even there they'd learned a grisly lesson. Some wounded Terrans would hide a bomb on their person and trigger them when a troika formation drew near, killing not only themselves but several of their enemy as well in the explosion. Madness. The Terrans had to be stopped, and this battle proved it. Bad enough they had learned of the precursor planet, and that one of their own had found a way past the Guardians' defenses so many years before, a feat no other race had duplicated. Even worse was the rebellion they were fomenting, one that had started with a single rogue assassin and now threatened to destabilize the entire Perseus arm. The thrice-damned Oivu were laughing in their sleeves, knowing there was little the Troika could do to them, but plans were already being drawn up to deal with the cowardly merchant plant beings, once and for all. After they put the current insurrection down, of course, they fought like demons of legend, refusing to surrender so long as there was breath in their lungs. No tactic was too devious for a Terran, no stratagem too bizarre for them to attempt. They had already witnessed many strategies that were simply too outlandish to even consider, that should not have been successful, and yet they were. The sooner this entire misbegotten wolfling race was driven to extinction, the better. And yet they had to proceed carefully. The days when they could simply order the death of a species were rapidly fading, as more and more races eyed them with fell intent. Pushed too fast, too far, and they might wonder if they were next on the list. Self-preservation is a powerful motivator, and one triggered it in their enemies at one's peril. Tempting though it might be, they could not simply crush the Terran threat and wipe their claws of it. The situation dictated they must be clever if they were to succeed. If the galaxy understood anything, it was that the Aliex were exceptionally clever. And then, perhaps, they could finally deal with their so-called allies, the other two-thirds of the Troika. Until now the situation had been, while not ideal, at least tolerable. Better they rule together than be constantly at each other's thorax. But as the first tantalizing clues of the precursor world had emerged, the infighting between the three races had grown savage. For now the internecine battles were being fought in remote regions, where plausible deniability reigned supreme. Or even better, could be blamed on the Terrans and their allies. But that too would change. The Iliac suzerainty would claim the precursor world for their own, and use the technology found there to scourge the galaxy of their enemies, now and forever. Still, a fight for another time. For now they had to deal with this fledgling alliance, and once that was done, teach the Sonoitii their place. They would keep a handful alive to continue producing their coveted eggs. But once this battle was finished, there would be a culling. Oh yes, a great culling indeed. The advanced scouts examined the sparse terrain with care before signaling the main body to move forward. There were no signs of hidden mines, their greatest concern, and while the ground was rough and uneven, at least there was no place for the enemy to hide. Emboldened by this, they picked up the pace, eager to find and vanquish the Terran upstarts as quickly as possible. They had led them on a merry chase, but their last gasp of freedom was rapidly drawing to an end. Runa watched the Iliac's column move past her position, afraid to even breathe. Although it had been her own idea, she was shocked beyond all belief it had actually worked. Maybe it was those big bug eyes of theirs, she reasoned. Or maybe they were simply overconfident. Either way, they had blithely wandered right past where she and the others lie in wait, hidden beneath tarps covered with a layer of rocks and dirt. The camouflage had worked even better than she'd expected, just so long as you didn't move. She had an itch on her fanny that was driving her absolutely bonkers. Still, they waited, hoping to catch as much of the alien bugs in one shot as they could. That was the big flaw in her plan. The moment they opened fire, they'd be exposed. Without something to hide behind, the Iliacs would make quick work of them, unless they could hit them hard enough with the opening strike and keep hitting them, hopefully driving them off. It wasn't a brilliant plan, far from it, just the only one that gave them a snowball's chance to survive. They had positioned one gunner to kick off the ambush, not Rivka. She was likely to kick things off too early in her hunger for vengeance. One of the others, a PFC she barely knew, but steady in the clutch. They'd tied him into spotters on either side of the ambush site, as everyone waited for his signal. Once he opened fire, it was game on. Any minute now. The burst of machine gun fire caught her by surprise, even though she'd been waiting for it. But it only threw her for an instant before her own rifle joined the sweet chorus that was shredding the astonished Iliacs to bits. Her weapon slammed into her shoulder with every shot, sending daggers of pain coursing up her spine before hammering spikes into her brain. Yet she didn't relent for an instant. Agony was better than death, no matter how you sliced it. The insectoids all but exploded under the withering fire, their hard carapaces poorly designed for projectiles traveling at supersonic speeds. Despite their surprise, they regrouped and returned fire, their beam weapons lashing out at and scorching the countryside. Some beams found their mark, but many more didn't. Runa recalled hearing something about those bug eyes of theirs. Complex eyes, they called them. That made it difficult to see non-moving targets. Of course, they wore helmets and filters to compensate, just as Terrans did, but caught by surprise like they were, they didn't seem to help. With a roar, the IXI threw off their tarps and charged the enemy, their blades raised high. It was all she could do to keep from grinding her teeth in frustration as she kept pouring it on. They'd all but balked at what they called cowardly tactics. Apparently, they thought a formal duel should decide all battles. But once it was pointed out that the Iliacs weren't likely to agree to those terms and just shoot them out of hand, they'd grudgingly gone along with the plan. It seemed they'd added a wrinkle of their own. Without sharing, they'd need to have a small chat about that. Later, of course. For now, they killed. The Ixians tore into the column with a ferocity that seemed almost human, their swords tearing the bugs to shreds, and in the end, it proved to be too much. The Iliacs broke, scattering in all directions like roaches, caught in the light. Easy pickings as they took them down one after another until the stragglers finally escaped out of range. The calls of "ceasefire" rang out as the sound of weaponry slowly ground to a halt, with the Terrans emerging from their dirt-laden cocoons. They brushed themselves off and secured their gear before making a beeline for the shattered column as they began picking through the corpses, looking for supplies. Runa bent down and picked up a beam rifle, hefting it as she gave it a quick function check. She was familiar with the technology, though the Valkyries rarely used them. Projectile weapons were simpler, easier to maintain, and cheaper to construct, But with her injuries, she couldn't take the constant pounding. Beams didn't kick. She cleared and slung her rifle, digging out her remaining ammunition and handing it over to Kai as he moved to join her. He tucked it away before looking into her eyes and asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm not dead," she shrugged, wincing as her wounded shoulder reminded her not to do that. He nodded at that, accepting it at face value, before grabbing Doc Svoboda as he trotted by. "Can we eat their rations?" he asked the medic. "Some. Maybe," he acknowledged. "But let one of us check it out first." He moved past them and started digging through the pile of bodies, scavenging for medical supplies. The Pagon appeared, wearing a huge grin. "A glorious battle," he said triumphantly, clasping them both on the shoulder. Runa winced yet again. "We can't stay here," Kai pointed out, shaking his head. "Bug reinforcements will arrive soon." The Ixian's shoulders slumped. He gazed at the path ahead in despair. "Leave me," he groaned. "You're not getting off that easy," Runa grunted, taking his arm. "Get used to it." He gave her an almost plaintive look. "And now you know how we beat you," Kai chuckled, enjoying the moment. Chapter 40. No retreat, no surrender. The enemy were pushing the Allied forces hard. Forced to give ground against superior numbers and logistics, they fell steadily back, striking when and where they could. Many were carrying captured weapons now, eating enemy rations when there were any to eat, and doing their best to survive the onslaught. As other units joined their ranks along the evacuation route, they slowed to a crawl, no longer able to carry their brethren as they had with the IXI. The Troika forces harried them at every turn while their casualties steadily mounted. Finally, they reached their destination, the secondary trench lines and obstacles they dug forward of the final perimeter, the one nestled against the ridgeline bordering the sea. They'd constructed them after the IXI, Legion, and Zaitai had signed on with the Alliance once they realized their original defenses gave them little flexibility. With their original numbers, they'd had no choice. But with the influx of bodies, they had both the need and the labor force to build a defense in depth. It gave them options, something they desperately needed. Despite their own exhaustion, the Terrans stood watch while their allies collapsed upon arrival, pushed to their breaking points and beyond. Their unique physiology had bought them some time. Without vehicles, it compelled the Troika to move by foot, and they were no more able to match the human stamina than their allies were. The remains of First Squad huddled together for support, scanning the horizon as they waited for the inevitable attack. Kai nursed a badly sprained ankle he'd picked up during the march, resting it on an empty ammo crate as he fought to stay awake. Rivka had retreated within her shell, barely saying 2 words to anyone as she mourned Tawfik's death, hungering for payback. Runa's wounds had become infected, forcing Doc to dig the pellets out of her flesh without anesthesia. She'd screamed her throat raw during the surgery, but at least now the pain had settled down to a dull throb. Operating under such primitive conditions had cost Doc Svoboda dearly, wondering and worrying if she'd end up as one of ghosts that constantly hovered around him now, the specters of those he could not save. In fact, only Arthur seemed to have finished the journey more or less intact, though he was far from unscathed. He'd hardened, his once furtive glances now something darker and far more dangerous. Turning to the corporal, the pair shared a look. Soon, in a few hours, or a few days at the latest, the enemy would come. Runa shifted uncomfortably, her wounds still bothering her more than she'd let on. Arthur caught her movements and recognized them for what they were. "Get some sleep, Corporal," he suggested. "I got this." Any other time she would have bristled at the very notion that she needed his charity, but stark reality forced her to accept the truth. She'd reached the end of her tether, and if she didn't get at least some rest and give her injuries a chance to heal, she'd be no good to anyone when it all went down. Surrendering to the inevitable, she bobbed her head. "Only a couple hours," she mumbled, slurring her words. "Just need to rest my eyes." She curled up at the bottom of the foxhole and laid her head on her ruck, already fast asleep before she could even pull off her boots. She awoke in darkness, to the sound of weapons fire. Grabbing her beam rifle, she threw herself to the parapet as Arthur fired a grenade. "Talk to me," she shouted, searching for a target. "They're hammering us." Arthur fired back. "Looks like they're trying to punch straight through." As her eyes adjusted to her surroundings, she saw he was right. They'd concentrated their forces almost directly in front of her position, hoping to use overwhelming numbers in order to smash their defenses. If they could sever the lines and get behind them, they'd be surrounded with no means to escape. And the Troika had the numbers to do it. Rivka's gun was already tearing great holes into the attacking forces, while Kai shouted for reinforcements. What artillery they had left, mostly alien at this point, fired to minimal effect. With Terran spotters calling in support from Legion guns and using Ixian intermediaries for communication, they were lucky to hit anything at all. After the brutal slugging match prior to the Terrans' victory that cost them their tanks and aircraft, this battle would be purely an infantry affair. Runa heard noise behind her, the sound of reserves being brought up, but given the number of Troika coming for them, it was unlikely they would be enough. A warning tone sounded in her helmet as Colonel Holmes' voice came over the air. "This is Warlord 6 to all units. Marathon? I say again, Marathon. Time to go," she yelled as they scrambled back, grabbing their gear before racing through the feeder trenches that lead away from the enemy. Beams and frangible rockets and hypersonic rounds split the air surrounding them, sending Terrans and aliens alike to their graves. A thin crackle of fire tried to cover their escape, but there simply weren't enough numbers in position to pull it off. The Troika barely slowed down as they raced forward, smelling blood in the water. As reinforcements moved forward through the lines while the defenders fell back, the bottlenecks that followed were inevitable, creating logjams that brought the retreat to a standstill. It was a foul-up of the First Order, and by the time they'd turned things around and gotten everyone moving in the right direction again, the enemy had closed the gap, driving hard for the Allied defensive line. With one massive blow, the resistance collapsed, sending panicked soldiers racing for the rear. The Troika gave chase, baying like hounds, pouring through the central fortifications like a raging river past a collapsed dam. Those that reached the last set of trenches, dubbed the Maginot Line by someone with a questionable sense of humor, took positions as best they could and returned fire. But it was too little, too late, and the Troika recognized it for what it was, the last gasp of a dying quarry. Despite their exhaustion, despite the merry chase the Allies had led them on, their prey had nowhere left to run. Victory was within their grip, and with one last push they would crush this rebellion once and for all. Casting their cultured deportment aside, the so-called enlightened races of the Troika embraced the call of the barbarian, eager to repay every provocation and torment the Alliance and their troublesome Terran partners had visited upon them tenfold. Bellowing like madmen, like beasts, they raced to catch them with their very claws and wring the life from their broken bodies. Their advance came to a crashing halt as dozens of flares shot into the sky, briefly turning night into day. What could be the meaning of this? They wondered. The Terrans were finished. It was as certain as the supermassive singularity that lived at the galaxy's core. It had to be a ruse of some sort, some last-ditch bluff the Allies hoped would frighten them off. It was pointless, and the deluded fools were merely delaying the inevitable. Their swaggering bravado became blind panic as the Allies sprung the trap. Alliance lines had buckled as the Troika slammed into them, the defenders falling back as quickly as they could and stretching the line into an elongated U. Backpedaling all the way to the last line of defense, they'd fought to keep the enemy at arm's length and had mostly succeeded. They'd recognized the risk of pulling off such a difficult maneuver, forced to accept the casualties that went with making the attempt. The logjams and confusion had been part of the ruse as well, a way to lure the enemy even deeper into their trap. Once they entered the killing ground, two things happened. Hundreds of Allied soldiers seemingly appeared out of nowhere along the trench line, blocking their advance, while both flanks of the long U turned inward and fired. By the time they realized what had happened, it was already too late. Caught behind enemy lines and surrounded on all sides, they fought desperately to escape, while heavy machine gun fire raked the long axis of the enemy line, shattering the Troika force. With greater numbers or fewer enemies, they might have saved their forces. As it was, they were lucky to rescue a third. They'd been caught in a double pincer attack that had been used so successfully in the ancient past, at places like Kenny and Marathon, at Kiev, and at Kalpins. The Allies had shown the enemy exactly what they wanted them to see, and by the time they realized the truth, their fate was already sealed. Runa's tactical brainstorm had been picked apart by experts, then stitched back together with a few added wrinkles, then polished and honed in training. The ancient tactic had found a purpose once more. The only thing that saved the Troika from utter annihilation was their inability to move their entire force far enough forward. This was not their type of battle. Only the unique and convoluted circumstances of the situation had forced them to use tactics that did not play to their strengths, but that did play to the enemy's. The Troika forces that survived did so by lagging far enough behind the main body they weren't caught in the kill zone, forcing them to reverse direction and run for the hills and woods to remain free of the Allies' clutches. For those caught within the ambush, however, there would be no mercy. Rivka screamed into the night as she gunned down the enemy, her eyes red with madness as she tore them apart. Arthur's grenades walked a path of destruction as he found the hidden places the Troika tried to shelter in, while Runa and the others picked off anyone foolish enough to show themselves with careful precision. They finally called ceasefire to conserve ammunition and because there was no more movement spotted within the pocket where the Troika had died. Assessment teams moved forward, weapons at the ready as they swept the objective. Kai and Runa alongside others picked their way through the carnage as they searched for survivors, quickly dispatched the few they found, their jaws hardening at the grisly work. They culled through the debris, searching for intelligence, looking for anything that might give them an edge. Other teams came forward now, scavenging for provisions, weapons, food, and medical supplies. They left the bodies to rot where they'd fallen. Runa and Kai staggered back to their lines, handing off what data they'd recovered. The Pagan waited for them, tasked with monitoring the squad as they'd completed their mission, capable enough to be trusted in the task, yet wise enough to know not to press the Terrans too far. The look on his face was not one of triumph. "On any other day I would call this a victory," he said grimly, "but not today. We've broken them, Pagan," Kai said wearily. "Those still alive are scattered and demoralized, a mere fraction of the force they sent. They're done." "Are they?" he questioned him. "You forget their forces still in orbit. What would be the point?" Runa demanded. "They sent soldiers so they could grab the eggs. Bombing us with KWs would destroy those. They'd get nothing." "Assuming they still care about the eggs," the Ixian pointed out. "Yes, that was the initial goal, but now?" He slowly shook his head. "Now, they have much greater concerns." "Us, you mean?" Kai said quietly. "The Alliance." "Indeed," the Pagan said gravely. "Until now they have attempted to defuse the situation with minimum force." Runa raised a questioning eyebrow at that, forcing the Ixian to shrug. "Minimum for them, I should have said. By their calculations, they have used the utmost restraint in dealing with our situation. Obviously, we would disagree, but that is irrelevant in their eyes. Theirs is the only opinion that matters, and I believe they will view this battle as a provocation and an excuse to escalate. What else were we supposed to do?" Runa snapped. "Surrender? Let them kill us? What other choice did we have?" The alien gave her a sympathetic look. "None, of course. You and the other Terrans have been mere pawns in this since the beginning, and now—" He shrugged, spreading his hands. "Now, I am afraid, the Troika will decide to end this, once and for all." "Have you told the Colonel about this?" Kai asked, while Runa abruptly sat down, hugging her bent legs. "He is an intelligent leader," the Pagan said. "I am quite certain he already knows." "So it's all been for nothing," Runa said bitterly. "All the pain, all the death, all for nothing." Tears slid down her cheeks as she pressed her head to her knees and quietly wept. The Ixian knelt at her side as Kai looked on. "I owe you a debt," he said, reaching out and briefly touching the blade at her waist. "My cousin the Mirza has already made arrangements, should the worst happen. He will send a shuttle to evacuate me from this wretched place." The Pagan sighed heavily. "Orders from the king, I'm afraid." "Why are you telling us this?" Kai said curiously. "If word of this leaks—" "A necessary risk," he answered, "considering what I have to say next." Runa looked up as he touched her shoulder, her eyes red and puffy. "I can take the two of you with me when I go, Corporal," he said gently. "I can offer little else, I regret to say, but I can offer you that." The Terrans looked at one another in shock. "And the squad?" Kai asked carefully. "Can you get them out, too?" The Pagan clenched his jaw, biting off a scathing response, before giving him a brief, choppy nod. "Yes," he said at last. "It will be difficult, but I am certain I can manage that much." Kai and Runa shared another look, this one full of longing and hope. The pair glanced over at where the others were huddled, resting after the battle. They were still family, and they'd been through so much. Getting them out before the slaughter was likely the only victory they could manage out of this shitty mess. They owed them that, right? Right? Another look passed between them, before Runa stood up and faced the Ixian as she slowly shook her head. "I'm sorry," she told him, "but we can't." She reached out and found Kai's hand, holding it tight, and for once he didn't flinch or try to hide what they truly felt. "Even if you got the squad out, what about all the others?" she asked, waving her hand to show the hundreds of her fellow Terrans that would be forced to remain. "And even if we accepted, where could we possibly go?" she continued. "We'd be pariahs, cowards, and traitors that abandoned our post. No human ship or settlement would ever accept us. At least you would be alive," the pagan all but pleaded. She smiled at him, a sad, heartbreaking smile. "Duty is heavier than a mountain, but death is lighter than a feather," she quoted, as Kai moved to her side. The Ixians searched their faces, seeking even a glimmer of wavering resolve, and found none. He bowed his head in mute acceptance, and then snapped to attention, his posture now straight and proud. The pagan slammed his clenched fist against his chest in salute, holding it there, before letting it fall once more. He gave them both one last nod as he spun on his heel, slowly walking away without another word. Strong arms enclosed around her as she buried her face in Kai's chest, wishing desperately that she could have said yes. Chapter 41. Fimbulwinter, then Ragnarok. "We can try burrowing deeper, but if they start throwing rocks at us, it won't make a bit of difference." There were reluctant nods around the table as the colonel shook his head. "I'm all out of tricks," he admitted. "If anyone else has an idea, now's the time." The various alliance members looked at one another, but no one spoke up. Colonel Holm folded his hands as he addressed the group. "The only other suggestion I can offer is that we scatter. Send squad-sized units in every direction. The odds of the Troika hitting everyone, even with a KW strike, are small. Some will survive, at least. They'll be cut to pieces by the Troika forces still out there," Braddock Dolph countered. "Besides, what is the point? The enemy won't rest until they're finished with us, whether it takes a week or a year. They have the time and the numbers to ensure no one left on this planet survives." No one had an argument for that. Finally, Decurion Yanissi turned to the traitor Quogut Buki, who until now had remained silent. "The races you've been in contact with, your clients, surely one of them will come?" he asked. "I have spoken at length to them," the traitor admitted. "And while there have been some positive results, there is still a great deal of fear and inertia to overcome." He shrugged unhappily. "I would not expect a rescue from them. Not in time to matter." "Then what are we to do?" Pagon Sang asked. "If we tell those under our command that all is lost, we need not wait for the Troika to finish us. We will do it for them." "Agreed." Holm nodded. "Morale is already on the verge of collapse. If that kind of information leaks out, the Troika will have a ringside seat to a bloodbath, and they won't need to lift a finger." "Then what do we tell them?" Administrator Pajai inquired. The colonel shrugged. "To hold their positions and wait for the next attack," he said at last. "See anything?" Runa scanned the terrain out in front of them before shaking her head. "Nothing," she answered. "Looks like they've pulled back." "Of course they have," Rivka sneered. "They don't want to get caught in the blast." The two NCOs shared a look. The gunner wasn't wrong. Though under normal circumstances, they would have shut her down to keep her from infecting the others with her venom. Now, there seemed to be little point. Kai adjusted the magnification on his own helmet and took another look for himself. "I don't like it," he said finally. "It's too quiet out there." "Because they pulled back," Doc reminded him. "Maybe," the sergeant grunted, though it didn't look like he bought it. "I don't understand," Arthur spoke up. "Why are we just standing here? If they're going to bomb us, shouldn't we be, oh, I don't know, somewhere else maybe?" His team leader gave him a weary shake of her head. "There's nowhere to go," she told him, thankful none of the others had overheard their conversation with the pagan. If they had, she'd questioned her choice 1,000 times since then and had been tempted more than once to tell the Ixian she'd changed her mind. only to circle back around once more and stand by her original decision. Either way, she'd be betraying someone. 2 months ago, she wouldn't have even considered it, but that Runa hadn't seen the things she had. Sighing, she shoved those thoughts aside. She'd made her choice and she'd live with it, however long she still had. Kai had backed her without hesitation, but she could tell he'd wrestled with it just as she had. Things were simpler before, she thought to herself. You took a job, you got paid, you left. End of story. If things got too hairy, you'd bail and make it up on the next contract. Casualties were minimal, not like the fucking meat grinder that Sonoishii Prime had become. Runa went back to scanning the perimeter. It was pointless, but she had to do something to keep her mind from spiraling out of control. She swept across the landscape, searching the scrub and rocks for any sign of the enemy, though it made no sense for them to attack, not after their last assault. Wait, what was that? She zoomed in, her breath catching in her chest, as her fears were confirmed. Kai, she whispered, we've got movement. He was beside her in a flash. Where? He demanded, scouring the borders of their stronghold on his own. 113 degrees, just to the right of that knoll, she told him, pointing it out to him. The sergeant zeroed in on the target and slowly nodded. Got it, he answered, as he started examining the real estate nearest that position. Almost a minute went by as he sucked in a sharp breath. There's more out there, he told her. I can see half a dozen other positions with activity. The two looked at one another. How's our ammo? Runa asked calmly. Kai shook his head. You don't want to know, he told her, before switching frequencies and radioing command. Stand to. She ordered the rest of the squad. We're about to have company. Rivka swore as she manned the gun while the others fell in beside them, training their weapons on the horizon. Up and down the line, other soldiers did likewise as command passed the word, as more reports began filtering in from the other units. With that much activity, what they were seeing was no mere probe, but a full-on assault. This is insane, Doc said in disbelief. We clobbered them last time. What makes them think they can break through now, with fewer troops? Since when did orders have to make sense? Kai snorted. Theirs or ours? The Troika forces must have passed some silent signal between them as they stepped into view, carefully picking their way through the rocky terrain as they approached the outer perimeter. Hold your fire, Kai ordered. We need to conserve our ammo. Let him get close. Arthur swallowed at that, even though he was painfully aware of just how few grenades he still had left. They took their time approaching, conserving their energy, waiting for the first sign of trouble as they neared their positions. The Allies tracked their movements as they drew closer until finally someone's nerve broke. An energy beam lanced out, striking and toppling a Chell warrior as both sides suddenly erupted with weapons fire. The stuttering chatter of Rivka's gun scythed across the perimeter as she reaped the enemy with bloody-minded exhilaration, howling like a madwoman at the alien sky. Arthur carefully dropped his grenades on the enemy's heads with precision, choosing his targets with care while conserving his ammunition, even as Runa sought those of higher rank and position before sniping them out of existence, one by one. And yet they still drove forward, undeterred. Something's not right, her mind whispered. The Troika were many things, but suicidal and stupid weren't among them. They had to know there was no way this attack would succeed. Not at these odds. So why hadn't they pulled back? Why were they still pressing forward? A minute later, screams and gunfire to her left and right showed her the answer. We're under attack, someone shouted over the radio before being cut off mid-shriek. Her gut reaction was one of ridicule. No shit, they were under attack. Had they been sleeping? Were they fucking surprised the Troika was assaulting their position? But as the trench line exploded in an orgy of violence, it was the shouts of Quisling over the radio that she realized with sick horror what was really happening. Swivel the guns, she screamed, as the Zaitai and EA forces turned traitor and ambushed the rest of the alliance. Rivka's eyes went wide as she wrenched the machine gun to the left and poured it on the band of Zaitai charging their position. All she really cared about was avenging her partner, and whether that meant gunning down a Lieks or Zaitai, it was all the same to her. She'd gleefully reap them all. A troop of EA mercs charged their position from the right, as the squad suddenly found itself besieged on three sides, fighting back to back. Kai clubbed down a traitor who had gotten far too close before jamming his gun's barrel against the alien's head and pulling the trigger. Doc had dropped his rifle and switched to the sidearm, blasting away at the enemy as he slowly gave ground. Arthur aimed and fired a grenade at point-blank range as the troika drew near, sending a spray of blood and gore in all directions. A red light appeared on Runa's gun as the energy level dropped to 0. Beam weapons sucked juice like mad and had a disturbing habit of going dry at the worst possible moment. Out of fresh battery packs, she hurled it at the nearest traitor and drew her sword, her chest screaming in protest as she tore her stitches wide open. The Ixian blade was wickedly sharp, made from materials unavailable to Terrans, so as one of the Zaitai swung a rifle in her direction, she reacted by lopping off the end of the barrel, along with his right hand at the wrist. He went down screaming before she reversed her grip, sending his head soaring off towards no man's land. The fighting intensified as the enemy forces drove their attack home, when a succession of explosions rippled up and down the line, sending body parts flying in every direction as Command activated the failsafe. The Terrans had few illusions regarding the loyalties of their new allies, so they'd taken precautions. They couldn't booby-trap their foxholes without arousing suspicion, so instead they'd done the next best thing. They provided their new associates with pre-made sandbags to line their fighting positions and give them added protection, some of which were equipped with metallic fragments surrounding an explosive charge. The aliens had taken refuge in their foxholes, blissfully unaware that Command-detonated mines now enveloped them. Only the brass had been surprised by the attack's timing, touching them off too late. Most of the EA and Zaitai forces had already left their positions by the time they triggered the explosions, catching only a portion of them in the blasts. Terrans and loyal allies died alongside the traitors, as only a handful knew about the failsafe option. Security had been tight on this one, and the adage, 3 can keep a secret, if 2 are dead, was just as valid as it always had been. Those unaware of their insurance policy died because of it. Bloody meat rained down over the trenches, on both friend and foe alike. Shockwaves and shrapnel are indiscriminate weapons under the best of circumstances, which did not describe the current situation at all. They tossed those that survived the blasts about like rag dolls, with even more dying because of shattered spines and ruptured organs. So great was the disturbance it briefly brought the fighting to a halt, as the stunned and disoriented warriors struggled to regain their bearings. Mere flesh had never been designed for such extreme conditions, yet the desire to live forced those that were able back to their feet, resuming their battle with murderous intent. Even as Runa fought for her life, she realized the two-pronged attack was no mere coincidence. How long had the Troika and the traitors been planning this? Since the very beginning? Or only after their hopes of freedom had been finally dashed? Not that it mattered. She drove her blade through the chest of an EA mercenary, letting him gurgle and fall as she whirled about to face her next opponent, a Chell servitor drawing a bead on her with a heavy weapon. There was no time to close the distance, so instead she hurled the sword at her attacker, the perfectly balanced blade flipping exactly once end for end, before burying itself to the hilt in the furry rodent's belly. It squealed a high-pitched shriek of agony as she rushed forward, retrieving her scimitar and sheathing it even as it fell as she snatched up the weapon it had been carrying. A blur of motion in the corner of her eye drew her attention as she pivoted, taking aim at an Agatadub reptilian. "Runa, get down!" She threw herself flat without hesitation, taking cover as a burst of gunfire cleaved the air above her, only to be responded to in kind, adding a burst of her own as the gun fell silent. Up and down the line, the trenches had descended into pockets of frenzied carnage, and in the distance, she could see Ixians and Legionnaires standing with their Terran allies as they fought the enemy to a standstill. They fought with rifles and swords and their bare hands, and even as she took down another target, Runa witnessed a miracle. The enemy broke, shattering like glass against the allies' resolve. What had been a relentless wave was now a stampede, scattering in all directions, desperate beings running for their very lives. Stumbling to her feet, she could only stare at the impossible sight before a cry drew her attention back to the squad. Arthur was down, cradling a wounded and broken arm, his grenade launcher now a twisted hunk of metal. Blood streamed down the side of Kai's face as he drew in ragged breaths, his gaze haunted and fractured. But it was the image of Doc kneeling beside a prone Rivka that sent her staggering towards them. The gunner's sightless eyes gazed at the clouds above, as the medic gently covered her face with a blanket. "No. Oh, no." she whispered as she collapsed beside them. Kai touched Doc's shoulder. "Arthur needs you," he said quietly. The medic looked up, his eyes wet and ancient, before nodding and taking up his bag, going to the young private as he began assessing his injuries. Kneeling beside her, the sergeant took her in his arms as she wept great racking sobs. The same scene was played out again and again, all across the Allied lines, as others just like them fought to save those that were wounded and mourned those that were lost. Broken and bleeding, the survivors struggled to hold on. It should have ended there. By any just standard, the Allies had more than earned their victory, Pyrrhic though it might be. They had been through hell and back again, wanting nothing more than a moment of well-deserved peace. But it was not to be. A flash suddenly split the heavens, a beam of light streaking down to the surface faster than the mind could comprehend. As it impacted, a burst brighter than the sun forced those in the vicinity to shield their eyes and turn away as a ball of flame rocketed out in all directions, sending a mushroom-shaped cloud of debris soaring skywards. Runa's scream was cut short as Kai threw her to the ground and shielded her with his body, mere moments before the shockwave crashed over them as everything went black. Chapter 42. Behold a Pale Horse. There had been much debate among the three races of the Troika regarding the final solution of Sonoitiae Prime. The Elieks, perhaps the race most invested in genetic engineering, wanted the enzyme-rich egg beds preserved at all cost. The Agatadub, on the other hand, wanted the planet scoured clean, left bereft of life as a warning to others. Intense squabbling ensued, hardly an unusual state amongst the three species, until the two of HeWhoLooksSkyward, or more accurately, their Chell servitors, suggested a compromise. Losing the egg beds would be regrettable, they argued, though they also agreed an example had to be made. Though their initial attack via the drop pods had failed, covert communications from sources in both the Zaitai and EA organizations suggested an alternate strategy. If they coordinated a battle plan using the surviving ground forces along with a surprise attack from the turncoat mercenaries, victory was still possible. It would cost them little, and once the rebels were crushed, they could be dispensed with at their leisure. The Agatadub demanded to know what they would do if the rebels weren't defeated, setting off yet another round of debates. The Elieks still lobbied hard for preserving the Sonoitiae eggs, though they reluctantly agreed some fields would need to be sacrificed for the greater good. The Reptilians showed some wiggle room from their original position as well, though they were still adamant about sending a stern enough lesson to discourage others. While a full kinetic bombardment would certainly accomplish that, the two of HeWhoLooksSkyward argued that such a devastating response could well drive those races still on the fence straight into the arms of the fledgling alliance, especially if they had reason to believe their worlds might be next. So again, a compromise was reached. Should the ground attack fail, they would launch a limited kinetic strike to the planet's surface, large enough to break the rebellion's back, yet small enough to claim they had shown restraint, as opposed to what they could have done. Of course, negotiations broke down yet again as they quibbled over the exact number of strikes until finally agreeing in principle on delaying each subsequent kinetic strike until they performed a damage assessment. That left one other matter that still needed attending to, dealing with the Alliance ships still in the system. They could risk a full battle themselves, of course, and would likely emerge victorious. But after all that had happened, why take the chance? Why not hand it off to the turncoats and let them deal with it? Upon hearing this, the Zaitai and EA ship commanders took a quick head count for surviving ships of their own versus 10 on the Alliance side, and absolutely balked. They were already taking a big enough risk as it was. Taking on what any sane individual would call a suicide mission was not on the table, not without a serious commitment in both ships and materials from the Troika. More negotiations. In the end, the Troika agreed to face the Alliance fleet once more. What else could they do? When the moment came, the turncoats promised to locate their ships where they could ambush their former allies. In fact, it wasn't much different from the tactic they were employing on the surface. Plans were drawn up and approved as the big day drew closer. When their forces on the planet finally attacked the Allied line, the Troika fleet made its move. There's one major difficulty in space combat that is almost impossible to overcome, and that is surprise is all but impossible to achieve. When you can see everything within a trillion-kilometer radius, ambushes become little more than a myth. They'd clamped down hard on security, doing everything within their power to prevent the Alliance from learning their plans. But almost 2 full days before they'd scheduled the battle to begin, the rebel ships began spewing kilotons of chaff in order to confuse their sensors, little bits of metal designed to turn radar images into hash. It was theoretically possible it was nothing more than a paranoia-fueled coincidence, but it was far more likely that their plans had somehow leaked, though no move was made against the turncoats. Heartened by this and recognizing the fact that altering their plans now was impractical, they forged ahead. There were only 10 ships, and some were damaged. Surely, they could manage that much. On the day of the attack, the ground assault kicked off flawlessly. It looked as if they would achieve their goals quickly, sweeping the board, when the never-to-be-sufficiently damned Terrans and their misbegotten allies managed the impossible. They held. So, on to Phase 2. The fleet fired their engines and set course for the Alliance ships, leaving 3 vessels behind, one from each race, to handle the bombardment. It was more than was necessary, but since none of the races trusted one another they'd learned long ago, it was easier to do it this way. Another brief round of negotiations began as to which race would have the honor of launching the first strike, until they agreed it would be handled by drawing lots. Once the computer systems in question had been thoroughly vetted, of course. The computers selected the Chell to fire the kinetic round, while the rest of the fleet engaged the Alliance vessels. The enemy realized they were coming, of course. Hiding their fleet's approach was impossible, so instead they increased to flank speed and charged forward, using their superior technology and numbers to smash their way through. The rebels could maneuver all they liked, but it would not save them from their fate. Only the Alliance ships didn't move. Instead, they held their ground, a tactic that made no sense at all. Remaining in their original positions would grant the Troika the best possible firing solutions, allowing them to pound their vessels into scrap with impunity. The rebels had to know this, so why weren't they maneuvering? The chaff cloud made getting a clear read on the individual ships difficult, but given the sheer size of the Troika fleet, they could easily overcome that obstacle with a heavy enough volume of fire. Problem solved. Still, that the Alliance craft weren't adjusting position was puzzling. Their formation was odd as well, far too loose to offer the various ships supporting fire. In effect, each craft was on its own, while also leaving a sizable gap in the center of their deployment. It was almost as if they were trying to lose the battle. Strange, but then what could one expect from such primitives? The first sign something was amiss happened when the Alliance ships opened fire without warning, only not at the Troika fleet. Instead, they turned their guns on the turncoat craft, quickly destroying them before the beleaguered ships could respond. They'd been staked out forward of the rebel fleet prior to the chaff cloud's deployment, and it seemed their security hadn't been as good as they'd imagined. Regrettable, but ultimately it was of no consequence. They still outmatched the rebels in every way, and finishing them would prove little challenge. The second indication things had gone awry, however, was when a previously undetected fleet emerged from the chaff cloud and opened fire. The Troika stared at the preposterous image, stunned beyond belief. How could they have managed it? Surely it must be a mirage, some trick of holographic imagery. It couldn't possibly be real. But as the combined rebel fleet drew closer, as their beams and missiles struck home, they realized in horror that this was no illusion. Too late they responded, but the Alliance had gambled everything on this and charged forward, firing their weapons until the launchers overheated. The fleet itself was a mixed bag, with vessels representing a dozen separate worlds, and their coordination was less than optimal. But it was still more than adequate for the task. The Troika learned to their dismay, as the rebel fleet took their cues from the vessel occupying the lead position. The recently refurbished Terran battleship, CCFS Freya. Flanking her were other Terran vessels, Corsair corvettes and frigates, plus a pair of aging destroyers. Valkyrie armed troopships along with their sole remaining assault carrier, VCS Fenrir. The Tinker repair and support vessel, TCS Edison. The Knights hospital ship, KHCS St. Jean-Baptiste, plus a veritable host of other vessels from the species who had signed on with the fledgling alliance. In the space of a heartbeat, suddenly the Troika Armada wasn't the largest fleet in orbit. Not that they were going to give up without a fight. They didn't dare let the alliance gain a foothold here, for doing so would only embolden others to follow their example. They had to be stopped, no matter the cost. Not just stopped, but beaten, crushed, and humiliated as a warning to the rest of the galaxy. It didn't matter that the rebels had more ships. They could easily call for reinforcements and have 100 more vessels join them. 1,000, given enough time. But of course that was the rub. Time was a luxury they did not have, as the enemy fleet was here, now, and a lost battle in this place could well prove to be a setback from which they could not recover. So the Troika fleet bared its fangs and mandibles and charged. The Perseus arm hadn't witnessed a clash on this scale since the days of the Ichun invasion 2 centuries earlier. Until now, the only faction able to raise fleets this size had been the Troika itself, as they strongly discouraged other species from doing the same. Ships on both sides were blown apart as the two formations crashed into one another, with missiles and beams of energy tearing their enemy to shreds. Friend and foe alike collided in the bloody melee, disappearing into balls of blinding light, while desperate crewmen fought to escape their dying ships, punching out in escape pods and praying their faction could manage a rescue. Fenrir and a contingent of escorts broke off and headed for the planet, racing to prevent the kinetic bombardment everyone knew was coming. The 3 Troika ships left in low orbit to carry out the attack stared incredulously as the assault force neared, firing their weapons in a desperate bid to hold them off, but there would be no dissuading these craft. The carrier disgorged assault shuttles that peeled off and dove hard for the surface, dashing to reinforce the beleaguered Alliance troops, while those riding shotgun pounded the enemy with all they had, doing whatever it took to stay the executioner's hand. But the Troika could read the handwriting on the wall just as well as the Alliance, and as the battle's momentum shifted, the flagship gave its last order. Begin full kinetic bombardment. Leave nothing alive. The Tuathizake vessel already had a rock primed and ready since they'd been chosen to launch the attack. They entered a simple command into the tactical computer, before moments later jettisoning a hunk of nickel iron, leaving behind it a trail of ionized fire as it rocketed towards the surface. Even as the Alliance ships watched, they saw the Aliex and Agatadub ready their own weapons of mass destruction, as a massive red bloom detonated on the surface. Unlike the Troika, Freya did not issue an order to the shuttles. It was the pilots themselves who altered course, veering away from the planet and making a beeline for the 3 ships preparing to bomb Sonoitiae Prime. There was no time to gather reinforcements, and the shuttles themselves were too lightly armed to destroy the Troika ships, so instead they accelerated, trading their lives for the planet as they rammed the enemy vessels, sending them down in flames. Dust filled her lungs as she struggled to breathe. Fighting her way back to consciousness, Runa opened her eyes and saw nothing but uniform gray. A racking cough threatened to shred her organs as she gasped for oxygen, choking on gobs of grit while she convulsed. She felt for the canteen at her waist, desperate to clear her mouth, but found nothing. If only she could see, her mind whispered, as she tried to clear her eyes, only to have her hands bounce off her helmet. She smacked the side of it with the heel of her palm, hoping to jar whatever had stopped working back into position, but her efforts came up short. Instead, she loosened the chin strap and slipped it off, blinking as she gaped at the world around her. She stared in shock at a wasteland. A hot wind blew towards the sea, throwing up sand and dust and forcing her to shield her face. But other than that, an eerie silence covered the land. The gray dust covered everything, raining down from the immense cloud towering over her, even as she scooped up a handful and examined it. A sudden sneeze scattered the fine powder in every direction as she brushed off her hands. At least now she knew what to call it. Fallout. It wasn't radioactive, which was probably the only good news she'd find this day. An asteroid hitting the ground might resemble a nuclear detonation, but thankfully didn't come with gamma rays. The heat, the concussive blast, the fallout, all of that was there, just not the radiation. Yay. She coughed again, trying to stand, but her body refused to cooperate. Once again, her hands searched her body, this time looking for damage, but she could find no new breaks or injuries. Was it her spinal cord? Another concussion? There was no way to know. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted movement, as something stirred beneath the soot. A figure rose through the fine grit, coughing and struggling just as she had. As she looked around, she saw others clawing their way back, shaking off the dust as they began pawing through the granules of powder, searching for other survivors. Her eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom as she recognized piles of scattered bodies buried beneath the fallout. Some were moving, trying to make sense of what had happened, while others laid still, never to rise again. Runa's head snapped up as she finally remembered what had happened. Those last few seconds. The squad. Oh, God! She rasped as she began digging frantically for the others, feeling around for any sign of them. As she searched, yet another body came back to life, rising from the earth like an undead corpse as they stood, beating at their clothing as they shook the dust loose. The figure swiped a sleeve across their face, exposing just enough flesh for her to recognize them. "Doc," she whispered. "Find the others." It took him a moment to focus, to make sense of her words. But then with a shaky nod, he began scrabbling through the dirt, tripping over Arthur a minute later. His arm was still badly mangled as the medic got to work, making do with torn strips of filthy cloth since his kit was nowhere to be found, while she continued to search. Feeling her way through the layers blindly, her hand brushed against something soft and yielding. Close to delirious, she scraped away the powder as she uncovered another individual, quickly orienting herself as she wiped their face clean. "Kai!" she shrieked in recognition, her heart skipping a beat as he lay there unmoving. Digging her finger in his mouth, she cleared his airway as best she could before straddling him, starting chest compressions while every few seconds pressing her mouth to his and blowing air into his lungs. "Get over here," she shouted at Doc. "Kai needs your help." Arthur gave him a weary nod as the medic stumbled over, with Runa sliding off his chest and focusing on his breathing while he took over CPR, squashing his chest hard enough to crack the ribs. Again and again she filled his lungs with precious oxygen until Doc gripped her shoulder and slowly shook his head. She pushed him aside frantically and started compressions herself. Come on," Runa pled with him, fighting for his life, until she slowly ground to a halt. Twin rivulets cut through the caked dust on her face as she looked up at the others, her wet eyes filled with pain. "Please," she begged. "He's gone," Doc whispered, as she broke down and sobbed. Chapter 43. In Flanders Fields. The Troika wasn't prepared for a stand-up fight in space. They'd assumed they'd face a minor skirmish at worst, and their arrogance cost them dearly. But as their casualties mounted, as suicide runs from pilots desperate to save the planet from extinction thwarted their bombardment campaign, the three races did something unheard of since their formation, so many millennia ago. They retreated in defeat. Alliance shuttles descended to the planet's surface as rescue operations got underway. Valkyrie Commandant Gerald Zakia herself came in with the first wave and went to work supervising the recovery efforts, directing resources to where they were most needed. The wounded were evacuated to the St. Jean-Baptiste and other vessels and given the highest priority, while those vessels lacking dedicated medical facilities assisted in other ways. Some took watch in high orbit against the Troika's return, while others began working to undo the ecological damage of the kinetic strike. Thankfully, the first drop had been meant as a warning shot, impacting far enough from the precious seabeds to limit the devastation. The Alliance defenders had not been so lucky. It was just her now. They had evacuated Arthur with the rest of the wounded, while Doc had been tapped to aid their efforts, though she suspected they'd take one look at his drawn and haggard features and find a quiet corner for him to rest instead. God knows he'd earned it. As for her, there was still one last duty to attend to. Runa had cleaned them off as best she could, making them as presentable as possible. She owed them that. As the supplies started rolling in from the endless stream of shuttles now filling the skies, the Valkyries had focused on their immediate needs: food, medicine, fresh water, body bags. She brushed Rivka's hair before sealing the zipper and affixing her dog tags, and then turned her attention to Kai. She gazed at him, before taking his hand in hers, his flesh already so very cold. There was so much she wanted to say to him. She tried, but her words just disappeared into the wind. And honestly, what would even be the point? Saying that she loved him? That she wanted him back? None of that mattered now. Sniffling tears, she bent down and gently kissed his forehead, before zipping up his remains as well. Kneeling between them, she read their tags one last time. Private First Class Rivka Zupin. Sergeant Ajilmer Kai. She rose to her feet, brushing off the dust as best she could, before bracing to attention and rendering them both a final salute. She owed them that, too. Her hand dropped to her side as she heard vehicles coming up behind her. Trucks filled with provisions and personnel, fresh troops, taking over their old positions. They piled out and formed up, their NCOs taking charge before marching them to the trench line. Jesus, they looked like fucking children. They came to a halt in front of her, the sergeant removing her helmet and tucking it under her arm, giving the twin body bags a long, quiet look before turning her attention to Runa, taking her in. She could feel her nervousness, her sense of quiet horror as she stared at the battered, disheveled woman before her. Sergeant Astrid Lamb, Kilo Company of the 3-1, she swallowed, introducing herself. We're here to relieve you. Oaks, February 2nd, she answered dully, her eyes not quite focused. The troops behind the too young and too clean sergeant averted their gaze, suddenly unable to make eye contact with her, focusing instead on the blasted landscape and the piles of corpses surrounding them, as if that were easier to look at than her vacant, 1,000-meter stare. Maybe it was. Lamb tried again. Graves registration is right behind us, she told her. To retrieve the bodies. Runa snorted. Have fun with that, she told her, shaking her head. Half of them are in chunks. Some troops suddenly looked nauseous as she bent down and picked up a dust-covered hand with too many fingers. Here, she told her, shoving it at the shocked sergeant. Make yourself useful. Lamb dropped it back onto the dirt like it was radioactive. Gamely, she gave it one last shot. The trucks are waiting to take you and the others back to the rear, she explained. Supposed to be hot chow and showers. Runa stared at her, not comprehending her words. Go on, she urged. We've got this. You stand relieved. She looked at the idling truck and slowly nodded. It beat walking. Without a word, she started making her way to the vehicle, much to the relief of the newbies, hauling herself up and taking a seat on the fold-down bench, removing the sword from her waist and laying it across her lap. A handful of others eventually joined her, one by one, each as filthy and broken and distant as she was. No one spoke. Someone slammed the gate shut before they pulled out, the transport bouncing on the uneven terrain as it carried her away. Runa felt a nudge on her shoulder. Go away, she mumbled, rolling over and pulling the blanket tight around her. Another nudge, harder this time. I'm sorry, Corporal, the voice apologized, but you have to wake up. Colonel's orders. Snarling, she reached down and threw a boot at him. Fuck off. A heavy sigh. I'm sorry, Corporal, but they ordered me to do this, the voice said again, mere moments before a cup of water was dumped on her. She came up sputtering, unsheathing her sword as she sought the guilty party. Some newbie private was backing away, his hands waving frantically. You, she hissed, raising the sword high as she advanced on him with murderous intent. The kid panicked and hauled ass, the only sign of his passage the swinging door he disappeared through. Wiping her face, she looked around the room, eyeing other victims of the private's attentions, most of them now slowly getting dressed. What the fuck? She demanded, as she sheathed her blade. They want us in formation, one of the other survivors grumbled. Some sort of Mickey Mouse crap. Commandant's supposed to be there. Another one chimed in. The commandant can kiss my ass, Runa growled. They want me on the parade ground. They'll have to do it at gunpoint. I can arrange that, another voice answered, entering the room. Gunny Sata stood there, hands on her hips, though one was casually draped on the butt of her sidearm. This is bullshit, Gunny, she snapped. A fucking parade? Bullshit or not, you're still doing it. The senior NCO fired back. And it's not Gunny anymore, she continued, pointing to her sleeve. The gunnery sergeant stripes were gone, replaced by first sergeant stripes. Runa blinked. What happened to Top Burger? She asked, a split second before wincing as she realized the likely answer. She bought the farm, Sata answered, confirming her suspicions. You all have 10 minutes to get dressed and form up outside. We're doing this, and I am not asking. Her message now delivered. She spun on her heel and marched back out. Sullenly, she began pulling on her uniform. All the shit they'd gone through, her squad all but wiped out, and now this? It sorely tempted Runa to ignore the gunnies, Top's orders, and let the chips fall where they may. If they wanted to arrest her for that, fine. She'd happily sleep in the stockade. It couldn't be any worse than what she'd already been through. Her shoulders sagged as she realized just how stupid that was. So it was bullshit. Whatever. She'd go out there and stand in formation while the fucking commandant got her jollies pinning on medals, and then it would be over. It didn't matter. Nothing did. They were more or less ready by time Top returned, though they were hardly presentable. The survivors were a ragged, scruffy lot, sullen and withdrawn and teetering on the edge of exhaustion. They shambled over to the same piece of dirt they'd held negotiations and started forming up in a single group instead of by platoon and company. It didn't take a genius to figure out why. Colonel Holm appeared a couple minutes later with Captain Inaba by his side, though they seemed to be the only officers in attendance. This time she didn't ask about the others. At least they weren't kept waiting. The commandant showed up just a few minutes later. As the colonel called out, "Battalion, attention!" Instead of snapping their heels together, they mostly just stood a little straighter. Those that bothered. Anyway, the old bitch eyed the sparse formation dispassionately before approaching the colonel, stumping along on her artificial leg. "I was under the impression that the battalion would be present," she snapped. There was an uncomfortable silence. "Ma'am, this is the battalion," Holmes said softly. Her jaw dropped and then snapped back shut, before abruptly turning away. "God damn it all to hell," she said under her breath, as her hand covered her face. They stood there, suddenly embarrassed, as she fought to compose herself. When she finally turned back around, her expression was unreadable. "I'm not here to make long speeches," she told them. "I just want to say this. Every Terran clan owes you a great debt for what you did here. Because of you, we now have a real alliance, one able to stand up to the Troika. Maybe we can't defeat them just yet," she admitted grimly, "but that will change as others flock to our cause." Her gaze traveled across the ragged ranks as something softened in her features. "We'll never be able to reward you, nor those that aren't with us, for their sacrifice. Except to say this," a hint of a smile appeared. "Briefly, thank you," she said hoarsely. "The children of Terra will never forget what took place here. Here on Sonoishii Prime." She took a single step back as her hand snapped to her brow, saluting them. She held it for a moment, before bringing it back down. "Battalion, dismissed," she barked. The survivors looked at one another in confusion. This wasn't protocol at all, but she had dismissed them. With a collective shrug, the formation broke apart, with most of the group stumbling back for more shut-eye. Runa trailed along behind them until someone touched her arm. "The commandant would like a word," Captain Inaba told her. "Tell her I'm busy," she snapped, pulling away. "Runa," the captain said gently. "I get it. Believe me," she sighed. "But this is important. Please." Officers never said please. Reluctantly, she let herself be led to the CP and was ushered inside, surprised to discover the colonel was nowhere in sight. The commandant turned to face her, holding a pair of drinks. "Here," she told her, pressing it into her hand. "I figure you can use it." That done, she took a seat, lighting a cigarillo and puffing away as she sipped from her glass. She threw back the glass, letting the alcohol burn as it rolled down her throat. "What do you want?" she challenged her. "I figure you got questions," she explained. "I'm here to answer them." Runa glared at her. "No, no questions," she growled. "I figured it out." "Oh, and what's that?" Zakiya prodded her. "You could have reinforced us any time you wanted," she said coldly, "but instead you let them bleed us, just to build up sympathy for the cause. You staked us out like a fucking goat and left us to die, didn't you?" she accused her. The older woman took a long puff. "Yes, I did," she agreed. "You fucking bitch," Runa snarled, her knuckles whitening around the hilt of her sword. "Give me one reason I shouldn't just kill you." "Because you're not fast enough," the commandant said affably, yanking out her sidearm from her shoulder holster and setting it on the table beside her. "I regret the necessity of it, but it was necessary. Without the sacrifices made by the two halves, this alliance would have never been born, and that same alliance is the only thing that will save us from extinction." "No, not the only thing," she shot back. "What? New Terra?" Zakiya sighed, shaking her head. "I'm a clan leader, corporal. I can't make plans for our future based on a pipe dream and a prayer. This, on the other hand, this is real." "So is New Terra," Runa snapped. "You know it is." "Maybe," she admitted despite herself, "but even if it is, there's no guarantee we'll ever find it or secure it before the Troika does. If I'm wrong, no one will be happier than I will. But my responsibility is too fucking important to put all our eggs in one flimsy basket." She took another puff. "So I gambled the lives of every man and woman in the two halves for a way to save our race. And if I had to, I'd do it again." Just like that? She asked caustically. Our lives meant that little to you? Spare me. The older woman sneered. You think you've got the market cornered on pain and suffering? Maybe you should spare a stray thought for your colonel. Do you have any idea what he's going through? Runa just stared at her, confused. No, I thought not, she snorted. I'll probably have to reassign him, take away his command and stick him in some quiet corner of the galaxy, and pray he doesn't stick a gun in his mouth. Take a wild guess, Corporal, who he blames for all of this. I'll give you a hint. It's not me. Her nostrils flared as she glared at her, her eyes dark and dangerous. Runa drew close, her hand still on her sword. You should have been here, she hissed. You should have had to suffer everything we did. I wish I had, she answered softly, staring into her glass before returning her gaze. You stay alive long enough, make enough rank. Someday you'll learn the same lesson I have. The CP seemed to drop 20 degrees, as there was a sudden chill in the air. The only thing worse than going through hell yourself is sending others to do it. That must be so easy to say, Runa mocked her. Trust me, it isn't. She drained her glass and set it aside. You're dismissed, Corporal, she said with a wave of her hand. Downing the rest of her own drink, she let the tumbler fall to the floor, turning and storming out without another word. Chapter 44. Why We Fight. Runa poked listlessly at her food before shoving it away in disgust. It wasn't the quality of the food that had actually improved since the reinforcements arrived. She just didn't have an appetite, not since. Rising from the makeshift table, she jammed her hands in her pockets and stalked off in search of some quiet spot where she could be alone. Becca, Yendrik, and Arthur were all in orbit, getting treated for their injuries, and Tara alone knew what Doc was doing now. It left her the sole member of the squad still on the surface, the only one still alive, anyway. She hadn't been up to visit, even though wrangling a spot on a shuttle wouldn't be an issue for her. She just couldn't bring herself to face them. If I'd been smarter, maybe they'd still be alive, she thought bitterly to herself, even though she recognized the trap it represented. Survivor's guilt was no stranger to the Valkyries, and she'd experienced twinges of it in the past, but nothing like this. Of course, she'd never been through a meat grinder like this before, either. She was so wrapped up in her own suffering she almost blundered into the figure blocking her path, only coming to an abrupt halt at the last possible second. You have the look of someone whose thoughts are light years distant, the pagan told her. Bandages covered the left side of his face and traveled down to his chest, speaking to more serious wounds. I thought your king ordered you to evacuate, Runa said curiously. So he did, the Ixian agreed. I imagine he will be quite cross with me for disobeying his command, though I am also certain he will get over it in time. We are family, after all. His grin was as wide and infectious as always, and Runa found it difficult to remain sullen in his presence. Why didn't you go? She asked him. His grin softened to a gentle smile. Because a warrior I have come to respect refused to go herself, he answered, her face reddening as she looked away. How could I do any less? I wish to God I had, she whispered, unable to meet his gaze. You mourn those you have lost? He nodded sagely. Yes, she said softly. He cocked his head, regarding her. You feel their deaths had no meaning, he surmised, that they died in vain. Yes, she said again, as tears appeared in her eyes. The pagan nodded once again. Come, he said, extending his hand as he beckoned to her. There is something I wish to show you. She looked up, eyeing him with suspicion. And go where? She demanded. You will see, he said enigmatically. Her gut instinct was to turn and walk away, but something in his voice stopped her in her tracks. With a shaky nod, she agreed, following behind as he led her away from the Valkyrie encampment. Why here? Runa questioned the Ixian, as the pair climbed the rocky cliffs overlooking the bay. I will explain in a moment, he told her as they reached the summit. She paused for a moment to catch her breath, before turning to face him. Why? What's so special about this place? See for yourself, he told her, gesturing at the ocean. Shaking her head, she looked at the sea. I swear, if this is some sort of fucking joke, she snapped, only to have the words die in her throat as she stared in shock at the water below. The eggs were hatching. After all they had been through, She'd almost forgotten the original reason for their mission. Even as she watched, thousands, millions of egg sacs were bursting open, the tiny creatures inside breaking free from their shells and taking their first strokes. Already, she could see them heading for deeper waters, the ancient call driving them onward as they began their journey. Life's circle begins anew, the pagan said gently over her shoulder. We are born, live our lives, and then pass on, making room for those that follow. His words hit her like a hammer blow. With tears she had thought she was no longer capable of crying streaming down her face as she stared at the infant Sonoishii swimming towards the ocean. Going home. Because of you, they now have a chance to live, he explained. Sergeant Kai and the others didn't die in vain, Runa, he smiled, coming around to see her reaction. And in the future, should you ever question that, remember this day. He smiled once more and departed, leaving her alone with her thoughts. She found a spot where she could sit, letting her feet dangle over the edge, watching the baby dragons she had fought so hard to protect exult in their hard-earned freedom. It was several hours later that she climbed back down off that cliff, only to discover the day still had surprises in store. Runa! She heard someone shout behind her, a voice she didn't recognize. Turning, she stared in amazement as a young boy came running towards her, his arms outstretched, a collection of tools jangling around his waist. The kid slammed into her, hugging her tight, even as she spotted an older woman coming up behind him. Damn it, boy. Told you to wait for me, she wheezed. I ain't no spring chicken, you know. Diggs? She gasped, staring down at the kid hugging her midriff. He nodded, grinning a familiar grin, and then hugged her even tighter. She looked up at the boy's companion, her face softening for the first time in days. Hello, Maggie, she greeted her. Hey yourself, the tinker answered as she caught up to them both. Now you let her breathe, boy, she admonished him, making him blush as he reluctantly loosened his grip. That's a good lad, she chuckled, ruffling his hair. What are you two doing here? She asked. Come to see you, the older woman explained. Freya is still in orbit, and once the kid heard it was your outfit down here, he wouldn't shut up about wanting to visit. Runa blinked. He wouldn't shut up? She repeated, the words making no sense to her. It's true, Diggs insisted, her astonishment growing by leaps and bounds. I begged Mama Maggie to let us come see you, lots of times. Didn't I? He asked the tinker, who merely chuckled at the Valkyrie's stunned expression. Kid started talking a few months back, she confirmed, like a dam cut loose or something. Guess he's making up for lost time. Her expression sobered as she regarded the younger woman. Plus, wanted to come pay our respects, she said quietly. We heard about Kai and the others. I'm sorry, girl, she told her, touching her shoulder in sympathy. So am I, she answered. Her eyes were misty as she looked at Maggie. I miss him. I miss all of them. Reckon there'd be something wrong with you if you didn't, she agreed. And I figure I know a little something about things not turning out like you'd hoped. She sighed for a moment, then gazed down at Diggs. But I also learned life has a way of surprising you when you least suspect it, she smiled, tousling his hair once more. I'm not there yet, Maggie, she told her. Not sure I ever will be. She closed her eyes, the pain hitting her yet again. Don't cry, Runa, Diggs said, trying to help as best he could, hugging her tighter than ever. She sniffled for a moment and then knelt down in front of the boy. So they were the same height. Seeing you again is the best medicine I could have asked for, she said honestly. You taking good care of your mom? Uh-huh. He nodded eagerly. She's been teaching me engineering too. Last week we fixed the engines after the Troika shot them all up. And they work great, he said with pride. Mostly he handed me tools, Maggie grinned, though he's learning fast. Expect he'll make journeyman for I did. That's wonderful, Diggs, she smiled. I'm so happy for you. This time she hugged him, holding him close, stroking his hair as he wrapped his arms around her neck. A single tear leaked from the corner of her eye, but she quickly wiped it away. Maggie ignored it as the two women shared a look. A knowing nod passed between them as she carefully disengaged herself and rose to her feet. Come on, kid. Time to get going, Maggie told the boy, taking his hand. Got bulkheads that need fixin', da. But we just got here, Diggs protested. Your mom's right, Runa smiled. Besides, I've got work too. But before you go, she looked around them, quickly gathering up a few rocks and oddball items, and started to juggle. Diggs clapped with glee, laughing as she gave him her best effort, putting on a show like she hadn't done in ages. Maggie herself grinned as she pulled off the big finish, this time by whipping her sword out of its scabbard and throwing it high into the air, catching the items one by one as the sword landed in front of her, sinking blade first into the dirt with a solid thunk as she took her bow. That was awesome. Diggs capered and laughed. Still my biggest fan, she smiled, bending down and kissing him softly on the cheek. Flushing in embarrassment, he retreated to Maggie's side, though he managed to smile as he touched his face. Somehow, she suspected he wouldn't be washing it for a while. You two take care of each other, she told them, and who knows? Maybe our paths will cross again. Come on up to Freya, for we depart, Maggie invited her. I'm proud of the old girl, even if those damn fool corsairs keep getting my baby shot full of holes. She turned and spat while Runa threw back her head and laughed. The tinker's eyes twinkled with merriment as she led the boy back the way they'd come, though Diggs turned back and waved goodbye one last time. Smiling, Runa returned the gesture, retrieving her blade and wiping it clean before sliding it back into its sheath. She watched them as they walked back to the landing pad and boarded a shuttle, shading her eyes as it took off and climbed towards the sky. 2 days later, she was tasked with a familiar duty, one she had performed several times before. This time there were plenty of fresh faces aboard, reinforcements still getting their feet wet as the coxswain guided the small boat out to deep waters. The commandant was there as well, the pair exchanging a brief glance but saying nothing as she took her seat. She and the other officers conferred in hushed tones while Runa moved to the bow, planting a boot on the gunwale as the salt spray splashed across her face. She inhaled deeply, smelling the ocean's perfume, closing her eyes and letting the heavy mist wash over her as the small craft bounced across the waves, her body easily finding its balance as they headed for their rendezvous. She chuckled to herself as she heard someone retching behind her, remembering her first trip out. Had it only been 2 months ago? It seemed like a lifetime. The newbies gave her a wide berth, her and the other veterans of the two halves. She saw the whispers at chow, the envious glances when they thought she wasn't looking. On rare occasions, a hardy few would work up the courage to approach her, all of them wanting to see the sword. Apparently, it had become part of the legend too, all of which led her to one inescapable question. Where the hell did she go from here? What does a legend do for an encore? The boat slowed, before finally coming to rest. Colonel Holm approached the bow, giving Runa a nod of acknowledgement. She nodded in return, before retreating and giving him space while steering clear of Zakiya. As before, they didn't have long to wait. A massive head arose from the bubbling water, quickly followed by 2 others. The trio of Sonoishii gazed down at them as the colonel bowed in respect. I greet you, Overseer Bydras Nasa, he said. And I you, Colonel Holm, the dragon answered. Runa's eyebrow quirked at that. It was the first time it had called him anything other than land creature. It paused, as if it were searching for the proper words, and then the mighty beast bowed its head low, abasing itself before the Terrans. We owe you a debt, one we may never be able to repay, it intoned. Our children have reached the ocean and are already thriving. Many will not survive this stage of their development, but others will. Those that endure will be the strongest, most intelligent, and best able to adapt. So it is, so it has always been. I understand. Holm nodded. The trio looked at one another, some silent bit of communication passing between them before the overseer returned its gaze. When first we met, we assumed you would be like those that came before, eager to line your pockets and sacrifice our offspring in the name of greed. Instead, your own sacrificed your very lives to protect our offspring, enduring hardships that defy imagination. In all our history, no other race has done as you have, and we do not know how to honor you as you truly deserve. We have spent much time discussing this amongst ourselves, and we believe we may have a way to begin balancing the debt between us. Oh, Holmes said in surprise. What are you suggesting? A trade, Bydras Nasa explained. Each cycle we have searched for beings able to protect our hatchlings, and each time they betrayed us. Yours is the only race that has treated our contract with respect, and more so, at great personal cost. When the next cycle returns, we wish for no other to take the contract. Only you. A permanent standing arrangement, he said carefully, glancing back at the commandant. The older woman grinned, giving him the nod. I believe that would be acceptable to us, but you also said something about a trade. What else are you putting on the table? If we are to grant you a perpetual contract here on this world, we believe it would be necessary to make certain arrangements, it said somewhat cryptically. In the time you have spent here, we have learned much about your people. In particular, we have learned that you have no home. That is unfortunately true, Holmes said quietly. We regret we cannot assist you in this way. Our race is small, with few developed assets. We cannot give over our world to you. The Terrans nodded, almost in unison, though it was tinged with an all too familiar pain. However, Bajdrasnasa continued, we can give you this, a permanent installation where you may house and train your warriors. The colonel's jaw dropped. You're offering us a military base, he answered, flabbergasted by the proposition. We are, the overseer confirmed. Also, as a member of the Alliance, we believe other members may find it suitable for their needs as well, though we would charge you with monitoring their conduct. You have earned our trust. The others are still on sufferance. Runa felt a lump in her throat, as the colonel suddenly needed to look away, wiping at his eyes. Their offer even moved that bitch of a commandant, Zakia. We'll need to place ships in orbit as well, Holmes said carefully. Many ships, if we're to keep both you and us safe. So we assumed, Bajdrasnasa concurred. It is not much, but it is all we have to offer. Do you accept? Colonel Holm glanced over at her and suddenly grinned, and Runa found herself grinning back. He turned his attention back to the massive water dragon awaiting his answer. We do. Epilogue, Semper Fidelis. We're going to miss you, Doc, Runa said, topping off her glass. But I know you're going to do great. The medic managed an embarrassed blush. I'm going to miss all of you too, he answered. But I need to do this. I know I can do good work with the knights. Well, they're lucky to get you, Becca smiled. Here, Yendrik agreed, taking the bottle from Runa and passing it over to Arthur. His injuries hadn't affected his scrounging abilities in the slightest, and he had once again proven his worth by locating a few bottles of top-shelf booze for Doc's goodbye party. What made you decide to take the leap? Arthur asked him. You know, from one expat to another. They all chuckled at that, while Doc simply shrugged. These last few weeks, they made me realize just how little I knew about medicine. There's so many I could have saved if I had just known how. He stared into his glass for a moment, reliving some dark, private moment. The knights can teach me that. The group looked around at one another, the conversation now silent. Finally, Runa rose and lifted her glass. To absent friends, she said somberly. The others stood as well and clinked glasses. Absent friends, they repeated, before tilting back their drinks. The mood had taken a sudden turn, so Runa looked over at Yendrik. How's the new leg working out? She asked. The PFC took a few tentative steps before making a slow turn. Still getting the hang of it, but better than I thought it was going to be, he admitted, rapping the metallic limb with his fist. The stump still bothers me, but the knights promised it'll get better. You keep up with the rehab, and I'm sure it will, Doc agreed. How long before they cut you loose? A couple weeks, he answered. They just want to make sure there are no complications. I'll be glad to get out of here myself, Becca sighed, slumping back in her chair. The hips all healed, though they warned me there could be issues down the road. You might not want to be in such a hurry to leave St. Jean-Baptiste, Arthur warned her. Things are different down there now. Different how? She asked. He shrugged. More spit and polish. More rules and regulations. More everything, I guess. The private shook his head. It's just not the same. Becca looked over at the corporal. Is that true? It's to be expected, Runa explained. Before it was just a temporary mission, then after that we were simply trying to stay alive. Now they're building a permanent base, and not just for us Valkyries. The Legion and the Ixians are putting up their own garrisons, and you know the Corsairs will want something separate from us dumb grunts. She grinned as they laughed, before growing serious once more. With all the new races signing on with the Alliance and adding their own barracks, pretty soon there'll be an actual city down there. Gotta have regs to keep the peace. And let's not forget our landlords. Don't want to piss them off. Man, those freaking dragons scared the piss out of me. First time we saw them, Yendrik reminisced. Me too, Arthur agreed, though I was mostly too seasick to notice. They chuckled once again, as Runa fished a card out of her pocket and handed it over to document here. When you get to where you're going, look her up and mention my name. She'll help you get settled in. Doc Svoboda read the name aloud. Chevalier Troisim Bly Tegada. He looked back up at Runa. I remember her. Yeah, she smiled. Hell of a doctor, with nerves of steel. She tells you something. You can take it to the bank. Doc tucked the card away. Thanks. I'll be sure to do that. So what happens now? Yendrik asked. I mean, once I'm cleared for duty, what then? The two halves is freaking gone. There's no way they'll build it back up again. Not with all the losses we took, and I don't want to start over as a fucking cherry in another outfit. What the hell are we supposed to do? They all turned to look at Runa, waiting for an answer. Actually, I wanted to talk to you guys about that, she said carefully. The commandant came up with an idea, and the colonel signed off on it. It'll mean some adjustments, I'm not gonna lie, but it also comes with a few perks. The biggest one being we can stay together, and stay with the two halves. She smiled and took a sip of her drink. Interested? Hell yeah, Becca answered, as the others nodded in agreement. Count me in. So what's this big idea? Arthur asked. They all leaned in as Runa explained. So here's the thing. Move it. Maggots, move, Runa shouted at the line of bodies struggling to get up the hill. I swear to Terra, you shitbirds run like old people fuck. Get your goat-smelling asses up the goddamn hill. You heard the sergeant. Becca howled at the recruits as they redoubled their efforts, gasping and wheezing as they struggled to climb the ridge. Arthur and Yendrik brought up the rear, forcing them to keep up the pace, though Runa noticed the lance corporal was favoring his artificial leg again. Leading the column, the young sergeant crested the hill first, jogging in place as the others stumbled to the top. Platoon, halt, she ordered, as the last few stragglers finally made it. A few collapsed onto the ground, only to earn her wrath. Did I tell you to fucking fall out, you fucking maggots? She screamed in their faces, the cords in her neck standing out as they staggered back to their feet. She left them standing there, the terror clear in their faces, as she stalked the ranks like a panther searching for her next meal, before finally relenting. At ease. Walk it off, she told them in somewhat more normal tones as the group milled about, fighting to catch their breath. The four DIs kept the group corralled so they didn't wander, though a few of the more observant cast curious glances at the structure behind her. This was their first time on this run, so she wanted to make sure she had their full attention when she revealed its purpose. You are without a doubt the sorriest bunch of maggots it has ever been my displeasure to train, she snarled at them. You aren't even maggots, no, that's too good for you. I cannot believe how far my beloved corps has fallen, that we'd even consider taking the likes of you. A few of the recruits cringed, earning even more screams from Becca and the others as they chivied them back into formation. Coming to a halt, she turned and faced the platoon. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. You will meet my standards, even if I have to kill every last one of you to do it. Her hand casually went to the hilt of her sword, as much of the group swallowed nervously. They'd all heard the stories of Sergeant Oaks and her sword, how she'd slain 100 Troika warriors with it and piled up their heads as trophies. Some said she still had them, and if you fucked up bad enough, she'd add yours to her collection. Of all the drill instructors stationed at Camp Draconis, her reputation by far was the most fearsome. Maybe someday I will consider allowing you to join my beloved corps, but it sure as hell will not be today. You have not yet earned that right, and you still have a long way to go. She drew her sword and pointed it at the obelisk behind her, making the recruits flinch. You maggots are standing on holy ground. From this point forward, every time we make this run, you will stop at the front of that monument and render it a proper salute. You will show it respect, or you will answer to me. She glared at them once more. Are there any questions? No drill instructor, they screamed. By the numbers then, she shouted. Right column, forward, march. The far right column of recruits stepped forward in unison and approached the pillar, stopping to read its inscription before rendering a salute, then peeling off to make room for the next recruit and returning to their original formation. Becca sidled over to Runa as they watched the parade. "What do you think?" she asked, keeping her voice low. "They're coming along," the sergeant answered, giving her an almost imperceptible shrug. "I figure by next week we can start easing back on the screaming. Start building them back up." "Sounds good." Becca glanced over to where Yendrik and Arthur were keeping a close watch. "Yendrik's leg is acting up again." "Yeah, I saw that. I keep telling him not to be a damn hero," Runa sighed. "You know how it is. He doesn't want to let you down." "I know. I'll talk to him about it." She watched as the last of the recruits filed past the obelisk before the platoon stood in formation once more. As they watched, she turned and marched to the pillar of stone herself, gazing at the inscription before snapping the sword up in salute. The crude placard had long since been replaced with polished stone native to this world, but the inscription was just as she remembered it. Cemetery Ridge. Bought and paid for with Valkyrie blood. Semper Fi. Runa brought her sword back down crisply, her mind calling back a moment in this same spot. So long ago, she could still smell the cordite, the stench of death, and felt a familiar hand caress her cheek. "I miss you, Kai," her mind whispered. But as she turned to face the platoon, the instructor mask was firmly in place. "Corporal Sultan, I believe we need a little music," she barked. "You heard the sergeant." Becca screamed as the platoon immediately began singing at the top of their lungs. From the domes of Tycho City to the sands of Olympus Mons. The end.